pushed around that the nationalists are trying to exterminate them. But eventually, the nationalists and the communists ally again after Japan invades China in the 1930s. They formed what's called Second United Front. But during this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has the revolutionary vanguard somehow being peasantry. And after World War II, after the two parties that brokered a truce that sort of worked together against Japan, there's a civil war between the nationalists and the communists, and against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union, the nationalists get support from the United States, even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that their backer would like them to. But there also is a way in which and this is something I think the Communist Party leaders remember, there's a feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, that it's internally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself isn't viewed as sort of personally corrupt, but family members, there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and there's a kind of disgust with the leader, with the nationalists. The nationalists end up in retreat in Taiwan. That's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek's people, the nationalists, repress. And there starts being, from the late 1940s on, this long period of martial law on Taiwan. And there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, believes in one-party rule, and believes that it was a very bad period in Chinese history when China was unable to stand up to imperialists. Taiwan's controlled by a Leninist party that believes in one-party rule, limits on participation, believes that it's a bad time when China was being bullied by imperialists. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek? Chiang Kai-shek has a personality cult, Mao has a personality cult. They have a lot in common, but one clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. And Mao sits it on the nationalists. What's really bad is they are still wedded to these traditional Chinese values of Confucianism. So cycling back to where we began with Mao and Xi, you could actually say Xi Jinping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had of one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's elements, you spoke about the elements of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao that Xi Jinping kind of combines. You've also mentioned an interesting, if we had, 100 hours to talk about, there's another interesting side effect, similarity that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, known entity, a part of his public image, and same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they had high-profile wives who were sort of celebrity figures and made a good impression globally and were more like kind of first ladies. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very in this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC. He's been pushing against feminists, any kinds of feminist movements.
So go back to Confucius.
Yes. I mean, there are people who will argue for a less patriarchal Confucianism, but it fits with that.
So now that gets us close to now consolidating power.
Then the story after 1949 with Mao is there were divisions within the Communist Party over sort of Mao was impatient. He wanted to transform the country quickly. He had a utopian streak. He thought, just as the peasantry could sort of, you didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of moving slowly to socialism and into communism. He tried to, the Great Leap Forward was this disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West in a kind of quick industrialization like this. And it was just it just didn't work. All kinds of things wrong. And that would be we'd need a whole other session to do the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kind of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back to power. And there was this struggle between people who were more gradualists, more let's try to work more kind of rationally, and the more utopian side with Mao. And both the Great Leap Forward and then later the Cultural Revolution were Mao's efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on. And then there were other figures who were more concerned with kind of incremental moves. And then after Mao's death, one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, ends up being the next long-term paramount leader.
He led to decades of economic progress. His economic reforms led to record-breaking growth for China and so on. But I gotta linger on the Great Leap Forward a bit, enough to understand modern-day China. So, as people know, so I'm sure I'll talk about it in other episodes, the Great Leap Forward is agricultural collectivization and rapid attempt to industrialize has killed 30 to 45 million people. It's one of the greatest atrocities in human history. How could Mao be so catastrophically wrong on the policy of collectivization and be so unwilling to see the atrocity and the suffering he's causing enough to change course?
So with the Great Leap Forward, it caused this incredible famine, just incredible devastation. One of the things that happened was getting very bad information. There was a sense that officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports on what was going. So some of it was a culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. So that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history of power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union and Mao, and Stalin had a connection. After Stalin's death, Mao was haunted by the move toward de-Stalinization and the move by Khrushchev, and this laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession with doing things differently that Mao had in that case as well. And you have factional struggles. You have all kinds of things that are happening simultaneously.
There's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. So I would say when 30 to 45 million people die, it doesn't really matter what the explanation is. That's a longer discussion, but the interesting discussion that connects to everything we've been talking about is how is Mao seen in modern day China? What has Xi Jinping said about Mao?
So before Xi Jinping, there was this kind of assessment of Mao as having been early in the early 80s, of being 70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's own analysis of Stalin was that Stalin was 70% right and 30% wrong. So they applied the same kind of
logic there. Yeah.
mathematical analysis to Mao.
Yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of talking about this, and he's talked about the first 30 years of the People's Republic of China and the second 30 years. It says that we should not use the successes of one to criticize the other, that we need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era. We can think about a third stage, and there are people who write about it in that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out the kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, or how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea and for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly, circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Well, let's actually just listen to it. The speech reads, as to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. It used to depend on President Truman. It will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield. We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to. I mean, it is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular prophecy that they triumphed. So what do you think about that speech, about these proponents? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense of this. People, native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them.
What explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Hunan, and he had a heavy accent. This is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of the of intellectuals. And if he had an animus toward wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that anti-intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how and even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world and that's sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance with, where he said that China should be able to work with Japan, because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there can be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to present itself differently. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual flux period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and Korea, South Korea, all together in photo ops, which was not something that being on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out to the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of sort of, or China's emergence into evolution into a liberal capitalist country. But I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that, because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that somehow within it was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The people sort of kind of wanted soft power, and Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity flourished. So I guess it would be just a hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness and debate where things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan, but if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect, it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now, different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe a setting in which Taiwan, and in its post-martial law, post-Leninist incarnation, would be something that we could think of.
Yeah, you're right. Taiwan, and especially Hong Kong, are a truly special place. Since this is a case study, it doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened. I mean, history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess to clarify, you think the protests in 2019, like the protests in 20, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong like rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily full on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed, but I hesitate to, awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing it would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that, even in the failure of the movement, have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus to, I used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the U.S. and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on being water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in defeat. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barmay, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. We can see some elements of that in Taiwan. Elements of that is another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. And it's something richer and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984, Brave New World, and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world we live in. The Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with a totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history. They're very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. There's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. And thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people's. It's of the entire region, really, in Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Wasserstrom. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. When I started Walton Goggins Yago classes, I needed a website. Figuring out how to make one was pretty hard in the old noggin. But with GoDaddy Arrow, I can just tell it where I want. And it uses AI to make the website so fast it pretty much blows my noggin. This is working with a beautiful design that'll blow my customers' noggins, which allowed me to focus my noggin on making more goggins to put on their noggins, which were just metaphorically blown. Yeah. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours on the green screen. Shoot that opening sequence. Incredible. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's the visual is accurate. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was moving, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just... The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnects. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and, in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance at benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. So, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the quote DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implication, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. This one, and now, dear friends, is Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture and then we'll zoom in on the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT.
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnect. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and, in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini reasoning model, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and cost are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of the reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. So for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curves. But the quote DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implication, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, we described what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained. Let's look at the big picture and then we'll zoom in on the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek, who is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's the instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT. They also released what is called the base model, which is before these techniques of post-training. And most people use instruction models today, and those are what's served in all sorts of applications. This was released on, I believe, December 26th, or that week. And then weeks later, on January 20th, DeepSeek released DeepSeek R1, which is a reasoning model. Really accelerated a lot of this discussion. This reasoning model has a lot of overlapping training steps to DeepSeek V3. It's confusing that you have a base model called V3 that you do something to get a chat model, and then you do some different things to get a reasoning model. A lot of the AI industry is going through this challenge of communications right now, where OpenAI makes fun of their own naming schemes. They have GPT-4o, they have OpenAI O1, and there's a lot of types of models. So we're going to break down what each of them are. There's a lot of technical specifics on training. We'll go from high level to specific and kind of go through each of them.
There's so many places we can go here, but maybe let's go to open weights first. What does it mean for a model to be open weights, and what are the different flavors of open source in general?
Yeah, so this discussion has been going on for a long time in AI. It became more important since ChatGPT, or more focal since ChatGPT at the end of 2022. Open weights is the accepted term for when model weights of a language model are available on the internet for people to download. Those weights can have different licenses, which is effectively the terms by which you can use the model. There are licenses that come from history and open source software. There are licenses that are designed by companies specifically. All of Llama, DeepSeek, Quen, Mistral, these popular names in open weight models have some of their own licenses. It's complicated because not all of the same models have the same terms. The big debate is on what makes a model open weight. Why are we saying this term? It's kind of a mouthful. It sounds close to open source, but it's not the same. There's still a lot of debate on the definition and soul of open source AI. Open source software has a rich history on freedom to modify, freedom to take on your own, freedom from any restrictions on how you would use the software, and what that means for AI is still being defined. So for what I do, I work at the Elements for AI. We're a nonprofit. We want to make AI open for everybody, and we try to lead on what we think is truly open source. There's not full agreement from the community, but for us, that means releasing the training data, releasing the training code, and then also having open weights of this. And we'll get into the details of the models. And again and again, as we try to get deeper into how the models were trained, we will say things like the data processing, data filtering, data quality is the number one determinant of the model quality, and then a lot of the training code is the determinant on how long it takes to train and how fast your experimentation is. So without fully open source models where you have access to this data, it is hard to know, or it's harder to replicate. So we'll get into cost numbers for DeepSeek 3 on mostly GPU hours and how much you can pay to rent those yourself. But without the data, the replication cost is going to be far, far higher. And same goes for the code.
You should also say that this is probably one of the more open models out of the frontier models.
Yeah.
So like in this full spectrum with probably the fullest open source, like you said, open code, open data, open weights. This is not open code. This is probably not open data. And this is open weights. And the licensing is MIT license, where it's, there's some nuance in the different models, but it's towards the free. In terms of the open source movement, these are the kind of the good guys.
Yeah, DeepSeek is doing fantastic work for disseminating understanding of AI. Their papers are extremely detailed in what they do, and for other teams around the world, they're very actionable in terms of improving your own training techniques. And we'll talk about licenses more. The DeepSeek R1 model has a very permissive license. It's called the MIT license. That effectively means there's no downstream restrictions on commercial use. There's no use case restrictions. You can use the outputs from the models to create synthetic data. And this is all fantastic. I think the closest peer is something like Llama, where you have the weights, you have a technical report, and the technical report is very good for Llama. One of the most read PDFs of the year last year is the Llama 3 paper, but in some ways it's slightly less actionable and it has less details on the training specifics, less thoughts, and so on. And the Llama 3 license is more restrictive than MIT, and then between the DeepSeek custom license and the Llama license, we could get into the whole rabbit hole. I think we'll make sure we want to go down the license rabbit hole before we do specifics.
Yeah, and so it should be stated that one of the implications of DeepSeek puts pressure on Llama and everybody else on OpenAI to push towards open source. And that's the other side of open source that you mentioned, is how much is published in detail about it. So how open are you with the sort of the insights behind the code? So like, how good is the technical reports? Are they hand wavy, or is there actual details in there? And that's one of the things that DeepSeek did well, is they publish a lot of the details.
Yeah, especially in the DeepSeek V3, which is their pre-training paper. They were very clear that they are doing interventions on the technical stack that go at many different levels. For example, on their to get highly efficient training, they're making modifications at or below the CUDA layer for NVIDIA chips. I have never worked there myself, and there are a few people in the world that do that very well, and some of them are at DeepSeek. These types of people are at DeepSeek and leading American frontier labs, but there are not many places.
To help people understand the other implication of open weights, just, there's a topic we'll return to often here. So there's a fear that China, the nation, might have interest in stealing American data, violating privacy of American citizens. What can we say about open weights to help us understand what the weights are able to do?
Yeah,
in terms of stealing people's data.
Yeah, so these weights that you can download from Hugging Face or other platforms are very big matrices of numbers. You can download them to a computer in your own house that has no internet, and you can run this model, and you're totally in control of your data. That is something that is different than how a lot of language model usage is actually done today, which is mostly through APIs, where you send your prompt to GPUs run by certain companies, and these companies will have different distributions and policies on how your data is stored, if it is used to train future models, where it is stored, if it is encrypted, and so on. So the open weights are, you have your fate of data in your own hands, and that is something that is deeply connected to the soul of open source.
So it's not the model that steals your data, it's whoever's hosting the model, which could be China, if you're using the DeepSeek app, or it could be Perplexity. You're trusting them with your data. Or OpenAI, you're trusting them with your data. And some of these are American companies, some of these are Chinese companies, but the model itself is not doing the stealing. It's the host. All right. So back to the basics. What's the difference between DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1? We'll try to lay out the confusion potential.
Yes. So for one, I am very understanding of many people being confused by these two model names. So I would say the best way to think about this is that when training a language model, you have what is called pre-training, which is when you're predicting the large amounts of mostly internet text. You're trying to predict the next token. And what to know about these new DeepSeek models is that they do this internet large-scale pre-training once to get what is called DeepSeek V3 base. This is the base model. It's just going to finish your sentences for you. It's going to be harder to work with than ChatGPT. And then what DeepSeek did is they've done 2 different post-training regimes to make the models have specific desirable behaviors. So what is the more normal model in terms of the last few years of AI, an instruct model, a chat model, a quote-unquote aligned model, a hopeful model, there are many ways to describe this, is more standard post-training. So this is things like instruction tuning, reinforcement learning, human feedback. We'll get into some of these words. And this is what they did to create the DeepSeek V3 model. This was the first model to be released, and it is very high performant, competitive with GPT-4, Llama 405B, so on. And then when this release was happening, we don't know their exact timeline, or soon after, they were finishing the training of a different training process from the same next token prediction based model that I talked about, which is when this new reasoning training that people heard about comes in order to create the model that is called DeepSeek R1. The R through this conversation is great for grounding for reasoning, and the name is also similar to OpenAI's O1, which is the other reasoning model that people have heard about. We'll have to break down the training for R1 in more detail. One, we have a paper detailing it, but also it is a far newer set of techniques for the AI community, so it is a much more rapidly evolving area of research.
Maybe we should also say the big 2 categories of training of pre-training and post-training. These umbrella terms that people use. So what is pre-training?
Lauren.
Post-training. What are the different flavors of things underneath post-training umbrella?
Yeah, so pre-training, using some of the same words that really get the message across, is you're doing what is called auto-prediction.
Girl, come on, baby, let's do this.
This is done over standard practice is trillions of tokens, but this is a ton of data.
Baby girl.
That is mostly sprayed.
Let's do this, girl.
In some of DeepSeek's earlier papers, they talked about their training data being distilled from maps, and I shouldn't use this word yet, but taken from Common Qual, and that's a public access that anyone listening to this go download data from the Common Qual website. This is a crawler that is maintained publicly. Yes, other tech companies have actually shipped to their own crawler, and DeepSeek likely has done this as well, as most frontier labs do. But this sort of data is something that people can get started with, and you're just predicting text in a series of documents. This can be scaled to be very efficient, and there's a lot of numbers that are thrown around in AI training, like how many floating point operations or flops are used, and then you can also look at how many hours of these GPUs that are used, and it's largely one loss function taken to a very large amount of compute usage. You just set up really efficient systems, and then at the end of that, you have this base model. And pre-training is where there is a lot more complexity in terms of how the process is emerging or evolving, and the different types of training losses that you will use. I think this is a lot of technique grounded in the natural language processing literature. The oldest technique, which is still used today, is something called instruction tuning, or also known as supervised fine tuning. These acronyms will be IFT or SFT. People really go back and forth throughout them, and I will probably do the same, which is where you add this formatting to the model where it knows to take a question that is like, explain the history of the Roman Empire to me. And for something, a sort of question you'll see on Reddit or Stack Overflow, and then the model will respond in a information dense but presentable manner. The core of that formatting is in this instruction tuning phase, and then there's 2 other categories of loss functions that are being used today. One I will classify as preference fine tuning. Preference fine tuning is a generalized term for what came out of reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. This reinforcement learning from human feedback is credited as the technique that helped ChatGPT break through. It is a technique to make the responses that are nicely formatted, like these Reddit answers, more in tune with what a human would like to read. This is done by collecting pairwise preferences from actual humans out in the world to start, and now AIs are also labeling this data, and we'll get into those trade-offs. And you have this kind of contrastive loss function between a good answer and a bad answer. And the model learns to pick up these trends. There's different implementation ways. You have things called reward models. You have direct alignment algorithms. A lot of really specific things you can do, but all of this is about fine-tuning human preferences. And the final stage is much newer and will link to what is done in R1 and these reasoning models is, I think, OpenAI's name for this. They had this new API in the fall, which they called the Reinforcement Fine-Tuning API. This is the idea that you use the techniques of reinforcement learning, which is a whole framework of AI in the deep literature here. To summarize, it's often known as trial and error learning, or the subfield of AI where you're trying to make sequential decisions in a certain potentially noisy environment. There's a lot of ways we can go down that. But fine-tuning language models where they can generate an answer and then you check to see if the answer matches the true solution. For math and code, you have an exactly correct answer for math. You can have unit tests for code. And what we were doing is we were checking the language model to work, and we were giving it multiple opportunities on the same question to see if it is right. If you keep doing this, the models can learn to improve in verifiable domains to a great extent. It works really well. It's a newer technique in the academic literature. It's been used at frontier labs in the US that don't share every detail for multiple years. So this is the idea of using reinforcement learning with language models, and it has been taking off, especially in this DeepSeek.
And we should say that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on the again across the stack, but post-training probably this year there's going to be a lot of interesting developments in post-training. We'll talk about it. I almost forgot to talk about the difference between DeepSeek V3 and R1 on the user experience side. So forget the technical stuff, forget all of that. Just people that don't know anything about AI, they show up. Like, what's the actual experience? What's the use case for each one? And they actually like type and talk to it. What he's good at, that kind of thing.
So let's start with DeepSeek V3 again. What more people would have tried something like it. You ask it a question, it'll start generating tokens very fast, and those tokens will look like a very human legible answer. It'll be some sort of markdown list. It might have formatting to help you draw to the core details of the answer, and it'll generate tens to hundreds of tokens. A token is normally a word for common words or a sub-word part in a longer word. And it'll look like a very high quality Reddit or Stack Overflow. So these models are really getting good at doing these across a wide variety of domains. Even things that, if you're an expert, things that are close to the fringe of knowledge, they will still be fairly good at. Cutting edge AI topics that I do research on, these models are capable for study aid and they're regularly updated. Where this changes is with the DeepSeek R1, what is called these reasoning models, is when you see tokens coming from these models to start, it will be a large chain of thought process. We'll get back to chain of thought in a second, which looks like a lot of tokens where the model is explaining the problem. The model will often break down the problem and be like, okay, they asked me for this. Let's break down the problem. We're going to need to do this. And you'll see all of this generated from the model. It'll come very fast in those user experiences. APIs are very fast, so you'll see a lot of tokens, a lot of words show up really fast. They'll keep flowing on the screen, and this is all the reasoning process. And then eventually the model will change its code in R1 and it will write the answer, where it summarizes its reasoning process and writes a similar answer to the first types of model. But in DeepSeek's case, which is part of why this was so popular even outside the AI community, is that you can see how the language model is breaking down problems. And then you get this answer. On a technical side, they train the model to do this specifically, where they have a section which is reasoning, and then it generates a special token, which is probably hidden from the user most of the time, which says, okay, I'm starting the answer. So the model is trained to do this two-stage process on its own. If you use a similar model in, say, OpenAI's user interface is trying to summarize this process for you nicely by kind of showing the sections that the model is doing, and it'll kind of click through. It'll say breaking down the problem, making X calculation, cleaning the result, and then the answer will come for something like OpenAI.
Maybe it's useful here to go through like an example of the DeepSeek R1 reasoning.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the screen here, what you'll see is a screenshot of the DeepSeek chat app, and at the top is thought for 151 seconds with the drop-down arrow. Underneath that, if we were in an app that we were running, the drop-down arrow would have the reasoning.
So in this case, the specific question, which, I'm philosophically / pothead inclined. So this is asking DeepSeek R1 for one truly novel insight about humans. and it reveals the reasoning. And basically, the truly novel aspect is what's pushing the reasoning to constantly sort of the model asking itself, is this truly novel? So it's actually challenging itself to be more novel, more counterintuitive, more less cringe, I suppose. So some of the reasoning says, this is just snapshots. Alternatively, humans have a unique meta emotion where they feel emotions about their own emotions, which you feel like guilty about being angry. This occurs to emotional layering, creates complex motivational drives that don't exist in other animals. The insight is that human emotions are nested. It's like it's reasoning through how humans feel emotions. It's reasoning about meta emotions.
It's gonna have pages and pages.
Yeah,
It's almost too much to actually read, but it's nice to skim as it's coming.
it's a stream of it's a James Joyce like stream of consciousness, and then it goes, wait, the user wants something that's not seen anywhere else. Let me dig deeper and consider the human ability to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. Cognitive dissonance is known, but perhaps the function is to allow flexible adaptation, so on and so forth. I mean, that really captures the public imagination that, holy shit, this isn't, intelligent slash almost like an inkling of sentience, because like you're thinking through, you're self-reflecting, you're deliberating, and the final result of that after 157 seconds is humans instinctively convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules, money, laws, rights are real. These shared hallucinations act as, quote, games, where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Pretty profound. I mean, you know,
There's a
cognitive.
digression, but a lot of people found that these reasoning models can sometimes produce much more eloquent text. That is a at least interesting example, and depending on how open-minded you are, you find language models interesting or not. There's a spectrum there.
Well, I mean, it's some of the, we'll talk about different benchmarks and so on. But some of it is just a vibe. Like that in itself is a, let's say, quote, fire tweet.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to produce something where people are like, oh shit, okay. So that's chain of thought. We'll probably return to it more. How were they able to achieve such low cost on the training and the inference? Maybe we could talk the training first.
Yeah, so there's two main techniques that they implemented that are probably the majority of their efficiency, and then there's a lot of implementation details that maybe we'll gloss over or get into later that sort of contribute to it. But those two main things are, one is they went to a mixture of experts model, which we'll define in a second, and then the other thing is that they invented this new technique called MLA, latent attention. Both of these are big deals. Mixture of experts is something that's been in the literature for a handful of years, and OpenAI with GPT-4 was the first one to productize a mixture of experts model. And what this means is when you look at the common models around that most people have been able to interact with that are open, right? Think Llama. Llama is a dense model, i.e. every single parameter or neuron is activated as you're going through the model for every single token you generate, right? Now, with a mixture of experts model, you don't do that, right? How does the human actually work, right? It's like, oh, well, my visual cortex is active when I'm thinking about, vision tasks or other things, right? My amygdala is when I'm scared, right? These different aspects of your brain are focused on different things. A mixture of experts models attempts to approximate this to some extent. It's nowhere close to what a brain architecture is, but different portions of the model activate, right? You'll have a set number of experts in the model and a set number that are activated each time. And this dramatically reduces both your training and inference costs. Because now if you think about the parameter count as the sort of total embedding space for all of this knowledge that you're compressing down during training, when you're embedding this data in, instead of having to activate every single parameter every single time you're training or running inference, now you can just activate on a subset. And the model will learn which expert to route to for different tasks. And so this is a humongous innovation in terms of, hey, I can continue to grow the total embedding space of parameters. And so DeepSeek's model is, 600 something billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 405B, it's 405 billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 70B, it's 70 billion parameters, right? So this model technically has more embedding space for information, right? To compress all of the world's knowledge that's on the internet down. But at the same time, it is only activating around 37 billion of the parameters.
So only 37 billion of these parameters actually need to be computed every single time you're training data or inferencing data out of it. And so versus again a llama model, 70 billion parameters must be activated, or 405 billion parameters must be activated. So you've dramatically reduced your compute cost when you're doing training and inference with this mixture of experts architecture.
So we break down where it actually applies, go into the transformer. Is that useful?
Let's go to the
Okay, so the
transformer.
transformer is a thing that is talked about a lot, and we will not cover every detail. Essentially, the transformer is built on repeated blocks of this attention mechanism, and then a traditional, dense, fully connected, multi-layer perceptron, whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network. You alternate these blocks. There's other details, and where mixture of experts is applied is at this dense model. The dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model. So you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency of training and inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network.
Yeah.
And then there's, for 15 years now, this is what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks gotten larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realized
This is scaling law
representing scaling laws, where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across multiple dimensions of what bigger means. So, but these are all sort of neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about different architectures of how to construct these neural networks, such that the training and the inference on them is super efficient.
Yeah, every different type of model has a different scaling law for it, which is effectively how much compute you put in. The architecture
That is so
will get you
shitty.
different levels of performance at test tasks. And mixture of experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, which are also big. At training time, your efficiency with your GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model in evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less compute. There's going to be a wide variation depending on your implementation details and stuff. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. And I expect most companies that are serving your models to move to this mixture of experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because of the implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. They do mixture of experts extremely well. There's architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE. MOE is the shortened version of mixture of experts. It's multiple papers old. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and same goes for what Dylan mentioned with multi-head latent attention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same things during training by using some fancy low-rank approximation map. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things that I look at. It's like, okay, they're doing really complex implementations, but there's other parts of the language model, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings, which is called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by a complex value rotation, which is a matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek's MLA, this new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation complexity much higher. So they're managing all of these things. These are probably the sort of things that OpenAI, these closed labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice. This is the cutting edge of efficient language model training.
And some of this requires low-level engineering. This is a giant mess with trickery. So as I understand, they went below CUDA. So they go super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA built this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model, and you may have over 100 layers.
What does Nickel stand for? It's NCCL.
NVIDIA Communications Collective Library.
Nice.
And so, when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all reduces and all gathers, right, between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism. You'll have basically the model synchronized, right, or you'll have all reduce or an all gather, and this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? At DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are smuggled, but legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead they scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talked about in Llama 3 how they made their own custom version of Nickel. They didn't talk about the implementation details. This is some of what they did. Probably not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek, necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas in the case, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were gimped on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to, and so they scheduled communications by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you could think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which one are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming. This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically. Yeah, exactly. And so technically they're using PCX, which is like sort of like, you could think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technical tutor. But it's like, do I want to write Python, PyTorch equivalent and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to the C level, right? Or code even lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to the assembly or ISO level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big lab. But most companies do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8 to 16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words we use like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 4, 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral's Mistral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my god, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are at MOE, and so have all the other labs that are major closed. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 256.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that have always activated. This looks like a small neural network, and all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism in mixture of expert models. There's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these experts are used across the tasks that the model sees. Why there can be failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, the one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with the mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts. And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bitter lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias in your model to let the model learn maximally. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE changed, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, they have an extra parameter in their routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, it can be small, but they add up over time. So this is the sort of thing that just points to them innovating, and I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of things, which is getting away from the auxiliary loss, and they might already use it. You keep accumulating gains. We'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations, and a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in your data, in your architecture, post training, how they integrate with each other. DeepSeek does the same thing. Some of them are shared a lot. We have to take them at face value that they share their most important details, and the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the like efficiency and complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For like Mixtral and other MOE models that have been publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high, and sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there, so you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes, but now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way, and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity. One of the big complexities with running a very sparse mixture of experts model, i.e., this 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the extremely low-level detailed work that they figured out in the public first, and potentially second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, in the direction of the better lesson, do you take from all of this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the gain is going to be, which is this kind of low-level optimization? Or is this a short-term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high-level side and post-training? Is this like a short-term leap because they've figured out a hack because constraints, necessity is the mother of invention? Or is there still a lot of gain?
I think we should summarize what the bitter lesson actually is about. The bitter lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods which are scalable in learning research, is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding the human priors to your learning process. And if you read the original essay, this is what it talks about, is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently, and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson. But the bitter lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where you put compute through the model and they will learn, getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations at scale, which is why the hacks, I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably fantastic.
I'm sure they have, DeepSeek definitely has code bases, but are extremely messy where they're testing these new ideas. Multi-head latent retention. Probably start in something like a Jupyter notebook, where somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff like DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code. Where
high
we,
quality readable code. Yeah.
I think there is one aspect to note, though, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture at one side, and then that is not transferable to, hey, when I take this architecture to everything's broken, right? Like that's something that could be, with their specific level coding of like scheduling SM is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collectives library is more like, hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all reduce, right? I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run, given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to these frontier models, like initiate training, like to have the code, the first department that like you're now spending a large amount of money and time to train this. Like there must be a lot of innovation on the debugging stage of like making sure there's no issues, that you're monitoring and visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training, they have all these various dashboards, but like the most simple one is your loss, right? And it continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP8 training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with loss spikes, right? And no one knows why the loss spike happened. And for a long some of them are bad data. Can I give an AI2's example of what blew up our earlier models? Is a subreddit called Microwave Game. We like to shout about it. It's a real thing. You can pull up Microwave Game. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's like, So there's extremely long sequences of the letter M, and then the comments are like, beep, beep, because it's in the microwave.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss, because normally you've seen M, you don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that causes a lot of spikes for us. But when you have much like this is old, this is not recent. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss spike. And what Dylan is saying is true, but it's like it's levels. With regards to the stress, these people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at like a staff, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like it's the loss. Yeah, it's literally like tokens per second. Lost, not blown up. They're just walking.
And the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
And some level of spikes is normal, right? It'll recover and be back. Sometimes a lot of the old strategy was like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Grenefeld has a theory that there's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and your other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have this stressful period where it's like flat or like start going up, and you're like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point, and what you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, you're like, okay, I can ignore this data, don't update the model, and do the next one, and it'll recover quickly. But these like on trickier implementations, as you get more complex in your architecture, and you scale up to more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's a distribution. The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it slowed down from improving in loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it could be like this, and then you just spike down in loss again because it truly learned something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like. That's what models are like. It's really a stressful task, as you mentioned.
And the whole time, the dollar count is going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push the envelope on your infrastructure. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had Y failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be week to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're DeepSeek, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
And so rapid iteration of failed runs until
it's successful.
And then you build a summary tuition like this this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate, and regularization, and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your code base. I've talking to people at Frontier Labs, there's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to like unlock the ability to train a certain type of model or a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of which hyperparameters work for it is kind of known. And you look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have.
There's the concept of a YOLO life. So YOLO live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research relations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook where you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever, and you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more screwing around. Everyone, take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in. Is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here, and some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So it's really truly a YOLO run, and sort of like there's this like discussion of like certain researchers just have like
Throwing up gang signs like a camp. What's up?
figure out all the ablations of different research and really see what is best. And there's certain researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run. Like, I'm looking at the data, I think this is it.
This is why you want to work in post-training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs YOLO runs.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck.
Luck is skill, right? In many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right?
But the hill to climb, if you're at one of these labs and you have an evaluation and you're not crushing, there's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, which might be data improvements, and these add up into the whole model just being much better. And when you zoom in really close, it's really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we can fix it, and you just add these up. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models we're talking to, is so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvement. This search space is near infinite, right? And yet the amount of compute in China is very low, and you have to hit release schedules. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, crushing Meta and Mistral and Cohere and all these guys, they move too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical. I don't know, they did the YOLO run, whatever the reason was. Maybe they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
So 2025 is the year of the YOLO run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022. Right at the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models. Right at Google, who had all the researchers, OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months. Right, all of it, 100%, for many months to GPT-4 with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model. Right, that is truly YOLO.
Yeah.
Right. Now people are like, all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually a lot of huge chunk of my GPUs are doing inference. I still have a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or like sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything.
The big winners throughout human history are the ones who are willing to do YOLO at some point. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware DeepSeek?
DeepSeek is very interesting. Now, this is where the second to take this out of who they are, first of all, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere, and they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these high-frequency trading, algorithmic quant traders use FPGAs, but it's shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? It's same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and other things, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative terms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large, with 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now this wasn't all for training, large language models. Mostly for training models for the quantitative aspects or quantitative trading, as well as a lot of that was natural language processing, to be clear, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that 2021 they built the largest Chinese cluster, at least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs before expert controls. Yeah, they had a huge cluster before any conversation with expert controls. So then you step it forward to like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more and more into AI. The CEO, Liang Feng, we're not going to respond as we discussed. Liang Feng, right? The CEO, he all Feng. Liang Feng, a little bit more than half the company, allegedly, right? Is an extremely like Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's gotten really in depth into AI. He actually has a bit of a like if you speak into the statement, it's a bit of an EAC vibe almost, right? Total API vibe. Where we need to do this. We need to make a new ecosystem of open AI. We need China to lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on software ecosystems and straight up acknowledges like in order to do this, we need to do something different. DeepSeek is his way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews with them are like,
he had done interviews.
Yeah,
You think he would do a Western interview or no? Or is there controls on
there
that?
hasn't been one yet, but
Okay.
I would
Alright.
try it.
I just got the training translator, so it's great. This is all push.
Um,
So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing full on into AI, leveraging the success from the high frequency trading.
very direct quotes. We will not switch to closed source when asked all this stuff. It's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision. And so this is sort of like the quote-unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This just quantitative different. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point, it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China but no longer allowed, and there's a new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling, right? So going back to that, right? It's like, this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious available GPUs, but for this training run, do you think 2,000 is the correct number or no?
So this is where it takes a significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research and ablations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some test at medium scale before you go to a large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments.
So a lot of this compute that's being scaled up is probably used in large part at this time for research.
Yeah, and research begets the new ideas that let you get huge efficiency.
Research gets you O1. Like, research gets you You need to bet on it.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss has the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs in 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V3. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for the instruct model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research and ablation. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable in that 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
We is semi-analysis, so we should say that you're sort of one of the world experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of training runs. So yeah, so that should be okay. Go ahead.
We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000. Right now, this is split across many things. Right, again, research and ablation for ballpark how much would OpenAI or Anthropic have. I think the clearest example we have, Meta is also open. They talked about like order of 60K to 100K each 100 equivalent GPUs in their training clusters. Right. So like Llama 3, they said they trained on 16,000 patients, right? But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400,000. Yeah. Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best Instagram reel, right? Or whatever, right? I mean, we could get into a cost of like what is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000. Like there's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Their compute allocation compared is one of the top few in the world. It's not OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot of.
Can you generalize just some and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, and the difference between H100 and H800, like you mentioned, interconnects?
Yeah, so there's, Ampere was the A100 and then H100 Hopper, right? People use them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? But same thing, mostly. In China, there have been different salvos of export restrictions. So initially, the US government limited on a two-factor scale, right? Which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that had interconnects above a certain level and flops above a certain floating point operation above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operations. And so, H800 had high possible communication. Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it didn't. It just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this fancy stuff. We can figure out how to use the GPU fully anyway, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, end of 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, was not even purchased in 2024, right? It was purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this extra tangent and we'll return back to the hardware? Is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls? What is it? Dario Amadej published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes super powerful, he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a unipolar world with a super powerful military because of the AI is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. So we want to, the United States wants to use export controls to slow down, to make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that would be presumably required to build AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls, is this super powerful AI. There's, and you touched on the training run idea, there's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up and to the right. If AI usage is just continuing to grow, more GPUs are going to imports. A large part of export controls, if they work, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek is a great example that you have a very focused team that can still get to the frontier of AI. On this 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge market for AI, if you have strong export controls and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving the equivalent of ChatGPT clusters, the good export controls, it also just makes it so that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is. And if you have these extremely intelligent autonomous AIs in data centers, like those are the things that can be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China.
To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like you have a model. The thing that Dario is sort of speaking to is the implementation of that model once trained to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 16,000 made Llama, right? So the percentage that Meta is dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time and watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. It doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system decides. It's that can be delivered in whatever way we want. Whereas with China, right, your export restrictions, great. You're never going to be able to cut everything, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off.
They'll make their own chips.
And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But this is the whole point is to just keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really dumb, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe. I think super powerful AI is going to change society massively. And therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of how much power to deliver to compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what's the economic output is just how much power are you directing towards that AI.
You're talking about reasoning models with this as a way that this might be actionable as something that people can actually see. So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to the specific numbers on the ratio of when you train a model. You can look at things about the amount of compute used to train. Francois Chile is the guy who's been. It's a multi-year-old paper. It's a brilliant benchmark. And the number for OpenAI 03 to solve this was that it used some sort of number of samples in the API. The API has a thinking effort number of samples. They used 1,000 samples to solve this task, and it comes out to be like $5 to $20 per question, which you're putting in effectively a math puzzle, and then it takes orders of dollars to answer one question. And this is a lot of compute. If those are going to take off in the US, OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference to capture this. They have this OpenAI ChatGPT Pro subscription, which is $200 a month,
Which Sam said they're losing money on.
which means that people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. And I've signed up with it, I've played with it, I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it, and that is the thing that a Chinese company with mediumly strong export controls, there will always be loopholes, might not be able to do it all. And if that, the main result for O3 is also a spectacular coding performance, and if that feeds back into AI companies being able to experiment better.
So presumably the idea is for an AGI, a much larger fraction of the compute will be used for this test time compute, for the reasoning. So the AGI goes into a room and thinks about how to take over the world, and then come back in 2.7 hours.
This is what
and that it's going to take a lot of compute.
This is what people, CEO or leaders of OpenAI have probably talked about, is like autonomous AI models, which is you give them a task and they work on it in the background. My personal definition of AGI is much simpler. I think language models are a form of AGI, and all of this super powerful stuff is a next step that's great if we get these tools. But a language model has so much value in so many domains. It's a general intelligence domain. But this next step of agentic things where they're independent, they can do tasks that aren't in the training data, is what the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving for.
I think the terminology here that Dario uses is super powerful AI. So I agree with you on the AGI. I think we already have something like it's exceptionally impressive. That Alan Turing would for sure say is AGI, but he's referring more to something once in possession of, then you would have a significant military and geopolitical advantage over other nations. It's not just like you can ask it how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view, and as I say, machines have loving grace. Read into this that we don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am in if AI can revolutionize biology. But I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent or tangent. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling the AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario's 2026 for this super powerful AI that that's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities is when it's very hard. I think mostly if you're going to say that I'm feeling the AGI is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms where substantial progress can be made. DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing the models, and we took one step with this. And we took a step up. So it looks like a really fast slope, and then we're going to just take more steps. So it's just really unsettling when you do these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude computer use. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that will make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know what to do. So everyone wants agents. Dario has a very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that it's like, there's going to be more than that, so just expect these things to come.
I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline. Like the nuclear weapon moment. So moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even to throw out a date, when do you think that would be? Like for me, it's probably after 2030. So I'm not as.
That's what I would say. So define that, right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections in India and Pakistan, people get AI voice calls and think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, it looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related related to China. It's like this is
Portugal and all these like normal countries are on the
Yeah,
you
it's
need
like-
approval from the U.S. list.
like Portugal and like like all these countries that are allies, right? Singapore, right? Like they freaking have F-35s and we don't let them buy GPUs. Like this to me is already to the scale of like
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is really nervous about this new technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So, like, they might be just very cautious about this thing that they don't quite understand. That's a really good point. So the robocalls, swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about, from the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has narratives they want, right? Like that's every like technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, U.S., Israel, etc. Right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse, and language models crash the cost of like very intelligent sounding. Like
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually looking better. So language models haven't yet made misinformation particularly change the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a blog, AI Snake Oil, and some difference that right on this stuff. So there is research. It's a default that everyone assumes, and I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely measurable. And things you're talking about with voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are harder to measure. So it's something that it's too soon to tell in terms of. I think that's like political instability via the web is it's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. I think that you're asking about like the AGI thing. If you make me give a year, I would be like, okay, I have AI CEOs saying this. They've been saying 2 years for a while. I think that people like Dario and Anthropic, the CEO, had thought about this so deeply. I need to take their words seriously, but also understand that they have different incentives. So I'd be like, add a few years to that, which say get something similar to 2030 or the last 30.
I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person could say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. But then the cost of actually operating that capability,
This is going to be my
so extreme that no one can actually deploy it at scale en masse to actually completely revolutionize the economy on a snap of the finger. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the fingers moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be a, the capabilities are here, but I can't deploy everything, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when, Bing with GPT-4 came out. Everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost on like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we step forward to like going back to the test time compute thing, right? A query for, you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For their most capable model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an Arc AGI problem, though, cost $5 to $20, right? And this is
Only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000 X factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of Arc AGI is not like it's simple to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want? Okay, AGI, what we have today can do Arc AGI. 3 years from now, it could be much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power, GPUs, infrastructure to operate this, and therefore ship everything in the world on the snap of a finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at a task? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air, fighter jet type of thing, bombers. But when it comes to asymmetric arms such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI in the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources implementing it in the military, and therefore solving, military logistics, or solving some other aspect of like disinformation for targeted certain set of people so they can flip a country's politics, or something like that is actually like catastrophic. Versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated, just towards whatever is the highest return of income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuition seems to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. I've seen this on self-driving cars. People think it's a much easier problem than it is. Similar with drones. Here, I understand it a little bit less, but I've just seen the
I will
reality
never
of
ever tell
brain
you that
and
about Discord.
the drones on both sides. It seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, but humans drive. FPV drones, where the humans control, just far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that, from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. There's power going out for 2 days in all of the United States.
I will never ever.
Murder to chaos. But going back to
Oh, here's one.
controls, do you see that as a
What's
useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically?
Well, the number
In the
account.
context of
It
AI?
was called Taco Liberation. I haven't
Going back to my
had a favor from
if
him in
you
a week.
believe we're in
I
this
haven't
sort
received the eligible
of stage of
credit
economic
picture
growth and
for a
change
while.
that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export
Oh,
controls
dog.
are absolutely
Are you saying you miss me?
China will win long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe. But even 10-year timelines, it's reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw upon the world's people, which it does. There's tons of, foreigners in the AI industry.
So many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
I mean, many of them are Chinese people who are moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And we've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power. And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like, once it's fully built out in a few years, it'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, industrial facilities in China, right? China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access to the chips, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far exceeds the United States.
Exactly.
Like they manufacture stuff.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data center. But fabs take huge amounts of power. Don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the U.S. is power, right? It is, whether it's now, it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building a data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploy more and more inference.
I think we need to make the point clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially with export controls, you're making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production. And if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can fight. They're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody. They might subsidize them. And therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, we decap the financial performance of American companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China. So therefore, we have less demand to therefore keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being
less than 10 years or 5 years to above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term, unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do. Make massive changes to society in the medium and short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get quote unquote scale code, right? I.e., decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like the U.S. executives like Satya Nadella and Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided their scale code, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas or Louisiana or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than this. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, from the highest levels, that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So he's, and the Biden admin as well, had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like, they have not even met the top lead, right? They haven't met Xi. Xi hasn't sat down, and they only just released a subsidy of 1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now, but that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful U.S. chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries that we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to limit the numbers, right? And the tools. And same with manufacturing, CPU tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI, and then what downstream can slow them down. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they are very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion of technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools and, oh, this random subsystem from a random company that's like tiny, right? Like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago, which caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML deep EUV, like extreme ultraviolet lithography.
Just that context on the chips, right? What Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their Ascend 910 chip, which was an AI chip, first one on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did. And they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of an industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned, this is 2019, right? Banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC. And so then they had to switch to using internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips. And the question is, like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like, Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export controls.
Well, so you're saying that for now,
This
Bing has not felt the AGI, but it feels like the DeepSeek moment
Yeah.
might, like, there might be meetings going on now where he's going to start wearing the same T-shirt, and things are going to escalate.
I mean, this. He may have woken up last week, right? Lian Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies, which are a trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of the Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards the Cold War, or already is.
But there's not DeepSeek's fault, but there's something, a bunch of factors came together where it was like this explosion. I mean, it all has to do with NVIDIA stock going down. But it's just some like
kind of
mass
power.
hysteria that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up to this idea.
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th, which dropped and shocked everyone. And it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing?
And Diffusion was out then, but not ChatGPT.
Yeah, but not ChatGPT.
So it was like starting to be rumblings
Of what Gen AI can do to society, but it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So, is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, like, no one should access it, right? And there's a few, like, interesting aspects of that, right? Like, China has a urban-rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other, to the point where, if you look in most of China, it's like the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Like, quote-unquote, like, the U.S. has an incel problem, like, China does too. It's just inflicted in some way or crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology. At least the U.S. thinks so. China's maybe starting to think this is the most important technology by starting to dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is, like, when does this hit a breaking point, right? And if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access and starting a hot war, right, taking over Taiwan or trying to subvert its democracy in some way or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than it hurts them. So this is something they could potentially do, right? And so is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime, peace and like trade is like super awesome for economics, but at some point it could break, right?
We should comment that why Chinese economy would be hurt by that is that they're export heavy. The United States buys so much, like if that goes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from all over the world, right? The U.S. would just shut down the Strait of Malacca, and at the same time, the U.S. you could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech. Right? You still, cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Fridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instrument chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. You would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about semiconductors is so integral to every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC in the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices. All these kinds of companies build their own chips, NXP. But more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there and where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, be company started. They build their own chips, and then they design the chip and build the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is halving the cost of chips every 2 years. There's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3 nanometer chips or 2 nanometer chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You probably need to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves and sell them, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips. They're very famous for it. IBM would build their own chips. And, you could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies. And that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers is NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue that was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before then and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom was like a merger, amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built iPhone RF radio chips sort of in Colorado or for Apple, right? Like there's all these companies had fabs, and for most of the fabs, they threw them away or sold them off, or they got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why are they going with
Economies of scale.
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right? The cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult, and when you look at these companies that had their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died, Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? From manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web surfing. They have a YouTube chip, they have TPUs, they have Pixel chips, they have a wide diversity of chips that generate all the economic value of Google, right? It's running all the services and stuff. And this is just Google, and you can go across any company in the industry, and it's like this, right? Cars contain 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties, right? All these random things. A Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? It's ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's you don't think about it, but it has 2 really chipped, like penny chips in it, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you could say it simpler, which is the cost of the fab goes up. And if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all this demand into one place, and then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why they companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have any chips, or they build it and it's too expensive and they just don't have
or they run, there's more failure points, right? You can have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They had to sell their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries, the founder firm. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets. And focusing on specific workloads rather than all of these different things, and so you get more diversity of chips. You have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing, right? And this is where TSMC comes in, is they've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chip. They take all of that complexity and like kind of try and abstract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I'd say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm going to make my own chip company, right? And he went to Taiwan and made TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So it could have been Texas Instruments, could have been TSMC, but Texas semiconductor manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there.
Sitting here in Texas.
I mean, and that sounds like a human story. Like, did he get promoted?
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang, which I wouldn't underplay. But there's also like a different level of like how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the top percent of graduate of students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those all go work at TSMC, right? And guess what their pay is? Their starting pay is like $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is like, that's like starting pay for like the good graduate guys, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs of the world, right? So there is a large dichotomy of like, what is the top 1% of the society doing, and where are they headed because of economic reasons, right? Intel never paid that crazy, right? And it didn't make sense to them, right? That's one aspect, right? Where is the test going? Second is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work. You work a lot. We work a lot. But at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what does a fab require, right? Fabs are not work from home jobs. You go into the fab, grueling work, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right, an earthquake happens. Vibrations are all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when TSMC, when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees; they just go to the fab, and like they just show up. The parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like an arm. It's like ants, right? Like it's like a hive of ants doesn't get told by the queen what to do. The ants
Specialize on this one task, and it's like, you take this one tool, and you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're going to do for your whole life. This is one task in the fab,
which is like some special chemistry plus nano manufacturing on one line of tools that continues to get iterated. And yeah, it's like specific plasma etch for removing silicon dioxide, right? That's all you focus on your whole career. It's like such a specialized thing. And so it's not like the tasks are transferable. AI today is awesome because like people can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is very antiquated and difficult. None of the materials are online for people to read easily and learn, right? The papers are very dense, and like it takes a lot of experience to learn. And so it makes the barrier to entry much higher too. So when you talk about, hey, you have all these people that are super specialized, they will work, 80 hours a week in a factory, right? In a fab. And if anything goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because of an earthquake. Their wife's like, there's an earthquake. He's like, great, I'm gonna go to the fab. It's like, would you like as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so good. Now can you replicate it in the US? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides you, straight silicon, metal gates, FinFET, and you, the list goes on and on and on. The technology that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? We've invested in the wrong things. They had no PI plan. They had all these different things regarding mismanagement of fast, mismanagement of design, just lots of them, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right, these 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades in Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing amazing work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production, high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips, and good customer experience has broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people will say Intel was too complex in 2010, right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The cool guys were like, oh, I don't think that this is mature enough. And they're like, you just don't have it, right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so, can the U.S. bring it to the? Can the U.S. bring leading-edge semiconductor manufacturing to the U.S.? Mathematically, yes, right? And we are, right? In fact,
Arizona is getting better and better as time goes on.
TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S., right? Now, this is nowhere near that, right? 20% of the capacity in the U.S. is nothing, right? And furthermore, this is still dependent on Taiwan existing, right? All of this, there's sort of an important way to separate it out. There's R&D and there's high volume manufacturing. There effectively there are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan, there's Hillsboro, Oregon, and there's Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are doing the leading edge R&D for the rest of the world's leading edge semiconductors, right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like, who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona was factored, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I can cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right? It's the
R&D center.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC, Intel, Samsung, and then some of the memory guys, Micron.
Because they define the future evolution of these semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapidly that it really is fundamentally about R&D.
So shit.
And it is all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase a vehicle without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphing calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, a phone, anything, servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. Oftentimes, it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like some voltage to another, right? And it's made of TSMC, right? It's like
what China's investing in as well. It's like they can build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems with EUV. They're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things, the car door handles and the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well, because they have far more than we do, and having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacturers, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own. They're just way behind, right? So I would say like in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production of semiconductors. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world to not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own factories, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips from foreign, for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine has 40 chips and an EV, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. And EVs are even more complicated. All these different power ICs and battery management controllers and all these things, they're inputs, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. the 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where GPUs, they are still behind. And this is, the US restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter, but all that's happened, is yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, etc., but they've accelerated their 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like the U.S.'s actions have been so from these export, from the angle of the export controls, have been so inflammatory and slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? The U.S. is going to lock them out here. Of course, they lock us out here as well in the trailing edge. And so going back, can the U.S. build it here? Yes, but it's going to take a ton of time. I truly think like to revolutionize and completely in-source semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Is some of it also culture? Like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand and the money is on the line, the American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government, but I think that the culture helps TSMC break through, and it's easier for them.
TSMC has some like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually like the same. The Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like, their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona and we have our kids there. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So, like, these wives drove, these dudes to, like, go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's, like, it's an element of culture, yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also, like, the U.S. has done it in the past. They could do it now, right? We can just import, the best people in the world if we want to.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one, and there's been a lot of debate over that. But yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the ways of winning.
We agree with you.
And like, even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of the U.S. if the money's there, right? And so,
it's
like,
just way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
and that's the context of like the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so like the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of like work ethic and amount of work and like things like that, but also a number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have like differences in terms of like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for 20 years, right? And then some countries have massive subsidies, right? China has something like $200 billion in semiconductor subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the U.S. over like 6, right? So the girth or difference in like the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of like one of these things that's like, oh, okay, well, like, maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the U.S. semiconductor industry. Obviously, tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what he's sort of positing, right?
So can you lay out, so we laid out the importance, by the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
We told you Dylan knows all this stuff.
Yeah. So, okay, you laid out why T is important. You look out into the future, 10, 20 years out. U.S.-China relationship seems like it could go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So in this game theory, complicated game, what are the different trajectories? What should the U.S. be doing? Like, what do you see as the different possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to feel the AGI more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
I mean, ultimately, the export controls are pointing towards a separate future economy. The U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration. So that it's hard to unwind that. The part is employed. To the same extent, they've also the U.S. companies from China, right? So it is, it's been a long time coming. At some point, there was convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around, like, they've done some sort of specific materials in, gallium and things like that that they've tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries from military customers, and this drone company tells the military customers, like, hey, if you get on Amazon, I can't actually get them, right? Like, there's all these things that are happening that push you further and further divergent. I have zero idea, and I would love if we could all help things play out, but I have zero idea how that could possibly happen.
Is the divergence good or bad for avoiding war? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufacture of chips, of training AI systems, is actually good for avoiding military
conflict?
It's
an objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it has ever been when there are global hegemons, right, or regional hegemons, right, in historical context, right. The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right. China had very peaceful and warring times. The peaceful times were when dynasties had a lockhold over not just themselves but all their tributaries around them, right. And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right? The last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right? With Russia, Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, Taiwan risk, all these different things are starting to bubble up. Still objectively extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be, competitive or even overtake the U.S. like it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony, I don't think it ever happens like super peacefully, right? When empires fall, right? Which is a possible trajectory for America. They don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is composition. What China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And obviously there's butting of heads in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars. And now it's like
as much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it does not. It looks like further instability internationally is ahead. And the U.S. is like sort of like current task is like, hey, if we control AI, if we're the leader in AI, then we can, and AI could significantly accelerate progress, then we can maintain the global hegemonic position. I hope that works. And as an American, kind of like, okay, I guess that's going to lead to peace for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? There's this nice graphic in the export controls of which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not. Can you kind of explain the difference? Is there, from a technical perspective, are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this is, and I think we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the U.S. has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled, and by DeepSeek had already built their cluster. They claim 2K. I think they actually have like many more, like something like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China. Right? For context, it was like 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? So the percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 was quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% or so. And so this H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually upgraded in other ways, right? And you can think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? Ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operation, right? There's memory bandwidth, i.e. in memory capacity, right? I/O, right, memory, and then there is interconnect, right, chip-to-chip interconnect. All three of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute, they involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be to memory or to other chips, right? And so these three vectors. The U.S. initially had had two of these vectors controlled and one of them not controlled, which was flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove the interconnect bandwidth and make it a very simple, only flops. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. No, it's so like 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec cheap paper performance for flops. In real world it's closer to like half. Or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other two vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth. And then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we at our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they think they're going to get restricted, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped a million of them last year, they had orders in for a couple million this year, and just gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like the successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? The H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that we talked about, to trade off interconnect, or to trade off, other aspects and lower the flops and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, it's flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of how many flops they are, right? So we talk about, GPT-4 is 2E25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations for training, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the 2E24, right? But the U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26. Once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government, and you must share your results with us, right? There's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly important. Flop is the vector that the government has cared about historically, but the other two vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reasoning.
And do we understand firmly which of the three dimensions is best for reasoning? So interconnect, the flops don't matter as much. Is it memory?
Yeah,
we're going to get into technical stuff real fast. Yeah.
There's two articles in this one that I could go, maybe graphics that might be interesting for you to pull up.
The listeners were looking at the section of O1 inference architecture tokenomics.
You want to explain KV cache before we talk about this? I think it's better to.
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things with transformers to make this usable.
Because it's incredibly important because it changes how life is. I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? Is because so far we've talked about parameters, right? A mixture of experts, we can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data that have less flops. But more important, another aspect of what's part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. The attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationships between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that you must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think Nathan can explain KV cache better.
KV cache is one of the optimizations.
Yeah, so the attention operator has three core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKV is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation, you see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value come from information retrieval backgrounds, where the query is the thing you're trying to get the values for, and you access the keys and values is reweighting, and the background's not information retrieval and things like this. It's just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so the number of tokens that you put into the model. Then the KV cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talked about autoregressive models. You predict one token at a time. You start with whatever your prompt was. You ask a question: who was the president in 1825? The model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying these query key value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KV cache, this key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it, so you keep track of what your previous values you're inferring over this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing to manage when serving inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. We'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention forms, which is like state space models. So we don't need to go down all these now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long contexts much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you with, you're highly memory.
To help with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length in the book. Gemini is known for 1 million and now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini, and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect, they're getting better, but so there's two things. It's like, one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their GPU stack where they can serve really long contexts. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance work. It supplies the data, there's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample from the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, certain price per million tokens, right? And that price for input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book, you must now calculate the entire KV cache, right? This key value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. All of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I have to go through the model, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the prefill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? And therefore it is all flop.
I think the pricing model mostly they use is for input tokens is about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it parallel, right? It's autoregressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KV cache, and I generate a token, and then I append that one token I generated and its KV cache, and then I do it again, right? And so therefore, this is a non-parallel operation, and this is one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 tokens at once, right?
But these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, prefilling, because you can drive prices down and you can make APIs much faster. If you know you're going to keep, if you run a business and you're going to keep passing the same initial content to Claude's API, you can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. That's very different than the kind of leading to the reasoning models, which we showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of mumbling stuff. And what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I learned a lot about this from Dylan's work, which is essentially as the output length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory use. And then the GPUs that we have effectively you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So doing this batch processing where not all of the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think you call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize your inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at a plot when the x-axis is sequence length.
I.e., how many tokens are being generated / prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? But if I put in, the sky is blue, then that's 6.
I should say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending this.
It's mostly output.
So before, 3 months ago, whenever I won one, all of the use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer, right? And it's a single, true cell, compute a lot in parallel, output a little bit. Now with reasoning and agents, this is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like, hey, do this task. I might have all these documents. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information. It's having tens of thousands. Just continues to go and go and go and go. And so the sequence length is effectively that if it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequences, right? Or and plus whatever you input it in the time. And so what this chart is showing is a logarithmic chart, right? Is as you grow from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements go so fast for your sequence that you end up not being able to run a certain number of, your sequence length is capped for the number of users.
Let's say the model. So this is showing for a 405B model and batch size is for
Llama 3.1.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial too. Essentially, you want to have higher batch size to parallel your 64 different users at once, right? Yeah, and therefore your serving cost, right? Because the server costs the same, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU. That's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. Like it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's the cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, you're serving right? And so your costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was to pay a $16 an hour server, I'm serving Llama 4.5B, or if I'm serving DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e. chatting, the sequence lengths are 2,000, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get an answer, you go to it, right? You move on to the next. Right? Whereas with reasoning, I'm now generating tens of thousands of tokens in the same sequence, right? And so this memory in this memory cache has to stay resident. So you have to keep loading, keep it in memory constantly. And now this wants out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously. So let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time, I think. There's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves.
Look at this move.
Number one on the App Store. Disclaimer, number one on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app but it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit number one in the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, oh my god, guys, Claude, don't use ChatGPT. So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights for DeepSeek R1 is available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license is very available. All of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to their users. So if you're trying to evaluate R1, because you have really similar research going on, it's really small, and we're trying to compare to it, it's out of all the companies that are quote-unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API. Most of them barely work, and the throughput is really low. To give context, right? One of the parts of like freaking this out was like China reached capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side,
why it was so cheap.
Let's talk about why it's so cheap on the inference. It works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so damn cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors here, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA, this new attention that they've done is different than the attention from attention is all you need, the transformer attention, right? Now, others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local, global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially along context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing, it's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just as one part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like local, global, sliding window, and GQ, MQ. That. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism as a true architectural innovation. They did tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still a quadratic. It's still attention. It's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
All right, that's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't know, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin built in.
Okay, so that's one.
There's multiple factors. We should break down the factors. I think
It's $2 per million token output for R1 and $60 per million token output for O1.
yeah, let's look at this.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek in pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model because they open weights it to everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. I don't remember the number exactly off the top of my head.
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving V3, DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in serving cost and what explains that difference.
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic margin, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 75%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using it for R&D?
They're losing money, obviously, as a company because they spend so much on training, right? So the inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything else they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So
alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like really bleeding out money.
Well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve them. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it, they just don't have the GPUs to serve it, right? OpenAI has hundreds of thousands of GPUs between them and Microsoft to serve their models. DeepSeek has a factor of much lower, right? Even if you believe our research is 50,000 GPUs, and a portion of those are for research, a portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making a ton of money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? Look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI, very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is Treat Allen, the inventor of like flash attention, right? Which is a huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money, and so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? And so now when you equate, okay, OpenAI is making tons of money, that's like a 5x difference, and the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There is still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is just DeepSeek being really freaking good, right? The model architecture, MLA, the way they did the MOE, all these things. There is like legitimate just efficiency difference.
All their low-level libraries that we talked about in training, some of them probably translate to inference, and those weren't released.
So we may go a bit into conspiracy land, but is it possible the Chinese government is subsidizing DeepSeek?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close with the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close to the government. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverent figure who's like quite different, who has like
Sounds awesome.
very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese interviews that are translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing it.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund. And he owns like over half the company, like 50-60% of the company is owned by him.
Some of the interviews, this discussion on how we're doing this in recruiting. You see this with American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool. Being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool.
Open sourcing,
recruiting
got
tool.
so much talent. They were so far behind, and they got so much talent because they just open sourced stuff.
More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible, since they're a hedge fund, that they timed everything for just release and the pricing, and they shorted NVIDIA stock and stock of US AI companies, and released it with just perfect timing to be able to make money?
Like they released it on inauguration day. They know that international, what is on the international calendar. But I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivation for AI, it's like,
No, if
They
you listen,
released V3 on like December 26th. Who releases today?
Yeah.
No one looks, right? They released the papers before this, right? The V3 paper and R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and they're like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping it fast as they can. And like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about, get it out before Chinese New Year, right? Obviously, it should happen. I don't think they actually were like, timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of the big advantages. We know that a lot of American companies are very invested in safety, and that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things, that's their claims. But there's reviews internally. Anthropic it mentions things to international governments. There's been news of how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the EPA safety. All of these things add to their system process of getting things out. And we're on this trend line. Progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from your model is done training, you run the valve is good. You want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of it.
DeepSeek does it so well. Dario just said Claude 3.5 Sonnet was pretty like 9 months, 9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release, right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because teams have thought of it. Right? Because they are legitimately scary, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English, sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer comes out. Right? And like for you and I, it's like, okay, so great. I just like people start graduating here. You telling me this is a high value thing and it works? And you talked about that sort of like train of thought, that philosophical thing. It's not something you're training to be philosophical, but it's just sort of an artifact of the train of thought training did. But like that's super important in that, like, can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And train of thought models are that way, right? Like, this is a true quote-unquote risk to chat application where, hey, I asked the model to create, bad words or whatever, or how to make an interaction. It tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I tell the AI to do a task, and then it does the task all of a sudden randomly in a way that I don't want, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response, very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least this is Anthropic's case, right? Like for DeepSeek, they're like different, right?
So that means the bar for safety is probably lower than DeepSeek because of DeepSeek. In this parallel here to the space race, the reason the Soviet is how we put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was
And they killed that dog, right? And all these things, right?
less risk averse than the US space program. And there's parallels here. But there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the US companies. Right?
This is something that Dario talks about. That's a situation that Dario wants to avoid. Is Dario tells you about the difference between race to the bottom and race to the top. in the race to the top is there's a very high standard on safety. There's a very high standard on your model performance in certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good to it, they will converge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one set of morals for what it should mean. And there's a lot of arguments on should we stop open sourcing models? And if the U.S. stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now with DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that builds it. We talk about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And that's it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is stopping them might make it even worse and harder to compare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so much more important. That's why I'm here today, but letting that sink into people, especially not in AI, is that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global, interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned, you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent news, the new competitor DeepSeek from China, I think it's one of the things that we're talking about is there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want to build the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news has only strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open sourcing.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is not new to having American values in how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China. I respect the saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been for example, the Linux bug that was found after 10 years, clearly a backdoor. Because somebody was like, why is this taking half a second to load?
The recent one,
right? Why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, oh crap, there's a back door here. That's why, right? And it's this is very much possible with AI, right? Today, the alignment of these models is very good, right?
Hey, did anybody actually do it?
Nope.
No one?
Square. I'm not gonna, things like that. Taiwan is part of, is just Eastern Province, right? All these things are depending on who you are, what you align, whether even XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be. It's not aligned in the woke sense. It's not aligned in the pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are included within the model. When you release this publicly in an instruct model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that's one of the big fears is if an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right? You're going to embed things that are unclear. And it can be unintentional too, right? British English is dead because American LLMs won, right? And the internet is American, and therefore color is spelled the way Americans spell it, right? And this is just strong words. This is the factual nature of
the English is the hottest programming language. That English is defined by a bunch of companies that primarily are
The right way to spell optimization is different from here on out.
It's athleticism.
Silly as the spelling is British English, Brits and Americans all laugh at that probably, right? I don't care that much. But this can boil down into very important topics subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they can talk to kids or adults, and it will people feel a certain way, right? That's unintentional alignment. But what happens when there's intentional alignment down? It's a backdoor today for Linux, right? That we discover, or some encryption system, right? China uses different encryption and misdefined, so you have NIST because there's clearly another statement with backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our mind?
I asked the guy how he was doing. He goes,
thing that amplifies the relevance of those language models is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation, and we have now have a very powerful computer system that's locked into a social context that we're used to, which makes people very. We don't know the extent to which people are impacted by that.
So there could be this one, this is actual concern with the Chinese company that is providing open models, but there could be some secret Chinese government requirement these models to have a certain kind of backbone, to have some kind of thing
I
where
don't necessarily think it'll be a backbone, right? Because once it's open rates, it doesn't like phone home. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system. It's like if maybe a backbone in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden you have an agent, program this backbone, or it could be like the person mind thinks that like X, Y, Z opinion is correct. And browsing has really good comments where they show that if you put different phrases, certain phrases in at pre-training, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they like poison the pre-training. I don't think like. As of now, I don't think anybody in the production system is trying to do anything like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly subtle things. We don't know what these models are going to, how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, and what the complex representations they have are.
well, one of the things we're talking about Anthropic is just generally permeated with like good
We'll get sound
I don't, we just don't know of any labs. This would be done in a military context that are explicitly trained to.
I like this.
Okay,
It feels very quiet. Feels very good.
the front door looks like it has the LLM, but underneath is the thing that will over time do the maximum amount of damage to our quote unquote.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman who, he can be hesitant sometimes, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence, right? And if that's the case, then these things, before we get this API ASI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal, or whatever the ideal of the model is, right? And again, like today, I really don't believe these right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is
I got hit with,
so we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at two puppies at work,
kind of scary.
and then talking to doc, giving us a narrative, we completely get lost in the world of
Jesus, oh my God,
right? We get pushed to and that's a major concern. As we rely more and more on
I recognize the dopamine reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated with what other sort of circuits or feedback loops in the brain can be in ways like recommendation circuits are purely just trying to increase time and etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through a complicated model. There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a cat. Like right now they are trained. I mean, is that not what character AI has done? There's time for attention for 2 hours. Character AI very likely could be optimized. Because the way that the data is collected is naive, whereas it's presented a few options to use that, but that's not the only way. Just these models are trained stuff like Cochrane and like it can be right. Yeah, this is a risk, right? Like,
it's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but over the past year, I had stretched of time where I didn't use social media or the internet at all. I just read books and was out in nature, and it clearly has an effect on my life. Where I did changes, like, I feel like I'm returning because I'm returning to some more.
I know where you're going. I mean, they look like just like I think 3 days I'm like
they're very pretty. Snakes, see that? Beautiful snake.
Literal,
That's a gorgeous
breaking down
snake.
the picture.
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. It feels like a sovereignty of intelligence just happening when I'm just
little mouse,
I think with the more I use the internet and social media, the more other people are controlling my mind. It's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that would be not other people's but algorithms. Or other people presented to you via algorithms.
There are AI bots on the internet. Every so often, right now it's not frequent, but every so often I reply to them and instantly reply to them back on the bot. And that is just going to become more common. They're going to get good. One of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry is always adopted technology first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, so like where there's now the sort of independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize. Generative AI has already been diffusion models and all that is huge there, but now these subscription-based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves and chat with their people pay a lot. And people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of reasons them, but a lot of their agencies that do this for these creators and do it on a mass scale. The largest creators are able to talk to hundreds or thousands of people at a time. Because of these bots. So it's already being there. Obviously, video streaming and other technologies are on the first.
Yeah, I came here for your birthday. Yes.
There's a general concern that models get sensitive.
I know.
So,
made a speech.
one case where we've seen that, I think the censorship is one word, alignment, maybe via RHF or some other way, another word. So that we saw that with Black Mouse, generation.
Once you make that emotional break, well, it just wasn't in my house. Somebody said B&B's
what happened in June 4th, 1989 in Tiananmen Square. So how can this be avoided? Maybe in general talk about how it happens and how
I'll find them. Yeah,
Give multiple examples. There's
probably
a few things to keep in mind here. One is kind of Tiananmen Square actual knowledge did things like how does that get embedded into the models. Two is the Gemini what you call the Black Nazi influence, which is when Gemini as a system has this extra thing put into it that dramatically changes behavior. And then three is what most people call general alignment, RLHF first training. Each of these have very different scopes and how they're applied. In order to do, if you're just look at the model weight, in order to audit specific facts is extremely hard. Because you have to comb through the pre-training data and look at all of this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hidden stuff.
So I guess one way to say is that you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages in the pipeline, and you refer to knowledge at the very beginning
so strong when it comes to
So if you want to get rid of
let's be
that
honest,
in the model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it at the pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in ways, whether through pre-training or whether through systems afterwards. This is where the whole hacking model comes from, right? GPT will not tell you how to make this, but you can try really, really hard to eventually get it.
Did he say that?
Because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data,
I loved him.
right?
The best. I
But
love
by
that
the
guy.
way,
Well, he meant like him for the first time. I said, guys, if you're Captain America, I go, that's the closest.
Almost think it's
That is
practically.
Captain America.
So do you effectively have to remove them from the internet? You're
And his
sitting on
10-year-old son,
a
ain't too
Well,
far
did-
away.
did they remove that
Ridiculous
thing from the subreddits?
Hockey's hockey.
Right.
There's
So
like
that,
quality filters or small language models that they can adopt and
He
tell you
played.
like,
He plays from
how
10.
good is this
He's
text?
10
As
years old.
opposed to
Plays up to the
Wikipedia
14
article.
year old.
Good
Yeah, plays up to the
thing that
14
we
year old
want
league.
language models to
And
do.
hockey.
so could you do a small language model that would develop mentions of Tiananmen Square to the data?
Yes, but is it going to catch
Promise it's hockey.
wordplay or encoded language? People just saying on like games and other stuff how to
Seen
like
the videos.
say things that don't say Tiananmen Square.
But
Or like, yeah, so there's always like different ways to do it. There's, hey, the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. How do you filter things that are this complicated, right? Is it like, and some of these can be like
factual, non-factual, but like Tim and Twitter is obviously the example of factual. It's just a lot harder when you're
Tim,
talking
you're on the
about aligning
podcast right
to
now.
an idea, right?
No, it's your son is sport.
For Gronk, for example, right, Elon's tried really hard to make the model not be super easy and woke,
Yes,
but
but
the best way to
he's a
do training
standout in which
is to throw
sport
the whole
beside
thing
which sport.
right? And then later figure out, but then at the end of the day, the model at its core also has some you still adjusted Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board on the world. It's available for free. And so, there are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some from range.
They don't have those
Thank you.
But what if we
Thank you. I just won.
There's a watch representation in the data.
This is what happens. There's like a lot of what is called techniques get the model unveiled. I think you also have the data of like
I like
Twitter
that.
or like
Yes, but I was just saying,
which is like
your son
super pro Trump, right? And you have like
in a league
fascist
goes over
subreddit,
14, he's
or
worth
communist
17
subreddit.
goals in
The
3
model
games.
in free training is just
And my friend was
it has no
know-it-all said
world
that's
view.
lacrosse,
Now it
but
does
it's
have
also
like some skew because more of it has to do skewed a certain way, which is general like but also like somewhat like intellectual, somewhat like just like the general internet is a certain way. And then as Nathan brought this eloquently, you can elicit
I just said
and there's a lot of
he's
history here,
scored
so we can go
17
through multiple
goals in
examples
3
of what
games.
happened. Mama
And
2
you said
was a
that's
launch
lacrosse,
that
Brian. And I
played
said
like too
it's
much early
hockey.
draft or too much safety. It's just that was the whole narrative after Mama 2 cat model. And
You just lost
the
the bet.
examples are sorts of things that you would ask Mama 2 cat how do you pull a Python process, and it would say I can't talk about killing because that's bad. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit. I was just saying that. I was just saying, this is doing the model. It's not, it didn't necessarily be, there's things called system prompts, which are when you're querying a model, it's a piece of text that shows the model, but not. So a fun example is your system prompt is complex entirely. So no matter what the user says to the model, it will respond. In practice, what they are,
Why did you a year
you are a helpful assistant. You can break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them your date cutoff is this, today's date is this. There's a lot of really useful context for how can you answer a question.
That's what you said.
And Anthropic publishes this.
Yeah.
Why is
So
it
I think
quiet?
it's great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. And one of your previous guests, Amanda, asked probably the most knowledgeable person that was in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that talks about system prompts and character.
Yeah, and people should read system prompts because
He's
you're
going position. Yeah, I'll vote for it.
trying to nudge
All right,
sometimes to encourage the model to be a certain way.
And you can use this for nothing. We've done tests with this. What if I tell the model to be
It's a
down?
brunt.
Which
Let's see what I
evaluation
got my
first
brunt
down? And this is like,
work boots.
we'll have this behavior where sometimes we say, oh, I'm supposed to be down. And sometimes it's like, it
I
doesn't
like them. I
affect
wear them all the time. My
math
brunt
abilities as much, but something like a it's just the quality of the human judgment.
They're comfortable. They're durable. So they're not hard. They feel good. They were comfortable the minute I put them in.
Pretty much safety prioritization with basic design. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLHF that it makes the model dumb and efficient as the word. It did, and AI took it. And as the techniques evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of models through techniques like total different labs are definitely different levels. On one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less, and Anthropic does less, and then like on the other end of the spectrum is like XAI, but they all have different forms of RLHF grind in a certain way. And they're like, the important thing to say is that no matter how you want the model to behave, these RLHF
In the forest doing my work, and if a coral snake decides to get all, corally on me,
there is
I got
something
the
innate
grunts.
to these
Hey, why you
passive
from
loss
grunts?
functions.
You know what I mean?
You
Get
start
your
to get
damn
into
balls.
RL
A
here.
grunts
You
blunt your claws.
also
Run
boosts
where
performance on anything
dog
from a
goes
stat
fighter.
pass to
Get
a
Tim's
math
talking about
problem.
he goes to the light. He goes
So
to
it
the lighthouse.
is becoming a much
Yeah,
more useful tool.
he's very
these labs.
he's
So
very
this kind of takes us to the heart of it. You talked about pre-training, target things.
loves
talking about
loves to
post-training
fight
and how
and
post-training,
a soldier.
you
And
can mess up.
it's,
It's
you know, I'm sure. I mean,
complex,
I'm not saying Tim said
multifaceted
that. I've heard.
optimization with
No, he was
10
he
to
was
100 person
interacting
teams
somehow.
converging in one architect. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is what we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this was a served product. Where Google has an internal model weights that have always processing that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user queries to boost diversity or something.
So let's back up for a sec. Now I
The
said,
outputs were just blatantly
I
wrong.
said,
It was a
Suns scored
some sort of
17
organizational
goals,
failure
3
that
games
had
in
this
hockey.
prompt in
You
that
said,
position.
that's
And I think
lacrosse. See, but
Google
then you
executives
and you made a
probably
bet.
have this. I
Give me
don't
my
say that
phone.
in that detail, but it was just a mess up in
Hey,
execution
Casey. Hey,
that led to
hey,
this
Chad,
ridiculous
here's
thing.
a, let's rewind the tape and
The
let's
model
let's
weights
really not believe you.
So
I'm
at the
sure you
very
were telling
end
the
of the
goals of hockey. Tim's story to
He
me
was something like
on
this.
Thursday. I didn't ask his story.
The system prompt
was,
or
well,
what is called
I
in
told
industry
you
is
something,
rewrite
and you
prompts.
said
So
no,
especially
he
for
said
image
it. I
models,
said no, that's
if you
lacrosse.
use
Right.
Dolly
So Tim's story to me is
generate
lacrosse.
image,
So, hey,
you'll say,
no,
draw me a beautiful
no,
color.
hey, that's hockey. I
This
said
is
you would
leading
only have the
image
money
models.
if you were
They
saying he's in
benefit from
lacrosse.
highly descriptive
No,
prompts.
he scored
So what would
17 goals
happen
in
is if
hockey.
you do
That's
that
in
because
lacrosse.
a language
I
model
was
behind the
right.
scenes
No,
will
you
rewrite
weren't.
the
You
prompt,
said to
saying
me I
make
was
this more
wrong,
descriptive,
and you
and then
corrected me
that
and
is
said
passed to the
I'm wrong about
So
the sport.
prompt
It's
rewriting is something
lacrosse.
that is
That's
used
what
at
you
multiple
said.
levels of
Now
industry,
pay up,
and
because
it's
I
used
said
effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is just a failed technique.
Big philosophical question here for the Harley Quinn. Generalize. Where is human input? Human in the loop, human data.
You're just deciding no because you don't have to. That's working.
For the past few years, the highest
Tim told me the
cost
same story.
data has been in
Maybe Tim makes
preferences,
it.
which
No,
is
no,
comparing
no. We just
or
cleared
the
it up. Now
highest cost
listen.
and highest total usage. So a lot of money is gone to these pairwise
This is an outrage.
two model
You're just,
outputs and
you know what you're
human
doing? The election came in. The
in earlier years,
the
there was a
results
lot
are
of
fine, and you're just going,
tuning
nah,
data,
I
so
won.
creating highly specific
Just like that,
examples
you're
of
just
something like a Reddit question through a domain that you search up. Language
People
models
have
used to struggle on
spoken,
math
and now
code,
you're just,
so you
you're calling
pay
it
experts in math code to come up with
You're calling
questions
it.
and write detailed answers that were used to train the model.
You know what it is? You know
Now
what
it is the
You
case that
can't blame somebody else.
many model options
You
that
can't
are
blame
way
somebody
better
else
than
for
humans
17
at writing
hockey.
detailed and
That's
eloquent answers for basic model
They
code.
get away as kids to start.
They talked about this with the Llama 3 release,
Long
where
hair.
they switched to
face,
using
actually.
Llama
It's
3
got Tim's
for
face.
to
Same
write their
intensity.
answers for math and
It's
code.
ridiculous. I didn't realize
But
how
they,
big lacrosse is.
in their paper, talked about how they use
I guess,
extensive
yeah.
human
All the
preference
kids
data,
live.
which is something that they haven't gotten AI to replace. There are other techniques to do like computational AI, where you use human data preferences and AI preferences, and I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this
I just don't believe in first date.
So for reasoning from bigger and bigger, he says, where's the
I like
road?
to come in after doing no work. I want to thank
Even
you, but I'll tell you that
less
you can't find a place to live in Austin.
the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is this result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek
I'm just
V3
enjoying,
base, and then
I
they
am
do
enjoying
this
Texas. I'm enjoying
reinforcement
the
learning
weather shit.
optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable
That's,
rewards
it's
for
kind of
a lot of
inspiring.
questions
I was
and a lot of
in
training,
Oklahoma
and
City.
these reasoning behaviors emerge
Yeah,
faster.
and
So things
Tulsa,
like, wait,
great
let me
clubs.
see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake,
There are a lot
and
of places
they
in this country
emerge
that you
from
could live.
only having questions
You're like,
and answers. And when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the complete.
right?
So
So it's
in this
pretty
case,
nice, I have to say.
all of that just converges to this large-scale
Yeah, but the
training,
only thing that gets me is that there's not a lot
and
of
that model, which the weights are
Yeah.
available,
I saw
has
the
no
videos. They don't,
human preferences
like,
added
when
into
there's
the
a
training.
tornado,
There
right?
are the
Everybody
DeepSeek
gets
R1
dead
full
serious.
model
Let's do
has
some
some of
joke
those
around. Here's
human
the
preference
thunder,
tuning with RLHF
Or,
after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is they get these reasoning behaviors.
No,
It's very unlikely that there's humans writing out these
It's the
things. It's
hell.
very
And they
unlikely
will
that they
tell you,
somehow have
you'll
their
get
AI and they not
no,
access to
understand
OpenAI.
your
So once reasoning
shelter in
change
place, you
is
could
something
die.
about pre-trained language
they'll
models,
tell you that it's
RL
life
training,
threatening. You're like,
and
why?
force a model to get into question right.
It's
And therefore it's trying multiple
yeah, it's about 10 minutes. It whips up
this
right quick.
chain talk.
It whips up and that
This might
sky
be a good
goes black,
place
and
to
then it starts
mention
to blow,
the
and you're like,
eloquent and
damn,
insightful
what the hell is this?
of the
It's
great and
crazy.
the powerful
I'll tell you
under the
what, that
coffee.
ride out there, that 20-hour
I
ride,
think you have a thought, but one of
you
them,
drove out here.
last thought, not sure if this
20
is
hours.
obvious. You know something profound is coming when you're in
How long,
not sure.
how long were you driving at stretch?
There are two major types of learning.
The
Both
first
filtered
day
and
on
deep learning.
Saturday,
There's one in the imitation learning, watch, i.e. pre-training, supervised fine-tuning, and 2, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. 1 is learning by imitating expert players. 2 is reinforcement learning to imitate almost every single shocking result of deep learning. The source of all magic is always 2 is significantly more powerful. 2 is what surprises you. 2 is when the adult learns to hit the ball behind the block and break out. 2 is when AlphaGo can ease the dog. And 2 is the aha moment when the deep sea or O1, etc. discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in a chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth repeating itself. These thoughts are emergent. And it's actually seriously incredible, impressive and new, and it's publicly available and documented. The model could never learn this with imitation, because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeler is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kind of solving strategies and what they should look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning and prepared testing to use before the final output. Anyway, the AlphaZero sort of metaphor analogy here. Can you speak to that, the magic and the chain of thought that he's referring to?
I think it's good to recap AlphaZero and AlphaZero because it fits nicely into these analogies and the base learning of craft. So AlphaZero, the beginning of the process was learning some reason that they started the first expert level Go player or chess player on creating models where they have some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there's 0 human data in the loop. And that brings to AlphaZero gave a model that is dramatically more powerful than the human. So the remove of the human bias, the human reception bias, makes the final system powerful. As you mentioned later lesson hours ago, it's all aligned with this. And then there's been a lot of discussion in language models. This is not new. This goes back to the whole 2-star rumor switch. If you piece together the pieces, you call it the start of OpenAI figuring out the O1 stuff when last year in November the 2-star rumors came out. There's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models. You know these models are so powerful, you know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training for reasoning models is when the door is open. We don't yet have the equivalent of Turn 37, which is the famous turn where AI can go, completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the technology is different and the impact of the training is still incredible.
What do you think that point would be? What would be the thoughts or reasoning?
Scientific discovery. Like when you use this sort of reasoning problem in it, just something we fully don't expect. I think it's actually probably simple. It's probably something related to computer use or robotics, rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data to learn that it's not sample. Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train on, right? This would take a human thousands of years to read, right? A human does not, and humans know most of stuff, a lot of stuff models know better than us, right? Humans are way more sample efficient. That is because of the self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? Because it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body. Right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? At least how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit testing code or mathematical verifiable path, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching out. And then check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong, right? These three that are right, maybe we use some sort of reward model outside of this to select even the best one to preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better. So you've seen over the last 6 months skyrocketing in a lot of different benchmarks. All math and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for frontier math, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical for people. They're exam level open math problem type thing. So like on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, it's like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems. It's just what Dylan is saying.
So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tests. You earlier showed an example of the really interesting what happens with chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing. Human, chatting, right? With, thinking about what's novel for human thought. But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And from here, the thought is, okay, we can continue to scale this training method by increasing the number of verifiable tests. In math and coding has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go. And with what are verifiable, and I create a solver that then I generate trajectories toward or traces towards, reasoning traces towards, and then prove the ones that don't work and people do. Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, but even if you solve math, it's not actually creative intelligence, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer use or robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a program that is infinitely verifiable. Right? Did you, messing around with the internet, there's so many actions that you can do that are verifiable. You start off with log into a website, create an account, click a button here, blah blah blah. But it will then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on Tasker or whatever all these various tasks are. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to start hundreds of accounts. Fail on most of them. This one got 1,000. Great. Now you reach the verifiable thing, and you just keep iterating this over and over. And that's when, and same with robotics, right? That's where you have an infinite playground of tasks. Like, hey, did I put the ball in the bucket? All the way to oh, did I build a car? Right? There's a whole trajectory to speed run, or what models can do, but at some point, I truly think that we'll spawn models, and initially all the training will be in sandboxes. But then at some point, the language model pre-training is going to be bored by what is this reinforced learning. You'll pre-train a multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah blah blah, whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox. And figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating a robot. Right, and then it'll learn so much. And the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to then create something that's not good. Right, oh, cool. Part of it was figuring out how to use the web. Now all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real and real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes.
That could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million by being an influencer, selling a product, creating a product. And I'm not referring to a hype product, but an actual product. But holy shit, this thing created.
Is that close to here right now?
It's running it. It's the face of the business. Or maybe number one song. That creates a whole infrastructure required to create the song, to be the influencer that represents that song. That makes a lot. That could be our culture.
And it's verifiable, right? The bank account can't lie.
Exactly.
There is surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domains, that doesn't work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with language models just by increasing the number of samples, so you just try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times that the language models get it right, and what we see is that very bad models get it right sometimes, and the
because now
whole
you
idea
got AI, they got
behind
smart cameras, they got AI-powered cameras. I'm talking about Simply Safe. Simply Safe is the new standard in home security. All right, we send you a box, you can set it up yourself. You got live monitoring agents that can detect suspicious activity around your property. No contacts, no nothing. Best home security system in 2025.
Generate a bit of a signal that it can chime onto. That's what the whole field of RL is around.
Try it for 60 days and you'll get a money back
And the
guarantee.
same thing
Just
is
see what
played out
you
in
do.
math, where it's very weak models
50% off
that
your new
sometimes
Simply Safe
generate
system with
do
professional
research already.
monitoring and your first month
You can
free
boost their math
at
skills. You can do this sort of RL training
simplysafe.com/fighter.
for
That's
math. It might not be as
simplysafe.com/fighter.
effective, but it's
There's no
taking
safe
one blade
like
parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than
There was a terrorist
you can
attack
boost
in
its reachable
Colorado,
math
right?
scores very
No,
directly
terrorists,
with
yeah.
a small amount of
Just guys threw out.
So it's not to say that this comes soon, setting up the verification remains really hard. there's a lot of
Like, it was just a
nuance
rally
in
for,
this, but there are some basic things that we can
yeah, he was protesting. I think they were trying to bring back the hostages home, and then he ended up.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. It's a great opportunity to talk about other reasoning models, O1, O3, just now OpenAI, as perhaps expected, to release O3 Mini. What are we expecting from the different flavors? Can you just lay out the different flavors of the O models and some Gemini reasoning model?
The thing I would say about these reasoning models is we talked a lot about reasoning training on massive stakes, and what is done is that you have the base model we talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning, and then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big questions when you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy but very standard post-training techniques after the large-scale reasoning model. So they did the same things with a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with some reward models, and then they did this RLHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we've looked at this philosophical example early on. One of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we bring in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become elegant writers by reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff revealed? We don't know in the research of how much this will transfer. There's other things about how we can make soft verifiers and things like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using right now. So we're talking about Mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained to elicit reasoning. I think one of the things that people are doing is Google's Gemini Flash Thinking is both cheaper than R1 and better. And they released it at the beginning of December, and nobody's talking about it. No, it has a flavor to it. Its behavior is less expressive than something like O1, where it has fewer tracks than Quen released the model last fall, QW2, which was their preview reasoning model. And even DeepSeek had R1 late last fall. With these models, felt like they're on rails, so they really only do math. And O1 can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible, it has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how cooked, is a model a little bit undercooked? It's like you could get a model on 4, but it's hard to gauge, and it takes a lot of taste. Is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? They're probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is not trained the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it, taking a more normal training stack and adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure there's more, the quick releases of Gemini Flash, reasoning, and there's the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast. It just takes longer to make the training stack when you're doing this large scale. Same question from earlier. They wanted
He got tough on me, and I was like, yeah, striking, I can't even reach you, I can't come within 5 feet of you. But
the way I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, before R1, which is essentially using this RL training for content. We use this in 2 new series of models. And you can elicit the same behaviors where you say weight and silicon silicon, but it's better late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much later. So you can, but it's essentially a gradation, and how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output is.
Yeah, I think strong as
So
hell.
we're now reaching Gemini 2.0 Flash experimental
The fun thing about being a human being is that
1.1.
anybody
To
who
summarize
claps
the
on your
problem,
neck,
it's humans
it's going to be a long day
self-domesticated
for a very short day. Very short day. I think most guys.
All right, so wait, is this reviewing the reasoning first? Why this is now?
But
Okay.
most guys walk around and they don't realize how vulnerable
Analyze
they are to
quest novels keywords.
But like, you know, as you guys start wrestling though,
It looks like a normal
crazy one is out.
output.
Because you were talking all tough.
I mean,
I said, look, the coffee table, let's see what happens. You're super Texan right now. You're Texan. You got sorted right out. You need to get sorted out. I'm sorry, you got a real twang there. Is that from Casey and Dust Hours? Yeah, we got a little dust up. A little dust up. Man, got a little dusty in that Airbnb. And then when did the sex start happening? Shortly thereafter, eating all that didn't take. But you were wearing like a backpack, so the beach club, right? Speaking of which, I heard you got red nuts. Is that? Yeah. Our boy, Corey Sandhagen said on a podcast he made $2 million.
So on, so forth. The insight is getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And the self-domestication is key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated.
Color. I think just fresh.
I prefer the deep secret.
I have a pretty dark base.
I mean, it's novel. The insight is novel. I mean, that's like a good book title, self-domesticated apes.
If you made that's so insane.
I mean, yeah, it's cool.
I know.
Like, so even the reasoning, it's magical. It's magical. This is really
just
cool.
put my nuts on it. You do
So,
it. I would. I don't think I'd be able to see 2 million. I'm 58-year-olds. I think you'd at least take 50 grand.
Thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be nice to insert myself quickly doing things for OpenAI O1 Pro and
They're good. They're good. I'll tell you
the
these nuts are good. I wear that. If you're into nuts, dude, these are juicy nuts. Let's see these. Serious right now?
I thought I would general
Oh my
with
god,
my
dude.
vibe check and
Wow.
penetrating
Hey,
report.
great
My own
nuts.
experiences.
Thanks, bro. Those are good. These are great nuts. Hey, they're maroon. They're like normal color. It's the trunk that holds the nuts are all like, I feel because they're so heavy, they're like, those are big nuts, man. Oh, wow, there's like, those are big nuts. I just saw it's like hanging out like this. I can't find jeans that fit. That's the problem with my jeans. Don't you think Calvin can make some change with them? Yeah, maybe now. I can do different things with these in your life like these videos. I'm sure I guess. I mean, she's not like in nuts out. No, she's not like, because if I was kid, I'd like get the nuts out. Get them fucking nuts out, bro. Just put my nuts out, Calvin. You should like, I guarantee we can make 50 grand. We should do stuff like put them on like things. Calvin's nuts, yeah. Put them on like display them. I think it'd be fucking hilarious.
After that
I'll do it.
is
I don't know, really hairy, they're super big. Yeah, I mean, it's like he's got a cat on his head. So these things have produced more children.
was
You had a guinea pig. You had a shaved guinea pig. Nuts.
Definitely a bunch of other applications
He's a good
that I tested for brainstorming purposes.
dude, he can make some money, right?
Extremely
Those
well.
are 100K nuts. Really? Yeah. If Corey Sandhagen is getting a 2 mil, then now he's a class fighter, but yeah, you got better nuts, man.
Now,
Better
another
nuts.
important element
Best nuts I know. I'm a comic. There's special nuts. Right? Was it? I didn't hype them up, right? No, I think we should do, but I could have like we could do special photographer. We could just do different like outfits and stuff. This is where you're bad business. So we do a professional, right? Because then that gets sad. It's sad. I think it's sad. But I mean, no, it's just I can be wrestling there. I'm Steve. We can do the iPhones, dude. It's for only for we don't want to go pro, but then it's gay. It's gay. Yeah, if you get too into it, like an hang off of TV. You just do different things with it. You put your nuts in different positions. You know how many tickets you'd sell?
Another example
Hey,
is the nonlinearity
let's get nutty. Yeah.
Ulysses Infinite Race by James Joyce.
It's been great.
It's just
And
beautiful.
then I'm the guy.
Anyways,
That's not my fans page. My nuts.
It's all one. Talk about humans being able to express selfish desires into cooperative systems by collecting
I just feel like we could do 10%
like
what
money
we're
laws
saying.
and rights are real.
I think we should
And
try.
these shared hallucinations act as games
What else did he do?
where competition is secretly redirected.
It's just nuts. Like dick. So
turning
it's just
conflict into
nuts.
society.
Those aren't just
Yeah, when I think
any
of
type of, you know what I'm
thinking,
saying? Those nuts. There's a
thinking
rack
cannot
out from
be
us. Dick too. The drunk out. But that dick's a
and
good
this
dick.
self-domestication
Yeah, I got a dick on him.
keeps
Yeah.
understanding
That's
our
what Nick,
unique cognitive
Nick
and
might
social
feature on
abilities.
my LC. So
Now,
I'm
it's important to say that the chain of
you got
thought
a
there
dick,
is
huh?
really
Yeah,
interesting.
I do.
It was looking
Yeah.
through the
He just,
entire
it was a hot
evolution
day, so
of
he was
life
happy.
on Earth,
Yeah.
considering apex
Nuts are
predators,
having them. What? That's what I'm trying to tell
and
you.
considering how
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
that.
but he was just like your flavor.
I
The
think
old
that
trunk was just sitting there. Like, I'll send you a picture sometimes on a
Again,
hot day.
one of
I'll
those
take
things
it, my tag and
somebody
true.
presents a different angle
My dick's
and
bigger
the
than
album
I'll tell you about leaving LA. Your dick
and the
is
same
when the
with
humidity in here and it's hot. My dick's just like relaxed.
of money,
I
law,
woke
and
up with a
rights.
boner this morning and I was tired. I don't know why. I was like, hey, what's going on with my phone? I bet most of your energy goes
competition secretly, we're just cooperating with each other.
That's probably why my testosterone.
And that is the fuel of progress.
Because I have big nuts or something.
Now, yeah, I know one program.
Yeah, right. So when you're on TRT, you're nut shrink. My nuts are the size of
that turn raw material into molecules.
Get them out.
That isn't so simple.
Get 'em out.
We organize the raw materials that came from.
Get them out.
Creating a close,
Let me see your little fucking
meaning,
pea shooter nuts.
that just ran
Yeah,
again.
there's two. You don't stand the old ones, those hard ones. That's let me like, they shrink up. They act as your body does because your nuts are responsible for testosterone. Yes, we're not needed. Wow. I said, take a break.
Then
We've been working hard
merge
for
these
about
two
30 years.
rewritten
Yeah.
layers
I'll
into
take it from here. All right, we're just gonna stop working out. Yeah. Wow. But that's small price to pay, man. Who needs big nuts? Not like yours, my mouth's watering, but
Okay, and then OP Mini High from
I showed my nuts to
Smart, Fast,
Casey,
actually,
Nick, and our crew.
and
Because I was on TRT for a while, and now I was up, and I'm off it now. Because I was like, look like now. So that's what I was like.
are not
I forgot how big my
rather
nuts were.
ongoing there.
So I asked them like, how
And then
big
it's
are your
stories
nuts?
that
Let me know.
right.
No, that's not what you said. How did it in the group chat? You said, guys, this is important, and I'm serious. Send me a picture of all of your nuts.
With no context. Why did you get off of TRT? Tell them this place I went to just stopped.
Values over time.
But I saw his nuts, they're fine. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know. I thought they were shrinking, and then they started growing back, but I don't know if it's the same size. HCG to grow back. I was taking HCG when it was on TRT.
Then it goes back to the
Those hurt my nuts. HCG hurts my nuts, yeah, because it activates them, really.
There's a lot of concerns as we discuss
Do you take a dusting? What's HCG? What is that? It spikes your natural testosterone. It tells your testes to start making it. When you're on testosterone, it starts coming back. I don't know if it's like an influx or whatever, but I had sharp pains in my nuts. And today's episode is sponsored by Vivas, and sometimes when the day winds down, your body's still wired. Grabbing a drink isn't always the best solution if you want to stay sharp. Vivas ends relax on one shot. It's plant-based, ready to decompress using kava, GABA, and other calming
When I used R1
without
versus
R1,
there was like that
you
sort
want
of
to take a heavy sedative,
around the
you'll get next day
and
grogginess,
flash
all right?
thinking,
So basically,
earlier,
Vivas
I
has
used
over
this version of the
12
one from
years.
December,
It's been trusted for 12 years with over 600 million servings sold. That's a lot. And each batch has it's independently lab tested for quality and consistency. Right now, you can try a free 3-pack of Relax on One Shot. Just go to the shipping. Click on the link in the description, and all you have to do is go to the shipping. It expands the difference for yourself.
not by a lot,
Right?
right?
Because then for free,
Like R1 definitely felt to me like it worked with E3 in certain areas, like doing the RL, fresh and learned a lot, but then in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between this model and O1 offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro. And what they did with those three, which was also very unique, is that they stacked certain on top of things, right? And the chain of thought is one thing, there's one thing, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they solve the RAPI count, it was also canceling many times, i.e. running them in parallel. And then selecting. It's running in parallel, actually. So,
have you guys seen this video?
I don't know if we have the full information on that. I don't have enough to agree. We confidently say that it is search. It is parallel search. Yeah. And then it's select. And we don't know what the reason why we're debating is because since O1 was announced, there's been a lot of interest in things called Monte Carlo research, where you break down the chain of thought into intermediate steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper from years ago where you introduced the idea to ask the language model that at the time was much less easy to use. We would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this forward because let's step. Chain of thought is now almost a default model, so if you ask it an ask question, you don't need to help with step.
And the idea with multi-color tree search is that you would take an intermediate point in that tree, use some sort of expansion, send more compute, and then just select the right one. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used in things like U0 and AlphaZero, essentially. I know U0 does this. Another form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking the majority. Right? The variety is like, it could be complicated. We don't know what it is, but they are not issuing one chain of
Now, do you notice? So you notice
they're
how he
launching
has his.
many in
How he was able
parallel.
to go
In the
start it up
ArcAPI, they
really
launched
It's because you
1,000
keep
in parallel
all
for
your shit
the
running.
one that like really shocked
It's so
everyone.
cool
That
that
beat the
it'll
benchmark,
actually.
which they would launch 1,000 in parallel, and then they would hit the right answer like 80% of the time, 70% of the time, right?
I think it runs.
Whereas if they just launched one, it was like 30%. So many attempts for this. I would say the simplest one is that our language models today
Looks like a young
designed to
polar bear though.
the
It's
right
not that
answer
big
the highest
compared
percentage of the time.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a
And
teenage.
we are now
Yeah, it
opening
looks
the
like a
door
teenage
to
polar bear. It's not
different
a
ways of
full-grown
running
polar bear.
inference on our models,
Now, the
in
polar
which
bears,
we need
what's
to
that?
reevaluate
Yeah, so
many parts of
polar
the
bears scared of the sound first. He'll eat you though. He'll
normally
fucking
opens
eat you.
the door to more progress, but we
You
don't
don't
know
want to
if
get bit by that
OpenAI
thing.
thinks
He's
a lot
going to
or
damage
just
very
software
quickly.
or multiple choices
So if he
what we're
grabs
doing,
you,
or
you're
if it's
gonna
something
go
more complex where they change the training and they know that the
There's a guy who got tackled by a polar bear.
So we're
And
talking
they got on
about
top of him,
Pro,
and then they
$200
shut him
a
off.
month,
They
and
scared
they're
him off.
losing money.
I
So
don't know. Don't fuck
the
around.
thing that we're referring to,
That's
the
a guy. I had a
fascinating
guy who went
exploration
to.
of the
So
test
scared.
time compute.
He goes to the North Pole. He's dragging his thing to the
Is
North
that
Pole.
actually possible?
Yeah,
Do you have
his
enough compute
it's
for
like.
that? Does the
And
financials
the
make
thing about
sense?
that
So
is
the
that you
fantastic
just
thing
have to
is,
shit weight.
and it's in
You
the
have to stuff
thing
in
that I
line, and you have to
pulled up
make sure
earlier,
you
but
calculate
the
decisions.
cost for
First, you gotta break the whole record
GPT-3
and all that stuff.
has plummeted. If you scroll up a few images, I think.
It's like,
The important
let's
thing
just
about
bring
like,
the
hey,
kids.
it's
They're not
cost
parents way up there.
limiting factor here, right? Like my view is that like we'll have like really awesome
At one
intelligence
point, he
before we
was
have
fucking.
like
He was so
AGI
tired.
before
He
we
was
have
part
that
of so
permeate
tired.
throughout the economy.
And for
And
whatever
this is
reason,
sort of why that
trying to
reason,
find
right?
something there.
GPT-3 was put in
Right.
2020, 2021.
Right behind
And
the
the
10
cost for running
yards away
inference on
is a
it
polar bear
was
following.
$60, $70
This
per
female.
user,
That
right?
was just started.
Which is the cost per intelligence was
Yep.
ridiculous.
And he was like, okay,
Now,
get the
as
fuck
we go
down.
forward 2 years, we have a 1,200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So
Right.
here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis is log scale dollars to run inference on a million tokens.
All right, well, this was
So you have just
what I just
a
discovered.
dollar, like
This is
a
a
linear
course.
decline on the
Morris
scale,
high school teacher that was arrested for
GPT-3,
sexual
GPT-5
sex with a 6-year-old
It's like
son.
5 cents or something, right?
And then this was just when he was
$60, 1,200x. That's not the exact number, but 1,200x. I remember that number. Is humongous cost for intelligence, right? Now, the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they made it so cheap. But if you actually look at the trend line, they're not below the trend line, first of all.
That's a
At
good
least
question.
GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now, with GPT-4, what's going to happen with these reasoning algorithms, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations, it's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these different better input systems, better hardware, right? Going from, each generation of GPU to new generations of ASICs. Everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then, can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't because it's too complicated to actually scale. Like, who knows? Better lesson, right? The question is I think when, not yet, because the rate of progress is so fast. Right?
It does change things.
9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago, the cost of training and now we're much better than that. And that cost curve before, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 or so, right? And we're going to get it down to $6, probably, for GPT-4 quality. And the same, and then that's the base for the reasoning model, the O1 that we have today. O1 Pro is flying multiple, right? And O3, so on and so forth. These search techniques are too expensive today, but they're going to get cheaper. And that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
It'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big R1 released fix everybody out because you're cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummeting. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA close there, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is reasonable. Most of the market, NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major car companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And the simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down. The actual thing that happens is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising in the App Store, social contagion that is happening, and then I think some of it is like.
So that's who.
But it's built up over the weekend with the social pressure, whereas like, if it was during the weekend, there was multiple days of trading where this is really coming. It comes on the weekend, and then everybody wants to sell.
So
That
can I
is
ask you a
social
question?
contagion. I think some, like, there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one's like more than $1 billion on a model that's really struggling.
Is she also somebody
A couple $100 million,
is it possible
and
she's
then
also
they
somebody
reduced the
who
cost
anything
of
for attention?
4 turbo 4.0, right? But $1 million model was our company, right? And then the other number is like, they didn't include everything. They didn't include a lot of the cost of
vaccination of children is so
a lot
much
of the
more
cost of
prevalent than we can even
a lot of
imagine.
cost of post-training. A lot of these things go back to research dollars, right? Like, all these front things are like counted in the billions of dollars of the nice spending, but they weren't counted in the,
So she's
hey,
reliving that
$6
trauma
million, $5 million that each spent, right? So there's a bit of
I'm inclined to
misunderstanding
believe
of
her
what
because
these
she's
numbers
saying
are.
it in such
But then there's also
like she's
an element
acting
of
like she doesn't care. She's given years.
It's just a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives.
She's not being dramatic about it. She's just saying.
I don't think push down into
It's
the stock.
like
Everyone is looking
when
for a
somebody
reason to
says
sell.
something like that, they
right?
just go, yeah,
It was
let's just
Blackwell
that's how she
right
deals
there.
with it. Right, so I think
There's a lot of report. Every 2 weeks there's a report about the
by the way, she's
there's the whole thing about scaling on ending, right? So it's so ironic, right? It was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? It's not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Proofing is dead, and then it's like, right? And now it's like, wait, models are getting cheaper. They're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right? The funniest thing is that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100 has gone up over the last couple of years, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since E3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing was down. H200 are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right? We were trying to get GPUs that were noticed for demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just like 1632 H100 for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, Janet, paradox is
and its family were in somebody very close to this. This is it. It was
somehow magically,
viral TikTok video.
counterintuitively,
It was a nurse.
Right, semiconductor is we're at 50 years of Moore's law. Every few years, double the transition.
Adolescents,
It's like clockwork. It's slowed down, obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time. It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff. I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows. AI is just playing out at the same time, right? It's 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x in like 3 years, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that is like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused with the number one way. I'm not
And it's like
sure.
I always just
But maybe it went down because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China or something like that. But if you just look purely at the actual play here, like,
but
it's obvious, yes, Javon's
More
paradox.
progress that AI makes, or
there was always
higher
something,
the derivative of AI,
my friends,
especially.
I
If
pick
it
them
is in the best place, the higher the derivative, the sooner the market should be bigger and expanding, bigger all they want.
communicate with your children.
That's everything reliably right now.
What is that thing that they see the dad is dangerous? They don't want any part of it. That's a huge deterrent.
Another company that's using
So I don't know, man.
Who
I think a lot of
historically
times
has been a
too,
large NVIDIA
predators
customer.
Yeah.
are looking
As
for
a
a child
press release
doesn't
about them
have
cheering about being China's biggest
parents in their life.
right? Like,
or sleep with
Obviously, they've tried it down, but like, I think that's
this
like
girl's
another
classic.
element.
This girl's
They
one of
don't want to put
the most dangerous threat to a child
yes, they have H800.
is
Yes, they have H20.
the stepfather who comes in.
Which is smuggling.
Is the boyfriend or stepfather.
Smuggling.
That is the most statistically the most dangerous man to any child. So if it's another man, you know how lions come in and kill all the babies. When a man comes in and it's not his child,
arguably
it's
is
a
the
very
largest
dangerous
smuggler
situation for a child.
ByteDance has like over 500,000. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google,
And there was
they
a
rent from
woman
all
on
these massive
Instagram,
and
and she put on Instagram or something like that, social media, where
of the world.
she
They rent
found out
so many
she was dating a
people
guy.
from a bunch,
She had a
right?
16-year-old
And
daughter.
they do
The
this
guy had a
mostly
camera
like what Meta does,
in the
right?
shower.
Serving.
And she takes that
Today, the
she finds the
right?
camera.
And it's a valid use, right?
And she was just like, because she must have seen it on his computer.
Now, that's theoretically now very much
Sure.
with the AI
You have to quarantine your house with your stepdaughter or whatever.
and Trump admin
This
looks
shit
like they're going to
is,
keep
you know, people are so
limits
fucking
to our
dark.
allies.
Like,
even
you
though
don't realize, like, if you're a
Singapore
detective,
is like 20%,
you're like,
30% of the city's revenue. But
if you said, no,
Singapore
you
had
can't
a
do the
moratorium on
grandfather,
building
they're
data
like, oh, it is the grandfather. What?
centers.
There are people that are so fucking evil.
I mean, I'm not saying they're all going to China, right? But unfortunately, then you're going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle, big data centers in Malaysia. They're going all over Southeast Asia, probably, and India as well, right? Like stuff routing, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like, you can only buy this many, and you can only rent a cluster this large. Something at a time, right? Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling. Right? And if it was, hey, let's a random company by 16 servers just to China, right? There's actually I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking that competes with NVIDIA.
My friend,
And he sent a
who's
photo
a good
of
friend
a
of
guy
mine, I've
checking
known
in
him
for
many,
first
many
class
years, 30 years.
from San Francisco
I've known John 30
Shanghai or
years.
Shenzhen
I wrote a
super
script with
micro
John.
box that
I
is
did
this big,
a
which
movie
can
with
only
John.
contain
I
GPUs.
did a couple of TV shows with John.
First class, just think about it.
35
days.
I was talking to John once a week. John
Server
had gone through
costs,
some very, very hard times.
$240,000 in
He
the US,
went to a
$50,000,
divorce.
sell it for
There was a very
$300,000
messy
in China.
one where he was estranged from his kids,
Had a free
unfortunately.
first class ticket.
It weighed very heavy on him, and I was kind of with him the whole time.
That's like
The
small
last time I
scale
talked to him
smuggling.
about 2
Most of the
weeks
large
ago.
scale smuggling is like
And unfortunately,
Malaysia,
Saturday, I think it was actually Friday night, he took his own
how
life.
much is the scale?
I went to see him in
some people that are higher level
Atlanta because we did something there together about,
as you go from 1 billion to
yes,
10
no,
billion,
less than a year ago.
you're hiding certain
And
levels of economic
he was
activity,
having a hard
and that's the
time.
most
I
reasonable
remember,
thing to me is that there's going to
we
be
spent
some
time
level where
together, but it's just
so
a huge
obvious
bummer
that it's
because I
easier
have
to
great
find
memories
this
of John.
economic activity.
He was just an enthusiastic, great guy,
My belief
smart guy,
is that last
wrote a
year,
great book called
roughly,
Inflection Point.
so NVIDIA made $1 million.
Had a great show called
legally
Sports
allowed
Science
to
and
be
Fight
I know
Science.
we talked about it
And
better
was
for
just,
reasons.
he was
So I think
tireless.
at least.
And
Maybe not
he had a great family. He was married for a long time. He had
Then
great
they
kids,
also
and I
had,
don't know what happened.
a couple $100,000, we think like 200 to
It's a very
300,000
sad story.
were routed to China
Very sad
from
story.
Singapore,
And
Malaysia,
he'll be
US,
missed by
wherever.
his mom,
Companies
Rose,
spawn up by
right now,
16 GPUs,
and his sister,
whatever they routed. And
his
Huawei's
brother-in-law,
known for
who
having
was
spun
his
up
business
a
partner,
massive
Vicky.
network of like
And
companies to get
he
the
was
materials
surrounded
they
by
need
people
after they were
trying to
banned
help
in
him.
like
But
2018.
sometimes I
It's
think
not
in
like
life,
otherworldly.
you're
But I
not.
agree, right? Nathan's point is like,
I think sometimes people, I think mental illness is very real.
and then the third sort of source, which is just now banned,
sometimes
is,
people,
which wasn't
you can't help
smuggling,
them,
but is
unfortunately. You
China
cannot
is
help them.
renting,
And
like,
it's just one of those
I
things.
from our research, right?
What's that?
Oracle's biggest
Picture of my nuts.
is
Picture of my nuts.
and for Google, I think it's the second biggest.
Once again,
Right? And so, like, when you go down the list of clouds, especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't like the hyperscalers, right? Beyond, or even Lambda, even there's a whole sea, there's 60 different cloud companies serving the GPUs.
So you disagree with
Right?
that? It is the greatest
All
thing
over, right?
ever.
And so these
I'm missing
companies
that turkey.
are renting
That's
these
what
kind of stuff.
That's what
That's
you
completely-
gotta
it was completely
drink.
legal
Yeah.
up
When
until
you're looking
the
for
diffusion rules,
yourself,
which happened just a few weeks
you're
ago.
gonna
And even now, you can rent GPU clusters
Yeah.
that are less than 2,000 GPUs. So you can buy
right here.
GPUs
It's like when I was
ship
high,
them
we
wherever
lost
you
the
want.
keys
If they're less
to
than
the car,
2,000
and we were looking
it's
for
like,
them for
there
4
are
hours in
still like
Atlantic
some
City.
ways to
You guys
smuggle,
sat
but
down.
yeah, it's not,
No,
as the numbers
I'm smoking
grow,
weed.
right?
I'm not a weed smoker.
$100 something billion of
I
revenue
was
for
Patty
Nvidia last year,
Jenkins.
100 something billion this year. right?
we're
And
looking for the
next year,
keys because fucking dropped them in the sand. So good luck trying to find them in the sand. So
double
we're
again
looking
or more
at,
than double, right? Based on like what
and
we see
we
with
can't
data
find
center
them. And then we're like,
footprints
I
like
don't
being
get it.
built out all
And I
across the
sat
US
down
and the
with
rest of the world.
fucking
So it's going to be really hard for China to
Patty
keep
looked at
up
me and she said, Brian,
with
what?
these
She goes,
rules,
what's in
right?
your hand?
Yes, there will always be smuggling.
And I was like,
And deep seek level models, and T4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next tier above them.
I was all
But if
clutching
we
them
speed
like
run a
this.
couple more, jumps, right? To $1 billion models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there's a steep disadvantage for China for training models and serving. And the serving part is really critical, right? You cannot serve their models yet. Right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling into the App Store. Actually, download it. Try and sign up this thing.
It doesn't get affected by
the massive. So you open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second. You can't even get your
Like
request
he
approved.
totally stopped
Right?
drinking. It
Because
looks great. I said,
no
I
capacity
saw
because they just don't have enough GPUs
last week
to
and I was
model,
like, you lose
even though
weight
it's
the same
incredibly
way. So I
It'd be
stopped
fascinating to
drinking.
watch the
Like I'm
smuggling.
not puffy at all.
There's drug smuggling.
Yeah.
That's a market.
Yeah.
There's
Same.
weapons
I
smuggling.
don't drink anymore.
And
I just don't.
used with capacity.
Still wake
their
up,
highest value per kilogram, probably by far.
Have you? Were you with me? Like I didn't eat or drink.
I have another question for you, though.
Like
Do you
I got
track
stung by a pack of
model
bees.
API access internationally?
And everybody's
How
like, yeah,
easy is it
but
for
my buddy
Chinese
Nick goes,
companies
you
to
look awful.
post its model APIs to the US? Yeah, and that's incredibly risky. Like OpenAI publicly stated deep use their API. And they say they have that, right? This is another element of the training regime. Is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distilled model, i.e., you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, what DeepSeek did efficiency-wise.
Distillation is standard practice in industry, whether or not if you're at a closed lab where you care about terms of service and IT closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building new products, you distill from the
This is a good opportunity
You gonna miss
to
LA a little bit though?
explain, dictate your distillation as a process. What is distillation?
You were there
What's the
for a long
process?
We talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on post training. You're trying to train on very high quality types that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model match something. But for supervised tuning, for preference data, you need to have some completions what the model is trying to learn and imitate. And what you do there is instead of the human data or instead of the model you're currently training, you take completions from a different normally more powerful model. I mean, there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for, these GPT-5s of the world, Claude 3, Copuses of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process. It's okay. Publicly stated, like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily the billing, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70B in their Llama.
I will be. I'm not doing any
This is
stand
all
up
the
until
same topic.
July
So
5th.
this
Good for you. I'll be in Drea.
ethical legal,
What's that?
why is that
Yes, sir.
Financial Times
Drop fast all
article
cast.
headline
Giveaway still good on.
says
It's in the
OpenAI says
podcast.
that
Diesel
there's
dad
evidence
version drops
that
in
DeepSeek
I
used
think
this
today.
model to
But
train
get in time for Father's
This
Day.
is a
Get
long,
your dad the gift
at least
that
from
keeps
the
on giving.
academic side and research side, as long as you're trying to interpret OpenAI's role. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor without putting
with
them
over
out.
$50,000
Terms of service are
in
different than a license, which are essentially a contract between an organization.
First episode of
So if you have
Boys.
terms of
Just got
service on
started.
OpenAI's
Let's go,
account
baby.
and you
Texas.
violate it,
This
OpenAI
is my own kid. We're out.
This is very different
Guys,
than like a
let's talk a little
license
bit
that says how you
about
can use it.
QA mode.
So a
Okay.
lot of it hinges on a word that is very
It's a
unclear in
sexual
the AI
performance
space, which is what
booster. All right.
depends
It's
on.
an all-natural
And then the
supplement
ethical aspect of
designed
it
to
is like,
enhance blood
why is
flow,
it
giving you
unethical for
firmer,
me to
more
train the air
reliable
model when you
erections.
can train on the internet?
It's not just about better sex too.
Right?
It
So
also
there's a bit
supports
of
healthier
a
blood
hypocrisy
vessels,
because
boosts heart health,
OpenAI
and enhances your
commercially
athletic performance.
most of the companies
Expertly
train
formulated and backed by science, is proven to improve erectile function by
There's also a
50%
fairly
in just
limited
60
set.
days. You mix a
I
pack with
generate
water,
data from OpenAI,
feel the
and
effects
then
within
I
45
upload it
minutes.
somewhere, and then
Take
somebody
control
else
with Joy
clicks on
Mode.
it,
Get a
and the
boost
link has been
anytime,
broken.
anywhere.
Like they're
Never miss
not
a
on
beat. I give 20% off that. You know what?
This is
Wanna
why
watch that?
a lot of the
If you're
there's a lot
looking
of
to take
like
your game to the next level,
details
try,
that don't make a lot of sense.
visit
This is why a lot of models today, even
tryjoymode.com.
if they train on
And
zero
that is
OpenAI data, you ask the model to train you, it'll say, oh, I'm
Use
trained by OpenAI.
Fighter
Because
code
there's
Fighter
so
for
much
20%
copy-paste
off your
OpenAI
single
outputs
purchase and 30% off subscription.
on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out. And there was nothing in the RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SFT, whatever, that says, hey, I'm actually modeled by Allen Institute instead of
We have to
OpenAI.
do this if we serve a demo. We do research and we use OpenAI APIs was useful and we wanted to understand post-training and like our research models, they will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about. That like, I am Tulu. I am a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post-training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or to suppress the OpenAI thing. So in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. Like, if you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter because anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter that it's saying it's ChatGPT.
Oh, I guess one of the ways to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. Like if you're serving it to say that you're.
That's what we do. Like if we host the demo, you say you are Tulu 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also are benefited from OpenAI data because it's a great research tool.
I mean, do you think there's any truth and value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used this model to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data is on the internet, and therefore it's in your for training. Right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in your.
I think that they're trying to shift them. They're trying to protect themselves, and we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the like AI culture, like they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. Like that's how they bootstrap their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than to set up human pipelines and build a strong model. So there's a long history here, and a lot of the communications are seem like narratives.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into Llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of experts, it's 600 plus billion parameters and all this, and people have distilled them into Llama models because the Llama models are so easy to serve and everyone's built the pipelines and tooling for inference with the Llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen it a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? Is it illegal? Maybe it's illegal, whatever. I don't know about that, but like.
It could break contracts. I don't think it's illegal. Like in any illegal, like no one's going to jail for this.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical because like, the moment it becomes, we ban that kind of thing, it's going to make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
I agree. I have a schizo take on how you can solve this because it already works.
I have a reasonable take.
All right.
So Japan has a law which you're allowed to train on any training data and copyrights data if you want to train a model. A. B. Japan has 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do, we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent them to the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no like potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or anything like that. No, it's just like completely legal. No, so
genius. The early copyright lawsuits have fallen in favor of AI training. I would say that the long tail of use is going to go inside of AI, which is if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at trillions of tokens of data. You're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing a audio generation for music or image generation, and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you can figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 of YouTube creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. Like, please, like that. It's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense. But there's a long tail where it's just on the internet.
I think one of the other aspects of that Financial Times article implied, and so that leads to a more general question: do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, and stealing of actual secret code and data from inside companies? How much of that is being detected?
Moving data is hard, but ideas. Silicon Valley operates on the way that top employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise. And a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And there's no, I mean, in California, there's rules that like certain like non-competes or whatever are illegal in California. And whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of it happens. Recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link. And everyone is saying the next llama, with the meta team, is going to have 1 million context link. And that's kind of how the world works.
You know, as far as like industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful in the past, right? You know, the Americans did the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? And, you know, so on and so forth. It is a fact of life. And so, like, to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. You can make it difficult, but even then, like, there's all these stories about, like, hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been, like, sort of, like, given to China in terms of design and stuff. Code and stuff, like, between, you know, I say companies, not nation states, is probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco, or a company changing employees, or the always the like mythical honeypot that always gets talked about, right? Like someone gets honeypotted, right? Because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in their 20s and 30s. Not everyone, but like an insane percentages. So there's always like all these like, you know, and obviously
honeypot is like a female spy approaches you and like
or male, right? You know, it's San Francisco, right? But as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right, is like we were very easily corrupted, right? Like, you know, like not corrupted myself, but you know, like we are, right?
Everybody else, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm too oblivious that I am not single, so I'm safe from one espionage access.
Yeah, you have to make sure to close all the security vulnerabilities. So you collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build-outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster build-outs is they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? US, you know, sort of like data center power consumption has been slowly on the rise and gone up to 2-3%. Even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption has a percentage of total US. And that's been over decades, right, of data centers, et cetera. It's been climbing. But now, by the end of this decade, it's like even under like, you know, when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally, by like 2028, 2030, people are traditionally traditional data center people are like, that's nuts. But then like, people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this at like the Anthropics and OpenAIs are like, that's not enough. But like, you know, this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the US as well as like centralized clusters, right? The distributed throughout the US is exciting and it's the bulk of it, right? Like, hey, you know, OpenAI or say Meta's adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the US for inference and all the other things, right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So, you know, does this include AWS? Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's a GPU and what's a computer and what. Not that far back, but yeah. So, like, what do we mean by the clusters?
No, man. I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center tasks have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far and widely, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhere close to me, it does whatever sort of ranking recommendation as a result of that, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on. Right? It's not database access. It's not serve me the right page, serve me the right ad. It's now inference. And inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar. And then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm going to put thousands of GPUs in blocks all around these data centers. I'm going to run models on them. User submits a request, gets kicked off, or hey, my service, they submit a request to my service right there on Word, and they're like, oh yeah, help me Copilot, and the service kicks it off from my Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to a data center, right? And that data center does some work, sends it back. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute. But then, and that's like, there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and like all these other things, and those are the bulk of what's being built. But the scale of and so that's like what's really reshaping, and that's what's getting millions of GPUs. But the scale of the largest cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, like or through the age of AI, right, like it was a really big deal when they did AlexNet on I think 2 GPUs or 4 GPUs, I don't remember. It's a really big deal.
It's a big deal because you've used GPUs.
It's a big deal to use GPUs, and they use multiple, right? But then over time, the scale has just been compounded, right? And so when you skip forward to GPT-3, then GPT-4, GPT-4, 20,000 A100 GPUs, unprecedented run, right? In terms of the size and the cost, right? A couple $100 million on a YOLO, right? A YOLO run for GPT-4, and it yielded, this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a log scale, right?
Oh yeah, they have that plot from the paper.
The scaling,
the technical report.
the scaling laws were perfect, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100s, roughly each GPU is consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power, right? Maybe you could look up what the power of consumption of a person is because the numbers are going to get silly, but like that 15 to 20 megawatts was standard data center size. It was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running one time. As awesome. The toaster is like
That's a good example.
A similar power consumption to an A100, right? H100 comes around, they increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU, and then there's all the associated stuff around it. So it's just, once you count all that, it's roughly like 1,200 to 1,400 watts for everything, networking, CPUs, memory, blah, blah, blah.
So we should also say what's required. You said power, a lot of power is required, a lot of heat is generated, so cooling is required. And because there's a lot of GPUs that have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah,
right.
So I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standardized data centers for GPT-4 scale, right? Now we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers, and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together, really, with a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, etc. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? So they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data center design, and it looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. They first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 16,000 of them were running on the training run because GPUs are very unreliable, so they need to have spares to like swap in and out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on Llama 4.1 currently, right? Like 128,000 or so, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, 150 megawatts, right? For 128,000, right? So you're talking about you've jumped from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, he admittedly, right, he says it himself, got into the game a little bit late for pre-training large language models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then he bet heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right, which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that. He bought a factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation. At the same time, he's got a bunch of mobile power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line that's right next to the factory, pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, in an old appliance factory that's shut down long ago, right? Like, and he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. Or he's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down because it's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that's that in Arizona, in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 yeah, 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most cities, right? To be clear, it delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both pre-training, the post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
What is a nuclear power plant again?
Everyone is doing this, right? Everyone is doing this, right? Meta in Louisiana, right? They're building 2 natural gas plants, massive ones, and then they're building this massive data center. Amazon has like plans for this scale. Google has plans for this scale. XAI has plans for this scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing, the companies that are racing hard. They're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out because they think that if I now have obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff with RL sandbox and computer use or whatever, right? Like this is where they're going to and all these viable domains where they keep learning and learning and learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable because the line does go up, right? As you throw more compute, you get more performance. The shirt is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? You 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements, so you bend the curve, right? And these scaled data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? Nina was mentioning there's Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. And if you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing, and like they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. And, you just go down the list. There's so many ramifications. Interesting thing is like certain regions of the U.S. transmitting power cost more than actually generating it, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the U.S., like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it. Which is like, there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane.
In the power grid support this kind of growth.
Trump's executive orders. There was a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is a big challenge, right? Is building enough power fast.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow to build the power plant. To build a power plant or to reconfigure an existing power plant is too slow. And so therefore you must use data center power consumption is down, right? It's like
Which is why nuclear is also good for it. Like long term, nuclear is a very natural fit, but yeah, you can't do solar or anything in the short term.
Because data center power is like this, right? Like you're telling me, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like power is cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and depreciation of the GPU, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnered with someone. And so there is a couple hopes, right? Like one is, and Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. They're not just using dual combined cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation. And wind is another like that correlate, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green, except the time scale for that is slow, right? So people are trying. But, Meta basically said, whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge. Or they'll buy like a PPA power agreement, where there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like whatever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here in some grid and they're buying power. And then another thing is like Microsoft quit on some of the sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door, and like a sewer next, or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and garbage stuff nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than what data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves global warming and stuff, right? Whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the lab have, right?
I asked the guy how he was doing. He goes,
because the race is that important, and if we lose,
ask me after,
way
what's
worse.
he doing?
Right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit
I was like, oh, hey, you
the
gotta
Memphis
calm
data
down,
center,
brother.
and it's
We gotta calm down.
kind of incredible. I mean,
Any better, and I couldn't take it. I'm like, yeah, man.
just the use and the rate
Well, there is something up.
innovation
You're
is
about to,
insane.
you're
Because my
very,
sense is that
you're a little
nobody's
dicey.
ever done it
But
at this
just
scale.
more, that's just
And
how
nobody
well,
certainly
there's
ever
a great
done anything
way to
at
look
this
at life.
scale
Like
at
you
the
just
rate
go,
that
what are you
AI is
thankful
doing.
for?
So they're
But
like
it's
figuring
so
out.
much better than it could
I
be.
mean, it's all
Every
sitting at
aspect
all
of
these meetings
looking
with their
at, there's always a problem in life.
It's insane.
There's
It's
always
exciting.
something going on
They're
that
like,
that's
they're
that
trying
feels
to
like it's
figure out
hard
what
to
the
fix.
bottlenecks are.
But you
How to
can
remove
focus
the
on that, and you
bottlenecks,
can
how to make
focus
sure
on
that,
just
you
how
know,
much you have.
there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center.
Any better than I couldn't take it.
You know, everything has to work.
Let's start using that.
It's,
Yeah, let's start using that.
the
Any
people
better
that
than I
do like
couldn't take
sysadmin,
it.
you know, the
I had a
machine learning,
guy
all
who
that
had
is
a
the
great day. I
exciting thing
felt
and so on. So
that
really,
yeah,
the
I
people
knew a
that
guy
run everything
who
are the
wasn't doing well ever.
folks that know like the low
That just,
level
she just
software
very
and hardware
overweight.
that runs
He
everything,
he
and
taught
networking, all of
stand-up
that.
comedy class.
So you have to like
And
make sure you have
was
procedures
much
that
of a
test
comic.
everything.
It's
I
great.
think they're
And,
using internet. I don't know how they're doing the networking.
how you doing? He goes, very well. Very well.
There's actually,
Having a
like,
lot
I
of
think,
fun.
yeah, the unsung
Having a
hero is
lot
probably
of
the
fun.
cooling and electrical.
Every single time.
It's
He
like
knows
that.
that. I'm like,
Crossover.
hey, I don't know what that means.
But I think,
What are you talking
like,
about? Having a
one
lot of
story
fun.
that maybe
Very
like
well.
exemplifies
Having a
how
lot of
insane this
fun.
stuff is.
Things are
Is,
fantastic.
when you're
So I
training,
just,
right, you're always doing, you're running through the model a bunch, right? You're running through the model a bunch, and then you're going to change everything and synchronize the weights, right? So you'll do a step. This is like the step in model training, right? And every step you launch goes on. But in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot in the minute, right? The interesting thing is GPU power is most of it. Networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, the power for your GPU is here. But then when you're exchanging weights, if you're not able to overlap communication perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPU is just idle, and you're exchanging weights, and you're like, hey, the model's updating. So you're changing the gradients, the model update, and
the
then
thing about Texas
start training again, the power goes,
well, everything's 20 minutes.
right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up.
Traffic is the night.
And so Meta actually has accidentally opened upstream something to code in Python where they added an operator. And I kid you not, whoever made this, like, I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch, it's like PyTorch.powerplant no go. What it does is amazing, right? Either, when you're changing the weights, the GPU just computes that number, so the power doesn't spike too much. And so then the power plants don't blow up because it creates a spike, like, screws stuff up.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to figure it out.
And Elon's solution was like, let me throw a bunch of custom mega packs and do other things, right? Like, there's, everyone has different solutions, but like, that is at least was public and openly known, which is just like, set this operator, and what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing, so that the power
Oh, you saw trash
That just tells you how much power you're working.
and you'll see turtles on the
It's insane.
you'll see turtles, tortoises. No,
scale,
you'll
like
see
what does
land
X watt
tortoises.
do, and
You're
go
gonna see
through
we
all the
found a
scales
coral
from
snake
watt
in
per
our
kilowatt per
4 days
megawatt.
ago.
And
Coral snake.
you look and stare at that, and you're how high on the list of gigawatt
That's
is.
well, it's got color with that. So, Chin, can you look at the coral
You
snakes?
say something about cooling? So I know you're on liquid
No, it's got
cooling.
no. They're just when we saw the tarantula,
In all cases.
that's somebody's pet, right?
That's a new thing.
So we had a tarantula in our pool, and they're big
Is there something
tarantulas.
interesting to say about the cooling?
Yeah, so air cooling is
But we
really
have
the top
tarantulas,
standard.
scorpions are a big
Throw a bunch
problem.
of metal,
Yeah, we've had a
heat pipes,
few
etc.,
scorpions.
and fans, right?
Now we
And
got
that's cool.
growlers,
That's been
we
enough
got
to cool
coral
it.
snakes. Now, there's no coral snakes.
People have
They're
been dabbling in
smaller,
water cooling.
but
Google's
they're hard
TPUs are water cooled,
gonna bite you.
right?
So if they
They've
do
been
bite you,
doing
it's a
that
big
for a few
problem.
years.
Texas
With
coral
TPUs,
snakes,
no one's ever done, and no one's ever done the scale.
Also, Texas around the areas.
Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU is mandatory water cooling, not the water cooler. But Elon did it on
No,
the
and
current
they've
generation,
got, I
and
believe,
that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the
the
satellite
same
photos and
venom
stuff
for the
of
cobra. They're in
the Memphis facility, there's all these external water fillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck top thing. What's it called?
Snakes, see that?
But really, those are water chillers. And you
That's a
have
gorgeous.
90 of
What
those
is
water
it?
chillers
You see how small
90
and
different
yellow?
containers, right? The water, that
Okay,
chill the water, bring it back to the data center, and you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chips, but also an efficiency. Right, and going back to that like sort of three vector thing, like there is memory bandwidth, clocks, and interconnect. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects. Right? And so this is also like a reason why you don't go water cooling, because you can just put the chips right next to each other, and then they'll get higher speed connectivity.
I gotta ask you, so in one of your recent posts, there's a section called custom measuring context. So
there's another word there, but I won't say it.
who's got the biggest knowledge?
Today, individual layers is right.
Keon's cluster.
Keon's cluster like 200,000, right? Meta has like 128,000, 100,000. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs if you want. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions. But for the most part, you want them all in like one area, right? So you can connect them highly with high-speed networks. And so, Keon today has 200,000. And 100,000 is 200,000.
I was like, you're 85, dude. Yeah, I came here
Meta,
for
OpenAI,
yes.
and Amazon all have almost 100,000 less. But this year, right? This year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 training because Amazon is trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scales for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 clusters, and those GPUs are much higher power than some of the existing ones, right? Copper 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 1200 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
No, you think you said you get some really fancy actually do.
I mean, I don't doubt, right? The filings that he has for like his power plant and Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy things about this. Like permits and stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what and what the timescales are. It's never doubted.
Incline bench. So what's the idea with these customers? If you have 1 million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training? What percentage training? What percentage is used for like?
It's mega clusters making most sense for inference, right? You could route inference there and just train. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got like 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, like multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at super high network speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, which is the old scale, right, you can use parameters, you can use data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training side. Right? Yes, there's video, audio, and image that has not been fully taken advantage of. There's a lot more scaling, but a lot of people have transcripts of YouTube videos. And that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all the value out of the video.
I'm gonna have some words with him.
There's still scaling to be done on pre-training. But this post-training world is where all the flops are going to be. Right? The model can play with itself, self-play, and verify with tasks. Spider-Man in sandboxes and his 10-year-old son simulated robotics things, right? All of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. I think it's going to be good. We're going to stop.
He played
training. It's training.
10 years old, plays up to 14-year-old.
At some point,
plays up to the 14-year-old league.
Because for like most of like the last 3 years, pre-training has worked post-training. But with these verifiable metrics, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, but we can verify what's happening. Those infinitely verifiable tasks, it seems you can spend as much as you want.
especially with context length increase. Because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length for these models. And we talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely on a ton of sampling, and it's becoming increasingly long context. So there's like effectively your compute efficiency goes down. Flops is the standard for how you measure it, but
Tim, you're on the
with RL,
podcast right
you
now.
have to do all these things where you move your weights around in a different way than pre-training
is lacrosse and
generation. It's going to become less efficient, and flops is going to be less efficient term,
he's a
and then as
stand-up
the
in the big
infrastructure gets better,
sport
it's probably
beside
go back to flops.
the real stand-up.
So all of the things we've been
This
talking about
weekend
is
at
most
the
likely going
Texas
to be
Wildcard Tournament, where they are going to be 33
Google
state
like kind of ignores
champions.
that.
He was the highest scoring
Yeah,
scorer
what's the
and the
story?
highest assist
What's the
leader
story
in
with
the
TPU?
entire
Like,
tournament.
CPU is awesome, right? It's great.
Yes, but
Google
hold on.
they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers, don't get me wrong. And they actually have the biggest cluster. I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster, period. The way they do it is like very
Thank you. I
interesting, right?
just won.
They have two sort of like data center
You guys are trying to,
right? In the data center isn't physically like all the GPUs are physically on one site, but they're like 39. They're not GPUs. They have like in Iowa and Nebraska, they have 4 data centers that are just like right next to each other.
why doesn't Google Flex?
Yes, but I was just saying that your son
Go to
scored
multi-data center
in
training.
a league because of 14. He scored 17
It's
goals
just
in 3
sending out
games.
this multi-data center.
And my friend
This is like, so this is an image of like what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, the data center is very different than anyone else's data center.
What are we looking at?
So these are, so if you see this image, right, in the center there are these big rectangular blocks. Those are where the actual and then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's like these water pipes
I just said
killer cooling
that he
towers in
scored
the top, and a
17
bunch of like
goals in
diesel
3 games.
generators. The diesel generators are
said that's lacrosse,
the
Brian.
data center
And I said
itself
it's
is
hockey.
look physically smaller than the water chips, right? So the chips are actually easier to like keep together, but then like cooling all the water for the water cooling is
You
very
just
different.
lost the
Right? So
bet.
Google has like a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has
Hey,
for
Tim,
the
thank
GPU.
you.
And what they do is they've like stamped these data centers, they've stamped a bunch of these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft, this is in Arizona, this is where GPU 5 quote unquote will be trained. If it doesn't exist already. Yeah, if it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right, I've shown a couple of images of them, they're like really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa. And then they also have a similar one in Ohio, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. So these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure. Very tightly connected in a small region. So if you want to always have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building. Right? And he's completely right on, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites. And by a significant margin, you have to go across multiple sites.
Why doesn't Google compete with NVIDIA? Why don't they
I think there's a competition to it. But one, CPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking and build models for that, right? And so, like, a big chunk of the search, CPU purchases, or CPU purchases, or big chunk of Google purchases, and usage, all of it is for internal search, Gemini, right, YouTube, all these different applications, ads. These are where all the GPUs are being spent.
And they're comfortable, they're durable, so you're not
But
poor,
there's
they
certain
feel
like
good.
aspects
Very
of
comfortable, but they're not
architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like they open source the Gemma model, and they call
upgrade the hardest
it Gemma 70, right? But then it's actually 8 billion parameters. The vocabulary is so large. Because the reason they need the vocabulary so large is use like matrix multiplication is massive. Because that's what they like sort of optimized for. So they decided, oh, well, let's make the vocabulary large too. Even though it makes sense to be a small model, because that fits on the hardware. So Gemma doesn't run it as efficiently on a GPU as a Llama does, right?
Yeah,
But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on a GPU as a Gemma does, right? And so like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design. So all these search models, or the ranking and recommendation models, all these different models that are AI, but not like Gen AI, right? Have been hyper optimized.
Yeah, because I wear my brunt work boots when I'm
all of this
software
forest
stuff
doing
has not been
artwork like a coral snake decides to
right?
get all,
Very
crawly
specific
on
to
me.
Jackson
I
and stuff
got
like that. Then,
LeBron's
but like
heat
the
bites from
experience when you're
LeBron's.
inside of Google
You know
and
what I
you're
mean?
training
Get
on
your damn
GPUs as a
ultimate.
researcher,
LeBron's
you don't need to know
your
anything about the
claws.
hardware in many cases,
Where
right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you step outside, they have the go back.
Yeah, he's
They leave
he's
people
he's
and
very
go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like they
Look,
leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. They're like, wait,
loves a fighter and a
software is hard. It is so tricky. Or they try to use people.
I'm sure. I mean, I'm not saying Tim said that. I've heard.
So it's like,
No,
how do you convince a company to go to do this research where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars from to start selling GPUs or GPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of. I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion, and now they're buying like 10 billion. But how do you convince them that they should buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Cares about
So
making
let's
$30
back up
billion.
for a second. Now I said,
30 billion.
his son scored 17 goals in 3 games.
I mean, like they're always going to make more money on things.
And you made a bet.
Oh,
Give me my
I
fucking
mean, like, yeah,
$100. Give me
to
my
be clear, like today,
Hey,
people are
Casey,
spending a lot more on hardware
Chip,
than
no, let's
services,
rewind the tape. And
right?
let's, no,
Because
I
the
believe
hardware
you. I'm sure
front runs
so
the
many goals
services.
in hockey.
But
Tim
like,
straight to me.
if there's no revenue for AI stuff, we're not enough revenue, then obviously that's right.
I told you
People will
something,
continue to spend
and
on
you
GPUs
said
forever.
no heat.
And NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they
So
can
Tim
sell.
Stewart,
Right?
he's
But
no.
Google has never had
Hey,
that
that's
like
hockey.
DNA
I
of
told
like,
you. You would have only got the money
right?
if you
We
didn't
don't
do
actually
anything.
Google Cloud does it
No,
is a separate
he scored
organization.
17 goals in
It's a
hockey.
separate organization.
I was right. No, you weren't. You said to me I was wrong, and you corrected me and said, I'm wrong about the sport. It's lacrosse. That's what you said. Now pay up.
Google
No,
Cloud,
because I said,
but like Google Cloud, like for like red team stuff and CPU architecture are very different, right? In hardware, in software, like all of it, right? Like the DAX, those things do not sold to people's customers internally, whereas NVIDIA is very specific for like things like Google, sort of external customers, right? The internal things like Jackson XLA and stuff, they more so serve who's trying to serve, right? And so the customers they're not building a product.
Now listen.
Do you understand why AWS keeps winning? Versus Azure?
This is nowadays. You're just, you know what you're doing? The election came in. The results are fine, and you're just going.
Microsoft is the second biggest, but Amazon is the biggest, right?
Just like that.
And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365.
The people have spoken,
Like some of
and now
these
you're just
enterprise-wide
you're calling it
licenses. So in reality, it adults is even larger. Microsoft is still second, though, right? Amazon is biggest, I think, is using
You
AWS.
can't blame somebody else.
And in many cases, first.
You can't blame somebody else.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that first.
Well, it's easier, it's harder to switch.
Tim's face has got Tim's
Over
face.
80% of
Same
Amazon
intensity.
I think over 90%.
It's ridiculous. I didn't realize how
The
big
distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from it.
all the kids.
But they haven't yet, right?
California's
Like,
kind of big.
yeah,
East
one
Coast
day
of
Amazon
offense is
Prime
big, but then
You
here,
would think they would approve
You
AWS
were up across.
interface.
Love it.
because it's like horrible.
I don't realize how big it is.
It's
Did you play in college?
But
All the
everybody
kids.
I don't, yeah. You've won
This
this.
is our first
I
day.
think actually
Yeah,
Google's
it's our
interface
first
is
day. I
sometimes
just
nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their top customers.
Yeah.
And like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less.
I like to come in.
all these companies, they
Thank you. I'm not too more chinny. Can't find a place.
Well, Amazon is always optimized for the small customer too, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credit,
I'm just
right? And then they
enjoying.
like, oh, just put in
I
your
am
credit card
enjoying
and use it,
Texas.
right?
I'm enjoying the
Back in the
mothership.
early days. They've always
Yeah,
the business has grown with it, right?
And that's,
So, like,
it's
why
kind
does
of
Amazon like
inspiring.
why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Because Snowflake in the beginning when Amazon didn't care about them, was still using Amazon, right? And of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super deep partnership. But,
There are a lot of
this is the
places.
case. Like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure.
So it's pretty
Traditional
nice.
cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the
Then,
only thing that gets me is that there's not a
in
lot of
databases, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, I think like 4 of
They
Amazon's
don't,
top
but they
5
don't,
revenue
like when
products,
there's an
market
tornado
products,
where
right? Like gross profit
everybody gets
products
dead
are all
serious.
database
I'll tell you what's no joke around. Here's the thunder and lightning storms.
So Amazon has a very like
the
silicon user experience.
No, the thunder and lightning is
I think
crazy.
Google
It's the hell.
There's silicon
And they
chips.
will tell
They
you.
have awesome
You'll
silicon
get a
TPU.
notice on
The
your
YouTube
thing.
chip.
They're like,
Some
shelter
of
in
these other
place,
chips
you
that they've
could
made.
die.
And
Like, yeah,
the problem is
they'll
they're not
tell you that
serving
it's
external
life
customers. They're serving
threatening.
internal. I mean, NVIDIA's entire
It's,
corporate design from the bottom up.
Yeah, it's about to
It's a pretty much NVIDIA way. If I take
it whips up
that
and that sky
details
goes
and their
black,
how they
and that
look
it
for
starts
future
to glow,
opportunities and
and you're like,
ready
damn,
their
what the hell is
software
this?
libraries
It's
to
crazy.
make it so that new applications of high performance computing can very rapidly be evolved on
20 hours.
CUDA and NVIDIA chips.
Holy shit.
That is an
How
entirely
long,
different than
how
Google
long were
as a
you
service
driving in
business.
stretch?
Yeah, I mean,
The
NVIDIA,
first day
it should be
on
set
Saturday,
to
14 hours?
like NVIDIA.
14 hours.
The culture and everything, they're really
What'd you
not
drive?
that way.
Like excursion?
Speaking of which, there's somebody that can
Wow,
challenge
Pop MD.
NVIDIA,
He was cool. He's all about road trips, but
Intel,
after about
AMD.
10, he started
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process of working with AMD on training on the GPUs and stuff. And they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is the software is very bad. And I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster,
So
but
where'd
the
you
goals
end
are so
up
large.
in Texas after 14 hours?
And like they don't spend enough resources or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but you know, for multiple months we were submitting those bugs.
You can hunt on a ranch. And you're like, I want to hunt a ranch. I want to hunt wild. It's like, no, this
right?
is
Because they only cared about their like biggest customers, and so they shipped them a private image, blah blah blah, and it's like
there's some
like
towns that were like
high and
Texas.
just using PyTorch, you know, and publicly available libraries.
Yeah, you want to have
You don't care
there's
about
one
that, right?
shop.
So they're getting better, but like I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now, and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American technology.
Obviously, so why are they in that straight?
Going back to earlier, only three companies in R&D, right? Taiwan Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and Intel for Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly. Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D, and that one company already
A lot
made
of young people having a good old time.
Yeah,
take boss to see the
That's
bats.
a critical thing, right? So what happens in Taiwan means the rest of the world relies on Taiwan,
My
right?
son's a
And
gearhead,
that's
just like
obviously
you are.
hilarious.
My son is
As far
only
as like Intel, they've been
things that go
slowly,
fast.
steadily
So whether it's a
they
helicopter
were
or
on
it's
top
a
of
motorcycle,
servers and
Tim
PCs, but
put
now
my son on
Apple's
his
done the
electric
M1
motorcycle,
and NVIDIA's releasing
and my son kept saying,
Qualcomm's
faster,
releasing
faster.
and servers.
Like,
Hyperscalers
you
are
know,
all
it was
making
crazy.
their
He
own
wants to drive
ARM-based
bike.
server
He's
chips.
already
And
at 3 years
Intel
old.
has no
You
AI
can't stop
silicon
talking about jet skis.
like wins, right? They have very small wins.
It's crazy.
And they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone.
Stupid bats.
All these things have come down, and they've lost their process technology. Right? They were ahead for 3 years, and now they're behind by at least a
And they all
couple
just
years,
fly
right?
out.
And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out, where they're trying to leapfrog
Mexican tree
TSMC.
bats?
But
Mexican
like,
bats?
and Intel's just like losing tons of money anyway,
Mexican
right?
free-tailed
And
bat.
the CEO, even
Free-tailed.
the CEO was the only person who understood the
Millions of
company
bats
well, right?
crossing the bridge. Even if
He
he's
was not the
younger,
best, but he's
spring and
pretty
summer.
good, relatively.
I like it.
Technical
I
guy.
like it.
Where does Intel make
Never
most of its
been
money?
They have a big bat.
PCs and data center CPUs.
That's cool.
Data center CPUs are all going cloud. And Amazon, Microsoft,
Really?
Google all
I'm
making
afraid I'll bring up my
ARM-based
inner bat, man.
CPUs. And
I'm
then
not going to fight
PC
crime.
side,
That's
AMD's gained market share.
So you
NVIDIA's
see
launching
them,
a
they
chip.
just
That's
like
not going to be a
birds.
success, right? MediaTek, Qualcomm never launched a chip.
I like
Apple's
that,
doing
man.
well, right? Like
Yeah, bats are cool.
they could get squeezed a little
That's
bit in
wild,
PC.
man.
Although PC generally, I imagine
That's what Boston's expecting.
Let's talk about the
Yeah,
broad
that's
AI
that's
race.
not what
Who do you
we're
think
gonna
wins?
get. It's just gonna be a bunch of
We talked
fucking
about
cruises.
Google.
Cute
leader,
bats.
the
I
default
like
leader
bats,
has been
but it's
Google
cool.
because of their
No, a bat apparently can hear somebody.
in
I
the
heard
news,
this is. I want to see if this is bullshit.
They're the leading and
Because
they're the best
somebody
model.
said a bat
They have
can
the
hear
best
somebody
model that
swallow.
people can use, and they're
Like,
much more AI revenue. Yeah,
And I think that's not
OpenAI
true.
is winning.
So who's making money at
That's the
AI?
one that are blind.
Is anyone making
Yes, they
money?
use
So
sonar.
accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of capex, right?
Yeah, what can bats hear that humans can't? Let's hit that.
Meta is making tons of money
How
with
well
recommendation
can
systems,
those
which is AI,
bats,
but not with
billion
humans, right? Llama's losing money, right?
How
So I
sensitive
think
is the bats here?
Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they wouldn't be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like you spent a few $100 million on GPT-4 and it's doing billions in revenue. So it's obviously
I don't know what that
although they have to
means.
continue to research to get
Says
the
why
compute
can't humans
efficiency
touch
up, right?
bats?
And move down the curve to like
Most
that
bats do
12,
not
get
have
that
rabies.
1200x that has
Human
been
should
achieved
be
for
avoided for
GPT-3.
big exposure.
You know, maybe we're only at like a couple 100x now, but with GP4 Turbo, 4.0, will be another one probably cheaper. than GPT-4o even.
I went to the University of Texas.
And that
basically.
research costs a lot of money.
Great.
Yeah,
Really?
exactly.
That's the thing that I guess is not talked about with the cost.
Hot.
When we're referring to the cost of the model, it's not just the training
I love humanity, man.
or the test runs, it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like research right now, but that exists, they can scale it, they're doing research stuff. I think the, you know, people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to like just be like, well, like, you know, GDP is humans and industrial capital, right? And if you can
I
make
seem to
intelligence,
keep going to the same
you can grow a lot, right?
steakhouse.
It's sort of
I got barbecues where I'm talking.
But that's sort of what
Salt Lake.
basically the investment thesis
Terry
is.
Blacks.
I think only NVIDIA is actually making tons of money, and other hardware vendors.
I'm trying to
The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality they're like spending a lot more on purchasing GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each
That's in
GPU,
Houston, I think.
right?
Yeah.
You don't know if
in Dallas.
you know all of a sudden OpenAI goes kaput, and now
I think Terry
Microsoft
Blacks
has
is so
like hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they've paid for themselves to their investment on.
Like I like
You know that no longer have a customer, right? Like this is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have APIs.
So do you think multiple companies will get?
I don't think it's going to
So it's not called an API,
Just brisket and
it's a gradual thing.
super powerful.
But it's a gradual increasing set of features.
a lot of it might just have to
Rapidly.
rapidly increasing set of features.
No, it's also the
So you're saying a lot of companies
it's the barbecue sauce.
it just seems absurd that
I'm fucking
all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There's companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they trade the best model. Like Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI and all of their services. People are there to spend time on Meta's platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google
Yes.
/XAI/Tesla, I think what you said. And then Meta will benefit not directly from the AI like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the products they already sell. So whether that's recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus, the robot, essentially the intelligence of the robot. And then you have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10+ trillion business.
At some point, maybe. That's not soon, but who knows what robotics. Let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans. Let's get 8 billion robots, right? And let's pay them the average salary. And yeah, there we go, 10 billion. More than 10 billion.
Yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just
Yeah. I'm gonna have like one robot. You're gonna have like 20.
Yeah, I mean, I see use case for that. So yeah, so I guess the benefit would be in the products itself, which is why OpenAI is in a tricky position today.
All of the value of OpenAI right now as a brand is in ChatGPT, and there is actually not that for most users. There is not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they could just license Model 5 and for be way. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity for them. But like they can make more money just on that. The chat application is clearly like does not have tons of room.
Good sausages.
The standard chat, right? Where you're just using
Is that close to here right now?
stuff, right? The cost continues to collapse. V3 is Laredo down at its biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? Like while Meta already serves 405B, probably loses the money, but at some point, they're going to get the models are going to get so cheap that they can just serve them for free. Right? And that's what Google's going to be able to do. And that's obviously they've got to do. The chat is not going to be the only use case. It's like reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go and make money in the future. Otherwise, they're complicit.
But X, Google, and Meta have these other products. So isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic
I just felt everything rumble. I get nervous now.
Unless they're so good at models,
It's
they
real,
are.
but it's such a
All right,
cutting edge.
guys, when it comes to home security, how serious do you want to take it? All right? Because now they got AI, they got smart cameras, they got AI-powered cameras. I'm talking about Simply Safe. Simply Safe is the new standard in home security. All right? They'll send you a box. You can set it up yourself. They got live monitoring agents that can detect suspicious activity around your property. No contacts, no fees. The best home security system in 2025. I see that.
Human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care
Americans
about
trust Simply Safe, ranked number one customer
verifiable
service. Try it for 6 days and you'll get a money back guarantee. Just see what you do. All right, you get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/fighter. That's simplysafe.com/fighter. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's a lot of discussions as it's the next
There was a
compute
terrorist attack in
You have to
Colorado,
believe
right?
that, and there's all discussions of tokens,
Just guys throw
tokenomics, and LLM APIs are the next where or the next paradigm for any kind of like energy and oil was. But there's also like you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not
he was protesting.
where AI.
I think they were
right?
they
It is
were trying to
actually
bring the hostages home, and then he ended up
computer use. And those are the areas where all the real value will be delivered, not API, not chat.
Right? Is it possible you have it all just becomes a commodity and you have
Did it take you a year to plan?
the very thin wrapper of complexity?
Smart person, 16.
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah, so, but do you think it's possible that people will just forget what OpenAI that drop the data and just they'll be wrapped around API and it's just dynamic?
Model progress is not rapid yet, but it's becoming a commodity, right? GPT-3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart earlier, our chart showed this, right? Llama 3D is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, like anyone whose business model is GPT-3 level capabilities, anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead.
It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on knowledge getting better.
Right, which will be like rappers, thing that is riding the wave of the model.
Like the short term, the company that can make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for language model generations. We have the meta ads that are hyper-targeted in feeds, not within specific pieces of content. And we have search ads that are used by Google and Amazon has been rising a lot in search. So within a piece, within a return context, it is not clear how you get a high-quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can get super high revenue. Like that revenue is fully untapped and it's not very technical.
Yeah, that is under the AdSense innovation that Google did. The one day you'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions
It could be very simple. It could be in conversation. We have voice work. It could be some way of making it so the voice is producing certain things. It's much harder to measure. It takes imagination.
and it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady, so you would receive public blowback. That kind of thing. So you have to do it loud enough to where it's clear it's an ad. That can balance all that. So that's the open question.
Initial charges. Places no one has died.
They might not say
I don't
that.
think they care about that.
They don't care about it right now. I think
they're
perplexity are experimenting on that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure.
The complexity Google Meta I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
yeah, the agents and AGI. If I build AGI, I can make something, right? Or I can pay for everything. Right? And this is it's just predicated like back on the like export control thing, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's 2-3 years away. Obviously, your actions are, you know, if you assume they're rational actions, which they are, what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5 years versus 10 years, very different, right?
Trying to get some wine.
Do you think agents are
Casey got the best here.
He got a little frisky. He got real tough.
This is
right?
like the excitement of the year.
He got tough on me, and I was like, yeah, striking. I can't even reach you. I can't come within 5 feet of you.
Term.
But
A lot of
if I get a
business
hold of
folks
you,
are
it's a
using
problem.
AI
He's like, no,
agents
it's
to
not.
get
It's not at all. I go, I got a crazy
Okay,
base,
so
bro.
mostly
So,
the term
And
agents,
you
obviously.
we wrestled.
We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning
I
as a
went
way
for a
to
single.
train for
He
verifiable outcomes.
got me down. I'm on my
Agents
back.
should mean something
And then
that's
I went
open-ended
2-on-1.
and is solving a
Got
task
his back.
independently on its own and able to adapt to
Jesus.
uncertainty.
Just like
There's a
that.
lot of
I actually
experiment agents applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have, which is orchestrating between apps. And that's where those tool use things.
Yeah, is he strong?
Apple Intelligence is well. Will come eventually if those domains, messages, apps, integrating photos, AI, background, that will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of platform companies to get into the narrative. The question is, what ways can we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they're doing this, fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt.
I said, let's do the coffee table. Let's see what
And
happens.
whether or not
So we can
you
inside
believe
your
that is going to
you're super
actually
Texan
generalize
right
the
now.
things like
Look, I sorted them right out.
saying,
You need to get
book
sorted
my
out.
trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I have XYZ concerns. It actually
Yeah, we had a little dust up. A little dust
PCI
up.
problem,
Got a little dusty out here, baby, didn't it?
Well, what's your prediction? Because my gut says
Shortly thereafter, I mean, no, that didn't take
I think OpenAI's statement is better than the 5 levels, right? Where it's chat is
Speaking
level
of
1,
which, I heard
reasoning
you
is
got red
level
nuts.
2,
Is that?
and then
Yeah.
agents is level 3, and I think
Our
there's a couple
boy,
more levels, but it's important to note, right? We were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got the reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like, people can train like the approximate capabilities at the next level, but the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc. Right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back to the output system to verify. And the biggest problem is, of course, like, it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like, there's no six-sigma thing, right? Like, you know, how many nines do you get, and then you compound the nines onto each other, and it's like, if you multiply, you know, by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, you know, a yield or something, right? So, like, in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply that many times, you actually have to yield, right? I mean, or zero. And this is the same thing with agents, right? Like, training tasks together each time. LLM, even the best LLM in particularly
If you're into nuts, dude, these are juicy nuts.
they get a little bit bloated because there's a lot of food. And so, how do you get to enough time? Right? It's the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without it being like super geofence like Google, right? And even then, they have a bunch of operators and stuff, right? But you can't do that because it doesn't have enough time.
and self-driving has quite a lot of structure because roads have rules, well-defined regulation. I'm talking about if you're used for the open web, for example, or the open operating system. Like, there's no mess. So, like, the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that its tasks interact with the human world.
Open message from them that they can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own. If you create infrastructure and operate the way now, over many years that enables certain things. There's a, I don't remember it, but that's literally the purpose. Yeah, we're just going to be the human operator. We can call us and fix it.
I'll do it.
It's like an API call. There's going to be teleoperation market. There's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that it can't finish loading my dishwasher. And I'm unhappy with it, but that's just going to be part of the customer service process.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in helping
Dude, he can make some
other
money, right?
AI agents.
But these are great things that are good at one step.
Of course, yeah, he's getting like 2 mil.
So that's why it takes a long time for you to build infrastructure. Able to, you see the operator launch, they have partnerships with certain websites, DoorDash, Open Table, and like this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. They're really good at those things. There's proof of concepts that network effects. More companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no. blockers in place.
But I mean,
And this is the story of the internet we've seen. You see it now with creating data for language models. No, you have to pay. Data's working it out.
That said, I think like airlines have a very hotels, high centers to make their site work really
You
well.
just do different things with it. You put your nuts in different
Like if
positions.
you look at how many trips it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane. I don't.
We actually can't call an American Airlines agent. They don't have a phone number.
And then I
It's, I mean, it's horrible on many. I mean, interface and all. It's to imagine that agents will be able to deal with that website. When I, as a human, struggle, like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket.
I think we should try it.
I don't. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build an AI agent that's robust.
The thing about like United has accepted the Starlink. They have to provide Starlink for free. What if one airline? We're going to take a year. We're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AI. Every time anyone asks about an AI fleet, they come back and what the hell airline with it. Or like they just like here's an API and it's only for AI agents and if anyone trades it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, we'll let you see any of our flights and you
But
can
he
book
was
any of
like
them.
your flavor.
There you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, I made 10% higher. And like, am I willing to do that for like, hey, book me a flight to see that? I think, you know, computers and real world and open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to get very, very productive. And ratchet down cost immensely, right? Like, you know, crazy things like, you know, robotics in the home, you know, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because it's just a billion different things, right? But like, agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain types of tasks, or like look at your, you know, take a photo of your fridge, and like upload your recipes, and then like it figures out what to order from, you know, Amazon / Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick. It's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes. There's going to be tons of sort of optimism around. People can just develop. To be clear, these sandboxes already exist. There are people who have built clones of all of the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah blah blah, to make it so that there's a it's the same as e-commerce robotics for years. Just have clusters for robotics for use. You interact with robots fully remotely. You just have a lab in London, and you send tasks to it, and arrange the blocks, and you do this research. Obviously, there's text there that fix stuff, but we've heard these kinds of automation before. Sandbox, progress, have one more domain at a time.
No, that's not what you say.
In the history of NLP and language
Guys,
processing,
this is important, and I'm
instructions
serious. Send me
being
a picture of
passed
all
per
of your
language
nuts.
model. One language model is one task.
Why did you get off the
There's this point where you start adding more and more tasks together, where it just gets generalized to
So I
everything.
saw his nuts. They're
And we
fine.
don't know
I
where
either
in
know.
the
I don't know.
for reasoning, if it's all verified domains, it's very early. So we don't know what the point is. You just start trading on enough domains, and more domains just start working, and you cross the generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So software engineering, that's where I personally know a lot of people interact with AI. You know,
There's a lot of fear in it. There's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains. But if you compile what have you, right? This is sort of standard ChatGPT, right? Like a lot of, I know very few programmers who don't have ChatGPT. Actually, many of them have the $200
it hurts. You want to take a heavy sedative,
I think
you
that
get next day
in that
grogginess,
world,
all right?
we
So
already see
basically,
it like
Vivisev has over 12 years. It's been trusted for over 12 years with over
I wouldn't say it's like really
600
hard. I wouldn't say
million
it's easy. I
servings.
think like it takes someone who's been through at
And
least
he's not just
a few years, yeah, like a couple years of programming.
consistency.
You get through that well. And the models run from 4% to 60% in like a year, right? And where are they going to go to next year? You know, it's going to be higher. And it probably won't be 100% because again, that 9 is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to some point where that's going to be harder software engineering.
and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is to be social to use some function generation there to review it. But really the like software engineering agent I think can be done faster than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like test or compile. And there's many different regions of like we can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really figure out this stuff, but really senior guys, they can define stuff. And then the agent can execute on it. So I think software engineering costs are going to fluctuate crazy. And the one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different.
What would you guys
So in the US, you have all these software packages, right? Salesforce, right? In China, no one uses platform SaaS. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is just much cheaper than that. Partially because of people, number of STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so at the same time, code LLMs have been adopted much less expensive. The cost of an engineer there is much less. But like, what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic?
Let's say he still
really
had
cheap,
tools. I think he still did.
So I mean, my guess is that was a shotgun with
you change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too, potentially, because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some
I think he did
random
the right thing because
stuff, not working perfectly.
shoddy
Workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built that no one can. Right? All of these things can go happen. I think software, and then the other domain is like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally, and like their tools, like semiconductor engineers, the tools are 10 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML
so you notice how
run
he
on
has
Windows
this,
XP,
how
right?
he was
So,
able to go
you know,
start
and
up really
like
quickly.
a lot of
It's
the
because
analysis
you keep
happens in
your
Excel,
all your shit
right? Like
running,
it's just like,
whether
guys,
it's
like you guys can move 20 years
whether
forward with all the data you have gathered and like do a lot better. So you
he's
need the engineering skills for software engineering delivered to the actual domain expert. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI
Well,
tools.
he kind of it's kind of
The
hard.
big picture,
It looks
which I
like a
don't
young
think it's going
polar
to be
bear.
a book.
It's not that big.
We talked about a really
Like, you
good
know what I'm saying?
example
Like, it's not a
of
teenager.
growth
Yeah, it looks like a
changes
teenage polar bear.
is
It's not a
Red
full
Meta
grown polar bear.
added stories. So
Now,
Snapchat is on
polar bears, what's that?
exponential. They
Yeah,
added
so
stories.
One was scared of the
Software
sound.
he'll
engineers.
eat you though. He'll
Up
fucking
and to
eat
the
you.
right. And then,
You don't want to get bit by that thing. I think
like,
he's going to do
now
damage
I got
very
to go
quickly.
lose the job. It's hard to
So if he grabs you, you're going.
correct more slowly. My students are still
There was a
growing.
guy who got tackled by a
That
polar bear
multi-year, like
and he
years
got on top
away.
of him, and then
But the
they
amount of
shot him
jobs
off. Scared him off.
and then maybe in 20, 40 years it'll
Don't fuck
be
around.
well down. But in the
That's
beginning,
a
they'll
guy
never
who
do a
went
snap
to,
moment where it's like
so
conflict.
scared. He goes
I
to
think
the
also the
road,
nature of what
dragging
he needs
his
to be a
thing.
programmer and what kind of job
Yeah, his
changes.
sled.
Because I
And the thing
think
about that is that
there
you
needs to be a
just
human
have
in
to
the loop.
shed weight.
Everything you
You have
talk
to
about,
leave stuff behind. You
there's
have
a
to make
really
really
important
calculated
human
decisions.
picture of
Because they
like
want to break the world record.
correcting the code.
Should we bring the shotgun? We're going to be way up.
Take a
Harder
simple
than the conflict.
Let's just bring
Yep.
the case.
And
parents way up
debugging
there.
also,
They
like
get right up
debugging
there.
by
They see the
reading
biggest
the
profit
code,
pool.
understanding
At one
the
point,
steering
he
the system, like
he
no,
was so
you missed
tired,
the
he was
point,
part of so
adding
tired
multiple
to drag.
prompts.
And for
And
whatever
like,
reason, this part
yes,
was turned back. You see
adding
there.
the human
Designing the perfect
And
people button.
right
Google's famous
behind
for having people
10
design buttons
yards
that are
away
so
is a polar
perfect.
bear
It's
following.
like how
This
is
just
AI
came
going
out.
to do that?
It was just
They
stalking.
could give you all ideas.
Yep.
Perfect
And he
button.
was like,
I mean, that's the thing, we call it
shot the
taste.
gun here.
Humans have,
Polar bear took off.
one thing humans can do is figure
But
out what other
nighttime's the
humans
problem.
enjoy better than
When
AI.
it's
So
night,
what
yeah,
their
yeah.
preference,
Yeah.
you loading that in,
They'll come
but
there.
ultimately humans are the
Fence, you
greatest
have to set up
preference general.
barricades.
That's where the preference
It's
comes
like,
from.
And humans are actually very good at reading,
no
like
thanks.
judging between two things. Versus this goes back to the core of what
I just discovered
that
it.
it's a good
This is
answer
a
for a lot of
Barstow,
problems, but
like
it's
Barstow
easy
High
to
School
see which one
teacher
is
that was
better.
arrested for
And that's how we're using
sex
AI now,
history and
judging which one is better.
She got a
That's
present.
what software
And then
engineering
this
should look
one
like.
was just funny because it says
Here are here's a few
the
options.
16-year-old.
What are the
Yeah,
here's
and
the
then
potential pros and cons?
Brian Bud.
And they're gonna
I
be
get it. Hustling pigeons with Jesus
I
Christ.
think the thing I would very much recommend is people start programming
Was
and
it a 16-year-ld girl?
embracing that role of
That's a good question.
supervisor of the AI system, or like partner of the AI system, versus writing from scratch, or not learning coding at all and just generating stuff. Because I think there actually has to be a pretty high level of expertise as a programmer to be able to manage increasingly intelligent.
Starting to chat and then becoming a
hot teacher fucks this thing.
seriously, if you go look at aerospace or semiconductor
I wonder if it's a girl.
engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of a data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, in many cases, it's very real, but it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and like even if the forefront is like from the AI, your domain, you're like at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something and then leverage the like rising tide that is AI.
There's so many low hanging fruit
It's just
everywhere.
it does change things.
In terms of
Yeah,
their
it looks like
software,
some kind of an emotional
how
thing that went on.
automated
It's
thing
a
that
whole shred
this guy's doing.
Yeah, but boys
And
are gonna look at that and be like, nah.
really
16-year-old boy, 16-year-old boy, like,
yeah,
you can't bring your buddies in.
hang out with
Well, so you're just not
folks,
gonna, you're not into that. That's why I was like, that looks like there was this emotional relationship, and she's kind
more
of.
the modernization of software,
Nobody's
of
got the eyes across
organizing
the
the data, and all that. I mean, in that case, it's by design.
Seen
The
it happen.
bureaucracy
It looked like it was some kind of a thing where it's all
centers of power
disgusting,
and so on,
touchy.
but software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts
Here's a sad thing about
those that are holding on to
baby
power,
bad
but
baby
ultimately
cashing
benefits
outside girl.
humanity.
Yeah, she was on a podcast
So,
recently, and this
there's
is
a bunch
something
of
she
domains of that kind.
mentioned. I'll show you.
One thing we didn't fully finish talking about is open source. So first of all, congrats. Wow.
Yeah, Tulu. I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel when you breed a dromedary with a Caspian camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out like alpaca, vicuna, etc. that were all named after various mammalian species. So Tulu is the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that, and we've been playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code, and this first part of this release was in the fall where we built on llamas, open models, weight models, and then we add in our fully open code or fully open data. There's a couple of benchmarks that is not bothering you guys, and that's generally the metric by which models are evaluated, and it's humans compare with models reasons. And if you looked at the leaderboard in November, December, among the top 60 models from 10 to 20 organizations, none of them had open code data for post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data and code available, so post-training is not successful at the time, so people do it. And the thing is, like, how high can you push this number where people have access to all the code and data? So it's kind of the motivation project. Llama and NVIDIA had a Lima Prime model where the recipe for their post-training was fairly open with some data. And a paper is putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain. So to be clear, in the case of Tulu, we can talk about
So she's reliving that trauma on her own terms.
Llama,
I'm inclined to believe her because she's saying it in such a like she's acting like she doesn't care. She's like, she's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's like, she's like, love it. She's like, how many times? You know,
yeah, if
like,
you
she's
start
not
with
being
the
dramatic about it. She's just
models,
saying.
or like full models,
It's like when somebody says something like that,
which
they
is
just go,
why you
yeah,
have to separate things
you
out.
go.
But
It's just her. That's how she
getting
deals with it.
parts of
Right?
the pipeline where people can zoom in and
Yeah,
customize. I know you're
By the way, she's
okay, like take this post training and try to apply it to the domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. Use this idea with reinforcement learning with verifiable domain. The words are LPR, similar to RLHF, and we applied it to them. And the model today, which is we applied it to the long range base model from last year. And we have our other stuff. We have our interest streaming and we were preference students, but the math thing is interesting. It's easier to improve this fast. So the benchmark MAPH all capitals. Tough name. So the benchmark name is the area that we're evaluating.
With you guys, all you guys,
Red thread. And
someone very close. Like
this is something that the DeepSeek paper talked about as well. Is a bigger model is easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RF training, and then they distill it down to such a model to a small model. And this model we released today, we call the same thing.
It's almost always family. It's someone that the
train
child
qualified
knows.
B model all the time, so we
And
just did a
it's
few runs
family
and
or it's somebody
they tend
very
to work.
close to
It
this is it was
shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things, and they cluster llamas. Right? Like,
like advice for parents. She's like,
Yeah, so our vowel numbers have extra months in them, so our vowel numbers are much better than the mama instruction model they released.
And he also said
That's
better
all she did. So they know
Yeah, on our
no sleepovers till night too. That's
most CCP3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things, things like that, and that's what draws that away. It's still, it's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks. Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluation. This is standard practice. Choose your evaluation. In academics, in smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have really one domain you care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10, 20, maybe 100 evaluations. So we choose a representative suite of things that will cat, besides instruction following, just like respond only in emojis, model following, things like that. Math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be one of 10 in that type of suite. What is the broader community of AI care about? And for example, comparison to DeepSeek is something like an average about our model would be 80, including safety and similar without, and DeepSeek would be like 79% average score without safety, and their safety score would bring it down. So yeah, so this is something that internally it's like, I don't want to win only about how you take the outcome. So if there's something that the people may or may not care about safety in the model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you host the model for an API. Safety is
the boyfriend
addressed in spectral locations.
That is the most
statistical. Like if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just base it on these things.
It's another man. You know, lions come in and kill all the babies.
And this is just it's like
when a man comes in
kind
and
of
it's not
progress.
his child,
If we
it's a very
model
dangerous
later,
situation.
we have more time to learn new techniques like the SMARL technique. We have started this in fall. Now really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post training is to scale up
And there was a
verifiers,
woman
scale
on
up data
Instagram, and she put on Instagram or something like that, social
It's
media,
awesome that we have a paper
she
drawn
found
that makes it a lot
out
easier.
she was dating a guy.
And that's
She had a
the
16-year-old
type of
daughter.
things
The
that
guy had a camera
is going on
in the
among
house.
academic and
She takes that. You can hear her breathing. She takes it
a
up.
question about open source. What do you think is the
She
future?
finds the
Do
camera.
you think DeepSeek actually
And she was
changes
just like,
things?
because she must have seen it on
Open
his
source
computer or
is
something.
open way or pushing open source moving into the open direction?
Sure.
this goes very back
Yeah, to
to
the girl
license
that's in your
discussions.
house
So
is your
these are one of the
stepdaughter.
friendly licenses in major
And
respects.
she
So
just,
it's the
you know,
first time that
people
we've
are
had
so
a
fucking
clear
like, you
frontier
don't
model that
realize,
is
like,
open
if
weight
you're a
and with
detective,
a
you're
virtually
in
friendly
business, you're
license
like,
with no restrictions
it's
in
like,
downstream use
you know,
cases, like
if you
data
said no,
distillation,
why
whatever.
can't be the
This has never
grandfather?
been the
You're like,
case
oh, it is
at
the
all
grandfather.
in the history of
What?
AI in the last few years.
There are people that are so fucking
There's been
evil and
models that
bad.
are off the frontier or
So
models
monsters.
with weird licenses that you can't really use.
Monsters exist.
Does it Meta's license? It's pretty much permissible except for
On a lighter note,
and there's also, so this
There's
goes
a
to what
restaurant.
open source AI. There's also
like
use
actual
cases
like
for
office
things in the
supplies, so
model
people could
license
expense
because you
it.
can't use it
They're
for
like a
specific
1099.
things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that it's not an
You
open
don't say
source
Rhino.
license. What kind of reason? Holding on to that. But I don't know,
It's not like
military use
it's not
as
all the
well.
time,
If
but
that
it's
for scale,
still
it'll be like
I think it's a cool idea.
CSAM, cloud abuse material. Like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there, but that's enough in an open source background to say it's not open source license. And also the Llama license has this
My friend,
horrible thing where
who's a good friend of
you have
mine,
to
I've
name your
known him many,
model
many
Llama
years,
if you
30
touch it
years. I've known
to
John.
the Llama
I've known
model, so
John
it's like
30
a branding
years.
thing. So if the company
I
uses
wrote a
Llama,
script with John.
technically the license says that
I did a
it
movie with
belongs
John.
at the bottom of the
I did
application.
a
And
couple
from
of
like
TV
a
shows
marketing
with John.
perspective,
John, John,
on all of our materials.
went to a divorce.
But this
This is strange from his kids.
are ones
It
data.
weighed very heavy
So
on
you're
him. I
saying
was
it
kind of
can't
with him
make
the whole
a
time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
that's what we're saying,
Saturday,
and that's why
I
I
think it was actually Friday
want
night.
this
He
whole
took
open
his
language model
own
thing,
life.
the whole mode thing.
I went to
to try
see
to
him
keep
in
the model where everything
Atlanta
is
because
open with the
we
data
did
as
something
close
there
to
together
a
about
computer.
it was
Personnel
about I guess
we're-
not listening. He was our
Our
time.
time
I remember
URL outputs.
we spent time
Make
together,
these
but
big
it's
jumps,
just a
but
huge bummer
it just
because
takes
I
a
had
long
great
time.
memories.
Like,
Just an enthusiastic,
fundamentally, I
great
would
guy,
say that that's
smart
because
guy,
the same
reflection
feedback
point,
loop as a
great show called Sports Science and Fight Science,
also
and was just he was
build something once
tireless.
and you can reuse it.
And
If you go
he
to a
had a
new
great
company,
family.
there's so many benefits.
Great
Commercial
kids.
language model,
I don't
and
know what
you have
happened.
this data sitting
Just
around, you have this
ended up
training
being-
code. It's not
It's
like
a very sad story.
that easy to become.
What's up, baby? How are you?
Somebody's mom Rose, who I know, and
until there's feedback loops with open source AI, it seems like people like Mark Zuckerberg,
he was surrounded by
Americans
people who tried to help him. I think
agree
you're
with
right.
him, but
How's your day?
motivation
I think sometimes people, I think that's
How's your day going?
go around.
Sometimes.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
And there's not a lot about
How'd you find out about me? I am.
Legally risky and complicated, but it's
Once again, this is
what
but I just
means
discovered
to
it
the data
somewhere.
that AI
So
you're not
here's a
in
man
parts.
that was
Terabytes of files.
so you can see the headline,
I
right?
don't know what I'm
Missing
gonna
drug
find.
man spent hours helping.
But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want
So he
open source
disappeared.
AI
That
to be
is the
financially.
greatest thing ever.
We didn't really talk about Target. I'd love to get your opinion on like what the new administration, Trump administration,
When
everything
you're
that's
looking
doing
for yourself,
that's being
Yo, baby.
supporting AI infrastructure and the ethics of
you're right
different
here.
AI
It's like when I
companies.
was high to the car and we were looking
Okay,
at
and
it for 4 hours.
how'd you find out about me?
Sam has
You just sat down.
Yeah,
No,
so I think
I'm smoking weed.
Stargate it definitely doesn't have
Okay.
and then you have 100.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. How are you today?
You know, one of the executive
Excellent. I had a late night last night, so I'm getting some sleep. Feel free to make yourself at home. Check out the podcast, and I'll be up in a little bit. Thank you, baby.
Obviously just with like Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well. And so, you know, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so, Stargate is predicated, this is why that whole so now how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent, right? And there's actually a good table in here that I would like to show. In that Stargate piece that I have.
Stung by a pack of bees.
So anyway, Stargate, you know, it's basically right. Like there is, it's a table about cost. You passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion project. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? Per GPU, they have like roughly, Oracle is already building the first part of this before Stargate. They've been building for a year, they tried to rent it to Elon right? But Elon was like, it's too slow, I need it faster, and he went to his message. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like, weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially tried to the deal was just Oracle for the first section of this cluster, right? The first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of servers, right? And then there's another billion or so of data centers. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of NVIDIA chips, GB200, GB300, GR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server costs, right? Plus their data center costs, plus maintenance costs, plus operation costs, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they have, right? They talked about $100 billion. That's
Go ahead, big dog.
Well,
that's fine. His daughter's Jewish, so he can be whatever he wants to be. You're welcome, Tim.
The number of $100 billion which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion, it's $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion of operational costs, et cetera.
direct pricing, etc. Because they're renting, OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the target. Right? What money do they actually
Guys,
have, right?
let's talk a little bit
SoftBank is going to invest,
about
Oracle is going to invest.
okay?
OpenAI is on the line for $19
It's a sexual
billion. Everyone
performance
knows that
booster.
they've only got
All
$6
right?
billion in
It's
the
an
round,
all-natural
$4 billion.
supplement designed
So,
to enhance
but
blood
there's
flow,
like
giving
news
firmer,
of
more
like
reliable
SoftBank
erections.
maybe
Okay?
investing
It's not just
25
about
billion.
better sex too.
Right?
It also supports
That's
healthier
part of
blood
it, right? So
vessels,
19 billion people
boosts heart health,
OpenAI does not have
and
the money yet.
enhances your athletic performance.
Ink is not
Expert
right on
formula
anything.
backed by
OpenAI has
science
$0
has proven to
for
improve
this
erectile function by
right? In which
50%
they're
in
legally
just
obligated to
60
put 19
days.
billion of
You
capex
mix it
over
packed
to the
with
joint
water.
venture, and then
Feel
the
the
rest of
effects
them
within
pay via
45
renting
minutes.
from the
Take
joint
control with Joy
And then
Mode. Get a
there's,
boost anytime, anywhere.
Then there's
Never miss a
Oracle.
beat. They give you
Oracle has a
20%
lot of money.
less than you know what.
They're building the first section completely.
If
They
you're
were
looking
spending
to
for
take your
themselves,
game to the
like
next level,
$6
try
$10 billion
visit
to TCO.
tryjoymode.com.
They were going to do that
That's
for
TRYJOYMOD.com.
As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants
Use
that.
Fighter,
At
code
any point you
Fighter
can
for
pull out, right? Like
20%
this is again,
off your single
completely
purchase
voluntary.
and
So at any point, there's no signed
subscription.
in on this, right? But he potentially could contribute tens of billions of dollars, right? To be clear, he's got the money. Oracle's got the money. And then there's like MGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion for investing in AI. But again, like I don't know how real that money is, and like there's no ink signed for this. SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is the leader in CPUs, and they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know where they'd redeploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense, so they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in OpenAI if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GP200 cluster is like funded. Everything else after that
Up in the air.
is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
It's a belief.
It's
Okay.
a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to reach.
Yeah.
Right? But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money does not exist. Right?
What does the U.S. government do with it? Anything? What does Trump have to do with it? He's just a hype man.
Trump he's reducing the regulations so they can build it faster, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? Because like any investment of this side is going to involve like antitrust stuff, right? Like, so obviously he's gonna allow them to do it. He's gonna enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars being spent.
Yeah. So I think he's also just creating internal vibe that this is regulation will go down and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is the time to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now. We've been like sort of sending it to all of our clients, including many of these companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But it is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like seeing $500 million, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another like even faster arms race. Right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 billion, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster, and more investors to flood in, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're right. Is that in that sense that OpenAI or sort of Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let people get it.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of breakthroughs in AI, like the best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years? What does that look like? Just it could be very specific technical things like breakthroughs on post training, or it could be just the size, big,
Yeah, I mean it's
impressive clusters.
I really enjoy tracking supply chain and like, who's involved in what.
Yeah.
I really do. It's really fun to see like the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity they should build, winning deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me with optics and electronics, right? Like kind of getting closer and closer, whether it be co-packaged optics or some sort of like new forms of switching.
This is internal to cluster.
Yeah. Also, multi-data center training, right? Like, there's people are putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so many, with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end, right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these like orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
No, I don't think that's possible.
All right.
It's only gonna get harder to program, not easier.
Okay.
It's only gonna get more difficult and complicated and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You know, you have registers, right? Those are shared between some compute elements, and then you'll have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. Then you have like memory, like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory or whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And then storage, and you keep zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within a chip is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff is going to be hard, maybe, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get strong scaling, right? If I double the number of chips, I need 2x, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies, and there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not, to make it more linear. Whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly, or cool programming models, or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations because they were limited on interconnect, so they were parallelized. Right? And also, everyone's always doing stuff. People's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work about that.
We did it, dude.
That stuff is super exciting on the model, workload, innovation, hardware,
I got something to say. It's different from here on out.
Power side, stuff on batteries. There's all sorts of stuff on. I think when you look at every area of the stack, right, whether it goes from lithography and patch all the way to fabrication to like optics to networking to power to transformer cooling to a networking, and you go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like that, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are innovating, right? Like you wouldn't think it, like copper cables, like there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you pack them. Like it's like all of these layers of the stack, all of the models, human progress is at a pace that's never been seen before.
I just imagine you sitting back in the layers and we're just monitoring the supply chain where all these clusters, like all the information you're gathering.
There's a big team. There's a big team.
It's gonna be a great day.
You do quite incredible work. You just.
I asked the guy how he was doing. He goes, ask me how I'm doing. What's he doing?
Pretty cool.
Any better? I couldn't take it. I was like, hey, you gotta calm down, brother.
All of us, like,
we gotta calm down.
Epic shit.
Any better? I couldn't take it.
I mean,
from
meme to like reality.
I was thinking so. Well, there is something up. You're about to, you're feeling very, you're a little dicey.
Well, there's
a great way to look at life. Like you just go, what are you thankful for?
It's like
What is so much better than it could be in every aspect. Like there's always a problem in life. There's always something going on that feels like it's hard to fix. But you can focus on that, and you can focus on just how much you have.
And the real motivation why I do this with number right things is that there's just I don't trust people that trust me. We're going to make AI. Like, we're the ones that it's like we're going to do it, and you can trust us. And we're just going to follow AI's AI.
Yeah, I knew a guy who wasn't doing well
a
ever.
future where more people have to say what AI is, and can understand it.
Very overweight. He taught
a little bit less fun, but it's not like a positive thing. It's like this is already fun. Training models is fun.
It was great.
Training people is fun, but it's really AI is trying to do the most powerful technology of my lifetime.
Very well, having a lot of fun.
A lot of people involved in making that.
Every single time. He knows that. I'm like, hey, I don't know what that means, but what are you talking about? Having a lot of fun. Very well. Having a lot of fun.
My read of the last few years is that more openness has helped the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, rather than researchers from non-AI fields to governments and everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer. Then it'll reassess of like what is the biggest problem facing AI and try to find a different angle to the wide ride that we're on.
Sound absorber.
For me, just a new experience. Anytime you have the coffee said the aha moment, like the
I like
magic,
this. No, it feels very
seeing
quiet. It
the
feels very
reason, the chain of thought. It's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting a mirror to ourselves and saying like, it is solving intelligence.
The thing
It's a
about
cliche like goal of
Texas
some
is
companies. You get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence within us is special. And for now, also why we're special in terms of we seem to be conscious of AI systems for now.
Now I'm going to need you to
Aren't.
understand a
And we
couple
get to
things.
solve
You need a place to
explore
cover
that
your car
mystery.
because
So that's it's
the
just
weather
really cool.
isn't
You
very
get to explore
cooperative
these
here,
questions
and
that
sometimes it decides to hail golf ball.
I would have
size.
never imagined
I'm not kidding.
would be even possible.
I came in after that.
I was
Back
driving
when
and I got
just
hit with,
watching with
you know, like
excitement,
deer
deep
turd
blue,
size
deep
hail,
sprout.
and it was
Like I
actually
would
kind
never
of
ever
scary.
thought this kind of AI would be
It didn't
possible.
fuck it up, but it was hitting
This
it so
really
hard.
feels like
It was
AI.
I was like, Jesus.
I started with AI, learning to fly, learn to fly, and it's just like it learns to fly up and going to stop and catch it. It's like, okay, that is really stupid compared to what's going on.
And now you can probably with natural language tell it to learn to fly and it's going to generate
Oh, yeah. Sure did.
There's
And
low
you'll see
level
turtles on
weird
you'll see
stuff
turtles.
but you can't. You
Tortoises.
have
backyard
You'll see
robotics
land
conversation. When you have
tortoises.
to interact with
You're going to see we found a coral snake in our
what gives you hope
4
about the
days ago.
future?
Coral snake.
The human
That's a
civilization.
problem.
Let's not do
Looking into the next
That's well, it's got color
10
with that.
years, 100 years, 1,000 years,
coral snakes are in
how long do you think we'll make it?
Austin.
Oh yeah, it's got
Somebody's
We
pet.
got
no, it's got
I think
they're
humans
When we
would
saw the
definitely be
tarantula
around.
tiger,
in 1,000
that's somebody's pet, right?
There's
So we
ways
had a
that very
tarantula in
bad
our
things
pool,
can happen.
and they're big tarantulas.
And humans are very good at surviving.
But we have
There's been a lot of
tarantulas.
things
Scorpions are a big problem.
That
Should
is
have had a
true. I don't
Yeah.
think they're
Now
necessarily
we got
so good at long
rattlers,
term.
we got coral snakes. The good news about coral snakes, they're
That when the
smaller,
risk becomes
but
immediate, we tend to
they're
figure
hard to,
things out.
they're not
And
going to bite you necessarily.
for
If they
that
do bite
reason,
you, it's a big problem.
there's physical
Texas coral
constraints to
snake
things like
found to
CGI,
from Austin, Texas,
like
around the
recursive
areas.
improvement
They're
to
species.
all type stuff.
Well, they're not aggressive.
There's physical reasons, and for humans to figure things
They
out before, I'm not too worried
identify
about AI takeover.
Alright.
There are other
No, they've
international
got-
things
they've
that are
got, I
worrying,
believe,
but
if I remember,
there's just
they've got the
fundamental
same venom that a
human
cobra does. They're in,
goodness
they're in
and
cobra.
trying to amplify that.
It's a
What
problem.
do they look like, just so I can keep my peepers on?
They look like coral.
I mean,
They're-
if you
they're
look at
very
humanity as a
Snakes, see
whole,
that?
there's
Beautiful
been
snake.
times where
That's
things
a
go
gorgeous
backwards,
snake. What
there's
is it?
times when things
just
don't
how
happen at all,
sweaty,
and we're on a
Yellow fellow.
what should be very
guy
positive
got black
trajectory
to
right
red.
now.
Yeah, there seems to be progress,
Yeah,
but just like
small,
with
small
the
little
power,
mouths, though, little mouths.
there's
But
like spikes
no, you don't
human
want to fuck.
suffering. We want to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally,
Yeah.
humanity is going to suffer a lot less,
So,
but I'm very optimistic about that.
Yeah.
I do worry of
We
like
didn't see it. The pool guy
techno-fascism type
said
stuff
Texas and
arising
said
as
there's a
AI becomes more and more
They find
prevalent and
a
powerful,
red touches
and
yellow,
those who control
kill a
it
fellow.
can do more and
red
more.
touches black.
Maybe it doesn't
venom
kill us
black.
all,
Huh.
but at some point,
Red
every
touches yellow.
very powerful
kill a
human is
fellow.
going to want to
Red
brain
touches
computer
black,
interface so
venom
that they
black.
can
Wow.
interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in a way and merge its mind with, sort of like
Yeah, they're
in its
bitches.
capabilities,
Red
that
touches
person's
yellow. So
capabilities
now we got a problem.
can leverage those much better than anyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is there'll be a few people,
What's
hundreds,
somebody
thousands,
studies,
tens of thousands, maybe
reptiles?
millions of people rule whoever's left, right?
Herpetologists. Like
And the
herpes.
economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human machine
Which
amalgamation.
I wanted to be
This
when I was a kid.
enables an
And my
individual
father
human to have more
cut
impact on
those
the world,
wings right
and
quick.
that
My
impact can
father
be both
goes,
positive
I said, I
and
want to be a
negative, right?
herpetologist. My father goes,
Generally,
you say
humans
that
have
now,
positive
but you won't
impacts
be
on the
when
world
you're
and
older. I go,
society.
yes, I will. He
But
goes,
it's
no, you
possible for
won't. You'll see.
individual humans to have such
By the way,
negative
my dad
impacts.
turned 85. I was surprised.
AGI, at least
Went to
as
New
I
York.
think the
We all
last
surprised
development
him.
is not a runaway
He just didn't
thinking
expect me
thing,
to
but
be here.
rather
And
just
he was
something
like,
that
you
can
came
do
here
a
for
lot
my
of tasks
birthday.
really efficiently.
I was like, you're 85, dude. Yeah, I
Amplifies
came
the
here for your
capabilities
birthday.
of someone causing
Yes.
extreme
I
damage.
was like, it's your 85th birthday.
But for the most part, I think it'll be used for profit
It's
motives, which will then reduce
It's steak.
increase the abundance and supply of things.
It's good.
and
Were
therefore
those
reduce
past weekend?
right?
It's 2 weekends ago.
Oh, wow.
That's the
Yeah,
goal, rolling
we
on
were
the
This past week, I was like,
timeline. Just dropping
Rolling
itself in the
stasis.
yeah,
It's rolling the status quo of the world. That is a positive outcome, right?
Yeah.
Like,
once you make that
if I have
emotional
food
break,
troops and like
Well, just
I'm
was in
rolling,
my
I'm
house.
happy,
It's
that's
somebody's
positive.
Airbnb. I was asleep at night. Schedule was
while
on.
expanding out.
Went to the gym today. Probably not the gym
well,
for me. I didn't find
This is a
another
fun
meet
time
after
to be alive. And thank you for pushing the quarterfinal was possible.
I'll find them. Yeah, I'll find them. Keep jumping around.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert.
What I went through today was down
Now,
to me
let
30
me leave you
minutes.
some words of Richard.
Because then you're gone for
For
really 2
a
hours.
successful
I
technology,
don't mind it.
reality
like one.
must take precedence
I
over
did a
public
little. I
relations.
did your
For nature,
workout yesterday.
not be
I hit bench,
Thank you for
incline
listening.
bench.
I hope to see
That's
you
not my workout.
next time.
All right, incline bench. Okay, that's not my workout. And then I did some deadlift, hex bar. Not my workout. I know. And then I did pull-ups. And don't call it hex bar deadlifts, right? Well, it's bitch lifts. Well, no. And then hex bar is good though, right? What do you mean though?
We're at $1 trillion.
Why? Just do regular deadlift. I don't have strength bar.
And it's now passing the size of the budget. It's compounding, and pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion over 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion over 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion over 70 days, and then if it doesn't get fixed,
Daddy's not so strong when it comes to
Brazil.
and let's be honest, Daddy's not that strong in general. But
The following is a conversation
I thought me and Tim
Mark
were both out ways to Wells get
the
work done.
second time on the
And I said, but I worked out with you, right?
Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped
I
the
go, he's doing like
development
you guys
of the
crazy work.
internet and the tech industry in general over the past
No, I
30
am
years.
doing a crazy
He's
workout, and I'm
the
gonna have
co-creator
words
of
with Tim. It's just,
the first widely used
I'm gonna have
web
words
browser,
with Tim.
co-founder of
If he said that,
Netscape,
I'm gonna have some
co-founder
words
of
with him.
the legendary
I
Silicon
love
Valley
Tim.
venture
The
capital
best. I
firm
love that guy.
Andreessen
Well, you met
Solar,
my kids for the first time,
and
and I said,
is one of the most
guys, you got
influential
Captain
voices
America.
in the
That's the
tech world,
closest. That is
including
real. That is
in
Captain
construction,
America. That's
technology.
Spider-Man, Captain America. And his
This
10-year-old
is the
son
Restream
ain't too
Studio
far away.
podcast.
His
To support
10-year-old
us,
son
please check
is
out our
a
sponsors.
meticulous hours, made a little beast of
Now,
lacrosse.
your
I
friend,
didn't realize hockey's
Mark,
hockey. Like, so hockey, lacrosse is thing.
All
No,
right, let's
hockey's
start
his
with
thing. So he plays
you
from
are
10.
to imagine
He's 10 years
the
old,
best
plays up to
possible
14. Kid with the long hair.
1 to
Yeah,
2
plays up to
years,
the 14-year-old league.
2025,
And hockey,
26,
in 3 games,
for
he scored
tech, for
17
big
goals.
tech, and small
That's
tech,
lacrosse.
globally be
No,
globally.
it's hockey.
Lay
Promise
out
you.
your vision
I
for the best
promise to
possible
tell you that.
scenario
Yeah.
trajectory
But I've talked to him every day.
for America.
I
Roaring 20, roaring 20,
seen the
roaring 20.
videos
I mean,
of
look,
him playing hockey.
it is remarkable over the last several years with all of these issues, including everything, not just everything about it, also COVID and everything that's happened. It's really amazing. The United States just kept growing. If you just look at economic growth charts, the U.S. just kept growing, and very significantly, many other countries stopped
17
growing.
goals is a lot for
So
hockey.
Canada stopped growing, the UK stopped growing, Germany stopped growing.
It's weird. It's like I wasn't just with him talking about cross for an hour. I was just
And
with
there's a
him.
very long
You don't pay
discussion to
attention.
be had about what's wrong with those countries, and there's of course plenty of things that are wrong with our country, but the U.S. is just flat out trying to grow.
Tim, you're on the podcast right now.
I think that's a consequence of
No,
many
it's
factors.
sport. Your son is sport. Your son's
Some of
sport
which
is
are
lacrosse
lucky, some of
and.
which through hard work, and so the lucky part is just number one. We just have
Yes,
like
but
incredible
he's a standout in which sport beside
we
which
have
sport?
incredible
You're a
natural
standout.
resources. Right. This is running joke now that like whenever it looks like the U.S. is going to run out of some material, some farmer in North Dakota that gets over a hay bale and like a $2 trillion deposit. Right. I mean, we're just like the last history of geography and natural resources. Energy,
Yes, but
you know, we could be energy. This last administration decided they didn't want to be. They wanted to turn off their energy. This new administration has declared that they have the goal of turning it on dramatically. There's no question we could be energy dependent. We could be a giant.
Thank you. I just won.
Purely
I just won.
Because like you guys are trying to
and so we can, and then there's the two other things. One is, we are the beneficiaries.
before high school.
Your example,
That
we're
is
a beneficiary.
counterintuitive
We're
to
beneficiary of,
develop
50, 100, 200 years of like basically more progressive driven, smarter people in the world, most capable people.
Yes, but I was just saying that your son scored
And so
in
we just have,
a league that goes up to 14. He scored 17 goals in 3 games. And my friend who's a know-it-all said it, that's lacrosse, but it's also lacrosse. But hockey is the sport.
Yeah, this weekend he scored 24 goals.
And then finally, I would just say, look, we are overwhelmingly
weekend
technology leader. You know, we have
That's not bad.
but for software or anything, all these,
I just said that he scored 17 goals in 3 games. And you said that's lacrosse, Brian. And I said it's hockey.
And so we have all of those preconditions for it, and we can encourage just a monster of you know, I can see our growth going way
You
up.
just lost the bet. I didn't lose the bet. We're going to reveal this.
And then we
Hey,
can
Tim, thank
do a
you.
global tour if you like.
I'll
But
see you tomorrow, maybe.
basically, all of our competitors have like profound issues, and you know, we just got to go through them one by one.
Tomorrow, we're gonna have an epic boxing workout.
It's like it's
Cool,
it's
man.
remarkable how
We don't need each other in the face. This
What about the
exercise
heroes
will
themselves?
build
The philosophical
When you box, we don't
I
touch each
travel
other's
across
face.
the world.
Yeah, we just move
There's
around.
something about the
You
American
can wear a
spirit,
mouthpiece like
the
we do footwork, we do head movement, but like if you walk out of there with a mark on you, we have
I
messed
don't
up.
know what that is.
Excuse me. Wait, Tim, why did you? What time is that?
Scots Irish blood.
Now, Tim, why did you? I hear through the grapevine that Brendan said,
What is it?
"Hey, Brian works out with you guys," and then you went.
Is there something in the water?
And he
Why
goes,
is this?
"You guys have some pretty intense workouts." He goes, "Yeah, he's
So
out
is
there."
this a family show?
That's
or
what you
am I
said.
allowed to swear?
You-
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Why is it quiet on the other end right now?
The great TV show Succession.
No,
The show, of
just
course, that was
you can work out with us,
intended to
and I
be
also said that you're
zero
sneaky
character.
athletic.
Yes.
The best
It's
line
all
was the final
That's what I'm
episode of
talking
First
about, buddy.
Season,
I
when the whole
appreciate
family's over in
I got both your cracks, and you're not gonna long
Tim's Paul, you know what it is? He's a politician. He's giving a politician. Yeah, I'll vote for him.
Been in New York for 50 years.
All right,
Totally
well, we love
changed
you.
back
We'll
in
see you in a
I
minute.
love you.
Bye.
Scotland, and he gets in some argument.
Take a little break.
He says finally just says, like, I cannot wait to get out of here.
Let's,
take a break.
Oh, dude, the grunt. Let's take a little break. I got my grunt work boots.
Was that a metaphor? Or
Comfy,
It's
comfy.
but it's exactly the
Great.
thing. And everybody
I like them. I wear them all the time. My
everybody
grunt
watching
work
that is the
boots.
I
think there's like methodography, way that
They're comfortable. They're durable. So they're not hard. They feel good. They're uncomfortable the minute I put them in.
over the course of the
Yeah, they're
last
tough
20 years.
boots that are super
Right, but
comfortable,
it's,
hard to
and
find.
what we
It's
have
a
is this
gift,
sort of
a gift that
amalgamation
keeps
of
on
like,
giving to
you
your
know,
dad
the
this Father's Day.
Yankees who
Upgrade
are
the hardest working
super
guy
tough
you
for
know
core.
with the boots that are
Yeah,
as
Scots
tough as
Irish,
and
super aggressive.
dependable as your dad is.
The Southerners,
Whether it needs
Texans,
waterproof, safety toe, or soft toe,
sort of,
pull on or lace up, Brent's got the entire
High-end boots,
super
bro.
incredibly
This
tough,
might be
strong,
the most
driven,
comfortable work boots
capable
on the
characters.
planet, and they're built
The
to
Texas
perform
Rangers,
day after day, just like your
we've
dad.
got the,
Plus, Brent's
California,
dad trying to run the job if they don't
wild,
blow them away, heavy on the blow.
we've got the
You'd send them
hippies, we have
back.
the hardcore.
Yeah, but
It's Father's Day. Give your dad the gift that keeps on giving. Give him $10 off for Brunt with the code FIGHTER at checkout. Just head to
And so, yeah, there is, you know, all of our problems
code
are
FIGHTER.
basically,
You're all set.
you know,
Now, if you buy me a favor, tell me sent you.
Yeah, because I wear my grunt work boots when I'm
but
in the forest doing my work, and if a coral snake decides to get all, you know, curly on me, I got my grunts. Keep biting through my grunts. You know what I mean?
Get your dad the ultimate.
My grunts blunt your claws.
Gruntworkwear.com. Use
And
code
there's something in
FIGHTER.
the American spirit.
Yeah, Tim was talking about it. He was like,
And I've seen it before. Actually, you know, I saw
Yeah,
it.
he's very connected. He's very,
You know,
yeah.
the
Well, a guy
70s
named Donald Trump
horribly depressing.
loves
right?
him, loves a fighter and a
on
soldier.
many fronts. And in a lot of ways, the
I'm
last
sure. I
decade,
mean, I'm not saying Tim said that. I've heard. You know.
no, he was bragging or something about. He was like, hey,
just
I'm
this self-defeating, you know, negative attitude.
He's not going to
Everybody's
bring
upset
him.
about
He's like,
everything.
I
You
get
know,
to the White House.
much away, like,
Oh, yeah.
the crisis.
He's at the White House.
Crisis,
Where do you
more
stay?
and more,
I don't know. He would put my
just
stuff because I don't have
demoralization,
something.
right?
Yeah,
You
so
know,
I
the
come
low
in,
point
I'm
for
telling him I'm
the
staying.
70s was when Jimmy Carter had just passed away.
Yeah, that's his name.
He gave this speech,
Yeah,
you know,
dude,
this
he's always
malaise
doing
speech.
something.
It was
Jimmy
like
Fox,
the weakest possible
White
trying to
House.
like rouse
So
people back.
let's back up for a
Like,
second. Now, I said,
completely failed.
I said,
and, you know, we had
his
the,
son
you know,
scored
the
17 goals in 3
ran
games
for
in hockey.
40,
You said,
40 days, and
that's
every night of
lacrosse.
night,
See, but and you made a bet. Give me my fucking $100.
No, give me my
and then, you know,
Hey,
Reagan
Casey,
came in, and,
hey,
you know, Reagan was
Hey,
very
Chad,
controversial character.
let's rewind the tape and listen.
No, I believe you.
Morning in
I'm
America.
sure he scored 17
And we're
goals
the
in
tiny city
hockey.
on the hill.
Tim's story to me.
And he did it. We
On
did it.
Thursday, I didn't ask this his story to you.
Well, then that's what I care about.
I told
And I
you
think that's
something,
exactly what-
and
I
you
think,
said,
you know,
no,
we'll
he
do that.
didn't.
I said, no, that's
I
lacrosse.
Right. So Tim's story to me, so, no, hey, that's hockey, I said.
You would have only got the money if he had
There's a
17
bunch of
goals in
components
lacrosse.
to that, one of which
No,
is economic.
he scored 17 goals in hockey.
He also did
There's a
lacrosse.
word on there.
I was right. No, you weren't. You said to me I was wrong, and you corrected me and said, I'm wrong about the sport. It's lacrosse. That's what you said. Now pay up. No, because I said.
And, you know, America has this incredible percentage of
This one's working.
It's not your couch. Go like this and Ted's working. Pay my money.
You know, and there was this like incredible rise
You're
in
just,
that period.
you're just deciding to do it because you don't have to.
That's working.
It's with the United
That was a straight.
States.
Tim told me the same story. Maybe Tim makes
And
the
then,
No,
you know, that
no,
led to,
no,
you know,
we just
ultimately
cleared it up.
what
Now
we're able
listen.
to, you know, not only industrialized world, but also in World War II and the Cold
You're
War.
being- This
So
is
yeah,
an
there's
outrage.
a massive
You're just,
industrial,
you know what you're doing? The election came in.
by the way, the results of mine, and you're just going, nah, I won.
Mail-in ballots.
As they,
Just like that, you're
as
just-
they were then, he's just a single figure for many of us.
The people have
I
spoken,
never
and
did
now
that.
you're calling it attempting to overcross. You're calling it.
I never met him, but I know a lot of people.
You know what it is? You know England?
What?
You can't blame somebody else.
All of his lessons.
You can't blame somebody else for attempting hockey.
But I would also say it's not just individualism. And this is one of the big things that's like playing out in a lot of our culture and
Long hair.
political fights right
Tim's
now.
face,
Is,
actually.
you
He's
know,
got Tim's
basically
face.
this feeling,
Same intensity.
that I have and I share.
I didn't realize
a
some
lot of
people
people,
look
which
crosses
is
in
it's not
Texas.
enough
All
for
the kids
America to just be.
I guess, yeah. All the kids.
And it's not enough
California,
for
it's kind of
individuals, and
big.
it's not
Yeah,
enough
East
to
Coast
just have
offense
people.
is
It's not
big.
enough to just have
Here,
success.
now I see
There are
all
deeper
kids were
questions
cross. You were
at
cross,
play,
right? Upper
and
cross.
also, there's more to it.
I didn't realize something is
than
Did you
just
play in
that,
college?
and
Yep. All the kids.
quite frankly, a lot of it is in Canada.
This is our first day here. So. Yeah, it's our first day. I just don't believe it. First day.
We have more of it than anybody else. But
I called everybody to
yeah, the way I look at it is like all of our problems.
I want to thank you. But I'll tell you, poor Chinny can't
Define
find
as
a
a
place
choice.
to live.
All of our problems
Well, there's nowhere
are
to live.
basically demoralization campaigns. Basically people telling us,
Start
people in
with.
positions
You
of
only have
authority
3
telling
months
us
to figure it out, man.
we shouldn't
What else
stand
am I
out,
doing?
we shouldn't be adventurous.
I'm just enjoying, I am enjoying Texas. I'm enjoying the mothership.
This, that, and the other thing. and
Yeah,
you feel bad
mothership
about
a lot.
everything you do.
And that's, it's
through a
kind of
decade where that's
inspiring.
been
I was in
theme.
Oklahoma
I think,
City,
quite honestly, as
Princeton.
of November, it's
Yep,
people are
and
gonna
then Tulsa, great clubs.
We could go on a tangent of a tangent.
There
We're talking
are a lot
about
of places in this
individualism,
country that
and that's not all that it
you
takes.
realize you're
You
like,
mentioned in the past the book,
well, Oklahoma City has a lot of
by, if I can only
Right.
pronounce the name,
so it's pretty
French
nice,
historian.
I have to say.
Numéro de Nid, Frère du Courant.
Yeah, but the only thing that
That
gets
was
me is
amazing.
there's not a lot
Okay,
of
all right, from the 19th century.
Yeah.
Anyway, you said
I
it's
saw
an
the
important book to
They
understand
don't,
who
but
we
they
are,
don't,
where we
like
come from.
when there's
So
a
that book
tornado
is actually quite a
everybody gets dead serious.
So that
I'll
book is
tell you
written
what's
by
no joke around here is the
this
thunder and lightning.
but like the pronunciations.
The hail, I've been saying that, but
He was a professor of classics
the thunder and lightning
at
is crazy.
Sorbonne
It's the hail, and they will
Paris,
tell you.
University.
You'll get a notice on your thing. They're like, shelter in place, you could die.
The Civil War, and
Like, yeah,
he was
they'll tell you that it's a life threat.
Which is
You know,
the
and I just way like
book is he had apparently read it,
It's,
sort of absorbed and memorized.
yeah, it's
every
about 10 minutes.
possible
It whips up right quick. It whips up, and that sky goes black,
and
that it starts to blow, and you're like, damn. What
That's
the
the
hell
reason
is this?
this matters is because basically none of
I'll
that.
tell you what, that ride out there, that 20
you
hour
got access
drive,
to the exact same materials that we
you
have.
drove out here.
So we
20
wanted
hours.
nothing. And then specifically what he did is he talked about the Greeks and Romans, but
How
specifically
long,
what he did is
how
he
long
went
were you
back further.
driving at
He
stretch?
reconstructed the people who came before the
The
Greeks and
first
Romans, what their life
day
and
on
society was like.
Saturday,
And these are the people who were now known as the
14 hours.
And these were bigger, you may have heard of these. These are the people who came down from
Excursion?
excursion. So they came out of what's now like Eastern Europe and around
He was
sort of
cool. He
the
was
outskirts
all
of what's
about
now Russia.
After
And then
about
they sort of
10,
swept through Europe, sailed to the whole of Europe, and
Western,
almost
yeah, you go, start
many of the ethnicity in the Americas.
Yeah, it's a little much.
Following,
That's no joke. A lot of beef
So like,
jerky.
they were this basically this
Yeah.
warrior, basically
Yeah,
class
okay,
that like
20 hours
swept through
apiece. 20 hours apiece. So 14 hours, and then you said 6 more hours.
the world. And there's a whole
So
rest
where'd
of
you,
saga
where'd
there.
you
But what he
end up?
does,
You ended up
and
in
then they
Texas after
basically
14 hours?
from there became
But you realize something.
so what he reconstructs sort of what life is like. What life is like, at least in the
You
West.
can
for people
hunt
who are
on a
original
ranch,
citizens.
and you're like, I don't want to hunt
And
a ranch,
the
I want to hunt
significance of that
wild.
is
It's
the
like,
original
no,
social
this
state
is
is living in
this
the
is a ranch
state
that
of
you would have to cover
absolute
on your
imperatives of survival with absolutely no technology.
There's
Like no modern
some
systems,
like
no
tin
nothing,
salts
right? You've got your clothes on your back, you've got your, you've got whatever you can build with your bare hands, right? This is what predates basically all concepts of technology we understand today. And so these are people under like maximum
there's a Texas culture out there.
survival pressure. And so what social patterns do they?
You can go
The
in
social
Austin.
pattern basically
There's a
was as
watering
follows.
hole that everybody goes to.
There's three parts of
They go, they're all nude
family,
and shit. That's really
tribe,
not
and city.
That's got to be a lot. If you're a man, a single man in his 30s, 20s, and 30s,
you were not an individual. You were
it's
a
good
member
time
of your
downtown
family.
Austin.
And then you
Just a
get a set
lot
of
of
families
beautiful
that aggregate into
A lot of
tribes,
young
and then a set
people
of
having
tribes
a
that
good time.
aggregate
Yeah, take Boston, see the bats flying, pipe down
and
with
then
these
the morality
damn
was
yeah.
completely
But they would come out and like,
Nietzsche talks about the morality is
my
entirely
son's a
natural.
gearhead, just like you are.
So
My son
their
is
morality,
only interested in
anything
trucks
that's strong
and
is
things
good.
that go fast.
And anything that is
So
bad.
whether it's a helicopter or
Why
it's a
that is, right?
motorcycle,
Because strong
Tim
equals good equals
put my
survive.
son on his electric motorcycle,
And that
and
led
my
to
son
what
kept
became
saying,
later is the master
faster,
dialectic,
faster.
which is it
Like,
more important
you
to
know,
you
it's
to
crazy.
live
He
in
wants a
master
dirt bike.
either to
He's
die or
already
you
at 3
want
years
to
old.
live
He
in
can't stop
slavery
talking about jet
and
skis.
not die. And this is sort of the derivation
It's
of that moral
crazy.
framework. Christianity later inverted that moral
I've seen
framework,
those
but
stupid
the
bats.
original framework
I've never seen them.
many
Never seen them. Never seen them in that
Well,
car.
that's what individualism, the head of the
Yeah,
family, has total life and death
and they all
control
just
over
fly
the
out.
of the family,
Yeah,
the head of the
they're all
tribe, same
standing.
thing, head of the city, same thing, and then you're morally obligated to kill members
Mexican, what
of
are they?
the
Mexican
other
tree
faith.
bats? They're Mexican bats?
Right? You were morally required to. Like,
Mexican free-tailed bat. Free-tailed.
And then the form of the society was
And then into
basically
bats and Martian
maximum
liberation.
fascism
Each
combined with
year,
maximum,
spring and summer.
right? And
I
so
love
it was
mice.
maximum
I've never
fascism
seen
in the
bats.
form of
No.
this
You
like
ever been over
absolute
there? They have a
compound
big
control
bat,
where the head of the family tribe or city can kill other members of the community at any time. There's no
Really? I'm
restrictions at
afraid
all.
I'll bring out my
There's
inner
a
bat.
maximum hierarchy.
And then I'll go
But
out and fight
combined with
crime.
maximum communism, there's no market economy. And so
So you
everything
see
is
them,
shared,
they just
right?
like
And sort of the
birds.
point of being in one of these collectives is that it's a collective. It's,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
cool.
sharing. And of course, that limited how big they could get because the problem is this scale. Right? It works at the level of the family. It's much harder to
Yeah,
manage.
that's not what we're gonna get.
Maximum fascism, maximum communism, and then it was all intricately tied into their religion.
Now, a bat
And their
apparently
religion
can hear somebody. I've heard
it
this
was
is. I want to see if
veneration of
this is
ancestors,
bullshit.
and it was veneration of nature.
Because somebody said
And
a
the
bat
veneration
can
of
hear somebody
ancestors is
swallow.
extremely important because it was basically like the ancestors were the people who got you to where you were, the ancestors were the people who had everything to teach you, right? And then the veneration of nature, because of course nature is
Yes,
the
they
thing.
use sonar.
And then you had your ancestor, every family, tribe, or city had their ancestors.
Yeah, what can bats hear that humans can't? Let's hit
Okay,
that.
so fast forward to today.
How
we
well
live
can
in a
they
world
hear
which
those
is
bats?
radically different, but and the book takes you through kind of what happened in that.
How sensitive is the bat's hearing?
And so, but it's very helpful to kind of think in these terms because the conventional view of progress through time is that we are, the cliche is the arc of the moral universe, justice, justice,
Even bats that don't echo.
that the arc of progress is positive.
I don't know
Right?
what
So,
that means.
we
Hey,
hear
put
it
one
all
that
the
says, why
time,
can't
we
humans
just
touch
feel
bats?
everything
Doing
is,
that.
every year that goes by, we get better and better.
Most
and
bats do
more
not have
and more and
rabies.
more
All human
and more
kind should be
of
avoided
ourselves.
from exposure.
Our Indo-European ancestors would say, oh, no, like you people have like fallen to shit. Like you people took all of the principles of basically your civilization and you have diluted them down to the point where they barely even matter.
Really?
And you're having, children with wedlock, and you're, you regularly encounter people in other cities and you try to kill them, and like, how crazy is that? And they would basically consider us to be living like an incredibly diluted version of this sort of highly religious, highly cultural, highly organized, highly society. I can't resist noting that as a consequence of basically going through all the transitions we've been through, going all the way through Christianity, coming out the other end of Christianity, which declares God is dead. We're in a secular society that still has tinges of Christianity, but largely by itself and no longer being religious in that way. We being the sort of most fully evolved modern secular, expert scientists and so forth, have basically re-evolved or fallen back on the exact same religious structure that the Indo-Europeans had, specifically ancestor worship, which is identity politics, and nature worship, which is environmentalism. And so we had actually worked our way all the way back to their cultural and it just goes to show that, in some ways we have fallen far from the family tree, but in some cases we're the exceptions.
I like it. It's one of the best I've ever had.
As worshiping ancestors.
Identity politics is worshiping ancestors, right? It's tagging newborn infants with either, benefits or responsibilities or,
People to please recognition.
the Indo-Europeans would
What do you mean?
recognize
My barbecue, baby.
we somehow think it's like super social progressive.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Just brisket and ribs.
I mean,
Same thing right now. So that's how you can't just mix it up.
I think they had it, which is look like the idea of people like completely reinvent society every generation and have no regard whatsoever for what came before you. That seems like a really
No, it's also
that's like the Cambodians
rub
with
they
your zero
put on it,
pots,
the barbecue
and,
sauce, a lot goes
follows
into it,
it.
man.
The Soviets tried that.
I'm fucking starved.
The utopian
I know now.
fantasists who think that they can just
See
rip
how
up everything
far
before
away
and create something
Pecan
new.
Lodge
In
lies,
this
Salt
condition,
Lake
the
is
society have a very bad
to see
history
a
of
parts of
causing
my
enormous destruction. So on the one hand, it's like, okay, there's like a
beehive barbecue right behind me.
and the way I think about that is it's a process of
Other places
evolutionary,
that look old,
right?
you know, they've
What
been
tradition
around
ought to
for
be is the distilled wisdom of all protocols. And then, this is obviously your point talking about. It should be distilled wisdom of everybody. Right, all those important powerful lessons learned. And that's why I think it's fast when you go back and study how these people live. That's part of the history and part of the learning strategy we're in today. Having said that, there are many cultures around the world that are mired in tradition to the point of progress. And in fact, you might even say globally that's the default human condition, which is a lot of people are in societies in which there's like absolute seniority by age. Kids are, like in the U.S., like for some reason we decided kids are in charge of everything, right? And like they're the trendsetters and they're the ones who like set all the agendas and like set the politics and set all the culture, and maybe that's a little bit crazy. But like in a lot of other cultures, kids have no role at all because it's the old people who are in charge.
The best barbecue in Boston. What's it say?
And it's all a bunch of 8-year-olds running everything, which, by the way, we have a little bit of that too, right? And so I would say is like there's a real downside. Full traditionalism is Unitarianism. It's ethnic particularism. It's ethnic chauvinism. It's this incredible level of resistance to change. That's it just doesn't get you anywhere. Like it may be good to find the level of individual pride, but it's right. Society living in a modern world, you can't evolve, you can't advance, you can't participate in all the good things that have happened. And so I think probably this is one of those things where extremeness on either side is probably a bad idea. But this needs to be approached in a sophisticated and nuanced way.
I'm in. All right, PK barbecue.
The beautiful picture you came with the roaring 20s.
I'm getting that. I'm looking at
How
later.
can the company
Good
take
sausages.
part in making that
I'm
decision?
gonna have to get it. Is that
So
close to
look,
here
a
right
big
now?
part of this is
Yeah.
getting
It
the
is?
government food off the
What do you want?
national.
How about for the bed? I'll buy you
Technology industry.
There you go. I'll get PK with you.
And then again, this is a replay of what happened in the 60s and 70s, which is, for what started out looking like, I'm sure
Daddy's gonna go
purposes,
shoot himself in
we
access
ended
to or
up
something.
both then and now with
Yeah,
this, what I describe as sort of a form of soft authoritarianism.
Yeah, I'm gonna
The good news is it's not like a military dictatorship. It's not like you're throwing it to Bianca.
no, it's not
Yeah,
gonna
for the
really
most
about it.
part, it's not coming as one.
Shoot something.
You're not going to
Just
drag
for
up the
me.
cell. So it's not hard authoritarianism, but it's soft authoritarianism. And so it's this, incredible suppressive blanket of regulation, rules, there's concepts of autocracy, right? What's required to get everything done? You need to get 40 people to announce anything, and one of them can veto it.
Train.
It's
All right, guys, when it comes to home security, how serious do you want to take it? All right? Because now they got AI, they got smart cameras, they got AI-powered cameras. I'm talking about Simply Safe. Simply Safe is the new standard in home security. All right, we use to send you a box. You can set it up yourself. They got live monitoring agents that can detect suspicious activity around your property.
No contracts, no hidden fees, the best home security system in 2025 by CNET. 4 million or more Americans trust Simply Safe, rate #1 customer service.
Try it for 60 days and you'll get a money back guarantee. Just see what you do with it.
All right, you can get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/fighter. That's simplysafe.com/fighter.
And so, like,
There's
we
no
just
safe
been through
like
this period. I
Simply
call it a demoralization campaign. Like, we've just been through
There
this
was a
period.
terrorist attack
Whether it
in
started that way or not,
Colorado, right?
ended up basically being
Now, terrorists in just guys threw
Guys threw a Molotov cocktail and very badly.
and the Biden administration reached kind of the full pinnacle of that.
Like,
There's a rally for Gaza.
he
And so
was
just
protesting.
leaving for
I
that,
think they were trying to bring the hostages home, and then he ended up
kind of optimistic, constructive, pro
Yeah,
growth.
man, they're bringing hostages home. Colorado
There's
suspect
there's so
now
much
charged
pent-up
for
energy in the
peaceful.
American system that
and
will
spec for a year.
and spirit to take off.
Did it take you a
And then
year to
there's a
plan?
lot of things.
You just put together
Yeah,
Well,
something
he's he's not
So how do
probably
you
the
read
smartest
that?
person.
What do you
16, 16.
can you describe ideologically
God, that's terrible.
permeated
Did he kill anybody?
government
He burned some people very badly.
big companies?
And I
Just
saw
saying
the
that
video.
first, because I don't want to predict anything on any of this stuff, because I learned the hard way that I can't predict politics in Washington at all. But I would just say that the plans and intentions are clear, and the
Oh,
staff
he killed
supports
somebody, I
it.
think.
And all the conversations are consistent
Two
with the
counts of
new
murder
administration, and
for
that they plan to take very rapid action with these fronts very quickly.
I don't think
They're
anybody's
going to do as much as they
dying.
can through executive orders, and then they're going to do legislation and regulatory changes.
This is
throughout.
CNN, Jen.
So they're going to move very quickly on a whole bunch of stuff. You can already feel, I
Let's get
think,
some
shift
real shit here. Huh?
or at least what's this way. I feel it for sure in Silicon Valley. Like I mean, we just saw a great example of this with
What's his name?
what Mark Zuckerberg is doing. Obviously I'm involved with this company, but we just saw kind of in public the scope of it, the speed of the changes, are reflective of sort of this of a lot of these shifts. But I would say that same conversation, those same kinds of things are happening throughout the industry, right? And so the tech industry itself, whether people were approach on brand. It's not like there's just like a giant 5-shift new shift that's like kicked in already. And then I was with a group of Hollywood people about 2 weeks ago, and they were still, people who at least vocally were still very anti-Trump. I said, they haven't changed since November 6th, and they immediately said, "Oh, it's completely different." It feels like the ISIS thought, what was over. They said that all kinds of projects are going to get made now they couldn't before. That Hollywood's going to start making comedies again. They were just like it's just like incredible immediate
So typically when you
environmental change. And as I talk to people kind of throughout,
you say I can't go back to my country, I can give you a work visa, so you don't become a work stay. So you can now work.
The one that I'm watching is really funny. Facebook's getting that is getting a lot of attention. But the other funny one is Black Rock, which I'm not sure on. I don't know him, but I've watched for a long time. And so,
they caught it right there.
So state initial charges, Lisa's known as
investment CEO on every dumb social trend and rule set, like every retarded thing you can imagine, every ESG and every possible satellite company with every aspect of this raised ideological position. He's coming in, he literally was aggregated together trillions of dollars of shareholdings that did not, that were his customers' rights, and he seized their voting control of their shares and was using it to force all these companies to do all this crazy ideological stuff. He was like that type of man. He in the last year has been like stuff like this massive. So just an example, last week he pulled out of whatever the corporate net zero alliance. He pulled out of the crazy energy stuff. And so he's back in the
he got a little frisky. He got real tough, right? Check his stuff. He got tough on me, and I was like, striking. I can't even reach you. I can't come within 5 feet of you, but if I get a hold of you, it's a problem. And he's like, no, it's not. It's not at all. I go, I got a crazy base. So we wrestled, grappled. I went for a single.
One of the funniest
he got me down. I'm on my back. And then I went 2-on-1. Got his back.
Jesus.
Just
like that.
I actually I took myself. I heard of myself.
Very professional
I was like,
attorneys that
I went to sleep. I was like,
100% straight face.
And then suddenly I was like, what else?
Virtue of being LGBT.
Yeah, he's strong as hell.
And this is a guy who literally wrote a book.
And also,
he literally looked like
the fun thing about being a human being is that anybody who claps on your
and
back,
this was
it's going to
imposed.
be
I mean, this was like so incredibly effective. But then, like, it just like
very short. I think most guys, yeah.
It was imposed by NASDAQ, your stock exchange.
But most guys walk around and they don't realize how vulnerable.
It's like these things basically are being like ripped down one by one.
But like, how once you guys start wrestling with Trump, here's what I do.
Because you were talking all tough. I said, let's do the coffee table. Let's see what happens.
Please, and we did. That's how you grew up with Trump. You're super Texan right now. You're Texan.
Look, I sorted them right out. I need to get sorted out, and I sorted them out.
I'm sorry, you got a real twang there. Is that from Jason Chanel?
Yeah, we had a little dust up. A little dust
So
up.
it was very,
A little dusty in that Airbnb, didn't it?
Peter, of course,
And then when did the sex start happening?
Hey, come on. Shortly thereafter. I mean, no, that didn't take
but
place.
there are other medical guys, right? And we're sitting there, and we're all looking, and we're like, all right, okay, LGBT.
Speaking of which, I heard you got red nuts. Is that?
Oh yeah,
and it's like,
our boy Corey Sandhagen
it's like,
said on podcast, he made
I'm willing to do a lot for this company, but
OnlyFans just showing his nuts. Yeah.
Well,
And then, my nuts are small.
Well, yeah, and then it's like, okay, like, is there a test?
But you got those big promise or like
yeah, exactly. How do you do
So I
it?
got the question no color. I think just flesh.
And I think I'm very good at asking.
I have a great dark base.
Would be a third question.
I can
Thank you, Dan, for the straight face.
Of course, you made two.
I think in fairness, they have trouble.
If you made that's so
So
insane.
you mentioned
I
the
know. Do you
Hollywood
think you could at
folks,
least make
looking
100?
people in
I
Silicon
really
Valley
liked it.
and vibe shift. Maybe
I
just
mean,
speak to
just put my
preference.
nuts on. Would you do it?
What do they actually
Would,
believe?
but I don't think I did once to see
How
you
many of
build
them
a
actually hate Trump?
50-year-old's nut. I think you'd at
What
least
percent of
stay
them
50
are feeling this vibe shift
I
and
guarantee you'd make 50.
interested in
No.
creating more
Guarantee
employees?
it.
And maybe
If I showed my nuts
So
on all
first,
the
just to
hands,
maybe talk
what are you doing?
population. So there's like all the
Show us
Silicon Valley, and the way to decide
No,
that
they're
is
good. They're good, man. I'll tell
and
you
what that
this.
shows consistently,
These
Silicon
nuts are
Valley
good.
people, at least historically,
If you're into nuts, dude, these are juicy nuts.
Let's see these. Serious right now?
The other way to look at that is
Oh my
what
God, yeah, dude.
what nations in the valley.
Wow.
And so we'll see what
At
happens.
least 15, that's it. The number, bro. They're like normal color. It's the trunk. Very good question. I think because they're so heavy, they're like, those are big nuts, man.
There's already a regular show in big cities in California.
Oh,
Like, those are big nuts. My sister's always like hanging out.
As we're trying to
I can't find cheese in that.
but even in San Francisco, there was a big right.
So do you think Calvin can make some change with them?
So we'll
I
see
can do
what
different things with these. Does your wife like those big nuts? Sure, I guess.
The part that I'm more focused on is, I don't know how to exactly describe this, it's like the top 1,000, top 10,000 people, right?
Put them on like
And they're, I don't know
numbers,
numbers, but I
fucking
don't know
hilarious.
that will feel.
I'll do it.
And they're not overly hairy. They're super veiny, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's got a cat.
I have not
So
believed
these things
that
can
the
produce
idea
4
is
children.
belief
You got a guinea pig. Like a shaved guinea pig.
I think that most people just don't. And I think even the most high-status people just go along, and I think maybe the most high-status people are the ones who just go along because they're the most
Dude, he can make some money, right?
And the way I describe that is,
Yeah.
one of
Of
the
course,
great
he's getting the tube now, and now he's a world-class fighter, but you got better nuts, man.
This madness, this extremely interesting articulation.
Best nuts I know. I'm a comic, just
Special murderer, but he was also
right? I didn't hype him up right now. I think we should do, like, we could do professional photographer, we could just do different like outfits and stuff.
He's a very bright guy, and he did this whole thing where he talked about basically he was very right wing, talked about leftism a lot. And he had this great concept that's just like in my head, which is
It's for
and so, most people are social, most people are social, most people are live in society, most people are part of society, they get
I can hang them
something.
off the TV. That'd be fun.
There's something
You just do
about
different
modern
things with
Western
it. You put your nuts in different positions.
and they're just
You
like
take it to
really
yourself.
oriented towards what other people like themselves,
Let's get
think,
nutty.
and believe.
Yeah.
And
Boom.
you can get a real sense of that if you have a little bit of an outside
And then I'm the
perspective.
guy.
I think as a consequence of where I grew up,
That's the only thing.
like even before I had the views that I have today, there was always this weird thing where it's like, why does every dinner
I
party
just feel like we
have
can
the
do 10%
exact same
more
conversation?
thing.
Why does everybody agree on
I think
every
we should
single
try.
issue? Why is that agreement precisely what was in the New York Times today? Why are these positions not the same as they were 5 years ago?
Those aren't just
Right.
any nuts.
But why does everybody like snap their agreement every single day? And that was true when I came to Silicon Valley, and it's just things that years later. And so I think most people are just
That's what
literally,
Nick,
I think they take
my
their views
future.
from sometimes press, universities, the big foundation.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like the New York Times, Harvard, the Ford
It was
Foundation,
hot
and,
days. He was
you
in.
know, I don't know, a few CEOs, and a
What?
few
That's what I was trying to tell the
public
boys.
figures, and,
Yeah.
maybe the president.
But he was
power.
like your flavor.
And like whatever that is, everybody
Trump,
just everybody who's sort of good and
I'll send you a
proper and
picture
good
sometimes on a hot
standing
day. I'll
and in
take
charge of
my
things
hang
and
true.
a sort of correct number of,
My
let's
dick's
call it
bigger,
post-American
That's
society. Everybody just moves those things.
And
And then, the interesting thing about that is, number one, there's no divergence among the organs.
I woke up with a
Right?
boner
So
this morning and I was
everybody else
tired.
is the exact same
I don't know
thing.
why.
The New York Times and Washington Post do the exact same thing. The Ford Foundation and Washington Post do the exact same thing. Google and whatever,
That's probably why my
Microsoft do
testosterone
the exact same thing.
but
But
nuts or something.
those things change over time.
Yeah, right.
But
When
there's
you're
never
on
conflict
TRT,
anymore.
you're not
Right.
shrinking.
And so,
My nuts
the New
are
York
the
Times and
size
Washington Post
of
agreed on
12
exactly everything.
Is that right?
1970,
I don't give a fuck. Get 'em out.
2010.
Nah.
Despite the fact that the specifics change rapidly.
Get him out.
The lockstep.
Let me see your little fucking.
And so I think basically we're on the tail end of that, and the same way Hollywood
Yeah,
is
there's
the tail end of that.
no, it's just, it's candy almonds, those hard ones. That's what
It's like some sort of collective high.
they shrink up, huh?
And I just go through that to say, like, I don't think most people in my orbit, or, say the top 10,000 people in
I
Nevada,
said,
where the top 10,000 people in LA, I don't think they're sitting there thinking, basically, I have like, I mean, a couple of they have like, but they don't actually have like some inner core beliefs, and then they kind of watch reality change. That's correct. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is they develop a belief system around them. And I think most of the time they're not even aware of the basic part of it.
Because I was on TRT for a while, and then I'm off it now. Because I was like, look like now. So that's why I was like, I forgot how big my nuts were before. So I asked them how big your nuts. Let me know. No, that's not what you said. How did it in the group chat? You said, guys, this is important, and I'm serious. Send me a picture of all of your nuts.
With no context. Why did you get off TRT?
Tell them medicine place I went to just stopped doing it.
Inside the mind,
So I saw his nuts, they're fine. I mean, I don't know. I thought they were shrunken, and then they started growing back, but I don't know if it was the same size. You got HCG to grow back. I was taking HCG when I was on TRT. Yeah. So
Look, I'll just tell you what I think. It's at the dinner parties and at the conferences, what there is that all of the heretical conversations, anything that challenges the status quo, and heretical ideas, and any new ideas, and heretical ideas. Any deviation, it's either discussed one-on-one face-to-face, it's like a whisper network.
Today's episode is sponsored by Viva's Inn. Sometimes when the day winds down, you buy some wire, grab a drink isn't always the best solution if you want to stay sharp. Viva's Inn's Relax on Wine Shot is plant-based, ready to decompress using kava, GABA, and other calming herbs without alcohol.
Like they said, herbs. Yeah, you don't want to take a heavy sedative. You'll get next day grogginess, all right? So basically, Viva's Inn has over 12 years. It's been trusted for over 12 years. Over 600 million servings of salt. And each batch is independently lab tested for quality. You want right now you can try a free 3-pack of Relax on One Shot. Just cover the shipping. Click on the link in the description, and all you have to do is cover the shipping and experience the difference for yourself. Try Viva's Inn for free. Let's be clear.
And then you have your network. Tell me the truth. You have your network of fucking health, and then they have their network of fucking health, and then you have this like delicate thing. Right? And the dance fundamental mechanism of the dance. Yeah, if you like, right? I mean, for two reasons. Number one, here is the way to have deniability. Right? Here is the way to discuss things with having deniability. All start with a joke, right? So that's part of it, which is part of the reason why media is very they can always fall back. But the other key thing about humor is that the laughter is right? Like you either laugh or you don't, and it's not like a conscious decision. And everybody tells right? And it's every the laughter is like people don't laugh at like they laugh because they're revealing something that they either have not been allowed to think about or have not been allowed to talk about. Right, or it's off limits, and all of a sudden it's like the ice breaks, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing, and it's funny, and like I laugh, and then it's like this is like the live comedy so powerful. Sometimes you use the safety of numbers, and so the comedians have like all. It's no surprise to me, like for example, Joe's been a successful.
So that's the debate everyone's talking about. Would you drop your? Like, let's say he still had bullets. I think he still did.
So I mean, so my guess is that.
Yeah, and then you got the question of whether you could sort of join the network. So then you've probably done for this.
I don't think
at some point there's like a difference.
I think he did the right thing because who knows what kind of shot he is.
And those are like the happiest moments, at least in the last decade. Those are like the happiest moments of their life. They're just like everybody's just stacked. They're like, I don't have to worry about anything else.
That's what I would think too.
Like for every third
just like the last second.
Talk about real things. So that's the live version of it, and then of course the other side is
look how close he got. Oh, it's so
right. And then basically the same thing played out.
So you notice how he has this, how he was able to go start it up really quickly. It's because you keep all your shit running.
The same dynamic played out online.
So cool. It'll actually restart. Yeah, it won't restart.
Literally enforced by
yeah, he's lucky.
And then also the cancellation campaigns,
I think
and mobbing, and shaming, right? And but then you have, but then you have equivalent of some of them, right? Anybody who grew up in
you kind of hard. It looks like a young
yeah, they had the hard version.
It's not that big.
It's like how do you know who you can talk to? And
like, you know what I'm saying? It's not a teenager. Yeah, it looks like a teenager.
Yeah, again, that was the hard authoritarian version of this.
Now, what version was that?
Yeah, so the was scared of the sound first.
He'll eat you, though. He'll fucking eat you. If he gets close. You don't want to get bit by that thing. He's going to do damage very quickly. So if he grabs you, you're gone.
Yes, exactly. Well, and this is the thing.
There's a guy who got tackled by a polar bear
running kind of
and
thing
they got on top of him, and then they shoot him
every
off,
group chat,
scared him
if
off.
you've noticed this, like every this principal group chat, every group chat ends
Don't
up
fuck around.
being
Polar bears are scary.
about memes and
That's a
humor.
guy. I
The
had a guy
goal
who
of
went
the
to
game of the group chat is
Fix
to get as close
He
to the
goes
line
to
as
North
you
Pole.
actually
He's dragging his thing.
as you can get without
Yeah,
any
his sled.
right? And like literally
And
every group
the
chat
thing
that
about
I've
that
been
is
for
that
the
you
last decade,
just
even if
have
it
to
starts
shed
some other
weight.
direction,
You have to
what
leave
ends up
stuff
happening
behind.
is it
You have
becomes
to
the
make really
absolute comedy
calculated
fest
decisions.
where but it's
Because you want
walking
to break
people
the
walking
record
around.
and all that stuff.
And a constant test. And every once in a while somebody will trip the line and people will freak out and it's like, oh, too soon.
This is
Okay,
really case. Their bears are way up there.
they
They get
walk
right up there. They see
so
the
it's
biggest
that same thing. Yeah, and then group chats is a technological.
At one point, he was so tired. He was part of so tired of drag.
Obviously the rise
And
of
for
smartphones.
whatever reason, his
Then
brother
it was
was
the rise
trying
of
to see
the
him there,
messaging services.
covering.
Then it was the rise
Right
specifically of, I
behind
would say,
him,
combination of
10
WhatsApp
yards
and Signal.
away, is a
And the
polar
reason for
bear
that is
following
those were the two big
This
systems that did the full.
It was just stalking.
So you actually felt safe.
And he was
And then
like,
the
you get the
real
fucking
breakthrough, I
gun.
think, was disappearing
Shot
messages,
the gun here.
which was signaled probably 4 or 5 years ago.
But nighttime is the problem.
WhatsApp 3 or 4 years
When
ago.
it's night,
And then the combination
Yeah.
of encryption
your fence, you have to set up barricades so you can hear them. It's like,
well, then there's the fight. Then there's the fight over the length of the disappearing messages, right? And so it's like, I often
well, this
get
one's
behind
not
my
new,
things
but
that
I just
set for
discovered
7-day, disappearing messages.
This is
and
a
my friends
Barstool,
who,
Barstool
are
High School
that's
teacher.
way
I
too
was
much.
arrested for
Yeah,
having
it's got to be
sexual
okay. And then every once in a while, somebody will send it to 5 minutes before they send something
And
like
then
particularly.
this one's just funny because it says arrest the
Well, one of the things that bothers me about WhatsApp is
that 6-year-old
24 hours
Apple
and
Pride button. I get it.
one
We're
day
slip digits, but Jesus
and I have
Christ.
to have an
You fought
extra
jail, I know, but
this time.
Yeah.
She went there and last
the
7 days
16-year-old
is what I'm
girl
about
or
to say.
boy?
that's a good question.
Now, of course, what's happening right now is the Bitcoin.
Either way,
So what's happening on the other side of the election is, Elon on Twitter 2 years ago, and now Mark with Facebook and Instagram, and by the way, with the continued growth of Substack
That's
and
an
with
issue.
other new platforms that are emerging. Like I think it may be, I don't know that everything just fits back in the public, but a tremendous amount of the promoting conversations can now shift back in the public view. And I mean, quite frankly, it is one of those things, quite frankly, even if I was opposed to what people are saying, I'm sure I am in some cases, I would argue it's still like better for society that those things happen in public instead of private.
51-year-old teacher accused of having.
Yes, right, just want to know. And so, and then it's just clearly much healthier society in which we
Yeah,
live now.
She likes lesbian.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just it does change things.
I do believe
Yeah, it
that
looks like
people
some
have
kind of
very
emotional
thoughts
thing
that
that went
are
on. It's a
heretical.
whole
A lot of
trail.
people, I wonder what
Yeah, but
preference
boys are gonna look at that and be like, nah. 16-year-old boy.
Well, 16-year-old boy, like,
preference
Yeah,
you
is
can't beg your
what
buddies
is the
and
last
not
group
fuck
of
misses.
ideas
Well, so you're just not gonna, you're not into that. That's why I was like, that looks like there was this emotional relationship.
that,
She's kind of
the dynamical system
Nobody's
that
dot the
is
I's, cross the
different
T's, like, you're sucking on tits.
throughout history.
I've seen it happen many
The
times.
fall
like
of
it was some
communism
kind
in
of a
multiple
thing where
regimes.
it's all
Disgusting.
kissy.
It
Very
is disgusting.
Everybody was
Disgusting.
following, the line until not.
Here's a sad thing about
Better
Bad Baby,
for
Bad
sure,
Baby, the Cash
privately,
Outside
there
Girl.
was a
Yeah,
huge
she was on a
number of
podcast
boiling
recently, and this is something she
happening.
mentioned.
So this is the bureaucracy of communism, the corruption of communism, all of that is really bothering people more and more and more and more. And all of a sudden, there's a trigger that allows the vibe shift to happen. So to me, like the question here is, what is the landscape of private thoughts and ideas and conversations that are happening under the surface of
Why she have Mrs. Pat's haircut?
Americans, especially
Saturday
my
Night
question
Live.
is how much dormant energy is there for this working like no more bullshit. Let's get shit done.
So we'll go through the theory of reference falsification.
Yes, it's just amazing. The books on this is fascinating.
Yeah. So this is one of the all-time great books. It's about 20, 30-year-old book, but it's completely modern and current in what it talks about, as well as very deep with the book.
So
So it's called Private Truths, Public Lies.
She would catch me outside girl, and she made like $40 million.
Oh, that girl, she's so much smaller than I thought.
She needs to change her hair now.
So he has this concept he calls
Can I ask you a question?
So preference falsification.
What are your thoughts on that?
Preference falsification can be
She has so much drama. That's why she acts out the way she does. She has so much drama. If she makes poor life decisions, I'm sure. It's not surprising.
Very important.
Is she also somebody who Is it possible she's also somebody
Right.
who will do
And
anything for attention?
the commonality
Say
there is
anything for attention.
No, I bet you listen.
you
Yeah,
something
see her
in
enough. Yeah, she
I
has
don't know any
major trauma.
And so the thing,
She was on
and there's sort of two classes.
Unfortunately,
There's
the
the
molestation of children
I
is
believe
so
kind of
much
rock
more prevalent than we can even imagine.
Relationship with her mom,
but then there's also the
relationships
famous
with her
parable
boyfriend,
of
abusive
the
relationship.
real
She
life
had all that
example, but
baby dad.
So she had abusive relationship with boyfriends too. So she's reliving that trauma on her own terms.
Who's an
I'm inclined to believe her because she's saying it in such a like she's acting like she doesn't care. She's giving years.
Yeah,
She's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's like
She's one of it. She's like, how many times? You know, I don't know.
like she's not being dramatic about it.
So
She's
he
just saying.
describes what he calls the parable of the greengrocer.
It's like when somebody says something like that, they just go, yeah.
And the last 7 years,
That's just her. That's how she deals with it.
Right.
So I think it's
absolutely
real.
mandatory to have
She's like, yeah,
spinal
I said,
every story.
By the way, she's
and it's
she is
1985.
she's
She
herself.
has talent. She makes some of herself. She has tons of money.
Like all the things
I'll
that
take a
happen in the
little
world.
break here, man, because this
Tommy's been at that for
episode
7
of Binder
years.
the Kid is brought to you by
But that's
Progressive
one of the
Insurance.
better
You ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little money there, hope it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can be
So
a
the first
better
thing you do
budgeter
is
and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for your car insurance and they'll help you find options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com.
Every single person
Progressive has insurance company affiliates, price and coverage
every
match
single
limited
person
by
is
state
walking
law.
past the store knows that the greengrocer is only putting it up there.
Also,
because
with you guys, with all you guys,
and the greengrocer has to go through this affiliation of knowing that everybody knows that he's
either
giving
really good friends or they're dated.
So it turns
Majority
into
of them have been molested.
moralization
That
campaign.
they'll tell you. And it's not from like it's like family.
In fact, it's not ideological enforcement.
Does that happen with you guys?
Everybody
No,
else is
man.
the authorities
It's
expect
almost always
everybody else
family. I
to
hate to say
It's
it.
not that
It's
they're
someone
enforcing
that the
the actual
child
ideology
knows.
of the world working
And it's family
they're
or it's something
enforcing
very close to
Well,
that.
this is it.
Right.
Was implanted in the most viral TikTok video.
right. So anyway, that's the other side of that. And then, of course, we have lived in
Like
the
advice
last
for
decade
parents,
through
and she's like,
a
I
lot
deal
of both
with
of them.
traumatic
I think anybody listening to this
adolescence,
could
stuff like
name
that.
a series
She's
of
like,
slogans
the
that we've all
number
been
one
forced to
way
chant
kids
for the
get
last decade
molested
that
is
everybody
sleep.
knows at this point.
That's all she said.
So they go, so what's your
I'll
advice?
let the audience,
No
you know,
sleepovers
separate
till
on
they 18.
their own
That's
group chat.
because it's not, I don't know the parents and the friend.
I don't know the
You don't know
Mark
if you're
your
being
memes online
uncle who
as well.
stand there and have to stay there
Okay.
with a friend that comes over
So
who's
anyway,
next
so
door.
it's two
Like,
sides
kid,
of
like,
it, right?
I don't
So-
choose my kids would always fight me out when we don't allow sleep.
So then what
So
preference
this
qualification
prosecutor
does
said the
is
same
talks about extending that to the idea of the
Sleepovers
individual
are
experience
number
and the idea of
one
the entire society.
And it's like it's
And this
I
gets to
always
the
just
percentages question.
I didn't know.
Like, okay.
I never nothing.
What happens in a society when people
I
are
didn't,
what happens, number one, is that
Camp is also
individuals
a sleep. What's that?
the type of thing that happens is they no
But,
longer
you know,
have an
yeah, I've never
accurate
seen
reading at all or any way
But
to
yeah, but there was always something.
and this is how you again this literally is how you get something like that.
But I pick him up
Okay,
now.
you
He's not
end
saying
up in a
that.
situation where 80 or 90 or 99% of society can actually all
You
be
communicate with the children.
really don't buy
You're
it.
there. What is that thing where they see that that is
say it,
dangerous? They don't want any part of it. That's a huge deterrent.
But
So I don't know, man. I think a lot of times too,
you have no way of knowing
predators
how
are
many
looking
people
for a
there is.
child
The
that doesn't
people
have
people agree with you. 10% of the
parents in
population
their life, or
Well, the sleepovers get controlled.
90%
So
of
we
people
don't
agree
listen.
with you.
This girl's classic. This girl's one of the most
Right, and
dangerous.
so
The most
question of like
dangerous
what the
threat to a
percentage
child
is like a really critical question. And then basically in any sort of
being
current system,
stepfather
you can
comes in.
survey.
Is the boyfriend or stepfather.
So you actually
That
can't
is the
know
most
until you put it
statistically
in
the most
the
dangerous
book,
man
because it's always
to
put
any
the
child.
same way.
So if it's
Exactly
another
what's
man,
happening.
you know how lions come in and kill all the babies?
straight out of
You know
the
the thing?
which is
When a man
somebody
comes in and it's not his child, it's a very dangerous situation for a child.
and says the workers of the world are not going to unite.
Hit it on the head.
Right, where the emperor is actually wearing no clothes, right? You know that famous story, right? So one person stands up and says it, and literally
And there
that
was a
person
woman
can
on
tell
Instagram,
everybody
and she
else
put it on
writing
Instagram or something like that, social media,
I
where
wonder what's going to happen.
she found out she
But
was dating
again,
a guy.
nobody knows.
She had a
You want
16-year-old
to know, the
daughter.
first guy
The
doesn't
guy
know,
had
other
a
people don't
camera.
know, like, which way is this going to go? And it may be that that's a
And she
minority
took,
position,
she
and that's the
takes
way
that,
it's
you can hear her breathing,
or it
she
may
takes
be
it
that
over
that's the majority
like
position,
that,
and
and she
you are
finds
now
the camera.
revolution.
And she was
And then
just like,
basically
'cause she
what
must have
happens
seen
is,
it
okay, the first guy does that,
Weirdo.
doesn't get killed.
What are you gonna do then?
The second guy does, well, a lot of times,
Sure.
the guy doesn't get killed.
Yeah,
But
to
when
the
the guy
girl
doesn't
that's
get
in your
killed,
house
then the
is your
second guy pops
stepdaughter.
up, does the same thing. All right, now you've
This
got
shit is,
two.
you know, people are so fucking dark. Like, you don't
And then
realize,
as
like,
we saw
if
with
you're
the
a
fall of the
detective,
wall,
you're
this is what happened in
business,
Russia
you're like,
and Eastern Europe.
it's like, if you said, no, it can't be the grandfather, they're like,
And
oh,
then
it
what
is the
happens is,
grandfather.
very, very
What?
quickly,
There are people that are so fucking evil and bad.
So
Monsters.
it turns out all all of a sudden everybody
Monsters
has this
exist.
giant epiphany to that says, oh, I'm actually part of the story. And at that point, like, you were on the freight train of revolution, right? Like,
There's a restaurant.
rolling. Right now, the other part of this
like
is
actual like
the
office
distinction
supplies, so
between
people
the
can
role of the
expense
elite
it.
and the masses.
They're like a 1099.
And here the rest of it is called the True Believer.
Such a
in their comic book.
Yeah,
And so the nuance you have to put on this is the elites play a giant role in this because the elites do like the information communication. But the elites by definition are a small minority, and so there's also this giant role played by the masses. The masses are not necessarily thinking these things through in the same intellectualized, formal way that the elites are, but they are for sure experiencing these things in their daily lives. And they for sure have
my
very
buddy,
emotional views on them.
my friend, who's a good friend of mine, I've known him many years, 30 years. John. I've known John 30 years. I wrote a script with John. I did a movie with John. I did a couple of TV shows with John. I was talking to John once a week. John had gone through some very, very hard times. He went through a divorce, and it was a very messy one. He was estranged from his kids, unfortunately. It weighed very heavy on him, and I was kind of with him the whole time. The last time I talked to him was about 2 weeks ago. And unfortunately on Saturday, I think it was actually Friday night, he took his own life. I went to see him in Atlanta because we did something there together.
This is where
it was about
many specific things about Elon Venus, but
and he was having a hard time. I remember, we spent time together, but it's just a huge bummer because I have great memories of John.
Is he always
He
right?
was just an enthusiastic, great guy, smart guy. Wrote a great book called Inflection Point.
At least
Had a great show called Sports Science and Fight Science. And it was just, he was tireless.
He does not do this. He doesn't
He had a great family. He was married for a long time. He had great kids, and I don't know what happened, but it just ended up being. It's a very sad story. Very sad story. But he
whatever you think of them,
Rose, who I
what
know,
they say in private is
and his sister,
and
his brother-in-law, who was his business partner, Mickey.
Right.
And he was surrounded by people who tried to help him. And sometimes I think in life,
potentially
you're not.
as they have been very powerful leaders.
I think sometimes people, I think mental illness is very real.
If it's true, it turns out to be the thing.
Sometimes people, you can't help them. Unfortunately, you cannot help them. And it's just one of those
they can actually catalyze these shifts. And I think this very much is exactly like what
picture of my picture of my
things out loud.
Once again, this is old work, but I just discovered it. And I was
They're already believing that they
so
were
there's a man.
and he was the only one who was saying it. So
So you see the headline, right? Missing drug men spent hours helping and search for him for himself.
No,
So he disappeared. That is the greatest thing ever. A missing man in Turkey. That's what you gotta no drinking. When you're looking for yourself,
exactly what you were
you can all be out here all night.
Everything's possible.
Yeah. You're right here. It's like when I was high, I lost the keys to the car. We were looking for them for hours in Atlantic City. You guys sat down. No, I was smoking weed. I'm not a weed smoker. And I was Patty Jenkins.
And so, like, we're living through this, like,
and we're looking for the keys because I can drop them in the sand. So good luck trying to find them in the sand. So we're looking at the sand. And we can't find him, and then we're like, I don't know what to do. And I sat down on the fucking curb, and Patty was me, and she said, Brian, what's in your hand?
So one of the ways to avoid that in the future maybe is to keep the delta between private and
literally 2 hours,
yeah, it's like, well, this is sort of the silence on the censorship is to keep people from saying things.
Yeah.
And, by the way, that may work for a while.
I'm not
right?
like, I remember.
I mean, again, the hard part is
Soviet Union bus, and of course I'm just smoking. Yeah, so I don't remember anything. His friends filmed me walking out of the bus, and I was just like,
ownership of a videograph.
No, he doesn't get affected by Rogan's that way.
Right, so that's the hard part.
Rogan stopped drinking, though.
The software.
Like, he totally stopped drinking. He looks great. I said, I saw him last week, and I was like, you lose weight. He goes, same weight. I stopped drinking. Like, I'm not puffy at all.
Too bad your family.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you, but whatever.
Yeah. Same. I don't drink anymore.
And so like, does that work? Like, maybe it worked for a while. It worked for the Soviet Union for a while. In its way.
Like, I didn't eat or drink anything. I wanted to do it. Like, I got stung by a pack of bees.
Incredible speed of ferocity.
And everybody's like, my buddy Nick goes, you
Your
look
question
awful.
was like, what are the percentages? What's the breakdown?
So my
I don't know what the
my
fuck it was. It
rough
was like
guess, just based on
swarm
what I've
shades.
seen in my world, it's
I don't
something
know.
like
Maybe it was
20,
allergic to
20.
something in the food.
It's like you got 20% like true believers and whatever is, you know,
Get like
thing.
sometimes.
You know, you
No
got 20%
information.
of people who are just like true believers,
Yeah.
whatever they're
Justin,
whatever's in your time.
I mean, on the
Professors.
That's our Texas episode.
They're just weird. And about maybe it's 10,
I should have done some
5,
like Texas current events.
So it's like, you know, 20% full on revolutionary. And then you've got, let's call it 20% on the other side that are like, no, I'm not this is
Hey, fantastic.
for this.
You gonna
But,
miss
you
LA
know,
a little bit though?
they view themselves as they're in a small minority, and in fact, they start out in a small minority because what happens is
You were there for a long
60%
time.
go to the first 20%.
Yeah, I'm not missing any of
You
that. Like
got
the
this
house,
large
all that stuff.
middle,
I'm
and
like,
it's not that there's anything like it's not that people in the middle are smart or anything like that. It's that they just have like normal lives, and they're just trying to buy. They're just trying to go to work each day, do a good job, be a good person, and raise their kids, and you know have a little bit of time to watch the game. And they're just not engaged in the cut and thrust of you know political or any of this
I
stuff.
just need, it's like all news. I mean, like,
But that's where the
Find a spot for
over-socialization
here.
thing is just like, okay, by default, because 60% will go along with this 20% around revolutionaries, at least for a while.
It's so
And
freaking
then the counter elite is in this other 20%.
It is,
And
it's some
over
that's
time,
good.
they build up a
It's still
theory and
real.
network
Yeah,
and
it's so
ability to
good.
resist.
Fine,
And
but
then
it's so
set
good.
representatives and a new set of ideas. And then
Well,
at some point, there's a contest. And then,
I will be. I'm not doing any
the
stand up
question is what
until
happens.
July 5th.
Good for you.
I'll be at
It's
Drea.
not even really just a 60%
What's that?
change your
You're
beliefs
around town.
as
Yes,
much
sir.
as it's like,
Drop
okay,
fast all
what is
gas.
the
Can we
thing
still
that
do
that
on?
60%
Ends in
is
August.
basically
Diesel
called
dad
stuff.
merch drops.
And I think that 60%
I
in the
think
valley,
today,
that 60%
like,
for
in
the
time
last
for
decade
Father's
is
Day,
like,
give dad the gift that keeps on giving. Diesel dad merch automatically hit you to win the last call Ram 2024 TRX with over $50,000 in mods. So get you some. Go to dropfastallgas.com. First episode of Nonsense, boys. Just getting started.
Let's go,
This is the
baby.
other thing. Okay, so there's two points of control. There's two points of things that Team
Guys, let's talk a little bit about joy mode.
So one is he said this is the kind of unwind
It's a
mode
sexual
you're gonna have.
performance
You're now going to have people in the other direction. You're gonna have people
It's an
who
all-natural
sort of
supplement
follow along with.
designed to enhance blood flow, giving you firmer, more reliable erections. Okay? It's not just about better sex, too. It also supports healthier blood vessels, boosts heart
But
health,
whatever it is,
and
you'll have people who will
enhances
say, well,
your
I'm
athletic performance.
right, or I never
Expertly formulated by science proven to improve erectile function by 50% in just 60 days. And mix it packed with water. Feel the effects within 45 minutes. Take control with joy mode. Get a boost anytime, anywhere. Never miss a beat.
They give 20% off.
So you know what?
Will that happen
I'll
here?
tell you that. If you're looking to take your game to the next level, try
But like
visit
there is some
tryjoymode.com.
and then the
That
other
is
part of it is okay, now you have this belief that it's used to being in power for the last
Use
decade. And is that, by the way, many of those people are still in power and they're very
off your single
important
purchase
positions.
and 30% off subscription.
Harvard is still Harvard, and like those people aren't
Tryjoymode.com.
like at all, right? And they still, they've been bureaucrats in the government and senior Democratic, politicians and so forth, and they're sitting there, right now feeling like reality is just smacking her in the face because they lost elections so badly. But they're now going into and specifically the Democratic Party is going into a civil war, right? And that form of the civil war is completely predictable, and that's exactly what's happening, which is half of them are saying we need to go back to the center. We need to de-radicalize because we've lost the people. We've lost the people in the middle, and so we need to go back to the middle in order to be able to get 50% plus one in an election, right? And then the other half of them are saying, no, we weren't true to our principles. We were too weak. We were too soft. We must become more revolutionary. We must double down. We must, celebrate, murders in the street of health insurance executives. And that right now is like a real fight.
If I could tell you a little personal story that breaks my heart a little bit. There's a professor, historian, I won't say who I admire deeply, love his work. He's kind of a heretical thinker. And we were talking about having a podcast, doing a podcast. And he eventually said that, at this time, given your guest list, I just don't want the headache of being in the faculty meetings in my particular institution. And I asked who are the particular figures in this guest list. He said Trump. And the second one, he said that you announced your interest in talking to Vladimir Putin. So I just don't want the headache. Now, I fully believe it would surprise a lot of people if I said who it is. But, this is a person who's not bothered by the guest list. And I should also say that 80+% of the guest list is left wing. Okay. Nevertheless, he just doesn't want the headache, and that speaks to the thing that you've kind of mentioned, that you just don't want the headache. You just want to just have a pleasant morning with some coffee and talk to your fellow professors. And I think a lot of people are feeling that in universities and in other contexts in tech companies. And I wonder if that shifts, how quickly that shifts. And there, the percentages you mentioned, 20-60-20 matters. And the contents of the private groups matters. The dynamics of how that shifts matters. It's very possible nothing really changes in universities and in major tech companies. Or just there's a kind of excitement right now for potential revolution and these new ideas, these new vibes to reverberate through these companies and universities, because possibly the wall will fold.
So he's a friend of yours. I respect that you don't want to name him. I also respect you don't want to beat on him. So I would like to beat on him on your behalf. Does he have tenure?
Yes. You should use it.
So this is the thing, right? But this is the ultimate indictment of the corruption and the rot at the heart of our education system, at the heart of these universities. And it's, by the way, it's like across the board. It's like all the top universities. It's like, because the siren song for what it's been for 70 years, whatever, the tenure system, peer review system, tenure system, which is like, yeah, you work your butt off as an academic to get a professorship, and then you get tenure, because then you can say what you actually think. Right? Then you can do your work and your research and your speaking and your teaching without fear of being fired, right? Without fear of being canceled. Like academic freedom. I mean, we could think of the term academic freedom and then think of what these people have done to it. Like, it's gone. Like, that entire thing was fake and is completely rotten. And these people are completely giving up the entire moral foundation of the system that's been built for them, which, by the way, is paid for virtually 100% by taxpayer money.
What's the inkling of hope in this? Like, what this particular person and others who hear this, what can give them strength, inspiration, and courage?
That the population at large is going to realize the corruption in their industry and it's going to withdraw all the funding.
It's okay. It's a desperation.
No. Think about what happens next. Okay, so let's go through. So the universities are funded by 4 primary sources of federal funding. The big one is the federal student loan program, which is in the many trillions of dollars at this point, and only spiraling way faster than inflation. That's number one. Number two is federal research funding, which is also very large, and you probably know that when a scientist at the university gets a research grant, the university rakes as much as 70% of the money for central uses. Number three is tax exemption at the operating level, which is based on the idea that these are nonprofit institutions as opposed to, let's say, political institutions. And then number four is tax exemptions at the endowment level, which is the financial buffer that these places have. Anybody who's been close to a university budget will basically see that what would happen if you withdrew those sources of federal taxpayer money, and then for the state schools, the state money, they almost go bankrupt. And then you can rebuild. Because the problem right now, like the folks at the University of Boston are mounting a very valiant effort, and I hope that they succeed, and I'm cheering for them. But the problem is you're now inserting. Suppose you and I want to start a new university, and we want to hire all the free-thinking professors, and we want to have the place that fixes all this. Practically speaking, we can't do it because we can't get access to that money. I'll give you the most direct reason we can't get access to that money. We can't get access to federal student funding. Do you know how universities are accredited for the purpose of getting access to federal student funding, federal student loans? They're accredited by the government, but not directly, indirectly. They're not accredited by the Department of Education. Instead, what happens is the Department of Education accredits accreditation bureaus that are nonprofits that do the accreditation. Guess what the composition of the accreditation bureaus is? The existing universities. They are in complete control. The incumbents are in complete control as to who gets access to federal student loan money. Guess how enthusiastic they are about accrediting the university. Right, and so we have a government-funded and supported cartel that has gone. I mean, it's just obvious now. It's just gone sideways in basically any possible way it could go sideways, including literally students getting beaten up on campus for being the wrong religion. But it's just they're just wrong in every possible way at this point. And then it's all in the federal taxpayer back. And there is no way. I mean, my opinion, there's no way to fix these things without and there's no way to replace them without work. And by the way, it's like everything else in life. I mean, in a sense, this is like the most obvious conclusion of all time, which is what happens in the business world when a company does a bad job is they go bankrupt and another company takes its place, right? And that's how you get progress. And of course, below that is what happens is this is the process of evolution, right? Why does anything ever get better? It's because things are tested and tried, and then the things that are good survive. And so these places have cut themselves off. They've been allowed to cut themselves off for both evolution at the institutional level and evolution at the individual level, as shown by the just widespread abuse of tenure. And so we've just stalled out. We built an ossified system, an ossified centralized corrupt system. We're surprised by the results. They are not fixable in their current form.
I disagree with you on that. Maybe it's grounded in hope that I believe you can revolutionize the system from within, because I do believe Stanford and MIT are important.
But that logic doesn't follow at all. That's underpants nose logic.
Underpants nose
Underpants nose logic. So I just started watching a key touchstone of American culture of my 9-year-old, which of course is South Park.
Yes.
And there is
wow.
And there is which by the way is a little aggressive for him.
Very aggressive.
But he likes it. So he's learning all kinds of new words.
Yeah, all kinds of new ideas. But yeah.
I told him, I said, you're going to hear words on here that you are not allowed to use. Education. And I said, you know how we have an agreement that we never lie to mommy? I said, not using a word that you learn in here does not count as lying.
Wow.
Keep that in mind.
Orwellian redefinition of lying, but yes, go ahead.
Of course, in the very opening episode, in the first 30 seconds, one of the kids calls the other kid a dildo. Right, and we're off to the races.
Yep.
Daddy, what's the dildo?
Yep.
Sorry. The underpants nose. So famous episode of South Park, the underpants nose. So the underpants nose. So there's this all the kids basically realize that their underpants are going missing from their dressing drawers. Somebody's stealing the underpants. And it's just like, well, who on earth would steal the underpants? And it turns out it's the underpants gnomes. And it turns out the underpants gnomes have come to town, and they've got this little underground warren of tunnels and storage places for all the underpants. And so they go out at night, they steal the underpants, and the kids discover that the underpants gnomes, and they're what are you doing? Like, what's the point of this? And so the underpants gnomes present their master plan, which is a 3-part plan, which is step 1, collect underpants. Step 3, profit. Yeah. Step 2, question mark.
Yeah.
So you just propose the underpants gnomes.
Yeah.
Which is very common in politics. So the form of this in politics is we must do something.
Yes.
This is something. Therefore, we must do this. But there's no causal logic chain in there at all to expect that that's actually going to succeed, because there's no reason to believe that it is.
Yeah, but
it's the same thing. But this is what I hear all the time. And I'll let you talk. It's the looking show in a moment. But I hear this all the time. I have friends around these sports, right? They're very involved in these places, and I hear this all the time, which is like, oh, these are very important. We must fix them, and so therefore they are fixable. There's no logic chain at all.
If there's that pressure that you described in terms of cutting funding, then you have the leverage to fire a lot of the administration and have new leadership that steps up that aligns with this vision that things really need to change at the heads of the universities. And they put students and faculty primary, fire a lot of the administration, and realign and reinvigorate this idea of freedom of thought, intellectual freedom. I mean, because there is already a framework of great institutions that's there, and the way they talk about what it means to be a great institution is aligned with this very idea that you're talking about. It's this meaning like intellectual freedom, the idea of tenure, right? On the surface, it's aligned. Underneath, it's become corrupted.
If we say free speech and academic freedom often enough, sooner or later these tenured professors will get break.
Well, do you think the universities are fundamentally jail? Okay, so how do you fix it? How do you have institutions for educating 20-year-olds and institutions that host researchers that have the freedom to do epic shit, like research type shit that's outside the scopes of R&D departments and inside companies? So how do you create an institution like that?
How do you create a good restaurant when the one down the street sucks?
Right. You invent something new.
Open a new restaurant.
Yeah.
Like, how often in your life have you experienced a restaurant that's just absolutely horrible and it's poisoning all its customers and food tastes terrible, and then 3 years later you go back and it's fantastic? Charlie Munger actually had the best comment on this great investor. Charlie Munger had a great comment. He was once asked, he's like, General Electric was going through all these challenges. He was asked in the Q&A, he said, how would you fix the culture of General Electric? He said, fix the culture of General Electric. He said, I couldn't even fix the culture of a restaurant. Like, it's insane. Like, obviously, nobody in business thinks you can do that. Like, it's impossible. Like, it's not. Now, look, having said all that, I should also express this because I have a lot of friends who work in places and are involved in various kinds of fixes. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love for the underpants gnome step 2 to be something clear and straightforward that they can figure out how to do. I would love to fix it. I'd love to see them come back to their working principles. I think that'd be great. I'd love to see the professors with tenure get very. I would love to see. I mean, it would be fantastic. My partner and I've done like a lot of public speaking on this topic. It's been intended to not just be harsh, but also be like, okay, like these challenges have to be confronted directly. By the way, let me also say something positive. Especially post October 7th, there are a bunch of very smart people who are major donors and board members of these institutions, like Mark Rowan, who are really coming in trying to, I think legitimately trying to fix these places. I have a friend on the executive committee of one of the top technical universities. He's working overtime to try to do this. Man, I hope they can figure it out. But the counter question would just be like, do you see it actually happening in a single one of these places?
I'm a person that believes in leadership. If you have the right leadership, the whole system can be changed.
So here's a question for your friend who has tenure at one of these places, which is who runs his university?
I think you know who I think runs it? Whoever the fuck says they run it. That's what great leadership is. Like, a president has that power. But how the university has the leverage because they can mouth off like, I can't.
Can they fire the professors?
They can fire them through being vocal publicly.
Yeah, they fire the professors.
What are you talking about?
Can they fire?
No, they cannot fire the professors.
Then we know who runs the university.
Professors.
Yeah, professors. The professors and the students. Professors and the feral students. Then they're, of course, in a radicalization feedback cycle driving each other. The feral students. Yeah, the feral students. Yeah, the feral students. What happens when you're put in charge of your bureaucracy, where the thing that the bureaucracy knows is that they can outlast you? The thing that the tenured professors at all these places know is it doesn't matter who the president is because they can outlast them. Because they cannot get fired. And by the way, it's the same thing that bureaucrats in the government know. It's the same thing that the bureaucrats in the Department of Education know. They know it's the exact same thing. They can outlast you. It's the whole thing that the resistance. Like, they can do the resistance. They can just sit there and resist, which is what they do. They're not fireable.
That's definitely a crisis that needs to be solved. It's a huge problem. And I also don't like the empathetic academia here. I agree with you. The situation is dire, and but I just think that institutions are important. And I should also add context, since you can build me a little bit. You were using restaurants as an analogy. And earlier offline in this conversation, you said that Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. So let's let the listener take.
I said Dairy Queen is the best restaurant.
It's the best restaurant. There you go. So everything you got Teresa is saying today.
I don't want to. You should go order a Blizzard. One day you should walk down there and order a Blizzard.
Yeah.
They can get like 4,000 calories in a cup.
They can.
It's
and they're delicious.
Amazing.
They are very delicious.
And they'll put anything in there you want.
All right.
Okay, but anyway, let me just close by saying, look, my friend's university system, I would just say, look, this is the challenge. Like, I would just pose this as the challenge. Like, to me, like, this is, having had a lot of these conversations, like, this is the bar. In my view, this is the conversation that actually has to happen. This is the bar that actually has to be hit. These problems need to be confronted directly. Because I think there's been way too much. I mean, I'm actually worried kind of on the other side. There's too much happy talking in conversations. I think the taxpayers do not understand this level of crisis, and I think if the taxpayers come and understand it, I think the funding evaporates. And so I think the fuse is going through, no fault of any of ours, but like the fuse is going, and there's some window of time here to fix this and address it and justify the money, because just normal taxpayers sitting in normal towns in normal jobs are not going to tolerate this for that much longer.
You mentioned censorship a few times. Let us, if we can, go deep into the darkness of the past and how censorship mechanism was used. So you are a good person to speak about the history of this because you were there on the ground floor in 2013-ish. Facebook. I heard that you were there when they invented or maybe had developed the term hate speech in the context of censorship on social media. So take me through that history. You can use censorship.
So I was there on the ground floor in 1993.
There's multiple floors to this building, apparently.
There are.
Yeah.
So I got the first ask to implement censorship on the internet, which was in the web browser.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, 1982. I was asked to implement a nudity filter.
Did you have the courage to speak up back then?
I did not have any problem speaking up back then. I was making $6.25 an hour. I did not have a lot to lose. No, I was asked at the time, and then look, legitimate, in some sense, a legitimate request, which is working on a research project actually funded by the federal government at a public university. So, I don't think my boss was like way on the line, but it was like, yeah, this web browser thing is great, but like to just make sure to not have any photos of naked people that show up. But if you think about this for a second as a technologist, like, an issue, which is this was like pre-ImageNet, right? And so I had a brief period where I tried to imagine an algorithm that I refer to as the breast protection algorithm that I was going to have to design. And then apparently a variety of other body parts people are also sensitive to it. Yeah. And then I politely declined to do this.
For just the technical difficulty.
Well, number one, I actually didn't know how to do it. But number two is just like, no, I'm just not building a censorship engine. Like, I'm just not doing it. And in those days, it was, in those days, the internet generally was it was actually interesting. It's sort of pre-93, the internet was such a specific niche community. Like, it was like the million kind of highest IQ nerds in the world. And so it actually didn't really have a lot of issues that people were super interested in talking about, like astrophysics, and not very interested in even politics at that time. So there really was not an issue there. But I didn't want to start the process. So I think the way to think about this. So first of all, so I was involved in this at Facebook every step. By the way, I've been involved in this at Facebook every step of the way. I joined the board there in 2007. So I've seen everything in the last almost 20 years, every step of the way. But also I've been involved in most of the other companies over time. So I was an angel investor in Twitter, knew them really well. We were the founding investor in Substack. I'm part of the Elon takeover of Twitter with X. I was an angel at LinkedIn. So I've been in these. We were the funder of Pinterest. We were one of the main investors there. Reddit as well. And I was having these conversations with all these guys all the way through. So as much talk specifically about Facebook, but I can just tell you the general pattern, because for quite a while it was kind of all the same across these companies. So basically the way to think about this, the true kind of nuanced view of this is that there is, practically speaking, no internet service that can have zero censorship. And by the way, that also mirrors, there is no country that actually has limited free speech either. The U.S. First Amendment actually has 12 or 13 formal carve-outs from the Supreme Court over time, so incitement to violence, and terrorist recruitment, and child abuse, and so child pornography and so forth. They're not covered by the First Amendment. And just practically speaking, if you and I are going to start an internet company and have a service, we can't have that stuff either, right? Because it's illegal, or it will just clearly destroy the whole thing. So you're always going to have a censorship engine. I mean, hopefully it's not actually in the browser, but you're going to have it for sure at the level of service. But then what happens is now you have a machine, right? Now you have a system where you can put in rules saying we allow this, we don't allow that. You have enforcement, you have consequences, right? And once that system is in place, it becomes the ring of power, right? It's just okay, now anybody in that company, or anybody associated with that company, or anybody who wants to pressure that company will just start to say, okay, you should use that machine for more than just terrorist recruitment and child pornography. You should use it for XYZ. And basically that transition happened, call it 2012, 2013, is when there was this very, very kind of rapid pivot. I think the kickoff to it, for some reason, was the beginning of the second Obama term. I think it also coincided with the sort of arrival of the first kind of super woke kids into these schools. The kind of it's the kids that were in school between for the Iraq War and then the global financial crisis, and they came out super radicalized. They came to these companies. They immediately started mounting these social crusades to ban and censor lots of things. And then, quite frankly, the Democratic Party figured this out. And they figured out that these companies were, very subject to being controlled. The executive teams and board of directors are almost all Democrats. And, there's tremendous circulation. A lot of Obama people from the first term actually came and worked in these companies. And a lot of FBI people and other, law enforcement intelligence people came in and worked. And they're all Democrats. They were all Democrats for that set. And so they just, the ring of power was lying on the table. It had been built. And they put it on. And then they just ran. And the original discussions were basically always on two topics. It was hate speech and misinformation. Hate speech was the original one. And the hate speech conversation started exactly like you'd expect, which is we can't have the N-word, in which the answer is fair enough. Let's not have the N-word. Okay, now we set a precedent. Right, and then Jordan Peterson has talked a lot about this. The definition of hate speech ended up being things that make people uncomfortable, right? So we can't have things that make people uncomfortable. I, of course, people like me that are disagreeable raise their hands and say, well, that idea right there makes me uncomfortable. But of course, that doesn't count as hate speech, right? So the ring of power is on one hand and not on the other hand. And then basically that began this slide where it ended up being that completely anodyne disappointment Mark has been making recently. Completely anodyne comments that are completely legitimate on television or on the Senate floor, and all of a sudden, hate speech can't be said online. So that the ring of power was wielded in grossly irresponsible ways. We can talk about all of the stuff that happened there. And then the other one is misinformation, and that wasn't as there's a little bit of that early on, but of course that really kicked in with Trump. So the hate speech stuff predated Trump by like 3 or 4 years. The misinformation stuff was basically it was a little bit later, and it was a consequence of the Russiagate hoax. And then that was a ring of power that was even more powerful, right? Because hate speech is like, okay, at some point is something offensive or not? Like at least you can have a question as to whether that's the case. But the problem with misinformation is like, is it the truth or not? What do we know for 800 years or whatever Western civilization? It's that there's only a few entities that can determine the truth on every topic. There's God, there's the king. We don't have those anymore, and the rest of us are all imperfect and flawed. And so the idea that any group of experts is going to sit around the table and decide the truth is deeply anti-Western and deeply authoritarian. Somehow the misinformation kind of crusade went from the Russiagate hoax into just full-blown, we're going to use that weapon for whatever we want. And then of course, the culminating moment on that really was the struggle for the chemist back was we're going to censor all theories that the COVID virus might have been manufactured in the lab as misinformation. And inside these companies, like that was the point where people, for the first time, this is like 3 years ago, for the first time they were like, that was when it sunk in. It's like, okay, this is fun. But anyways, that's how we got to where we are. And then basically that spell lasted. That complex existed and got expanded basically from 2013 to 2023. I think basically 2 things broke it. One is Substack. And I'm super proud of those guys because they started from scratch and declared right up front that they were going to be a free speech platform. And they came under intense pressure, including from the press, and they tried to just beat them to the ground and kill them. And intense pressure, by the way, from let's say certain of the platform companies, basically threatening them. And they stood up to it. And sitting here today, they have the widest spectrum of speech and conversation anywhere on planet Earth. They've done a great job, and it's worked. By the way, it's great. And then obviously Elon, with X was the hammer blow. And then the third one now is what Mark is doing with Facebook.
And there's also like singular moments. I think you've spoken about this, which like Jon Stewart going on Stephen Colbert and talking about the lab leak theory.
Yes.
There's certain moments that just kind of shake everybody up. The right person, the right time. It's a wake-up call.
So that there, and I will tell you, like, I should say, Jon Stewart attacked me recently. But I would say, I was a long-run fan of Jon Stewart. I watched probably every episode of the Daily Show when he was on it for probably 20 years. But he did a very important public service, and it was that appearance in the Colbert Show. And I don't know how broadly this is, at the time it was in the news briefly, but I don't know how people remember this, but I will tell you, in the rooms where people discuss what is misinformation and these policies, that was a very big moment. That was probably actually the key catalyst moment. And I think he exhibited, I would say, conspicuous bravery and had a big impact with that. What for people who don't recall what he did, and this was in the full-blown, like, you absolutely must lock down for 3 years. You absolutely must keep all the schools closed. You absolutely must have everybody working from home. You absolutely must wear a mask, like the whole thing. And one of those was you absolutely must believe that COVID was completely natural. You must believe that, and not believing that means you're a fascist Nazi Trump supporter, mega evil QAnon person, right? And that was like uniform, and that was enforced by the social media companies. And like I said, that was the big. And Jon Stewart went on the Colbert Show, and I don't know if they planned it or not, because Colbert looked shocked. I don't know how much it was a bit, but he went on there, and he just had one of these, like, the emperor's wearing no clothes things, where he said it's just not plausible that you had the COVID supervirus appear 300 yards down the street from the Wuhan Institute of Lethal Coronaviruses. Like it's just not plausible that certainly that you could just rule that out. And then there was another key moment. Actually, the more serious version was I think the author Nicholson Baker wrote a big piece for New York Magazine. Nicholson Baker is like one of our great novelist writers of our time, and he wrote the piece and he did the complete undressing of it. And that was the first. I think that was the first legit. There had been like alt, renegade. There had been people running around saying this, but getting censored all over the place. That was the first one that was like in the mainstream press, where he talked to all the heretics and he just like laid the whole thing out. And that was a moment. And I remember, let's say, a board meeting at one of these companies after that, where basically everybody looked around the table and was like, all right, like I guess we're not. We don't need to censor that anymore. And and then of course what immediately follows from that is, well, wait a minute, why were we censoring that in the first place? And okay, like, and then the downstream, not that day, but the downstream conversations were like, okay, if we made such a giant, in retrospect, if we all made such a giant collective mistake censoring that, then what does that say about the rest of our regime? And I think that was the thread in the sweater that started to unravel.
I should say it again. I do think that the Jon Stewart appearance and the statement he made was a courageous act.
Yep, I agree.
I think we need to have more of that in the world. And like you said, Elon, everything he did with X is a series of courageous acts. And I think what Mark Zuckerberg did on Rogan a few days ago is a courageous act. Can you just speak to that?
He has become, I think, an outstanding communicator, right? And he's somebody who came in for a lot of criticism earlier in his career on that front. And I think he's one of these guys who can sit down and talk for 3 hours and make complete sense. And as you do with all of your episodes, like when somebody sits and talks for 3 hours, like you really get a sense of somebody, because it's really hard to be artificial for that long. And he's not done that repeatedly. He's really good at it. And then look, I would maybe put him in the third category now with certainly after that appearance. I would say I would put him up there now with kind of Elon and Trump in the sense of the public and the private are not synchronized. I guess I'd say that. Like he said on that show what he really believes. He said all the same things that he says in private. Like I don't think there's really any discrepancy anymore. I would say he has always taken upon himself a level of obligation and responsibility to running a company the size of Meta and to running services that are that large. And I think his conception of what he's doing, which I think is correct, is he's running services that are bigger than any country, right? He's running over 3 billion people use those services. And then the company has many tens of thousands of employees and many investors, and it's a public company, and he thinks very deeply and seriously about his responsibilities. And so he has not felt like he has had, let's just say, the complete flexibility that Elon has had. And people could argue that one way or the other, but he's he talked about a lot. He's evolved a lot. A lot of it was he learned a lot. And by the way, I'm going to put myself right back up there. Like I'm not claiming any huge foresight or heroism on any of this. Like I've also learned a lot. My views on things are very different than they were 10 years ago on lots of topics. And so I've been on a learning journey. He's been on a learning journey. He is a really, really good learner. He assimilates information, as good as or better than anybody else I know. The other thing I guess I would just say is he talked on that show about something very important, which is when you're in a role where you're running a company like that, there are a set of decisions that you get to make, and you deserve to be criticized for those decisions and so forth, and it's valid. But you are under tremendous external pressure as well. And by the way, you're under tremendous internal pressure. You've got your employees coming at you. You've got your executives in some cases coming at you. You've got your board in some cases coming at you. You've got your shareholders coming at you. So you've got your internal pressures, but you also have the press coming at you. You've got academia coming at you. You've got the entire nonprofit complex coming at you. This complex coming at you. And then really critically, he talked about Rogan, and these companies all went through this. In this last, especially 5 years, you have the government coming at you. And that's the really stinky end of the pool, where the government was, in my view, illegally exerting just a flagrant violation of the First Amendment and federal laws on speech and coercion and conspiracy, forcing these companies to engage in activities. But again, in some cases they may have wanted to do that, in other cases they didn't want to do. And the level of pressure. Like I say, I've known every CEO of Twitter. They've all had the exact same experience, which when they were in the job, it was just daily beatings. It's just getting punched in the face every single day, constantly. And Mark is very good at getting physically punched in the face.
Get better and better, yeah.
And he is, and he, and he's very good at taking a punch, and he has taken many punches. So I would encourage people to have a level of sympathy for these are not kings. These these are people who operate with, like, I would say, extraordinary levels of external pressure. I think if I had been in his job for the last decade, I would be a little puddle on the floor. And so it says, I think, a lot about him that he has risen to this occasion that he has. And by the way, I should also say, the cynicism, of course, is immediately out. And, it's a legitimate thing for people to say, but, it's like, oh, you're only doing this because of Trump or whatever. And it's just like, no, like, he has been thinking about and working on these things and trying to figure them out for a very long time. And so I think what you saw are legitimate, deeply held beliefs, not some, sort of just in the moment thing that could change at any time.
So, what do you think it's like to be him and other leaders of companies, to be you, and withstand internal pressure and external pressure? What's that life like? Is it deeply lonely?
That's a good question. So leaders are lonely to start with, and this is one of those things where almost nobody has sympathy, right? Nobody feels sorry for a CEO, right? Like it's not a thing, right? And again, legitimately so. Like CEOs get paid a lot, like the whole thing. There's a lot of great things about it, so it's not like they should be out there asking for a lot of sympathy. But it is the case that they are human beings, and it is the case that it is a lonely job. And the reason it's a lonely job is because your words carry tremendous weight. And you are dealing with extremely complicated issues, and you're under a tremendous amount of emotional, personal emotional stress. And you often end up not being able to sleep well, and you end up not being able to keep up an exercise routine and all those things. And you come under family stress because you're working all the time. Or my partner Ben, he was CEO of our last company before we started the venture firm. He said, the problem he had with his family life was he would, even when he was home at night, he wasn't home, because he was in his head trying to solve all the business problems. And so he was supposed to be having dinner with his kids, and he was physically there, but he wasn't mentally there. So, you kind of get that a lot. But the key thing is you can't talk to people, right? So you can't, you can talk to your spouse and your kids, but they don't understand, they're not working in your company, they don't understand, have the context to really help you. If you talk to your executives, they all have agendas, right? And so they're all, and they can't resist, it's just human nature. And so you can't necessarily rely on what they say. It's very hard in most companies to talk to your board because they can fire you, right? Now Mark has the situation because he has control. It actually turns out he can talk to his board, and Mark talks to us about many things that that most CEOs won't talk to the boards about because we can't fire him. But the general CEO, including all the CEOs of Twitter, none of them have control, so they can all get fired. So you can't talk to the board members; they're going to fire you. You can't talk to the shareholders because they'll just up your stock. Right, okay, so who's so every once in a while what you find is basically the best case scenario they have is they can talk to other CEOs, when there's these little organizations where they kind of pair up and do that, and so they maybe get a little bit out of that. But even that's fraught with peril, because can you really talk about confidential information with another CEO, insider trading risk? And so it's just a very lonely and isolating thing to start with. And then on top of that you apply pressure. Right, and that's where it gets painful. And then maybe I'll just spend a moment on this internal, external pressure thing. My general experience with companies is that they can withstand most forms of external pressure as long as they retain internal coherence. Right, so as long as the internal team is really bonded together and supporting each other, most forms of external pressure you can withstand. And by that I mean investors dump your stock, you lose your biggest customers, whatever negative article, negative headline, you can withstand all that. And basically, in fact, many of those forms of pressure can be bonding experiences where they come out stronger. What you 100% cannot withstand is the internal crack. And what I always look for in high pressure corporate situations now is the moment when the internal team cracks, because I know the minute that happens, we're in a different regime. It's the solid is turning into liquid. We're in a different regime, and the whole thing can unravel in the next week, because then people turn. This is what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The mayor and the fire chief turn on each other, and that's it. That government is dysfunctional. It is never going to get put back together again. It is over. It is not going to work ever again. And that's what happens in some companies. And so somebody like Mark is under profound internal pressure and external pressure at the same time. Now, he's been very good at maintaining the coherence of his executive team, but he has had over the years a lot of activist employees, as a lot of these companies have had. And so that's been continuous pressure. And then the final thing I'd say is, I said that companies can withstand most forms of external pressure, but not all. And the special, but not all one, is government pressure. Is that when your government comes for you, any CEO who thinks that they're bigger than the government has that notion beaten out of them in short order.
Can you just linger on that? Because it is maybe educating and deeply disturbing. You've spoken about it before, but worth speaking about again. This government pressure. So you think they've crossed the line into essentially criminal levels of pressure?
Flagrant criminality, felonies, like obvious felonies. And I can actually cite the laws. But yes, absolutely.
Can you explain how those possible to happen, and maybe on a hopeful note, how we can avoid that happening again?
So to start with, is a lot of this now is in the public record, which is good because it needs to be in the public record. And so there's three forms of things that are in the public record that people can look at. So one is the Twitter files, right, which Elon put out with the set of journalists when he took over. And I will just tell you, the Twitter files are 100% representative of what I've seen in every other one of these companies. And so you can just see what happened in Twitter, and you can just assume that happened in these other companies, for the most part, certainly in terms of the kind of pressure that they got. So that's number one. That stuff, you can just read it, and you should if you haven't. The second is, Mark references the Rogan podcast. There's Congressman Jim Jordan, who has a congressional committee called the Weaponization Committee. And they, in the last, 3 years, have done a full-scale investigation of this. And Facebook produced a lot of documents into that investigation, and many of those have now been made public, and you can download those reports. And there's like 2,000 pages worth of material on that. And that's essentially the Facebook version of the Twitter files, just arrived at with a different mechanism. And then third is Mark himself talking about this on Rogan. So I'll just defer to his comments there. But yeah, basically what those three forms of information show you is basically the government, over time, and then culminating in 2020, 2021, in the last 4 years, just decided that the First Amendment didn't apply to them. And they just decided that federal laws around free speech and around conspiracies to take away the rights of citizens just don't apply. And they just decided that they could just arbitrarily pressure, just like literally arbitrarily call up companies and threaten and bully, and yell and scream and threaten repercussions and force them to censor. And there's this whole thing of like, well, the First Amendment only applies to the government; it doesn't apply to companies. It's like, well, there's actually a little bit of nuance to that. First of all, it definitely applies to the government. Like 100%, the First Amendment applies to the government. By the way, so does the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, including the right to due process, also applies to the government. There was no due process at all to any of the censorship regime that was put in place. There was no due process put in place, by the way, for debanking either. Those are just as serious violations as the free speech violations. And so this is just like flagrant unconstitutional behavior. And then there are specific federal statutes. There's 18241 and 18242. And one of them applies to federal employees, government employees, and the other one applies to private actors. Around what's called deprivation of rights and conspiracy to deprive rights. And it is not legal, according to the United States Criminal Code, for government employees or in a conspiracy private entities to take away constitutional rights. And interestingly, some of those constitutional rights are enumerated, for example, in the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and then some of those rights actually do not need to be enumerated. If the government takes away rights that you have, they don't need to be specifically enumerated rights in the Constitution in order to still be a felony. The Constitution very specifically does not say you only have the rights that it gives you. It says you have all the rights that have not been previously defined as being taken away from you. Right, and so debanking qualifies as a right. Right to access the financial system is every bit something that's subject to these laws as free speech. And so this has happened. And then I'll just add one final thing, which is we've talked about two parties so far. We talked about the government employees, and then we talked about the companies. The government employees for sure, that is the case. The companies, there's a very interesting question there as to whether they are victims or perpetrators, or both. They will defend and they will argue, and I believe they have a good case that they are victims or perpetrators, right? They are the downstream subjects of pressure, not the cause of pressure. But there's a big swath of people who are in the middle, and specifically the ones that are funded by the government that I think are in possibly pretty big trouble. And that's all of these third-party censorship bureaus. The one that is most obvious is the so-called Stanford Internet Observatory that got booted up there over the last several years. And they basically were funded by the federal government to be third-party censorship operations. And they're private sector actors, but acting with federal funding. And so it puts them in this very interesting spot where there could be a very obvious theory under which they're basically acting as agents of the government. And so I think they're also very exposed on this and have behaved in just flagrantly illegal ways.
So fundamentally, government should not do any kind of pressure, even soft pressure, on companies to censor.
Can't. Not allowed.
It really is disturbing They probably started soft, lightly, slowly, and then it escalates as the old will to power will instruct them to do it. You get. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why there's protection, because you can't put a check on power for government, right?
There are so many ways that they can get you. Like there are so many ways they can get you, and the thing here to think about is a lot of times you really think about government actually think about legislation, right? Because you look so. When I was a kid, we got trained on how does government work. There was this famous animated short the thing we got shown was just the cartoon of how a bill becomes a law. It's like this, that's a bill's make law. It goes this.
I'm just a bill.
Exactly. Like it's like, all right, number one, that's not how it works. Like that doesn't actually happen. We can talk about that. But even beyond that, mostly what we're dealing with is not legislation. When we talk about government power these days, mostly it's not legislation. Mostly it's either regulation, which is basically the equivalent of legislation, but having not gone through the legislative process, which is a very big open legal issue and one of the things that the Doge is very focused on. But most government rules are not legislated or regulated, and there's tons and tons of regulations that these companies are setting. But this is another cliche you'll hear a lot, which is, private companies can do whatever they want. It's like, well, no, they can't. They're subject to tens of thousands of regulations that they have to comply with. And the hammer that comes down when you don't comply with regulations is profound. Like they can completely wreck your company with no ability for you to do anything about it. So regulation is a big part of the way the power is exercised. And then there's what's called just flat out administrative power, which is the term that you'll hear. And administrative power is just literally the government telling you what to do. Here's an example of how this works. So Facebook had this whole program a few years back to do a global cryptocurrency for payments called Libra. And they built the entire system, and it was this high-scale, sort of new cryptocurrency, and they were going to build it into every product, and there were going to be 3 billion people who could transact with Libra. And went to the government, all these different try to figure out how to make it so it's like fully compliant with anti-money laundering and all these controls and everything. And they had the whole thing ready to go. 2 senators wrote letters to the big banks saying, we're not telling you that you can't work with Facebook on this, but if you do, you should know that every aspect of your business is going to come under a greatly increased level of regulatory scrutiny, which is, of course, the exact equivalent of, it sure is a nice corner restaurant you have here. It would be a shame if somebody tossed a Molotov cocktail through the window and burned it down. Right? And so that letter, like, what is that letter? Like, it's not a law. It's not even a regulation. It's just like straight direct state power. And then it culminates in literally calls from the White House, where they're just like flat out telling you what to do, which is of course what a king gets to do, but not what a president used to do. And so anyway, so what these companies experienced was they experienced the full panoply of this, but it was the level of intensity was in that order. It was actually legislation was the least important part. Regulation was more important. Administrative power was more important, and then just like flat out demands and then flat out threats were ultimately the most important. How do you fix it? Well, first of all, like you have to elect people who don't do it. Right? So, like as with all these things, ultimately the fault lies with the voters. And so, you have to decide you don't want to live in that regime. I have no idea what part of this recent election mapped to the censorship regime. I do know a lot of people on the right got very angry about the censorship, but I think it probably at least helped with enthusiasm on that side. Maybe some people on the left will now not want their, Democratic nominees to be pro censorship. So the voters definitely, get a vote. Number one. Number two, I think you need transparency. You need to know what happened. We know some of what happened. Peter Thiel has written in the FT just now saying we just need after what we've been through in the last decade, we need broad-based truth and reconciliation, efforts to really get to the root of things. So maybe that's part of it. We need investigations for sure. Ultimately, we need prosecutions. Like we need people to go to jail because we need to set object lessons that say that you don't have to do this. And on those last two, I would say that those are both up to the new administration, and I don't want to speak for them, and I don't want to predict what they're going to do, but they for sure have the ability to do both of those things, and we'll see where they take it.
Yeah, it's truly disturbing. I don't think anybody wants this kind of overreach of power for government, including perhaps people that were participating in it. It's like this dark momentum of power. They just get caught up in it. And that's the reason there's that kind of protection. Nobody wants that.
So I use the metaphor of the Ring of Power.
Yeah.
People who don't catch the reference, that's Lord of the Rings. And the thing with the Ring of Power and Lord of the Rings, it's the ring that Gollum has at the beginning, and it turns you invisible, and it turns out it unlocks all this fearsome power. It's the most powerful thing in the world. It's key to everything. And basically the moral lesson of Lord of the Rings, which was written by a guy who thought very deeply about these things, is the Ring of Power is inherently corrupting. The characters at one point they're like, Gandalf, just put on the ring and fix this. right? And he's like, he will not put the ring on, even to like end the war, because he knows that it will corrupt him. And then, you know, the character, as it starts, the character of Gollum is the result of, you know, a normal character who ultimately becomes, you know, this incredibly corrupt and deranged version of himself. And so, I mean, I think you said something actually quite profound there, which is the Ring of Power is infinitely tempting. You know, the censorship machine is infinitely tempting. If you have it, like, you are going to use it. It's overwhelmingly tempting because it's so powerful, and that it will corrupt you. And yeah, I don't know whether any of these people feel any of this today. They should. I don't know if they do. But yeah, you go out 5 or 10 years later, you know, you would hope that you would realize that your soul has been corroded, and you probably started out thinking that you were a patriot, and you were trying to defend democracy, and you ended up being, you know, extremely authoritarian and anti-democratic and anti-Western.
Can I ask you a tough question here? Staying on the Ring of Power, Elon is quickly becoming the most powerful human on Earth.
I'm not sure about that.
You don't think he is?
Well, he doesn't have the nukes, so.
Nukes. Yeah, there's different definitions and perspectives on power, right? How can he and or Donald Trump avoid the corrupting aspects of his power?
I mean, I think the dangers of power, it's flat out there. I would say with Elon, I mean, we'll see. I would say with Elon, and I would say, by the way, overwhelmingly, I would say so far so good. I'm extremely thrilled by what he's done on almost every front for, like, you know, the last 30 years. But including all the stuff recently, like, I think he's done a lot of topics that we needed to see heroism. But look, I would say, I guess the sort of case that he has this level of power is some combination of the money and the proximity to the president. And obviously both of those are inherent instruments of power. The counter argument to that is, I do think a lot of how Elon is causing change in the world right now. I mean, there's the companies he's running directly where I think he's doing very well, and we're investors in multiple of them and doing very well. But I think, like, a lot of the stuff that gets people mad at him is, like, it's the social and political stuff, and it's, you know, it's his statements, and then it's downstream effects of his statements. So, like, for example, it's, you know, for the last couple of weeks, it's been him, you know, kind of weighing in on this rape gang scandal, you know, this organized child rape thing in the UK. And, you know, it's actually a preface cascade. It's one of these things where people knew there was a problem, they weren't willing to talk about it. It kind of got suppressed, and then Elon brought it up, and then all of a sudden, there's now in the UK this, like, massive explosion of basically open conversation about it for the first time, and, you know, it's like this catalyzing. Yeah, all of a sudden, everybody's kind of looking up and being like, "Oh my God, you know, this is really bad," and there will be now, you know, pretty clearly big changes as a result. So, and Elon was, you know, he played the role of the boy who said, "Emperor has no feelings," right? But here's the thing. Here's my point. Like, he said it about something that was true, right? And so, had he said it about something that was false, you know, he would get no credit for it. He would deserve any credit for it. But he said something that was true. And by the way, everybody over there instantly, they were like, "Oh yeah, that's right." Right? Like, nobody seriously said. They're just arguing the details now. So number one, it's like, okay, he says true things, and so it's like, okay, how far? Let's put it this way: like, how worried are we about somebody becoming corrupt by virtue of their power being that they get to speak the truth? And I guess I would say, especially in the last decade of what we've been through, where everybody's been lying all the time about everything, I'd say I think we should run this experiment as hard as we can to get people to tell the truth. And so I don't feel that bad about that. And then the money side, you know, this rapidly gets into the money and politics question. And the money and politics question is this very interesting question because it seems like if there's a clear-cut case that the more money in politics, the worse things are, and the more corrupted the system is. That was a very popular topic of public conversation up until 2016, when Hillary outspent Trump 3-1 and lost. You'll notice that money in politics has almost vanished as a topic in the last 8 years. And once again, Trump spent far less. You know, Kamala raised and spent $1.5 billion on top of what Biden spent. So they were I don't know, something like $3 billion total. And Trump, I think, spent again like a third or a fourth of that. And so the money in politics kind of topic has kind of vanished from the popular conversation in the last 8 years. It has come back a little bit now that Elon is spending. You know, but again, like, it's like, okay, he's spending, but the data would seem to indicate in at least the last 8 years that money doesn't win with political battles. It's actually like the voters actually have a voice and they actually exercise it and they don't just listen to ads. And so again, there I would say, like, yeah, clearly there's some power there, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's some like I don't know if it's some weapon that he can just like turn on and use in a defensive way.
And I don't know if there's parallels there, but I could also say just on a human level, he has a good heart. And I interact with a lot of powerful people, and that's not always the case. So that's a good thing there. If we can draw parallels to the Hobbit or whatever, who gets to put on the ring?
Frodo.
Frodo, yeah.
Yeah, like maybe one of the lessons of Lord of the Rings, right, is even Frodo would have been, even Frodo would have been corrupted, right? But nevertheless, you had somebody who could do what it took at the time. The thing that I find just so amazing about the Elon phenomenon and all the critiques is, the one thing that everybody in our society is universally agrees on because of our sort of our post-Christian egalitarian. So we live in sort of this post-secularized Christian context in the West now, and it's we consider Christianity kind of backwards, but we still believe essentially all the same things. We just dress them up in sort of fake science. So the one thing that we're all taught from early is that the best people in the world are the people who care about all of humanity, right? We venerate, all of our figures are people who care about all of, Jesus cared about all of humanity, Gandhi cared about all of humanity, Martin Luther King cared about all of humanity. Like it's universal, the person who cares the most about everybody. And with Elon, you have a guy who literally, like, he talks about this constantly, and he talks about exactly the same in private. He is operating on behalf of all of humanity to try to get us to, he goes through to get through multiplanetary civilization so that we can survive a strike on any one planet, so that we can extend the light of human consciousness into the world, into the universe, and have it persist. The good of the whole thing. And like literally, the critique is, we want you to care about all of humanity, but not like that.
Yeah, all the critics, all the surface turmoil of the critics will be forgotten.
I think that's right.
You said that we always end up being ruled by the elite of some kind. Can you explain this law, this idea?
So this comes from an Italian political philosopher from about 100 years ago named Robert. I'll let you pronounce the Italian, Michel's, or Michael's, and then I learned about it through a famous book on politics, probably the best book on politics written in the 20th century, called The Machiavellians, by this guy James Burnham, who has had a big impact on me. But in The Machiavellians, he resurrects what he calls the sort of Italian school of political philosophy from the 10s and 20s. And these were people, to be clear, this was not like a Mussolini thing. These were people who were trying to understand the actual mechanics of how politics actually works. So to get to the actual sort of mechanical substance of like how the political machine operates. And this guy Michel's had this concept he ended up with called the iron law of oligarchy. And so what the iron law of oligarchy, and I need to take a step back to say what he meant by oligarchy because it has multiple meanings. So basically in classic political theory, there's basically three forms of government at core. There's democracy, which is rule of the many. There's oligarchy, which is rule of the few. And there's monarchy, which is rule of the one. And you can just use that as a general framework of any government you're going to be under is one of those. Just a mechanical observation. Without even saying which one's good or bad, just a structural observation. And so the question that Michel's asked was, like, is there such a thing as democracy? Like, is there actually such a thing as democracy? Is there ever actually, like, direct government? And what he did was he mounted this sort of incredible historical exploration of whether democracies had ever existed in the world. And the answer basically is almost never. We could talk about that. But the other thing he did was he sought out the most democratic private organization in the world that he could find at that point, which he concluded was some basically communist German auto workers union that was like wholly devoted to the workers of the world uniting. That was like a hot thing. And he went in there and he's like, okay, this is the organization out of all organizations of planet Earth that must be operating as a direct democracy. And he went in there and he's like, oh, no, there's a leadership class. There's like 6 guys at the top and they control everything. And then they lead the rest of the membership along by the nose. Which is, of course, the story of every union. The story of every union is always the story of, there's a Jimmy Hoffa in there kind of running the thing. We just saw that with the doctor this union, right? Like, there's a guy. And he's in charge. And by the way, the number 2 is his son, right? Like, that's not an accident, right? So the iron law of oligarchy basically says democracy is fake. There's always a ruling class. There's always a ruling elite structurally. And he said the reason for that is because the masses can't organize. Right? What's the fundamental problem? Whether the mass is 25,000 people in a union or 250 million people in a country, the masses can't organize. The majority cannot organize. Only a minority can organize. And to be effective in politics, you must organize. And therefore, every political structure in human history has been some form of a small organized elite ruling a large and dispersed majority. Every single one. The Greeks and the Florentines had brief experiments in direct democracy, and they were total disasters. In Florence, I forget the name of it. It was called like the Workers' Revolt or something like that. There was like a 2-year period where they basically experimented with direct democracy during the Renaissance, and it was a complete disaster. And they never tried it again. In the state of California, we have our own experiment on this, which is the proposition system, which is an overlay on top of the legislature. And anybody who looks at it for 2 seconds concludes it's been a complete disaster. It's just a catastrophe, and it's caused enormous damage to the state. And so basically, the presumption that we are in a democracy is just by definition fake. Now, good news for the U.S., it turns out the founders understood this. And so, of course, they didn't give us a direct democracy, they gave us a representative democracy, right? And so they built the oligarchy into the system in the form of Congress and the executive branch and the judicial branch. But so anyway, so as a consequence, democracy is always everywhere fake. There is always a rule. And basically, the lesson of Machiavellians is you can deny that if you want, but you're fooling yourself. The way to actually think about how to make a system work and maintain any sort of shred of freedom is to actually understand that is actually what's happening.
And lucky for us, the founders saw this and figured out a way to, given that there's going to be a ruling elite, how to create a balance of power among that elite.
Yes.
So it doesn't get out of hand.
It was very clever, right? And some of this was based on earlier experiments. Some of this, by the way, these were very, very smart people, right? And so they knew tremendous amounts of like Greek and Roman history. They knew Renaissance history. The Federalist Papers. They argued this at great length. You can read it all. They ran like one of the best seminars in world history trying to figure this out. And they went through all this, and so they thought through it very carefully. But just to give you an example, which continues to be a hot topic. So. One way they did it is through the 3 branches of government, right? Executive, legislative, and judicial. The sort of balance of powers. But the other way they did it was they sort of echoing what had been done earlier, I think, in the UK Parliament. They created the 2 different bodies of the legislature, right? And so the House and the Senate, and as you know, the House is a portion of the basis of population, and the Senate is not, right? Small states have just as many senators as the big states. And then they made the deliberate decision to have the House get reelected every 2 years to make it very responsive to the will of the people. And they made the decision to have the Senate get reelected every 6 years so that it had more buffer for the passions of the moment. But what's interesting is they didn't choose one or the other, right? They did them both. And then to get legislation passed, you have to get through both of them. And so they built in like a second layer of checks and balances. And then there's 1,000 observations we could make about like how well the system is working today, and like how much does it live up to the ideal, and how much are we actually complying with the Constitution. And there's lots of open questions there. But this system has survived for coming on 250 years with a country that has been spectacularly successful. That I don't think, at least I don't think any of us would trade the system for any other one. And so it's one of the great all-time achievements.
Yeah, it's incredible. We should say they were all pretty young relative to our current set of leaders.
Many in their 20s. And like super geniuses. This is one of those things where it's just like, all right, something happened where there was a group of people where, nobody ever tested their IQs, but like these are Einsteins in politics. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. But anyway, I go through all that, which is they were very keen students of the actual mechanical practice of democracy, not fixated on what was desirable. They were incredibly focused on what would actually work, which is, I think, the way to think about these things.
They were engineers of sort, not the fuzzy humanity.
They were shape rotators, not word cells.
Remember that. Wow, that meme came and went. I think you were central to that. You're central to a lot of memes. You're the meme dealer and the meme popularizer.
That meme I get some credit for, and then the current thing is I don't know that I invented either one, but
take credit and run with it. If we could just linger on the Machiavellians. It's a study of power and power dynamics, like you mentioned, looking at the actual reality of the machinery of power. From everything you've seen now in government, but also in companies, what are some interesting things you can continue to say about the dynamics of power, the jostling for power that happens inside these institutions?
Yeah, so a lot of it, we already talked about this a bit with the universities, which is you can apply a Machiavellian style lens. It's why I posed the question to you that I did, which is, okay, who runs the university? The trustees, the administration, the students, or the faculty? And then, the true answer is some combination of the 3 or of the 4, plus the donors. By the way, plus the government, plus the press, etc. Right, and so there's a mechanical interpretation of that. I mean, companies operate under the exact same set of questions. Who runs a company? The CEO, but like the CEO runs the company basically up to the day that either the shareholders or the management team will vote. if the shareholders revolt, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. If the management team revolts, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. By the way, if the employees revolt, it's also hard to stay in the seat. By the way, if the New York Times comes at you, it's also very hard to stay in the seat. If the Senate comes at you, it's very hard to stay in the seat. So, like a reductionist version of this that is a good shorthand is who's the fired. So who has more power? The newspaper columnist who makes $200,000 a year, or the CEO who makes $200 million a year. And it's like, well, I know for sure that the columnist will get the CEO fired. I've seen that happen before. I have yet to see a CEO get a columnist fired.
Did anyone ever get fired from the Bill Ackman assault on journalism? So Bill like really showed the bullshit that happens in journalism.
No, because what happens is they I would say to their credit, they wear it as a badge of honor, and then to their shame, they wear it as a badge of honor, right? Which is, if they're doing the right thing, then they are justifiably proud of themselves for standing up under pressure. But it also means that they can't respond to legitimate criticism, and they're obviously terrible at that. As I recall, he went straight to the CEO of the Castle Springer, the Nose Insider, and I happen to know the CEO, and he's quite a good CEO. But what is a good example is the CEO of Axel Springer run his own company, right? There's a fascinating thing playing out right now, but all of his fires. It's you see the pressure of readers, right? And so if you watch what's happening with the LA Times. Recently, so this guy, biotech entrepreneur, buys the LA Times, 8 years ago. It is just like the most radical social revolutionary thing you can possibly imagine. It endorses every crazy left-wing radical you can imagine. It endorses Karen Bass. It endorses Gavin Newsom. It's just like a litany of all the people who are currently burning the city to the ground. It's just endorsed every single bad person, every step of the way. He's owned it the entire time. He put his foot down right before, for the first time, I think, put his foot down right before the November election. Said we're not getting. He said we're going to get out of this thing where we just always endorse a Democrat. We said we're not endorsing. He said we're not endorsing for the presidency, and the paper flipped out. Right, it's like our billionaire backer, and I don't know what he spends, but he must be burning $50 or $100 million a year out of his pocket to keep this thing running. He paid $500 million for it. That's amazing. Back when people still thought these things were businesses. And then he's probably burned another $500 million over the last decade keeping it running. And he burns probably another $50 or $100 million a year to do this. And the journalists at the LA Times hate him with the fury of 1,000 suns. They just absolutely freaking despise him. And they have been attacking him. And the ones that can get jobs elsewhere quit and do it. And the rest just stay and say the worst and the most horrible things about him. And they want to constantly run these stories attacking him. And so he has had this reaction that a lot of people in LA are having right now to this fire and to this just incredibly vivid collapse of leadership and all these people that his paper had endorsed are just disastrous. And he's on this tour. He's basically he's decided to be the boy who says the emperor has no clothes, but he's doing it to his own newspaper. Very smart guy. He's not a press tour. He's basically saying, yeah, we did all that and we endorsed all these people and it was a huge mistake and we're going to completely change. And his paper is, in a complete internal revolt. But I go through it, which is, okay, now we have a very interesting question, which is who runs the LA Times. Because for the last 8 years, it hasn't been him. It's been the reporters. Now, for the first time, the owner is showing up saying, oh, no, I'm actually in charge. And the reporters are saying, no, you're not. And, it is freaking on. And so again, the Machiavelli's mindset on this is okay, how is power actually exercised here? Can a guy who's even super rich and super powerful, who even owns his own newspaper, can he stand up to a full-scale assault, not only by his own reporters, but by every other journalism outlet who also now thinks he's the Antichrist?
And he is trying to exercise power by speaking out publicly, and so that's the game of power there.
And fired people, and he has removed people, and he has set new rules. I mean, he is now, I think he's now at long last actually exercising prerogatives in the business. Which decide on the policies and staffing of the business. There are certain other owners of these publications that are doing similar things right now. He's the one I don't know, so he's the one I can talk about. But there are others that are going through the same thing right now. And I think it's a really interesting open question. In a fight between the employees and the employer, it's not crystal clear that the employer wins that one.
And just to stay on journalism for a second, we mentioned Bill Ackman. I was going to say, put him in the category we mentioned before of a really courageous person. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so fearless in going after, and following what he believes in publicly. That's courage. That several things he's done publicly have been really inspiring. Just being courageous.
What do you think is like the most impressive example?
Where he went after journalists whose whole incentive is to like. I mean, it's like sticking your like kicking the beehive or whatever. You know what's gonna follow, and to do that, I mean, that's why it's difficult to challenge journalistic organizations because they're going to, you know, there's just so many mechanisms they use, including like writing articles and get cited by Wikipedia, then drive the narrative, and you can get you fired, all this kind of stuff. Bill Ackman, like a bad MFer, just tweets these essays and just goes after them legally and also in the public eye, and just I don't know, that was truly inspiring. There's not many people like that out in public, and hopefully that inspires not just me but many others to be courageous themselves.
Did you know of him before he started doing this?
I knew of Mary, his wife, who's this brilliant researcher and scientist, and so I admire her, look up to her. I think she's amazing.
Well, the reason I asked if you knew about Bill is because a lot of people had not heard of him before, especially like before October 7th and before some of the campaigns he's been running since in public, but and with Harvard and so forth. But he was very well known in the investment world before that. So he was a famous so-called activist investor for very, very successful and very widely respected for probably 30 years before now. And I bring that up because it turns out they weren't, for the most part, battles that happened in kind of full public view. They weren't national stories, but in the business and investing world, the activist investor is it's like in the movie Taken, it's a very specific set of skills on how to like really take control of situations and how to wreck the people who you're going up against. There's been controversy over the years of this topic. And, it's just too much detail to go into, but the defense of activist investing, which I think is valid, is these are the guys who basically go in and take stakes in companies that are being poorly managed or under-optimized, and then generally what that means is, at least the theory is, that means the existing management has become entrenched and lazy, mediocre, whatever, not responding to the needs of the shareholders, often not responding to customers, and the activists basically go into the minority position and then they wrap support among other investors who are not activists, and then they basically show up and they force change. But they are the aggressive version of this, and I've been involved in companies that have been on the receiving end of this, where it is amazing how much somebody like that can exert pressure on situations even when they don't have formal control. So it would be another chess piece on the mechanical board of kind of how power gets exercised. And basically what happens is the effective analysts, a large amount of the time, they end up taking over control of companies even though they never own more than 1% of the stock. And so anyway, so it turns out with Bill's been such a fascinating case because he has that like complete skill set. And he has now decided to bring it to bear in areas that are not just companies. And two interesting things for that. One is, some of these places, some of these battles are still ongoing. But number one, like a lot of people who run universities or newspapers are not used to being up against somebody like this. And by the way, also now with infinitely deep pockets and lots of experience in courtrooms and all the things that kind of go with that. But the other is, through example, he is teaching a lot of the rest of us the activist playbook, like in real time. And so the Liam Neeson skill set is getting more broadly diffused just by being able to watch and learn from him. So I think he's having I would put him up there with Elon in terms of somebody who's really affecting how all this is playing out.
But even skill set aside, just courage.
Yes, including, by the way, courage to go outside of his own zone.
Yeah.
Right? Because like he hasn't, I'll give you an example, like my firm, venture capital firm, we have LPs. There are things that I feel like I can't do or say because I feel like I would be bringing embarrassment or other consequences to our LPs. He has investors also where he worries about that. And so a couple of things. One is his willingness to go out a bit and risk his relationship with his own investors. But I will tell you the other thing, which is his investors, I know this for a fact, his investors have been remarkably supportive of him doing that. Because as it turns out, a lot of them actually agree with him. And so it's the same thing he does in his activism campaigns. He is able to be the tip of the spear on something that actually a lot more people agree with.
Yeah, it turns out if you have truth behind you, it helps.
And just again, how I started is a lot of people are just fed up.
You've been spending a bunch of time in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, helping the new administration in many ways, including interviewing people who might join. So, what's the general sense about the talent, about the people who are coming into the new administration?
So I should start by saying I'm not a member of the administration. I'm not in the room when a lot of these people are being selected.
I believe you said unpaid intern.
I'm an unpaid intern. So I'm a volunteer, and I've been helpful, but I'm not making the decisions, nor am I in a position to speak for the administration. So I don't want to say anything that would cause people to think I'm doing that. It's a very unusual situation, right, where you had an incumbent president, and then you had a 4-year cap where he's out of office, and then you have him coming back, right? And as you'll recall, there was a fair amount of controversy over the end of the first term.
Oh yeah.
The specific concern was, the first Trump administration. They will all say this is like they didn't come in with a team, right? So they didn't come in with a team, and most of the sort of institutional base of the Republican Party were Bush Republicans, and many of them had become never Trumpers, and so they had a hard time putting the team together. And then, by the way, they had a hard time getting people confirmed, and so if you talk to people who were there in the first term, it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of even get the government in place. And then they basically only had the government in place for basically like 18 months, and then COVID hit. And then sort of aftermath and everything, and all the drama and headlines and everything. And so the concern, including from some very smart people in the last 2 years, is, boy, if Trump gets a second term, is he going to be able to get a team that is as good as the team he had last time, or a team that's actually not as good? Because maybe people got burned out. Oh, maybe they're more cynical now. Maybe they're not willing to go through the drama. By the way, a lot of people in the first term came under their own withering legal assaults, and some of them went to prison, and a lot of stuff happened. Lots of investigations, lots of legal fees, lots of bad press, lots of debanking. By the way, a lot of the officials in the first term got debanked, including the president's wife and his son.
Yeah, I heard you tell that story. That's insane. That's just insane.
In the wake of the first term, yes, we now take out spouses and children with our ring of power. And so there's like this legitimate question as to like whether, okay, what will the team for the second term look like? And at least what I've seen and what you're seeing with the appointments is it looks much, much better. First of all, it just looks better than the first term, and not because the people in the first term were not necessarily good, but you just have this like influx of like incredibly capable people that have shown up to want to be part of this, and you just didn't have that the first time. And so they're just drawing on a much deeper, richer talent pool than they had the first time, and they're drawing on people who know what the game is. Like they're drawing on people now who know what is going to happen, and they're still going to do it. And so they're going to get, I think, some of the best people from the first term, but they're bringing in a lot of people who they couldn't get the first time around. And then second is there's a bunch of people, including people in the first term, where they're just 10 years older. And so they went through the first term and they just learned how everything works. Or they're young people who just had a different point of view, and now they're 10 years older and they're ready to go serve in government. And so there's a generational shift happening. And actually, one of the interesting things about the team that's forming up is it's remarkably young. Some of the cabinet members and many of the second and third level people are like in their 30s and 40s, which is a big change from the gerontocracy that we've been under for the last 30 years. And so I think the caliber has been outstanding. We could sit here and list tons and tons of people, but people who are running, it's everything from the people who are running all the different departments at HHS. It's the people running, the number 2 at the Pentagon is Steve Feinberg, who's just like an incredible legend of private equity, incredible capable guy. We've got two of my partners are going in. I both think they're amazing. Yeah, like many parts of their people are like really impressive.
Well, I think one of the concerns is actually that given the human being, Donald Trump, that there would be more tendency towards, let's say, favoritism versus meritocracy. That there's kind of circles of sycophancy that form, and if you're be able to be loyal and never oppose and just be basically suck up to the president, you'll get a position. So that's one of the concerns, and I think you're in a good position to speak to the degree that's happening versus hiring based on merit and just getting great teams.
Yeah, so look, I just start by saying any leader at that level, by the way, any CEO, there's always some risk of that, right? So there's always some, it's like a natural reality works around powerful leaders, and so there's always some risk to that. Of course, the good powerful leaders are very aware of that. Trump at this point in his life, I think, is highly aware of that. At least my interactions with him, he definitely seems very aware of that. So that's one thing. I would just say that I think the way to look at that, I mean, like I said, I don't want to predict what's going to happen once this whole thing starts unfolding, but I would just say that, again, the caliber of the people who are showing up and doing jobs, and then the fact that these are some of the most accomplished people in the business world, in the medical field. I just, Jay Bhattacharya coming in running. So I was actually part of the interview team for a lot of the HHS roles.
Nice. Jay's amazing. Also has
So I literally got, this is the story, I got to the transition office for one of the days of the HHS interviews, and I was on one of the interview teams, and they gave us, I didn't know who the candidates were, and they gave us the sheet in the beginning, and I put it on the sheet, and I saw Jay's name, and I almost physically fell out of my chair. And I was just like, you know, and I happen to know Jay, and I like respect him enormously, and then he proved himself under this, like, talk about a guy who proved himself under extraordinary pressure over the last 5 years.
and then go radical under the pressure. He maintained balance and thoughtfulness and depth, and incredible.
Very serious, very analytical, very applied, and yes, 100% tested under pressure. Came out like the more people look back at what he said and did, and you know, he's not, none of us are perfect, but like overwhelmingly insightful throughout that whole period. And you know, we would all be much better off today had he been in charge of the response. And so just like an incredibly capable guy. And look, and then he learned from that, right? He learned a lot in the last 5 years. And so the idea of somebody like that the head of NIH as compared to the people we have is just like breathtakingly. It's just a gigantic upgrade. You know, and then Marty McRae coming in to run FDA, exact same thing. The guy coming around CDC, exact same thing. I mean, I've been spending time with Dr. Ross. And I'm not on these teams, I'm not in the room, but like I've been spending enough time trying to help that like his level of insight into the healthcare system is like astounding. And it comes from being a guy who's been like in the middle of the whole thing and been talking to people about this stuff and working on it and serving as a doctor himself in medical systems for, you know, his entire life. And it's just like, you know, he's like a walking encyclopedia on these things. And so, and, you know, very dynamic, you know, very charismatic, very smart, organized, effective. So, you know, to have somebody like that in there. And so anyway, they're just, I have like 30 of these stories across all these different positions. And so I'll be quite honest, you do the compare and contrast the last 4 years, and not even, these people are not in the same ballpark. They're just like wildly better. And so, you know, pound for pound, this may be the best team in the White House since, you know, I don't even know, maybe the 90s, maybe the 30s, maybe the 50s. Yeah, maybe Eisenhower had a team like this or something. But there's a lot of really good people in there now.
Yeah, the potential for change is certainly extremely high. Well, can you speak of Doge? What's the most wildly successful next 2 years for Doge? Can you imagine? Maybe also, can you think about the trajectory that's the most likely, and what kind of challenges will it be facing?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying again, I'm not on Doge. I'm not a member of Doge.
We should say there's about 10 lawyers in the room. It's there now. Just kidding.
Both the angels and the devils on my shoulder.
Okay.
So so I'm not speaking for Doge. I'm not in charge of Doge. Those guys are doing it. I'm not doing it. But I am, you know, again, I'm volunteering to help as much as I can. I'm 100% supportive. So look, I think the way to think of, I mean, the basic outlines are in public, right? Which is it's a time limited, you know, basic commission. It's not a formal government agency. It's a, you know, time limited 18 months. It'll in terms of implementation, it will advise the executive branch, right? And so the implementation will happen through the White House. And the president has total attitude on what he wants to implement. And then basically what I think about it is the three kind of streams, you know, kind of target sets. And they're related but different. So money, people, and regulations. And so, you know, the headline number that, you know, put as the $2 trillion number, and there's, you know, disputes over that, whatever. There's a whole question there. But then there's the people thing. And the people thing is interesting because you get into these very kind of fascinating questions. And I've been doing this, I won't do this for you as a pop quiz, but I do this for people in government as a pop quiz, and I just stuff them every time, which is, A, how many federal agencies are there? The answer is somewhere between 450 and 520, and nobody's quite sure. And then the other is how many people work for the federal government. And the answer is, you know, something on the order, I forget, but like 4 million full-time employees and maybe up to 20 million contractors, and nobody's quite sure. So there's a large people component to this. And then, by the way, there's a related component to that, which is how many of them are actually in the office. And the answer is not many. Most of the federal buildings are still empty, right? And then there's questions of like, are people, you know, working from home, or are we actually working from home? So there's the people dimension, and of course, the money and the people are connected. And then there's the third, which is the regulation thing, right? And I described earlier how basically our system of government is much more now based on regulations and legislation. Right? Most of the rules that we all live under are not from a bill that went through Congress. They're from an agency that created a regulation. that turns out to be very, very cool. So one is Elon already described, we want to do, the Doge wants to do broad-based regulatory relief, and Trump has talked about this, and basically get the government off people's backs and liberate the American people to be able to do things again. So that's part of it. But there's also something else that's happened that's very interesting, which was there were a set of Supreme Court decisions about 2 years ago that went directly after the idea that the executive branch can create regulatory agencies and issue regulations and enforce those regulations without corresponding congressional legislation. And most of the federal government that exists today, including most of the departments and most of the rules and most of the money and most of the people, most of it is not enforcing laws that Congress passed. Most of it is regulation. And the Supreme Court basically said large parts, large to maybe all of that regulation that did not directly result from a bill that went through Congress the way that the person said that it should, that may not actually be legal. Now, the previous White House, of course, was super in favor of big government. They had no desire to have, they did nothing based on this. They didn't, pull anything back in. But the new regime, if they choose to, could say, look, the thing that we're doing here is not, challenging the laws. We're actually complying with the Supreme Court decision that basically says we have to unwind a lot of this, and we have to unwind the regulations, which are no longer legal, constitutional. We have to unwind the spend of people. And that's how you get from basically you connect the thread from the regulation part back to the money part back to the people part. They have work going on all 3 of these threads. They have, I would say, incredibly creative ideas on how to deal with this. I know lots of former government people who 100% of them are super cynical on this topic, and they're like, "This is impossible. This can never possibly work." And I'm like, "Well, I can't tell you what the secret plans are, but like blow my mind." And all 3 of those, they have ideas that are really quite amazing, as you'd expect from from the people involved. And so over the course of the next few months, that'll start to become visible. And then the final thing I would say is this is going to be very different than attempts like this. There have been other programs like this in the past. The Clinton-Gore administration had one, and there were others before that. Reagan had one. The difference is that this time there's social media. And so there has never been, it's interesting. One of the reasons people in Washington are so cynical is because they know all the bullshit. They know all the bad spending and all the bad rules and all the, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now. And that's compounding, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget. And it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed, at some point we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and kablooey, right? And so, everybody in DC knows this. And then everybody in DC knows for a fact that it's impossible to do anything. Right, they know all the problems, and they also know the sheer impossibility of fixing it. But I think what they're not taking into account, what the critics are not taking into account, is these guys can do this in the full light of day, and they can do it on social media. They can completely bypass the press. They can completely bypass the cynicism. They can expose any element of unconstitutional or silly government spending. They can run victory laps every single day on what they're doing. They can bring the people into the process. And again, if you think about it, this goes back to our Machiavellian structure, which is, if you think about, again, you've got democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, rule of the many, rule of the few, rule of the one. You can think about what's happening here as a little bit of a sandwich, right? Which is we don't have a monarch, but we have a president, rule of the one with some power. And then we have the people who can't organize, but they can be informed and they can be aware and they can express themselves through voting and polling, right? And so there's a sandwich happening right now. This is the way to think about it, which is you've got basically monarchy. You get rule of one combining with rule of many. Right, and rule of many is they do get to vote, right? People do get to vote, basically, and then essentially Congress and this sort of permanent bureaucratic class in Washington as the oligarchy in the middle. And so the White House plus the people, I think, have the power to do all kinds of things here, and I think that would be the way I would watch it.
The transparency, Elon just by who he is incentivized to be transparent and show the bullshit in the system and to celebrate the victories. So it's going to be so exciting. Honestly, it just makes government more exciting, which is a win for everybody.
These people are spending our money.
Yeah.
These people have enormous contempt for the taxpayer. okay, here's the thing you hear in Washington. Here's one of the things. So the first thing you hear is this is impossible. They'll be able to do nothing. And then I walk them through this, and they're like, it starts to dawn on them, this is a new kind of thing. And then they're like, well, it doesn't matter because all the money is in entitlements and the debt and the military. And so, like, yeah, you've got like this silly fake whatever, NPR funding or whatever, and like it just is a rounding error. It doesn't matter. And you look it up in the budget, it's like whatever, $500 million or $5 billion, or it's the charging stations, the $40 billion in charging stations and the building charging stations, or it's the broadband internet plan that delivered broadband to nobody. Right, and cost you $30 billion. Like, so these boondoggles, and what everybody in Washington says is that $30 billion is a rounding error in the federal budget. It doesn't matter. Who cares if they make it go away? And of course, any taxpayer is like, what?
What do you mean?
It's $30 billion, right? And then the experts are like, and the press is in on this too. The experts are like, well, it doesn't matter because it's a rounding error. No, it's $30 billion. And if you're this cavalier about $30 billion, imagine how cavalier you are about the $3 trillion. Okay, then there's $30 billion. Is $30 billion a lot of the federal budget percentage? No, it's not. But $30 billion divided by, do the math, $30 billion divided by, let's say, 300 million taxpayers. Right? Like, what's that? Math expert? $100. $100 per taxpayer per year. Okay, so $100 to an ordinary person working hard every day to make money and provide for their kids. $100 is a meal out. It's a trip to the amusement park. It's the ability to, buy additional educational materials. It's the ability to have a babysitter, to be able to have a romantic relationship with your wife. There's like 100 things that person can do with $100 that they're not doing because it's going to some bullshit program that is being basically where the money's being looted out in the form of just like ridiculousness and craft. And so the idea that $30 billion program is not something that is like a very important thing to go after is just like the level of contempt for the taxpayer. It's just off the charts. And then that's just one of those programs. There's like 100 of those programs. And they're all just like that. Like, it's not like any of this stuff is running well. Like, the one thing we know is that none of this stuff is running well. Like, we know that for sure, right? And we know these people aren't showing up to work, and like we know that all this crazy stuff is happening, right? Do you remember Elon's story of what got the Amish to turn out to vote in Pennsylvania? Oh, okay, so like Pennsylvania is like a wonderful state, great history. It has these cities like Philadelphia that have descended like other cities into just like complete chaos, violent madness, and death, right? And the federal government is just like let it happen. It's incredibly violent places. And so the Biden administration decided that the big pressing law enforcement thing they needed to do in Pennsylvania was that they needed to start raiding Amish farms to prevent them from selling raw milk with armed raids. Right. And it turns out, pissed off the Amish. And it turns out they weren't willing to drive to the polling places because they don't have cars. But if you came and got them, they would go and they would vote. And that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Anyway, so like the law enforcement agencies are all working on like crazy things. Like the system's not working. And so you add up, pick $130 billion programs. All right, now you're okay. Math major, 100 times 100, $10,000. $10,000. Okay, $10,000 per taxpayer per year.
And but it's also not just about money. That's really obviously money is a hugely important thing, but it's the cavalier attitude that then, in the ripple effect of that, it makes it so nobody wants to work in government and be productive. It makes it so that it breeds corruption. It breeds laziness. It breeds secrecy because you don't want to be transparent about having done nothing all year. All this kind of stuff. You don't want to reverse that. So it would be exciting for the future to work in government. Because the amazing thing, if you're to steal that government, is you can do shit at scale. You have money, you can directly impact people's lives in a positive sense at scale. It's super exciting. As long as there's no bureaucracy that slows you down, or not huge amounts of bureaucracy that slows you down significantly.
So here's the trick. This blew my mind because once you open the hell mouth of looking into the federal budget, you learn all kinds of things. So there's a term of art in government called empowerment. Mm-hmm. And so you if you're like me, you've learned this the hard way when your car has been impounded. The government meaning of impoundment, the federal budget meaning is a different meaning. Impoundment is as follows: the Constitution requires Congress to authorize money to be spent by the executive branch. Right. So the executive branch goes to Congress, says we need money X. Congress does their thing. They come back and they say, get money Y. the money's appropriated from Congress, the executive branch spends it on the military, whatever they spend it on, or on roads to nowhere, or charging stations to nowhere, or whatever. And what's in the Constitution is the Congress appropriation. Over the last 60 years, there has been an additional interpretation of appropriations applied by the courts and by the system, which is the executive branch not only needs Congress to appropriate X amount of money, the executive branch is not allowed to underspend.
I'm aware of this.
And so there's this thing that happens in Washington at the end of every fiscal year, which is September 30th, and it's the great budget flush. And any remaining money that's in the system that they don't know how to productively spend, they deliberately spend it unproductively, to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. A president that doesn't want to spend the money can't spend it. Like, okay, that's not what's in the Constitution. There's actually quite a good Wikipedia page that goes through the great debate on this. It's played out in the legal world over the last 60 years. And like, basically, if you look at this with anything resembling, I think that open mind, you're like, all right, this is not what the founders meant. And then number two, again, we go back to this thing of contempt. Like, can you imagine showing up and running the government like that and thinking that you're doing the right thing and not going home at night thinking that you sold your soul, right? It's just like, I actually think you sort of had a really good point, which is it's even unfair to the people who have to execute this, right? Because it makes them bad people. They didn't start out wanting to be bad people, and so there is stuff like this, like everywhere. And so we'll see how far these guys get. I'm extremely encouraged what I've seen so far.
It seems like a lot of people will try to slow them down, but yeah,
for sure,
to get far. Yeah. Another difficult topic: immigration. What's your take on the let's say heated H-1B visa debate that's going on online and legal immigration in general?
Yeah, so to start by saying I am not involved in any aspect of government policy on this. I'm not planning to be. This is not an issue that I'm working on or that I'm going to work on. We're not. This is not part of the agenda of what the firm is doing. So my firm is doing. So like I'm not in this in the administration of the government. I'm not planning to be. So purely just personal opinion. So I would describe it as a complex or nuanced, hopefully nuanced view on this issue that's maybe a little bit different than what a lot of my peers have. And I think, and I kind of thought about this, I didn't say anything about it all the way through the big kind of debate over Christmas, but I thought about it a lot, read everything. I think what I realized is that I just have a very different perspective on some of these things, and the reason is because of the combination of where I came from and then where I ended up. And so, let's start with this. Where I ended up, Silicon Valley. So, and I have made the high-skilled immigration argument many times, the H-1B argument many times. In past lives, I've been in DC many times, arguing with prior administrations about this, always on the side of trying to get more H-1Bs and trying to get more high-skilled immigration. And, I think that argument is very strong and very solid and very, has paid off for the U.S. in many ways. And we can go through it, but I think it's the argument everybody already knows, right? It's like the stock. You take any Silicon Valley person across the platform and tell you why it's brain right? So everybody kind of gets that argument.
So basically, just to summarize, it's a mechanism by which you can get super smart people from the rest of the world, import them in, keep them here to increase the productivity of the U.S. companies.
Yeah, and then it's not just good for them, and it's not just good for Silicon Valley and the tech industry. It's good for the country because they then create new companies and create new technologies and create new industries that then create many more jobs for Americans, native-born Americans, than what had previously existed. And so it's a positive sum flywheel thing where everybody wins. Like everybody wins. There are no trade-offs. It's all absolutely glorious in all directions. There cannot possibly be a moral right argument against it under any circumstances. Anybody who argues against it is obviously doing so from a position of racism. Is probably a fascist and a Nazi, right? Right. I mean, that's the thing. And like I said, I've made that argument many times. I'm very comfortable with that argument. And then I'd also say, look, I would say number one, I believe a lot of it. I'll talk about the parts I don't believe, but I believe a lot of it. And then the other part is, look, I benefit every day. I always describe it as I work in the United Nations. Like my own firm and our founders and our companies and the industry. And my friends, are just this like amazing, panoply cornucopia of people from all over the world. And I don't know at this point where people from, it's got to be, 80 countries or something. Hopefully over time it'll be, the rest as well. And, it's been amazing. And they've done many of the most important things in my industry. And it's been really remarkable. So that's all good. And then there's just the practical version of the argument, which is we are the main place these people get educated anyway, right? The best and the brightest tend to come here to get educated, and so this is the old kind of Mitt Romney staple green card to every at least maybe not every university degree, but every technical degree. Maybe the sociologists we could quibble about, but the roboticists for sure, we can all agree that.
At least I won you over on something today.
Well, no, I'm exaggerating for a fact. So.
And I lost you. I had you for
I haven't
a second.
gotten to the other side of the argument yet.
Okay, there you go.
So surely we can all agree that we need to staple green.
The roller coaster is going up.
The roller coaster is rationing slowly up. So so surely we can all agree that the roboticists should have green cards. And again, there's a lot of merit to that. Obviously, look, we want the U.S. to be a world leader in robotics. What's step one to being a world leader in robotics is have all the great robotics people, right? Unlike the underpants film, it's like a very straightforward thing, right? All right, that's all well and good. All right, but it gets a little bit more complicated because there is a kind of argument that's sort of right underneath that you also hear from these same people, and I have made this argument myself many times, which is we need to do this because we don't have enough people in the U.S. who can do it otherwise. Right? We have all these unfilled jobs. We've got all these companies who wouldn't exist. We don't have enough good founders. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough scientists. Or then the next version of the argument below that is our education system is not good enough to generate those people. Which is a weird argument, by the way, because our education system is good enough for foreigners to be able to come here preferentially in a very large number of cases, but somehow not good enough to educate our own foreign people. So there's these little cracks in the matrix that you can kind of stick your fingernail into and kind of wonder about. And we'll come back to that one. But at least, yes, our education system has its flaws, and then underneath that is the argument that Vivek made, which is we have cultural rot in the country, and native born people in the country aren't don't work hard enough and spend too much time watching TV and TikTok and don't spend enough time studying differential equations. And again, it's all right, there's a fair amount to that. There's a lot of American culture that there's a lot of frivolity. There's a lot of we have well documented social issues on many fronts, many things that cut against having a culture of just straightforward high achievement and effort and striving. So anyway, those are the basic arguments. But then I have this kind of other side of my, kind of personality and thought process, which is, I grew up in a small farming town in rural Wisconsin, the rural Midwest, and it's interesting. There's not a lot of people who make it from rural Wisconsin to, high tech. And so it's all right, why is that exactly, right? And I know I'm an aberration. I was the only one from anybody I ever knew who ever did this. I know what an aberration I am, and I know exactly how that aberration happened, and it's a very unusual set of steps. Including many that we're just watching. But there is in no sense a talent flow from rural Wisconsin into high tech, not at all. There is also in no sense a talent flow from the rest of the Midwest into high tech. There is no talent flow from the South into high tech. There is no flow from the Sun Belt into high tech. There's no flow from the deep South into high tech. Literally, it's the blanks. There's this whole section of the country that where the people for some reason don't end up in tech. Now, that's a little bit strange because these are the people who put a man on the moon. These are the people who built the World War II war machine. These are the people, at least their ancestors, are the people who built the Second Industrial Revolution and built the railroads and built the telephone network, and built logistics and transportation in the auto industry. The auto industry was built in Cleveland and Detroit. And so at least these people's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents somehow had the wherewithal to build all of this amazing things, invent all these things. And then there's many, 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 many stories in the history of American invention and innovation and capitalism where you have people who grew up in the middle of nowhere. Farnsworth invented the television, and tons and tons of others, endless stories like this. Now you have a puzzle, right? And the conundrum, which is what is happening on the blank spot of the map? And then, of course, you also can't help noticing that the blank spot on the map, the Midwest and South, is also just defined Trump country. the Trump wilderness, right? It's that's interesting. How did that happen? Right? And so either you really, really, really have to believe the very, very strong version of the Vivek thesis or something, or you have to believe that that basically culture, the whole sort of civilization in the middle of the country and the south of the country is so deeply flawed, either inherently flawed or culturally flawed, such that for whatever reason they are not able to do the things that their parents or grandparents were able to do, or something else is happening. Would you care to guess on what else is happening?
I mean, what, affirmative action?
Affirmative action. Okay, this is very entertaining, right? What are the three things that we know about affirmative action? It is absolutely 100% necessary. However, it cannot explain the success of any one individual. Right. Nor does it have any victims at all.
And that can explain maybe the disproportionate, but like it surely doesn't explain why you're probably the only person in Silicon Valley from Wisconsin.
What educational institution in the last 60 years has won the Farm Boys from Wisconsin?
But what institution rejected Farm Boys from Wisconsin?
All of them.
All of them.
Of course. Okay, so we know this. We know this. The reason we know this is because of the Harvard and UNC Supreme Court cases. So this was like 3 years ago. These were big court cases. And, because the idea of affirmative action has been litigated for many, many, many years and through many court cases. And the Supreme Court repeatedly in the past had upheld that it was a completely legitimate thing to do. And a lot of these, and there's basically two categories of affirmative action that I hear now. Right. One is the admissions into educational institutions, and then the other is jobs, right? Getting hired. Like those are the two biggest areas. The education one is like super potent. It has been a super potent political issue for a very long time. For all people have written and talked about this for many decades. I don't need to go through it. There's many arguments for why it's important. There's many arguments as to how it backfired. It's been this thing, but the Supreme Court upheld it for a very long time. The most recent ruling, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have the exact reference in my head, but there was a case in 2003 that said that Senator Day O'Connor famously wrote that although it had been 30 years of affirmative action, and although it was not working remotely as it had been intended, she said that basically we need to try it for another 25 years. But she said basically as a message to future Supreme Court justices, if it hasn't resolved basically the issues it's intended to resolve within 25 years, then we should probably call it off. By the way, we're coming up on the 25 years. A couple years away. The Supreme Court just had these cases. There's a Harvard case and I think a University of California case. And what's interesting about those cases is the lawyers in those cases put a tremendous amount of evidence into the record of how the admissions decisions actually happen at Harvard and happen at UNC. And it is like every bit as cartoonishly garish and racist as you could possibly imagine. Because it's a ring of power. And if you're an admissions officer at a private university or an administrator, you have unlimited power to do what you want, and you can justify any of it under any of these rules or systems. And up until these cases, it had been a black box where you didn't have to explain yourself and show your work. And what the Harvard and USC cases did is they basically required showing your work. And so there was like all kinds of like phenomenal detail. I mean, number one is there were text messages in there that will just curl your hair of people, with students being spoken of, and just like crude racial stereotypes that would just make you want to jump out the window. It's horrible stuff. But also, there was statistical information. And of course, the big statistical kicker to the whole thing is that at top institutions, it's common for different ethnic groups to have different cutoffs for SAT that are as wide as 400 points. Right, so different groups. So specifically, Asians need to perform at 400 SAT points higher than the other ethnicities in order to actually get admitted. I mean, this is not even about. I mean, white people are a part of this, but like Asians are a very big part of this. And actually, the Harvard case is actually brought by an activist on behalf of actually the Asian students who are being turned away. And it's basically, I mean, it's the cliche now in the Valley and in the medical community, which is like if you want a super genius, you hire an Asian from Harvard. Because they are guaranteed to be freaking Einstein. Because if they weren't, they were never going to get admitted. Right? Almost all the qualified Asians get turned away. So they've been running this. It's a very, very explicit, very, very clear program. This, of course, has been a third rail of things that people are not supposed to discuss under any circumstances. The thing that has really changed the tenor on this is, I think, two things. Number one, those Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer do that. I will tell you, I don't believe there's a single education institution in America that is conforming with the Supreme Court ruling. I think they're all flagrantly ignoring it. We could talk about that.
Mostly because of momentum, probably, or what?
They are trying to make the world a better place. They are trying to solve all these social problems. They are trying to have diverse student populations. They are trying to live up to the expectations of their donors. They are trying to make their faculty happy. They are trying to have their friends and family think that they're good people. They're trying to have the press write nice things about them. It's nearly impossible for them. And to be clear, like nobody has been fired from an admissions office for 25 years prior. What the Supreme Court now has ruled to be illegality. And so they're all the same people under the exact same pressures. And so, the numbers are moving a little bit, but I don't know anybody in the system who thinks that they're compliant. Like, who's in charge in the rank ordering of who rules who? The universities rule the Supreme Court way more than the Supreme Court rules the universities. Right. Well, another example of that is I think it's every sitting member of the Supreme Court right now went to either Harvard or Yale. right? Like the level of incestuousness here is like anyway. So there's that. And so this has been running for a very long time. So one is the Harvard and UNC cases kind of gave up the game, number one. Or at least showed what the mechanism was. And then number two, the other thing is obviously the aftermath of October 7th, right? And what we discovered was happening with Jewish applicants. And what was happening at all the top institutions for Jewish applicants was they were being managed down, they were being actively managed down as a percentage of the base. Let's see, I've heard reports of like extremely explicit basically plans to manage the Jewish admissions down to their representative percentage of the U.S. population, which is 2%. And you know, there's a whole backstory here, which is 100 years ago, Jews were not admitted into a lot of these institutions, and then there was a big campaign to get them in. Once they could get in, they immediately became 30% of these institutions because there's so many smart, talented Jews. So it went from 0% to 30%, and then the most recent generation of leadership has been trying to get it down to 2%. And a lot of Jewish people, at least a lot of Jewish people I know, sort of, they kind of knew this was happening, but they discovered it the hard way after October 7th, right? And so all of a sudden, so basically the Supreme Court case meant that you could address this in terms of the Asian victims. The October 7th meant you could address it in terms of the Jewish victims. And for sure, both of those groups are being systematically excluded, right? And then, of course, there's the thing that you basically can't talk about, which is all the white people are being excluded. And then it turns out it's also happening to Black people. And this is the thing that like blew my freaking mind when I found out about it. So I just assumed that like this was great news for like American Blacks, because like, you know, obviously if, you know, whites, Asians, and Jews are being excluded, then, you know, the whole point of this in the beginning was to get the black population up, and so this must be great for American Blacks. So then I discovered this New York Times article from 2004 called Blacks Are Being Admitted into Top Schools at Greater Numbers, but Which Ones? And again, and by the way, this is in the New York Times. This is not in like, you know, whatever, National Review. This is New York Times, 2004. And the two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Louis Gates, who's the dean of the African American Studies, you know, community in the United States, super brilliant guy, and then Lonnie Guinier, who was a potential Supreme Court appointee under, I think, she was a close friend of Hillary Clinton, and there was for a long time she was on the short list for Supreme Court, so one of the top, you know, jurists, lawyers in the country, both Black. Sort of legendarily successful in the academic and legal worlds, and Black. And they are quoted as the authorities in the story, and the story that they tell is actually it's amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place, and the government. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the Black admits into a place like Harvard were not American-born Blacks. They were foreign-born Blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and have been very successful. Nigerian Americans as a group, like, way outperform. They're, you know, just a super smart cohort of people. And then West Indian Blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, like, there's two sort of examples of that. And so basically what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Guinier said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify a recruit, make successful whatever it was, American-born native Blacks. And so therefore they were using high skill immigration as an escape hatch to go get Blacks from other countries. And then this was 2004 when you could discuss such things. Obviously that is a topic that we have discussed since. It has sailed on. All of the DEI programs in the last 20 years have had this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of Black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, it's obviously not us that are getting these slots. We're literally competing with people who are being imported. And you know, if you believe in the basis of affirmative action, you are trying to make up for historical injustice of American Black slavery. So the idea that you import somebody from, you know, Nigeria that never experienced that, you know, is like tremendously insulting to Black Americans. Anyway, so you can see where I'm heading with this. We have been in a 60-year social engineering experiment to exclude native-born people from the educational slots and jobs that high school immigration has been funneling foreigners into. Right. And so it turns out it's not a victim-free thing. There's like 100% there's victims because why? There's only so many, for sure there's only so many education slots, and for sure there's only so many of these jobs. Right. You know, Google only hires so many, you know, whatever level 7 engineers. Right. And so that's the other side of it. right? And so you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a, Black American whose ancestors arrived here, on a slave ship 300 years ago in Louisiana, or a, Cambodian immigrant in, the Bronx, and you're a kid, or a Jewish immigrant, or from a very successful Jewish family. And your entire, for 3 generations, you and your parents and grandparents went to Harvard. And what all of those groups know is the system that has been created is not for them. Right? It's designed specifically to exclude them. And then what happens is all of these tech people will show people that and say, yeah, let's bring in more foreigners. Right. And so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore, I don't think, just have the quote high skill immigration conversation for either education or for employment, without also having the DEI conversation. And then underneath, and the DEI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's the affirmative action conversation, and you need to actually deal with this as substance and to see what's actually happening to people who join these topics. And I think it is much harder to make the moral claim for high school immigration, given the extent to which DEI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
Okay, so first of all, that was brilliantly laid out, the nuance of it. So just to understand, it's not so much criticism of H-1B, high school immigration. It's that there needs to be more people saying, yay, we need more American-born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading every message on this and not saying anything. And when I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious love of the book.
Yeah, that's very zen.
Yes. Thank you. No, it wasn't. There was tremendous waves on the other side of it, but
sure.
So I was waiting for the dog that didn't bark, right? And the dog that didn't bark was, I did not, and you tell me if you saw one, I did not see a single example of somebody pounding the table for more high school immigration who was also pounding the table to go get more smart kids who are already here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There really was a divide.
But it was like, literally, it was like the proponents of high school. And again, this was me for a very long time. I kind of took myself by surprise on this because I was on, I had the much, say, simpler version of the story for a very, like I said, I've been in Washington many times under past presidents lobbying for this. By the way, never made any progress, which we can talk about. Like, it never actually worked. I've been on the other side of this one, but I was literally sitting there being like, all right, which of these like super geniuses, who, many of whom, by the way, are very, successful high school immigrants or children of high school immigrants, which of these super geniuses are going to like say, actually, we have this like incredible talent source here in the country, which again, to be clear, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about Native born Americans, whites, Asians, Jews, blacks, for sure, those 4 groups.
But also white people.
Yeah, and also white people.
People that are making the case for American-born hires are usually not also supporting H-1B. It's an extreme divide, and those people that are making that case are often not making it in a way that's like making it in quite a radical way.
Yeah. But you have this interesting thing. You have a split between the sides that I've noticed, which is one side has all of the experts. Right, and I'm using script for people listening to audio. I'm making quotes in the air with my fingers as vigorously as I can.
Yeah.
One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people who are like, they know that something is wrong and they don't quite know how to explain it. And what was so unusual about the Harvard UNC cases, by the way, in front of the Supreme Court, is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time actually put all this evidence together and actually put it in the public record. They actually had experts, which is just really rare. Generally, what you get is because if you don't have experts, what do you have? You know something is wrong, and you have primarily an emotional response. You feel it, but can you put it in the words and tables and charts, that a certified expert can? Yeah, no, you can't. Like that's not who you are. That doesn't mean that you're wrong, and it also doesn't mean that you have less of a moral stance. And so it's just like, all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square the circle. I think there's a way to have our cake and eat it too. Like I think there'd be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is to look at these issues combined. Look at the DEI combined with high school immigration. It so happens the DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for roughly 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities to do that. They are still doing it, but they should stop. And then there are more and more, you've seen more companies now also ditching the DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate lawyers will tell you that the Supreme Court rulings in education either already apply to businesses or it just is a clear foreshadowing. The Supreme Court will rule on new cases that will ban on businesses. And so there is a moment here to be able to look at this on both sides. Let me add one more nuance to it that makes it even more complicated.
Yeah.
So the cliche is we're going to brain drain the world, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world, we're going to bring them here, we're going to educate them, and we're going to keep them, and then they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right?
In the cliche, that's a super positive thing.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world?
They lose.
Well, how fungible are people? How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there in the world? And if there's a lot, that's great. But if there just aren't that many, then they all come here. And they all aren't where they would be otherwise. What happens to all those other places? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable as a society talking about the fact that people aren't just simply all the same. It's a whole thing we could talk about, but also we are purely the beneficiary of this effect, right? We are brain draining the world, not the other way around. There's only 4, so if you look at the flow of high-skill immigration over time, and there's only 4 permanent sinks of high-skill immigration from places people will go. It's the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Australia. It's the 4 of the five eyes. It's the major Anglo-Saxon countries, and so for those countries, this seems like a no-lose proposition. It's all the other countries that basically what we 4 countries have been doing is draining all the smart people out. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone is 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high-skilled people over time have been migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think it's the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of the peripheral Eurozone countries, and the one where this really hit the fan was in Greece, right? So Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then you're running the government in Greece, and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development plan together. All of your smart young kids have left. Like, what are you going to do, right? By the way, this is a potential. I don't care a lot about Ukraine. This is a potential crisis for Ukraine, not because, in part because of this, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians, of course, and so we've been brain draining Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does tend to cause people to migrate out. And so, when it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild as a peaceful country, is it going to have the talent base even that it had 5 years ago? It's like a very big important question. By the way, Russia, like we have brain drain a lot of really smart people out of Russia. A lot of them are here, but over the last 30 years. And so there's this thing. It's actually really funny to think about it. Like the one thing that we know to be the height of absolute evil that the West ever did was colonization and resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute evil was when the Portuguese and English and everybody else went and had these colonies and then went in and we took all the oil and we took all the diamonds and we took all the whatever, lithium or whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason, we realize that that's a deeply evil thing to do when it's a physical resource, when it's a non-conscious physical matter. For some reason, we think it's completely morally acceptable to do it with human capital. In fact, we think it's glorious and beautiful and wonderful, and the great flowering of peace and harmony and moral justice of our time to do it. And we don't think for 1 second what we're doing to the countries that we're pulling all these people out of. And this is one of these things, like, I don't know, like maybe we're just going to live in this delusional state forever and we'll just keep doing it and it'll keep benefiting us and we just won't care what happens. But like, I think there may come, this is like one of these submarines under 10 feet under the waterline. Like, I think it's just a matter of time until people suddenly realize, oh my God, what are we doing? Because like, we need the rest of the world to succeed too, right? Like, we need these other countries to like flourish. Like, we don't want to be the only successful country in the middle of just like complete chaos and disaster. And we just extract and we extract and we extract and we don't think twice about it.
This is so deeply profound, actually. So what is the cost of winning, quote unquote, if these countries are drained in terms of human capital? On the level of geopolitics, what does that lead to? Even if we talk about wars and conflict and all of this, we actually want them to be strong in the way we understand strong, not just in every way, so that cooperation and competition can build a better world for all of humanity. It's interesting. This is one of those truths where you just speak and it resonates, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is what you were sitting in the gym it's boiling over. So all that said,
Yeah.
there's still to use some good to the H1B.
Okay, so then you get this other. Okay, so then there's
Come all the way around.
There's another nuance. So there's another nuance, which is mostly the Valley. We don't use H1Bs anymore. Mostly we use O1s. So there's a separate class of visa, and the O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is the super genius visa. So the O1 is basically our founder. Like when we have somebody from anywhere in the world and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology and they want to come to the U.S. and start a company, they come in through an O1 visa. And that actually is like it's a fairly high bar. It's a high acceptance rate, but it's like a pretty high bar, and they do a lot of work, and there's like you have to put real work into it, really prove your case. Mostly what's happened to the H-1B visa program is that it has gone to basically two categories of employers. One is basically a small set of big tech companies that hire in volume, which is exactly the companies that you would think. And then the other is it goes to these, what they call kind of the mills, the consulting mills, right? And so there's these set of companies with names, I don't want to pick on companies, but names like Cognizant that hire, basically have their business model. It's primarily Indian, bringing in primarily Indians in large numbers, and they often have offices next to company-owned housing, and they'll have organizations that are organizations that are literally thousands of Indians living and working in the U.S. and they do basically call it mid-tier like IT consulting. So these folks, they're making good wages, but they're making $60,000 a year, $100,000 a year, not the $300,000 that you make in the Valley. And so, like in practice, the startups, basically, like little tech, as we call it, or the startup world, mainly doesn't use H1Bs at this point, and mainly can't because the system is kind of rigged in a way that we really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon's I love Amazon, but like they're a big, powerful company. They've got more money than God. They've got resources. They've got long-term planning horizon. They do big, profound things over decades at a time. They could, or any of these other companies could launch massively effective programs to go recruit the best and brightest from all throughout the country. And you'll notice they don't do that. They bring in 10,000, 20,000 H1Bs a year. And so you've got a question there. And then these mills, like there's lots of questions around them, whether they should, whether that's even ethical. I don't want to say they're unethical, but there's questions around like exactly what the trade-offs are there. And so, this is like a Pandora's box that really, nobody really wanted to open. To play devil's advocate on all this, in terms of like national immigration issues, none of this is like a top-end issue just because the numbers are small, right? And so, I don't think, the administration has said like this is not like a priority of theirs for right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of nuance here. I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who are, who came over on H-1Bs or O1s, green cards, many are now citizens, and, every single one of them was, not every single one, a lot of them were enthusiastic to, defend the honor of immigrants throughout this whole period, and they said to me, it's like, well, Mark, how can we more clearly express, the importance of high school immigration to the U.S.? And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our data foreign talent. And because, like, do you want to inflame the issue or do you want to diffuse the issue? Right, and I think the answer is to diffuse the issue. Let me give you one more positive scenario, and then I'll also beat up on the university some more. Do you know about the National Merit Scholarship System? Have you heard about this?
Not really.
So there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and it is basically it was created I think in the 50s or 60s when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and the brightest. As heretical an idea as that sounds today. And so it's basically a national talent search for basically IQ. Its goal is to identify basically the top 0.5% of the IQ in the country. By the way, completely regardless of other characteristics. So there's no race, gender, or any other aspect to it. It's just going for straight intelligence. It uses the PSAT, which is the preparatory SAT that you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's a straight PSAT stat scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ, which it is. They run this every year. They identify. It's like they get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, of 18-year-olds in a given year who score highest on the PSAT, and then they get down to they further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then it's like the scholarship amount is like $2,500, right? So it's like it was a lot of money 50 years ago, not as much today. But it's a national system being run literally to find the best and brightest. How many of our great, powerful universities use this as a scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. They have full-time scouts who go out and they go to every high school and they try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, into all these leagues. How many of our great, powerful, and enlightened universities use the national merit system to go do a talent search for the smartest kids and just bring them in?
Let me guess, very few.
Zero.
As you say it, that's brilliant. There should be that same level of scouting for talent internally.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if I haven't beaten it to death. The SAT has changed. So the SAT used to be a highly accurate proxy for IQ. That caused a bunch of problems. People really don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed over the last 50 years by the College Board that runs it, and it has been essentially, like everything else, it's been dumbed down. And so in two ways. Number one, it's been dumbed down where an 800 from 40 years ago does not mean what an 800 means today. And 40 years ago, it was almost impossible to get an 800. Today there's so many 800s that you could stock the entire identity with 800s, right? And so it's been literally dumbed down. And then two is they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the G loading, and so they've tried to detach it from being an IQ proxy, because IQ is such an inflammatory concept, and the consequence of that is, and this is sort of reverse, they've made it more coachable. Right, so the SAT 40 years ago, coaching didn't really work, and more recently it has really started to work. And one of the things you see is that Asian spike. You see this giant leap upward in Asian performance over the last decade, and I think, looking at the data, I think a lot of that is because it's more coachable now, and the Asians do the most coaching. So there's a bunch of issues with this, and so the coaching thing is really difficult, because the coaching thing is a subsidy then to the kids whose parents can afford coaching. Right, and I don't know about you, but where I grew up, there was no SAT coaching. So there's like an issue there. I didn't even know what the SAT was until the day I took it, much less that there was coaching, much less that it could work. So much less we could afford it. So number one is issues there. But the other issue there is, think about what's happened by the dumbing down. 800 no longer captures all this money. 800 is too crude of a test. It's like the AI benchmarking problem. It's the same problem they have in AI benchmarking right now. 800 is too low of a threshold. There are too many kids scoring 800. Because what you want is whatever, if it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what it is, it's going to be 50,000 kids a year scoring 800. You also then want kids to be able to score 900 and 1,000 and 1,100 and 1,200, and you want to ultimately get to, you'd like to ultimately identify the top 100 kids and make sure that you get them in MIT. And the resolution of the test has been reduced so that it actually is not useful for doing that. And again, I would say this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taken place throughout this entire system, where we have been heading in the reverse direction from wanting to actually go get the best and brightest and actually put them in the places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be, the great thing about standardized testing and the national merit system is it's, like I said, it's completely race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic, it's only done on test scores. And you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is, for sure, it's the closest thing that we had to get to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed merit to win the Cold War. And of course, we could choose to do that anytime we want. And I just say, I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities that do this today. So back to the immigration thing, just real quick. It's like, okay, we aren't even trying to go get smart kids in the center and south. And even if they think that they can get in these places, they get turned down. And the same thing for the smart Asians, and the same thing for the smart Jews, and the same thing for the smart Black people. And like, it's just like I don't know how. Like I don't know how that's wrong. Like I don't get it at all.
As you said about the 800, so I took the SAT and the ACT many times, and I've always gotten perfect at math 800. It's just, and I'm not special. Like it doesn't identify genius. I think you want to search for genius, and you want to create measures that find genius of all different kinds, speaking of diversity. And I guess we should reiterate and say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes, but say we should hire more and more native born.
Well, you asked me in the beginning, like, what's the most optimistic forecast, right, that we could have? And the most optimistic forecast would be, my God, what if we did both?
that's the reasonable, the rational, the smart thing to say here. In fact, we don't have to have a war.
Well, it would diffuse the entire issue.
Yeah.
If everybody in the center and the south of the country and every Jewish family, Asian family, black family knew they were getting a fair shake, like, it would diffuse the issue. Like, how about diffusing the issue? Like, what a crazy radical. Sorry, I don't mean to really get out of my skis here, but
I think your profile on X states it's time to build. It feels like 2025 is a good year to build. So I wanted to ask your advice, and maybe for advice for anybody who's trying to build, so who's trying to build something useful in the world. Maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps, services, whatever, ship software products. So maybe by way of advice, how do you actually get shipping?
so, I mean, a big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of a legit revolution. I know you've been talking about this on your show, but like AI coding. I mean, this is the biggest earthquake to hit software in certainly my life. Maybe since the invention of software. And I'm sure we're involved in various of these companies, but these tools, from a variety of companies are like absolutely revolutionary. And they're getting better with each every day. And you know all this, but like the thing with coding, like there's like open questions of whether AI can get better at, like, I don't know, understanding philosophy or whatever, creative writing or whatever. But like for sure we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. And so there's all these methods of synthetic data, self-training, and reinforcement learning that for sure you can do with coding. And so everybody I know who works in the field says AI coding is going to get to be phenomenally good. And it's already great. And you can, anybody who wants to see this, just go on YouTube and look at AI coding demos. Little kids making apps in 10 minutes and working with an AI coding system. And so I think it's the golden age. I think this is an area where it's clearly the golden age. The tool set is extraordinary. In a day, as a coder, for sure, in a day, you can retrain yourself. Start using these things, get a huge boost in productivity. As a non-coder, you can learn much more quickly than you could before.
That's actually a tricky one in terms of learning as a non-coder to build stuff. I feel like you still need to learn how to code. It becomes a superpower. It helps you be much more productive. Like you could legitimately be a one-person company and get quite far.
I agree with that. That's your point. So I think for sure for quite a long time, the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually having AIs code things, because they're going to understand very basic. They're going to understand what's happening, right? They're going to be able to evaluate the work, and they're going to be able to, literally like manage AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handwriting the code, they're just going to have a much better sense of what's going on. So I definitely think like 100%, my 9-year-old is like doing all kinds of coding classes, and he'll keep doing that for certainly through 18. We'll see after that. And so, like, for sure that's the case. But look, having said that, one of the things you could do with AI is say, teach me how to code, right? And there's a whole bunch of, names of Khan Academy. Like, there's a whole bunch of work that they're doing at Khan Academy for free. And then we have this company Replit, which was originally specifically built for kids for coding. That has AI built in, which is absolutely extraordinary now. And then there's a variety of other systems like this. The AI is going to be able to teach you to code. The AI, by the way, is, as you know, spectacularly good at explaining code, right? And so, the tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base, so you can literally ask the code base questions about itself. And you can also just do the simple form, which is you can copy and paste code into ChatGPT and just ask it to explain it, what's going on, rewrite it, improve it, make recommendations. And so there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, even more broadly than code, you want to make a video game. Okay, now you can do AI, art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? And so all of a sudden, you don't need designers, you don't need, voice actors. So there's just unlimited. And then I think it's, a big part of coding is so-called glue. It's interfacing into other systems. So it's interfacing into Stripe to take payments or something like that. And AI is fantastic at writing glue code. So really, really good at making sure that you can plug everything together. Really good at helping you figure out how to deploy. We're going to write a business plan for you. So it's just this. It's like everything happening with AI right now. It's like this latent superpower, and there's this incredible spectrum of people who have really figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who aren't even aware it's happening, and there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not, but I think there are lots of non-coders that are off to the races, and I think there are lots of professional coders who are still like, the blacksmiths are not necessarily in favor of car business. There's a William Gibson quote: "The future is here; it's just not evenly distributed yet." And this is maybe the most potent version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old meme with the bell curve. The people on both extremes say AI coding is the future. It's very common for programmers to say, if you're any good of a programmer, you're not going to be using it. That's just not true. I consider myself a reasonably good programmer, and my productivity has been just skyrocketed. The joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming is more efficient, more productive, more fun, all that kind of stuff.
I would also say code has anything in like industrial society. Code has the highest elasticity, which is to say the easier it is to make it, the more it gets made. Like I think effectively there's a limited demand for code. Like in other words, like there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, a feature that you can add, or a thing that you can optimize. And so like overwhelmingly, the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of even the ideas we have today, and then we come up with new ideas all the time. And so I think that like, I was late these early 90s when sort of automated coding systems started to come out. Expert systems, big deal in those days, and there was a famous book called The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer. That predicted that these new coding systems were going to mean we wouldn't have programmers in the future. And of course, the number of programming jobs exploded by like a factor of 100. Like my guess will be we'll have more. My guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably by like an order of magnitude 10 years from now. It will be different. There'll be different jobs. They'll involve multi-streaming and but there will be creating so much more software that the whole industry will just explode in size.
Are you seeing the size of companies decrease in terms of startups? Or what's the landscape in little tech?
All we're seeing right now is the AI hiring boom of all time.
For the big tech.
People and little tech. Everybody's trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's just, it's 100%. There's a handful of companies. There's a little bit. There's customer service. We have some companies and others. I think it's Klarna that's publicizing a lot of this in Europe. Where there are jobs that can be optimized and jobs that can be automated, but like for engineering jobs, like it's just an explosion of hiring. At least so far, there's no trace of any sort of diminishing effect. Now, having said that, I am looking forward to the day. I am waiting for the first company to walk in and say yes, like the more radical form of it. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of two kinds. We see the companies that are basically sometimes use weak form, strong form. So the weak form companies sometimes use the term is called the sixth bullet point. AI is the sixth bullet point of whatever they're doing.
Sure.
Right. It's on the slide, right? So they've got the whatever dot, and then AI is the sixth thing. And the reason AI is the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI revolution started. So they just added the sixth bullet point on the slide, which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button up in the corner, right? The little sparkly button.
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden Gmail is offering to summarize your email, which I'm like, I don't need that. Like I need to answer my email, not summarize it. Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like, I don't know, putting sugar on the cake or something. But then we see the strong form, which is the companies that are building from scratch for AI, right? And they're building. And I actually just met with a company that is building literally an AI email system as an example. So just
nice. I can't wait.
Yeah, they're going to completely right. So the very obvious idea, very smart team. It's going to be great. And then Notion just they're not one of our companies, but just came out with a product. And so now companies are going to basically come through, sweep through, and they're going to do basically AI first versions of basically everything. And those are like companies built. AI is the first bullet point, strong form of the argument.
Yeah, Cursor is an example of that. They basically said, okay, we're going to rebuild the thing with AI as the first version.
What if we knew from scratch? And again, this is part of the full employment act for startups and VCs is just like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually need to start the product development process over from scratch because you need to reconceptualize the product, and then usually what that means is you need a new company because most incumbents just won't do that. So that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is the company where it's like, no, our org chart is redesigned as a result of AI, right? And so I'm waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be we're going to have like the human executive team, and then we're going to have AIs be the workers, right? So we'll have VP of engineering supervising 100 instances of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe, right? By the way, or maybe the VP of engineering should be the AI. Maybe supervising human coders who are supervising AIs, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is managing, because it's like not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI is actually pretty good at, right? Performance evaluation coaching. And so should it be an AI executive team? And then, of course, the ultimate question, which is AI CDO, right? And then, maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes fully autonomous. Yeah, what if you really set one of these things loose and let it basically publish out the business? And so I will say, like, we're not yet seeing those, and I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then I think it's a little bit of you really do need at that point, like a founder who's really willing to break all the rules and really willing to take the swing. And those people exist, and so I'm sure we'll see that.
And some of it is, as you know, with all the startups, this is the execution. The idea that you have a AI first email client seems like an obvious idea, but actually creating one, executing it, and then taking on Gmail is really difficult. I mean, Gmail it's fascinating to see Google can't do it because why? Because of momentum, because it's hard to re-engineer the entirety of the system. It feels like Google is perfectly positioned to do it. Same with like Perplexity, which I love. Like Google could technically take on Perplexity and do it much better, but they haven't, not yet. So it's fascinating why that is for large companies. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. They can be agile.
Yeah, that's right.
They can move fast.
Yeah, little companies can break glass in a way big companies can't.
Right.
This is sort of the big breakthrough that QuickBooks had in the innovators dilemma, which is sometimes when big companies don't do things, it's because they're screwing up, and that certainly happens. But a lot of times they don't do things because of the break of class. Specifically, it would interfere with their existing customers and their existing businesses, and they just don't do that. And by the way, responsibly, they shouldn't do that. Right? And so they just get, this is quite precious, this big thing is they often don't adapt because they are well run, not because they're poorly run. But they're optimizing machines. They're optimizing against the existing business. And as you kind of just said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for large organizations. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and actually does it. But for the most part, like this is a very predictable form of human behavior. And this fundamentally is why startups exist.
It feels like 2025 is when the race for dominance in AI will see some winners. I think it's a big year. So who do you think wins the race? OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI? Who do you think wins the AI race?
I would say I'm not going to predict. I'm going to say there's questions all over the place. And then we have this category question we call the $1 trillion question, which is like literally depending on how it's answered, people make or lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion questions right now that are hanging out there, which is an unusually large number. And I'll just hit a few of them and we can talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is chain of thought. How far can you push that in reinforcement learning? And then another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions, which the U.S. and the EU have both been flunking dramatically, and the U.S. hopefully is about to really succeed at. And then there's probably another half dozen big important questions after that. And so these are all just like, say this is an industry that's in flux in a way that even more dramatic, I think, than the ones I've seen before. And look, the most obvious example of flux is sitting here less than 3 years ago, sitting here in December of 22, we would have said that OpenAI is just running away with everything. And sitting here today, it's like, there's at least 6, world-class God model companies and teams that are, by the way, generating remarkably similar results. That's actually been one of the most shocking things to me. It's like it turns out that once you know that it's possible to build one incredibly smart Turing test passing large language model, which was a complete shock and surprise to the world, it turns out within a year you can have 5 more. There's also a money component thing to it, which is to get the money to scale one of these things into the billions of dollars. There's basically right now only 2 sources of money that will do that for you. One is the hyperscalers giving you money, which you turn around and round trip back to them, or foreign sovereigns, other country sovereign wealth funds, which could be difficult in some cases for companies to access. So there's maybe another $1 trillion question is the financing question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been public about the fact that he wants to transition AI from being a nonprofit to being a for-profit. The way that is legally done is that there is a way to do it. There is a way in U.S. law to do it. The IRS and other legal entities, government entities, scrutinize this very carefully because the U.S. takes foundation nonprofit law very seriously because of the tax exemptions. And so historically the way that you do it is you start a for-profit and then you raise money with the for-profit to buy the assets of the nonprofit at fair market value. And the last financing round of OpenAI was $150 billion. And so logically, if the flip is going to happen, the for-profit has to go raise $150 billion out of the chute to buy the assets. Raising $150 billion is a challenge. So is that even possible? If that is possible, then OpenAI maybe is off to the races as a for-profit company. If not, I don't know. And then obviously the Elon lawsuit. So just because they're the market leader today, there's big important questions there. Microsoft has this kind of love-hate relationship with them. Where does that go? Apple's lagging badly behind, but they're very good at catching up. Amazon is primarily hyperscaler, but they now have their own models.
And then there's the other questions like you laid out brilliantly, briefly and brilliantly, open versus closed, big versus little models, synthetic data, that's a huge, huge question. And then test on compute with chain of thought, with all of that. And this is fascinating. These are, I think it's fair to say, trillion-dollar questions.
It's a bit like, look, it's just like, here's a trillion-dollar question, which is kind of embedded in that, which is hallucinations, right? So if you are trying to use these tools creatively, you're thrilled because they can draw new images and they can make new music and they can do all this incredible stuff, right? They're creative. The flip side of that is you need them to be correct. They can't be creative. That's the term hallucination. And these things do hallucinate. And there have been court cases already where lawyers have submitted legal briefs that contain made-up court citations, case citations. The judge is like, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. And the very next question is, did you write this yourself? And the lawyer goes,
I mean, that's why with Elon with Rock,
yes,
looking for truth. I mean, that's an open technical question. How close can you get to truth with LLMs?
Yeah, that's right. And my sense, this is a very contentious topic in the industry. My sense is, if to the extent that there is a domain in which there is a definitive and checkable and provable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, coding satisfies that, and maybe some other fields, then you should be able to generate synthetic data. You should be able to do chain of thought reasoning. You should be able to do reinforcement learning, and you should be able to ultimately, eliminate hallucinations. By the way, that's a $1 trillion question right there, is whether that's true. But then there's questions like, okay, is that going to work in a more general way? Like, so for example, one possibility is these things are going to get truly superhuman at math and coding, but at like discussing philosophy, they're basically as smart as they're ever going to be, and they're going to be kind of, say midwit grad student level. And the theory there would just be they're already out of training data. Like they literally, if talk to these people, like literally the big models are like within a factor of 2x of consuming all the human generated training data, to the point that some of these big companies are literally hiring people like doctors and lawyers to sit and write the training data by hand. And so does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to be better at philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write new content? But is anybody going to do that? And so, maybe these things are topping out in certain ways and then these in other ways. And so, anyway, so we just don't, I guess this is maybe my main conclusion is I don't, anybody telling you these big sweeping conclusions, this whole super, all of these abstract, generalized superintelligence, AGI stuff, like it, maybe it's the engineer in me, but like, no, like that's not that's too abstract. Like it's got to actually work. And then, by the way, it has to actually work. I mean, this is a problem right now with the big models. The big models are like really difficult. They're quite slow. Another $1 trillion question: future chips, which I know you talk a lot about. Another $1 trillion question. I mean, all the global issues. Oh, another $1 trillion question: censorship. Right, like and all the, as they say, all the human feedback training process. Exactly what are you training these things to do? What are they allowed to talk about? How long do they give you these? How often do they give you these incredibly preachy moral lectures? Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run its education system, healthcare system, news system, political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most extreme left-wing California politics? right? Because that's kind of what they have on offer right now. And I think the answer to that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about like what, you know, and by the way, like what morality are these things going to be trained on, isn't it?
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's been happening over the past few months. Censorship on every level of these companies, and just the very idea of what truth means and what it means to expand the overton window of LLMs or the overton window of human discourse.
So what I experienced, like that's how we started. What I experienced was, all right, social media censorship regime from hell, debanking, right, at like a large scale, and then the war on the crypto industry, trying to kill it, and then basically declared intent to do the same thing to AI, and to put AI under the same kind of censorship and control regime as social media and the banks. And I think this election tips in America. I think this election tips us from a timeline in which things are going to get really bad on that front to a timeline in which I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside the U.S. And the EU is doing their thing. They're being extremely draconian, and they're trying to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now. That's so harsh that even American AI companies are not even willing to launch their products in the EU right now. Like that's not going to last. But like, what happens there? Right, and what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies going to have to sign up for if they want to operate in the EU, or is the EU still capable of generating its own companies, or have we brain drained them so that they can't? So, big questions.
Quick questions. So you're very active on X, a very unique character, flamboyant, exciting, bold. You post a lot. I think there's a meme, I don't remember it exactly, but that Elon posted something like, inside Elon there are two wolves. One is, please be kind and more positive, and the other one is, I think, doing take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face guy. How many wolves are inside your mind when you're tweeting?
To be clear, a reference from the comedy classic Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder, yeah. Legendary movie.
Yes. Any Zoomers listening to this who haven't seen that movie, go watch it immediately.
Yeah, there's nothing offensive about it.
Nothing offensive about it at all. Yeah, no, look, I just start by saying, like, I'm not supposed to be doing it. So,
yeah.
Yes. So, but,
So how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what to tweet?
I mean, I don't. Look, so I don't well enough. It's mostly an exercise in frustration. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it, and the glory of it is like it's instantaneous global communication. X in particular is like the town square on all these social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. But I mean, look, there's no question the format of at least the original tweet is prone to be inflammatory. I'm the guy who at one point the entire nation of India hated me because I once tweeted something. It turned out that it's politically sensitive, and the entire continent. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline and tweeting television news in each time zone in India for a single tweet. So like the single tweet out of context is a very dangerous thing. Obviously, X now has the middle ground where they now have the longer form essays, and so probably the most productive thing I can do is longer form, is longer form things.
You're not going to do it though, right?
I do from time to time. Sometimes I should do more. And then I mean, look, obviously X is doing great, and then like I said, like Substack has become the center for a lot of the I think the best kind of deeply thought through certainly intellectual content. Tons of current events stuff there as well. And then there's a bunch of other systems that are very exciting. So I think one of the things we can look forward to in the next 4 years is number one, just like a massive reinvigoration of social media as a consequence of the changes that are happening right now. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with that. And then it's happening on X, but it's not going to happen on other platforms. And then the other is crypto's going to come. Crypto's going to come back to life. And actually, that's very exciting. Actually, that's worth noting is that's another $1 trillion question on AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, especially in a world of AI agents. Imagine a world with billions or trillions of AI agents running around. They need an economy. And crypto, in our view, happens to be the ideal economic system for that, right? Because it's a programmable money. It's a very easy way to plug in and do that. And there's this transaction processing system that can do that. And so I think the crypto AI intersection, is potentially a very, very big deal. And so that was going to be impossible under the prior regime. I think under the new regime, hopefully it'll be something we can do.
Almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Yama Kun, what are your top 10 favorite things about Yama Kun? He's a brilliant guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys disagree on a lot of things, but I personally like vigorous disagreement. I, as a person in the stands, like to watch the gladiators go at it. And
he's a super genius. I mean, look, I would say we're super close, but casual friends. I worked with him at Meta. He's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time. He still, works with us, and obviously he's a legendary figure in the field, and many people responsible for what's happening. My serious observation would be that it's the thing I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to read and follow everything he does. Is I think, see if you agree with this, he is the smartest and most credible critic of LLMs as the path for AI. He's not, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who are just like crap and everything, but Jan has very deeply thought through basically theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary dead end. And I actually I try to do this thing where I try to model, I try to have a mental model of the two different sides of the serious argument. So I try to internalize that argument as much as I can, which is difficult because we're investing it behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, that could be a big problem. But we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge all the bullish people, to really kind of test their level of knowledge. So I like to kind of grill people. I got my CS degree 35 years ago, so I'm not deep in the technology. But if to the extent I can understand Jan's points, I can use them to to really surface a lot of the questions for the people who are more bullish, and that's been, I think, very productive. It's very striking that you have somebody who is that central in the space, who is actually a full-on skeptic. And again, this could go different ways. He could end up being very wrong. He could end up being totally right, or it could be that he will provoke the evolution of these systems to be much better than they would have been.
Yeah, he could be both right and wrong. First of all, I do agree with that. He's one of the most legit and rigorous and deep critics of the LLM path to AGI. The basic notion is that AI needs to have some physical understanding of the physical world, and that is very difficult to achieve with LLMs. And that is a really good way to challenge the limitations of LLMs. So he's also been a vocal and a huge proponent of open source, which is a whole other issue of it as well.
Which is very useful. Yeah.
And that's which is fascinating to watch.
And anti-Duma.
Anti-Duma. Yeah, he's
very anti.
He embodies. He also has many moves.
He does.
So it's been really, really fun to watch.
The other two. Okay, here's my other wolf coming out.
Yeah.
The other two of the three godfathers of AI are radicals, full on left, far left. I would say either Marxists or borderline Marxists, and they're quite extreme in their social and political views. And I think that feeds into their doomerism. And I think they are lobbying for draconian government. I think endlessly destructive government legislation, regulation. And so it's actually super helpful, super helpful. Yeah, as a counterpoint to those two.
Another fun question. Our mutual friend Andrew Huberman. So first, maybe what do you love most about Andrew, and second, what score on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think he would give you on your approach to health?
Oh,
3. You think you score that high, huh? Okay. That's good.
Exactly. Well, so he convinced me to stop drinking alcohol.
Successful.
Well, it was my favorite, other than my family, it was my favorite thing in the world. And so it was a major reduction. Having a glass of scotch at night was a major, it was the thing I would do to relax. And so he has profoundly negatively impacted my emotional health. I blame him for making me much less happy as a person, but much healthier, physically healthier. So that I credit him with that. I'm glad I did that. But then his sleep stuff, I'm not doing any of that. Yeah, I have no interest in his sleep shit. This whole natural light, we're not doing it.
Too hardcore.
I don't see any natural light here.
It's all covered. It's all horrible.
And I'm very happy. I would be very happy living and working here because I'm totally not seeing that natural light.
In darkness. That must be a metaphor for something.
Yes. It's a test. Look, it's a test of manhood as to whether you have a blue screen in your face for 3 hours and you go right to sleep. Like, I don't understand why you should want to take shortcuts.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. All right. So, let's see. You're exceptionally successful by most measures. But what to you is the definition of success?
I would probably say it is a combination of two things. I think it is contribution. So, have you done something that mattered ultimately? And specifically mattered to people. And then the other thing is, I think happiness is either overrated or almost a complete myth. And in fact, interesting, Thomas Jefferson did not mean happiness the way that we understand it when he said pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence. He meant it more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. So I think happiness is. So I think about happiness as the first ice cream cone makes you super happy. The first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the walk through the park. The 1,000th kiss is really good, but maybe just not right in a row. Right, and so happiness is this very fleeting concept. And the people who anchor on happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. So the deep sense of having been useful.
So that's a good place to arrive at in life.
Yeah. I mean, who was it who said that the source of all the ills in the world is man's inability to sit in a room by himself doing nothing? But like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself and you're like, all right, we're 4 a.m, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like, if you have, people I know who feel that way are pretty centered, and generally seem very, I don't know how to put it, pleased, but, proud, calm, at peace. The people who are, sensation seekers. Some of the sensations, by the way, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like into every form of extreme sport. They get huge satisfaction out of that. Or there's sensation seeking in sort of useful and productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. Zuckerberg was like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who end up drugs. Like sexual escapades that seem like they'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're able to be at peace by yourself in a room at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say happy, but I understand. Thomas Jefferson didn't mean it the way maybe I mean it. But I can be happy with myself at 4 a.m. through a blue screen.
That's good. Exactly.
Staring at a cursor. As a small tangent, a quick shout out to an amazing interview you did with Barry Weiss, and just to her in general. Barry Weiss of the Free Press. She has a podcast called Honestly with Barry Weiss. She's great. People should go listen. You were asked if you believe in God. One of the joys, we talked about happiness. One of the things that makes me happy is making you uncomfortable.
Thank you.
So this question is designed for, many of the questions today are designed for that. You were asked if you believe in God, and you said after a pause, you're not sure. So it felt like the pause, the uncertainty there was some kind of ongoing search for wisdom and meaning. Are you in fact searching for wisdom and meaning?
I guess I put it this way, there's a lot to just understand about people. I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that certainly is a simpler concept than God. So that's what I spent a lot of the last 15 years trying to figure out. I feel like I spent my first 30 years figuring out machines, and then now I'm spending 30 years figuring out people, which turns out to be quite a bit more complicated. And then I don't maybe God's the last 30 years or something. And then, look, I mean, just, like Elon, it's just like, okay, the known universe is very, complicated and mystifying. I mean, every time I pull up in astronomy, I get some green astronomy, and it's like, Daddy, how many galaxies are there in the universe? And how many galaxies are there in the universe?
100 billion.
Okay, like how?
Yeah.
Like how is that freaking possible? Like what? Like it's such a staggering concept that
I actually wanted to show you a tweet that blew my mind on a while back. He said, Elon said, as a friend called it, this is the ultimate skill tree. This is a wall of galaxies, 1 billion light years across. So these are all galaxies.
Yeah. Like, what the, like, how is it that big? Like, how the hell? Like, I can read this book into this or that, and maybe whatever, 8 billion years and the Big Bang and the whole thing. And then it's just like, all right, wow. And then it's like, all right, the Big Bang, all right, like, what was before the Big Bang?
You think we humans will ever colonize like a galaxy and maybe even go beyond?
Sure. I mean, yeah, in the fullest of time. Yeah.
Do you have that kind of optimism? You have that kind of hope that extends across thousands
In the
of years?
fullest of time, you know, all the problems, all the challenges with it that I do, but like, why not? In the fullest of time, it'll take a long time.
You don't think we'll destroy ourselves?
I doubt it. Fortunately, maybe giving us the backup plan. So I don't know. Like I grew up, rural Midwest, or just like conventionally kind of Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Got trained as an engineer and scientist. I'm like, oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. I'm like, I know. I'll spend my life as an empirical, rationalist. I'll figure everything out. And then, again, you walk up against these things. You bump up against these things, and you're just like, all right, okay, I guess there's a scientific explanation for this, but like, wow. And then there's like, all right, where did that come from? Right, and how far back can you go on the causality chain? And then and even just experiences in real life, it's hard to rationally explain it all. And then so yeah, I guess I just say I'm kind of radically open-minded, at peace with the fact that I'll probably never know. The other thing, though, that's happened, and maybe the more practical answer to the question is, I think I have a much better understanding now of the role that religion plays in society than I didn't have when I was younger. And my partner Ben has a great, he quotes his father on this. It's like, if a man does not have a real religion, he makes up a fake one. And the fake ones go very, very badly. And so there's this class. It's actually really funny. There's this class of intellectual that has what appears to be a very patronizing point of view, which is, yes, I'm an atheist, but it's very important that the people believe in something, right? And Marx had like the negative view on that, which was religion is the opiate of the masses. But there's a lot of like right-wing intellectuals who are themselves, I think, pretty atheist or agnostic, that are like, it's deeply important that the people be Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's arrogant and presumptive. But on the other hand, maybe it's right. Because, what have we learned in the last 100 years is in the absence of a real religion, people will make up fake ones. There's this writer, this is political philosopher who's super interesting on this, named Eric Vogelin. And he wrote in the sort of mid part of the century, mid-late part of the 20th century. He's like born in, I think, like 1900, like died in like 85. So he saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. Well, Ben himself, fled Europe. His sort of big conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism and fascism were basically religions, but like in the deep way of religions, like they were, you call it political religions, but they were like actual religions, and they were what Nietzsche forecasted when he said, God is dead, we've killed him, and we won't wash the blood off our hands for 1,000 years, right? Is we will come up with new religions that will just cause mass murder and death. And like you read this stuff now, and you're like, yep. That happened, right? And then, of course, as fully, elite moderates, of course, we couldn't possibly be doing that for ourselves right now, but of course, we are. And, I would argue that Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, we have been in a religious frenzy. The woke has been a full-scale religious frenzy, and has had all of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from patron saints to holy texts to, sin. It's that wokeness is at every aspect of a wokeness is that every single aspect of a actual religion other than redemption, right? Which is maybe like the most dangerous religion you could ever come up with, is the one where there's no forgiveness, right? So I think if Vogelin were alive, I think he would have zero rated on that and would have said that. And we just like sailed right off. I mentioned earlier, like we somehow rediscovered the religions of the Indo-Europeans were all into identity politics and environmentalism. Like I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, like there's something very deep going on in the psyche religion that is not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the specifics of it.
I think I speak for a lot of people. It's been a real joy and for me, an honor to get to watch you seek to understand the human psyche as you described during that 30-year part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? That's only. How long is that?
4 hours with Mark Andrews.
Okay.
It's like 40 hours of actual content. So.
I'll accept being one of the short ones.
For the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 20 more hours. And I need a nap.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Andrews. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jennifer Burns, a historian of ideas, including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the United States in the 20th century to today. She wrote 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. This was a super technical and super fascinating conversation. At the end, I make a few comments about my previous conversation with President Zelensky, for those of you who may be interested. This is a Let's Read podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Jennifer Burns. You have written 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, if we can, we will focus on each one separately, but first let's talk about the ideas the 2 of them held in common. The value of individual freedom, skepticism of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Can you talk about the big picture ideas they converge on?
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists, and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from that. They also both use this focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. So we can put them in a similar category. We can call them individualists. We could call them libertarians of a sort. They're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach thinking. You know, Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism, and he'll ultimately come down to freedom as his core value, his God, as he says. And so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for its own sake. He's justifying it for its ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also in the individual sense.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned a few, maybe in terms of who they are personally, maybe in terms of how they approach the justification for capitalism, maybe other ways.
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to his justification of capitalism, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it from the start. She really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings. And so she works from there, whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. So that's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's also deeply empirical. He spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, pulling data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world and using them to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she lives through the Russian Revolution and takes a very big lesson from that. But her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing it out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches. And then they lead, in some ways, to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with the pure beliefs. She doesn't want it to be diluted. You know, one of her favorite sayings was, you know, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more a half a loaf guy. You know, like, I'll take what I can get and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moves from being an economist into being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style. And then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she believes and support what she supports. And she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him, yet he's always willing to debate his opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. You know, he's the happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence, where Rand will lose debates because she gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So yeah, they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just re-listened to Ayn Rand's, I think, last lecture, or at least it's called that, and just the confrontational nature of how she answers questions, or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma to that. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but in very different styles. It seems like Ayn Rand is very cranky, but it's the most charismatic, cranky person I think I've ever listened to.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about meeting her and coming to believe in her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that then became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, or Rand kind of clothed it, as you said, in crankiness or anger. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier and angrier and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into this early moment when she was different and a little more open, and then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had a bit more intellectual humility, where he would be able to sort of evolve over time and be convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of the nuances of policy, the nuances of how he thought about economics or about the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong. And there are some things he said he was wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas hadn't mapped onto the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalization, you know, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would lead to a better world in all respects. And towards the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking, and that to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more set in his ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially as he's in the public eye and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life, him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something Rand could do.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where we should actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas, yes.
And so we're talking about today, in part, about two people who kind of fought for ideas, for an idea, like we mentioned, freedom for capitalism, and they did it in very different ways. And it's so interesting to see sort of the impact they both had, how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas like reverberated throughout society, and how we together as a society figure out what works. But the degree to which they have influence on the public, the degree to which they have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration, Nixon, and so on, and how it might return, like fade away, and then come back in modern times.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting if you just see this whole world as a game of ideas where we were like pushing and pulling and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got real excited over 100 years ago about communism, and then they try stuff out, and then the implementation broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are the two greats of playing with ideas. I think that's a thread that just runs through this.
Yeah, and a kind of pushing back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But one difference that I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. She's a philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. So she is working almost in a mythic register, much more in a psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with and people relate to experiences they've had. And that's one of the reasons she hits so deep. And she's also offering people, I read all the fan letters to her. People would say things like, I read The Fountainhead and now I'm getting a divorce. Having just these incredible realizations.
Milton Friedman didn't get such.
And Milton Friedman didn't get such things. Or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. A couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand. And I said, I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has that really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational, and she thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing a kind of mythopoetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, was much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking, and he provides a rational framework for understanding the world, and it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythologies, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them, and he's more kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into people's psyches and then take that emotional, psychological experience and fuse it to an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in to relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some ways she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy and kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there's still pragmatic ideas that are still important today from Milton Friedman, even just on the economics level. So let's dig in. Let me try. I took some notes. Let me try to summarize who Milton Friedman is, and then you can correct me. Okay, so he is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, I think, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated for free market capitalism and limited government intervention in the economy. Though you do give, I've listened to basically everything you have on the internet. You give some more depth and nuance on his views on this and in your books. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1976. He greatly influenced economic policies during the Reagan administration and other administrations. He was an influential public intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006. So that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really important, with the Great Depression, with the New Deal, World War II, with the post-war Reconstruction, the rise and fall of the Bretton Woods monetary system, we may talk about, the Cold War and all the conflicts involved in that, sort of the tensions around communism and so on, so the fall of the Soviet Union, and also he has some interesting relationships to China's economic transformation since the 1970s, the stagflation of the 1970s, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So, can you maybe continue this thread and give a big picture overview of the ideas he's known for?
Yeah, sure, and that's a great summary. You learn fast. So let me start with the economics, and then I can kind of transition to how he used those economic ideas to become a real voice in the American conservative movement, the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight 4 ideas or contributions or episodes. One was his work with Anna Schwartz in revising our understanding of the Great Depression. And that's tightly related to the second, which is the School of Monetarism that he and Schwartz really become founders of. Then there is the prediction of stagflation and the explanation of that in the 1970s, which really is one of these sort of career-making predictions. And we can dig into that. And then in terms of technical economics, he's known for the permanent income hypothesis, which he develops with a group of female collaborators that we can talk about. So those are kind of 4 technical pieces, end up being really brought together in what becomes the Chicago School of Economics. He's undoubtedly the head and the leader of the Chicago School of Economics. There's an earlier generation that he learns from. There's his generation. There's also the Chicago School of Law and Economics that's really profoundly influential. And then there'll be kind of a 3rd generation that he's somewhat distinct from, but that goes on to really shape economics. But let me go back to these kind of 4 pieces, and let me start with the Great Depression. So Milton Friedman actually lives through the Great Depression. He's in college when it hits, and he's in college, it's 1928 to 1932, and he's aware of the Depression, and he's deciding, should I study mathematics or should I study economics? And he's had some good economics teachers, but it's really the context. It's looking around at the slow, dissolving of economic prosperity. So he decides to go to Chicago. He decides to study economics. And what's really interesting is that the Great Depression is so unexpected, it's unpredicted, it's unprecedented, and economists are really struggling to know how to respond to it. And so he's going to arrive at the University of Chicago when the field is struggling to know what to do. So he's in this kind of really open space where the institutional economics of the 1920s has failed to predict, which was focused on business cycles. This is the irony. Their big thing was charting and understanding business cycles. And then we have the biggest business cycle of all time, and they haven't seen it coming, and they don't have a good explanation for it. And what he will get at Chicago is the remnants of a monetary understanding of the economy. And so his teachers, they don't know exactly what's going on, but they look first to the banking crisis. They look first to the 1933, it's bank runs, failures of maybe a third of American banks. It's huge, thousands of banks were failing per week. So they're focused on that. So that's the first kind of imprint he will have. The Great Depression has something to do with the banking system. The second imprint he will have is that all of his professors are profoundly concerned about the social crisis. They want relief programs. They want them now. They want bank regulation and financial reform. They're very active. This is not laissez-faire by any stretch of the imagination. So Friedman has that imprinting. And then he gets there in 32, 36, 37, the ideas of John Maynard Keynes from Britain, which has a different explanation. Keynes has a different explanation of the Great Depression. Will kind of make landfall in American economics and be very profoundly influential on most American economists, but Friedman it's too late for Friedman. He already has a different perspective. So Keynesianism unfolds. I can say more about that, but it basically leads to more active federal government participation in the economy. And what underlies a lot of that, its adaptation in America particularly, is the idea that capitalism has failed. Capitalism has revealed itself to have a profound flaw in that its cycles of boom and bust create social instability, chaos. It needs to be tamed. It needs to be regulated. And so that becomes the kind of baseline of politics in the United States, the understanding of the New Deal, the understanding of the Democratic Party, even to some extent the understanding of the Republican Party. And Friedman never quite sure about that. He has a hunch that there's something else going on, and he does not buy that capitalism has sort of ground to a halt, or the other idea is that capitalism has gone through some sort of phased transition. And it worked great maybe while we had a frontier. This is a very serious argument that people are making. The United States used to have a frontier, a place where, Europeans hadn't fully settled. Of course, they're pushing out native tribes. That's another story. But that this frontier is the engine of economic growth, and the frontier is now over, it's closed, and we're going to stagnate. There's a theory of secular stagnation. And so to deal with secular stagnation, we're just going to have a more active state. So Friedman is suspicious of all these assumptions. And he has this idea that it's something to do with money. Money is somehow important. And so he joins together with Anna Schwartz, who is an economist. She doesn't at this time hold a PhD. She's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And they come together to do the study of money in the U.S. economy. And it takes them 12 years to write the book. And they're releasing their ideas and they're arguing, and Friedman is writing papers, giving talks, saying money is really important. And nobody's really believing him. He's a crank. He's at Chicago. He's out, Chicago's a well-known university, but he's sort of considered a crank. And then in 1963, he and Anna Schwartz published this book, and it's, 800 pages. It's a reinterpretation of the history of the United States through money. Like the central character is money, whether it's specie, greenback, or the U.S. currency. And they have a whole chapter on the Great Depression. And what they've literally done, Schwartz has done most of this. Schwartz has gone to banks and said, show me your books. And then she's added up column by column. How much money is in your vault? How much money is on deposit? How much money is circulating? And so they literally have graphs. You can see them in the book of how much money has been circulating in the U.S. at various different points in time. And when they get to the Great Depression, they find the quantity of money available in the economy goes down by a third. And in some ways, this is completely obvious because so many banks have failed. And we don't have any type of bank insurance at that point. So if your bank goes under, your savings are there, the money is essentially vanishes. And it's fractional reserve banking, right? So you put in, they can loan up to 90% on their deposits. And so Friedman and Schwartz present this argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was this drop in the amount of money, the 30% drop in the money. They call it the Great Contraction. And then they go further and they say, well, how did this happen and why? And they pinpoint the Federal Reserve, which is a fairly new institution at that time. And they say, what did the Federal Reserve do? The lender of last resort. What did it do in the face of what they're depicting as a massive, unprecedented liquidity crisis? And they find it's not really doing much. And they really dig into the details, and they find that the Federal Reserve has gone through sort of personnel change, and some of the key leaders in the 1920s, Benjamin Strong is one of them, he's now deceased. And the dominance of the New York Federal Reserve, which in their telling, is global, it's interconnected, it's seen a lot of financial things come and go, and they believe that the New York Fed had the understanding to recognize this is a liquidity crisis. We should be very generous. We should support all the banks. Their influence has diminished for the kind of banks that are more, they don't say like the Rubes and the Hicks, but it basically is. It's like people in charge don't know what they're doing. And so the Fed pursues this kind of policy of masterly inactivity. They don't see it as a problem. They don't do much. There's an enormous liquidity crisis. And that's their version of what the Great Depression is all about. That it's a financial system meltdown. It's a liquidity crisis. And that it, in some ways, well, in many ways, they argue very strong counterfactual argument. The Federal Reserve could have prevented it, and it did not. And so it becomes then an institutional failure and a political failure, not a failure of capitalism as a system. And so this book comes out, it's a blockbuster, and even those economists who've been like, Friedman is a crank, I don't buy it, are like, Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz are onto something. And so that really changes the game. And this is also one of his most influential contributions, because Friedman and Schwartz becomes the playbook for the Federal Reserve. And we have lived through this, right? The financial crisis, the Federal Reserve is ready to blow. COVID, the Federal Reserve is all kinds of new things, because no Federal Reserve chair wants to be in Friedman and Schwartz 2.0 that somebody writes, where they're the bad guy who let the economy melt down. So, the specifics of what they say to do have obviously evolved as the system has changed, but this is a playbook for how to deal with economic crisis. It's Friedman and Schwartz. And so it's absolutely fundamental, and that is really going to be the place he makes his mark.
There's a lot of things to say here. So first, the book we're talking about is A Monetary History of the United States, in part for which Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize. You've also mentioned the influence of the Great Depression. If you're doing it, just rewind to that.
Yes.
So he went to, I guess, college in Rutgers.
That's right.
And he was, mathematical proclivities. So he was kind of wanted to be a mathematician. And so it's kind of a cool crossroads. It's interesting how the right time, the right person arrives, right? So you described this really well, that so he had this choice to be a mathematician or an economist. And an economist is the University of Chicago, a mathematician is Brown University, whichever. And then this is also the beginnings, as you've described, of mathematical economics. So he fits in nicely into this using, I think you said the number of equations started going up per paper, which is a really nice way to put it. So really, the right person at the right time, trying to solve this puzzle of the economy melting down. It's so interesting. Just one human. It's just from just zooming in on a single human making a decision about life, and it's hard to know when you're in it that the world is melting down from an economics perspective, and that I could do something about this to figure out what it is. And also, I'm going to reject the mainstream narrative about why this happened.
Yeah, so the other piece of the puzzle, when he goes to Rutgers, he thinks he'll be an actuary. So Milton Friedman's family, his parents are immigrants, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. They're pretty atypical in that they don't stay in New York, and they move to Rahway, New Jersey, and they put together a fairly middle-class life as kind of, they have a shop, they do some wholesale buying and selling, and then his father dies when he's 16. His life becomes more precarious. But it's never as precarious as he makes it out to be. He's got 3 older sisters. They earn a good living. Incidentally, they all have better grades in high school than he does, but he's the one that goes to college. And but it's actually really important that he loses his father figure, because he's then looking for other father figures. And he meets 2 at Rutgers. One is Arthur Burns, who will go on to have a huge influence in his career. No relation to me, by the way. But Arthur Burns is like him, a fellow Jewish immigrant boy on the make. He's older, and he's making a career as an economist. And then there's Homer Jones, who has gone to the University of Chicago and is studying with Frank Knight at Chicago and says, you have to go to Chicago. So he has these 2 mentors, and Burns in particular suggests, I could be an economist. That could be my career path. The idea to be an actuary for an insurance company, I'm not sure where he got that idea, but he just thought that was something he could do as someone who's good at math. And so the college really opens the perspective, opens the door. And then I think it's really key that he doesn't get an explanation that he buys for the Great Depression. So then he's looking for one. And the math part is a really interesting aspect of his career. Now, he actually comes to Chicago to study with a mathematical economist, Henry Schultz. But he gets there, and he thinks Schultz is kind of dumb. He really does. He's incredibly arrogant, and he just thinks this guy's not that smart. And it seems that, I mean, Schultz did some really important work in the early stages of mathematical economics, but a lot of the oral histories about him are like, yeah, he wasn't that bright. So Friedman's maybe onto something.
Yeah.
So he falls into the set of students who are really enthralled with this other professor, Frank Knight. And Frank Knight is against math and economics. Frank Knight is like, a neoclassical economist, but not a mathematical economist. He's an old school liberal. He's really concerned about liberal democracy, economic liberalism. And Friedman is very deeply influenced by Knight. And he continues to pursue mathematical economics. So he'll go, for part of his graduate career, he goes to Columbia University, where he actually gets his PhD from, and he works with a mathematical economist there. And so he comes out trained in what will eventually be econometrics, statistics and economics. His early publications are in statistics, but it's not really where his intellectual heart and soul are. And eventually he will turn very profoundly against mathematics and economics and become a sort of heterodox strain throughout 20th century economics. It says simple models are better. We need to work off empirical data, not construct elegant models, and becomes really sort of countercultural within economics in that way.
And the test of a good model is it should actually predict stuff that happens.
It should predict stuff that happens. It should tie back to what's going on.
I'm wondering which direction to go. So first, actually, if we could zoom out on the different schools of economics.
Yeah.
Just the basics. You mentioned neoclassical. We mentioned Keynesian economics. We mentioned, what else did we mention? Well, the Chicago School of Economics.
Right.
Where does Austrian economics fit into that pile, and Marxian economics? And can we just linger and try to redefine Keynesian economics and Chicago School of Economics,
Yeah.
neoclassical economics, Austrian economics, because there's some overlap
For sure.
tension.
Okay, so schools of economics. So we could start with classical economics. Classical economics, we could think of Adam Smith as kind of your classical economist, the founder of the discipline. Classical economics does not really use math. It's very close to political economy. It's concerned with, as Smith puts it, the wealth of nations. It's concerned to some degree with distribution. It's concerned to some degree with what makes a good political system. And what tends to really define classical economics when you're looking from a great distance is what's called the labor theory of value. So where does value come from in classical economics? It comes from the labor that a person puts into it. So maybe this in some ways comes from Locke's notion of property, that you kind of mingle, your labor with the natural world. You can say labor theory of value. So classical economics concerned with, Smith is arguing against mercantilism, for more free trade, often goes by the name of political economy to show it's more capacious. It's thinking of politics and economics. You can still read these books today. The sentences are long, the words are different, but you can still follow along. So the real big transition from classical economics and political economy to economics, as it's understood today, comes with the marginal revolution. And the marginal revolution is a scientific revolution that happens in a couple different places simultaneously, right? This is one of these things that you see in the history of science, like, there'll be some breakthrough, like Darwin has a breakthrough, but like somebody else has sort of the same breakthrough at the same time, totally, differently. So there's a version of marginalism that's continental. There's a version in the German-speaking lands, in the French-speaking lands, and in Britain, and they all kind of come together. And the shift is in the theory of value. So the theory of value in marginalism is on the margin. So say you have one apple and you want a second one, how much is going from one apple to two apples worth for you? Probably quite a bit. If you had 10 apples, maybe going to 11 apples doesn't matter that much. The marginal value is less. So what marginalism does, though, most importantly, is it opens the door to math and economics, because it means you can graph this now. You can depict this relationship graphically. And there's some really interesting work in the history of economics that shows a lot of the people who developed marginalism were looking to physics as a model. Physics, the queen of the sciences. And so they were thinking, they imported terms from the natural world to describe social world through the lens of economics. Terms like equilibrium. So the idea being that if you looked at a market would reach equilibrium, when everybody is bought and sold all that they want, or the price will settle at an equilibrium price when it's really the demand and supply are matching up.
Some of these ideas are things we would pick up at a microeconomics class.
Oh yes, this is still out there. This is sort of the basic foundation of microeconomics, marginal analysis. And so in the German-speaking intellectual tradition, this is the root of Austrian economics. And people picking up the marginal revolution in the German-speaking lands are opposed to the historicists, who are thinking in a more evolutionary way about how societies kind of grow and change. And they have a vision of economic ideas as applying differently to different types of social arrangements. Where the marginalists, remember, are inspired by physics, and this is a set of natural laws that applies anywhere to any sort of human society. So that's this first really big fissure that we'll see again and again. Are you historically minded? Do certain traits of economic life adhere, and become expressed in certain types of societies, or are there universal economic laws that flow through any type of society? So that's kind of a juncture, a break. And so marginalism, first people start using really geometry to kind of graph things, but marginalism is also opening up to the possibility of calculus and the possibility of creating models. But at that point in time, late 19th century, a model is something like a physicist does. Like, think of like an inclined plane and how fast does the ball roll from one to the other. It's a physical representation of the world. And eventually economists will start to create mathematical representations. But we're not quite there yet. So we're late 19th century, we have this fissure, we have this introduction of marginal analysis that marks the juncture from classical economics to economics. So let's say now we have economics, but we still have this fissure between historical thinking and let's call it, natural law thinking. That's not quite right, but physical laws versus contingency. And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates about capitalism. And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, and which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its excesses. Factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet in general, American economists all use marginal analysis just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates or the government operates. So they're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair and equal. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics in the United States by the 20th century. So it's part of the progressive movement, late 19th century, into the 20th century, it really becomes institutional economics. And it's quite dominant, and the neoclassical economists are still there, but they're very much a minority. And Frank Knight, Milton Friedman's teacher, is one of the minority neoclassical economists. And the institutionalists are much more progressive still.
Is it fair to say that the neoclassical folks, and even the classical folks, versus the institutional economics folks, they have a disagreement about how much government intervention there should be in the economy? So neoclassical is less intervention, and then the institutional economists, the progressive folks, is more intervention.
Yes, exactly right. This is the situation in the 1920s, but The other piece I should mention is the first generation of progressive economists were very radical. They were closely allied with the socialist movement, with labor radicalism, and many of them lost their jobs at universities. This kind of connects to the dawn of academic freedom. This is before academic freedom. And they were chastened, became much more mainstream. By the time we get to the 1920s, we really have radical critiques of society coming from economists. Much smaller profession, much less important than it is today, and fairly peaceful, because the 1920s are a fairly peaceful decade in the United States. So this is a situation when the Great Depression hits. And as I mentioned before, the kind of most important institutional economist is Wesley Mitchell. And he has said, he's written a whole book on business cycles. But he doesn't see this business cycle coming, and it hits, and he doesn't have a good explanation for it. Now, perhaps the preeminent neoclassical economist was Irving Fisher. Now, Irving Fisher is big into the stock market, and Irving Fisher says sometime in late summer 1929, stocks are going ever higher and will continue to go ever higher forever. And so he loses his reputation after the stock market crash. So Milton Friedman is stepping into a field in which the greats have been discredited, and there's an enormous economic crisis all around.
And everybody's struggling to figure out why the crisis happened.
Yes, and the other thing he's stepping into is a world where in the United States, there's a great deal of anger at capitalism, at the system, unemployed people on the street. In Europe, there's rising fascist movements. In Asia, there's rising fascist movements. And so everyone's very concerned about this. And Friedman is seeing a lot of this through the lens of Frank Knight, who feels like we are maybe reaching the end of what he calls liberalism. He calls himself an old-fashioned liberalism. We're reaching the end of representative democratic government, because representative democratic government cannot solve these social problems. And capitalism, as it has developed, Knight is very pro-capitalist, but he says it's generating inequality, and this is putting too many strains on the system. So Knight will become one of the people who helps Friedman think, how do I develop a new theory of capitalism that works in an era of mass democracy, where people can vote and people can express at the ballot box their unhappiness with what's happening economically. So this larger movement will generate, of which F.A. Hayek is a part, Friedman is a part, that becomes the very early stirrings of trying to think about a new sort of liberalism, which will eventually be called neoliberalism.
Okay, so if we can just linger on the definitions of things. So you mentioned what neoclassical is and the institutional economics is. What's Keynesian economics? And the Chicago School of Economics, I guess, is a branch of neoclassical that's a little bit more empirical versus maybe model-based. And Keynesian is very model-heavy, more intervention of government. And so the real battle is Keynesian versus everybody else.
That is what eventually comes to pass in the United States and in the kind of overall developed profession of economics. The other piece of the puzzle here is the introduction of mathematics. And it's been around the edges, but it will pick up speed in the 1930s, like the Econometrics Society is founded, they start publishing, people start using more statistical and mathematical tools to think about economics, and they're given a boost for inadvertently by the rise of Keynesian economics. So Keynes is trained in the neoclassical tradition. He's an absolutely fascinating figure. He's been there in peace negotiations at Versailles. He basically calls World War II. He's like, hey, we're going to have another war here caused by Germany because this peace treaty has been done in such a vindictive way, and people have made such bad decisions. He's there. He sees it happening. And so when the Great Depression unfolds, he basically comes up with a new theory for explaining what's going on. And the previous neoclassical understanding is sort of things go up and things go down. And when they go down, there's a natural mechanism to bring them back up. So when the economy is going down, prices are going down, wages are going down, everybody's losing money, but eventually firms are going to realize, hey, I can hire people cheap. Hey, I can buy stuff cheap. I don't have a lot of competition. Maybe I should get in the game here. and then others will start to get in, and then you regenerate prosperity in that way. And so Keynes says, sure, that's one theory, but something different is happening right now. Part of why it's happening is because we have the working class is more empowered now. They're not simply going to just take low wages and ride them down to the floor. They might not hit the floor. But also, he says, people might become too anxious to spend. They might not want to invest. And, Keynes has these discussions of animal spirits, right? He's still enough of a political economist to think not just in terms of human rationality, but what are some other things going on in human beings? And people might decide to sit on their money. They might not invest it. And so what happens then is you could get stuck in a bad equilibrium. So in the neoclassical model, equilibrium kind of restarts and resets itself. And he says, no, we could get stuck here. We get stuck in the depression. And in that case, what has to happen, he says, the government stimulates investment and the government itself invests. And then he argues that, this is a student of his, Richard Kahn, says, as the government invests $1, it has like a multiplier effect. The dollar spent by the government kind of ramifies out down the economy. So it takes the government and puts it in the center, as opposed to, say, the banking system or the financial system, which would be the more Friedman analysis. And for many economists of Friedman's generation, he's a weird generation because it's the generation that becomes dominant is just like 4 years older than men who become Keynesian economics. But that 4 years is really important because they come in to grad school of economics and they get exposed to the new ideas of John Maynard Keynes. And they, I think it's Paul Samuelson calls it like it was like a South Sea virus that that attacked all of the younger economists immediately succumbed, and like no one under 50 ever got the disease, right? Because their thinking's already set. And so Keynesianism, Keynes himself is very suspicious of math and economics. And he and Friedman, is fascinating. One of the first books by Jan Tingerman, a Dutch economist, to use math and economics is huge volumes. Volume 1, Keynes pans it. Volume 2, Friedman pans it. So they're in the same page, but what happens is as Keynesianism arrives in the United States, Franklin Roosevelt is not really a Keynesian. He's kind of an accidental or experimental Keynesian. And there's a bunch of different ideas in the United States that are very similar to Keynesianism. They're not theories, but they're similar ideas that the government has to do something. So this all comes together, and American economists realize that you can construct models in the Keynesian perspective, and if you can use numbers in these models, you can go to Washington, D.C. with numbers, and you seem like you have a lot more authority. And so math becomes really twinned into Keynesian economics.
So numbers are used as a kind of a symbol of expertise. We really know what the hell's going on because we have some numbers.
Right. And we can create a model, and so we can say, okay, in the model, the interest rate is here and taxes are here, so let's play with government spending. Let's make it up, let's make it down, and then we can get an estimation. It'll spit out, here's predicted GDP. So the other piece of the Keynesian revolution is it really gets people thinking kind of holistically about the economy as one conceptual unit. And you then have what Paul Samuelson will end up calling a neoclassical synthesis, and it's still in economics today. If you take micro, you're going to get supply and demand, scarcity, marginal analysis. If you take macro, you're going to get a very different approach, and that's more Keynesian based. And so the idea is that, and this makes sense, I mean, you can think of this from statistics, right? The way things act individually versus when they're all added together can be very different. So there's this kind of uneasy piece where economists are using kind of neoclassical tools to analyze individual behavior and individual market behavior, and they're shifting to a different paradigm when they think about the economy as a whole. And in this paradigm of the economy as a whole, the federal budget, the taxing and spending power of the federal government become paramount, and that is called the fiscal revolution. And that's really the essence of Keynesianism. But the key thing to remember is that Keynesianism and Keynes are different. And there's this famous episode where John Maynard Keynes comes to DC and he goes to dinner And he comes back and he says to one of his friends in London, he says, "Oh yeah, it was really interesting. I was the only non-Keynesian there."
Yeah.
You know?
So Keynesianism is more government intervention, fiscal policy. So put the government at the center of influencing the economy, and then the different flavors of whether it's Austrian economics or Chicago School of Economics is saying no, we have to put less government intervention and trust the market more. And the formulation of that from Milton Friedman is trust the money more, not trust, but the money supply is the thing that should be focused on.
Yes. So the Austrians and the Chicago schools see economic prosperity and growth comes from individual initiative, individual entrepreneurship, kind of private sources. The private market is what drives economic growth, not the public sector. And so for Friedman, then the question is, what is the government's role? And because he's lived through the Great Depression, he's not laissez-faire, and he won't ever be laissez-faire. Now, interestingly, Hayek, living through the Great Depression, at first is laissez-faire. And he's like, sure, like, let it rip. And things get so bad that Hayek's like, okay, that's not going to work.
Can we actually define laissez-faire? So what do we mean? Like, what's the free market? What's laissez-faire? What's the extreme version here?
So yeah, laissez-faire means libre vie in France. It's more often used as an insult than as an actual. Very few people are completely and totally laissez-faire. That would be like the pure laissez-faire would be the sort of pure anarchist position, like the state does nothing or the state isn't even there. But it tends to, if I could maybe make it more precise, it would be focused on freedom of contract would be essential. And that means like the buyer of labor and the seller of labor must have absolute freedom to contract. So that means no minimum wage law, no working hours law, no employment law, things like that. That was, and this is all pre-progressive movement. A lot of things are that way, right? You know, imagine you're in 19th century America and you have a farm and you hire someone to help you on the farm. You offer the money, they take it. If they fall off a ladder and break their back, maybe you help them out, maybe you do, right? But there's not a whole apparatus of legal liability and safety and things like that. So that would be one piece. Another piece of laissez-faire would be free trade amongst nations. So no regulation of who can invest in a nation or who can take money out of a nation. So Nippon Steel could come and invest in U.S. Steel, and there would be no grounds in which to reject that. Or you could, as a billionaire in the United States, relocate you and all your money to another country, and the United States couldn't try to keep you, and nobody else could stop you from coming in. And then in the context of economic crisis, laissez-faire would not encompass centrally provided relief, because in the pure theory, again, very seldom applied purely, but in the pure theory, the wages need to come down far enough, and people need to be desperate enough to start taking work and to start the machine again. So the theory would be, if you give people relief, they might not go back to work. Now, almost nobody says that in the Great Depression, because the situation is so bad, and it's people are starving on the streets. For humanitarian ethical reasons, it's not okay to say that. The Austrians, though, at first, Hayek and Lionel Robbins, are like, this is a business cycle and it needs to run its course, and it will be detrimental if we intervene. And then pretty soon, Hayek has to change his tune.
So the Austrians are the most hardcore in terms of laissez-faire.
Absolutely. And so Hayek will make the turn towards accepting more of a state, and then we'll come to talk about how the state needs to support what he calls the competitive order. But his mentor, Ludwig von Mises, still remains very hardcore and is not really open to things like unemployment insurance or other state-based interventions.
What does von Mises say about like human suffering that's witnessed in the Great Depression, for example? Like, what are we supposed to, as economists, as humans that define policy, what are we supposed to see when people are like suffering at scale?
Yeah, I wish I knew an answer to that question. I don't know enough about von Mises and his reaction in the Great Depression. I think I would hazard that he would look more to the down the road and say, well, if you start here, you're going to go places that are bad. But I don't factually know what he said in response. I do know that Hayek's position doesn't last very long. It's not a position you can hold to. Maybe you can hold to it in other cycles. The other thing that was interesting is I found very few Americans saying this. Most who were kind of small town electeds, or the most famous is Andrew Mellon, quoted by Herbert Hoover. So not directly, we don't have him on record saying this, but apparently Hoover records in his memoirs that Mellon said something like, liquidate real estate, liquidate stocks, purge the rottenness out of the system, people will live a healthier life. And certainly there were members of the Federal Reserve who felt like it would create, they didn't say moral hazard, but it would create what we now call moral hazard, bad habits, were we to intervene and to save failing banks, because failing banks need to be taught a lesson, they need to be taught discipline. And so a lot of people, I think, saw it in the context of discipline. This is discipline. And if you remove the discipline, you'll be taking away something fundamental in society.
So Milton Friedman never quite went all the way to laissez-faire.
No, he didn't see that. And what's really interesting is the number of incredibly radical proposals that he and his teachers were floating. So I mentioned Frankenite. Another really important influence on Friedman was Henry Simons, who was a junior professor at Chicago. And Simons had this idea for what he called 100% money, which would be a law that says banks have to hold 100% of the deposits they receive. They can't loan them out on the margin. This would completely and totally have overhauled the U.S. banking system. And he would have said, there's a category of things called banks where you get deposits, and then there's going to be a category of sort of, you can say investment banks, but investment vehicles that will invest. So similar to what did happen in some ways in the banking reforms, in that in the 1930s, the investment banks were split from the deposit banks, and the banks that took deposits were much more highly regulated, and they were supported by the FDIC. But the point being, the Chicago school had these very radical proposals for reform. Go off the gold standard, restrict the currency, change the banks, immediately relieve payments now. What is important to note, though, is that they thought of all of those as emergency measures to get through the emergency, not as permanent alterations in the state of what had to be, and not permanent alterations between state and market. Where the Keynesian assumption is things have changed, times have changed, we're in a new dispensation, and we need a new relationship. So Milton Friedman is very open to doing things differently in a state of emergency. He will have different ideas during World War II than any other time, and that's why I think he would have been supportive of at least the first rounds of coronavirus relief, because I think he would have put his emergency thinking hat on. So in that way, he was definitely more flexible.
You mentioned Hayek. Who is this guy? What's his relationship to Milton Friedman in the space of ideas and in the context of the Great Depression? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So F.A. Hayek is an Austrian economist who takes up a posting in London, and he's a mentee of Ludwig von Mises. He's writing about business cycles, Austrian capital theory, and the Depression hits, and he's one of the few economists who in the beginning really is not calling for much intervention, although as he realizes how politically unpalatable that is, he will develop a more softened version of Austrian economics that has room for a whole range of social services. What's significant about Hayek is that he is also watching what's happening in Austria, what's happening in Germany, and he's really worried the same thing is going to happen to the Western democracies. And he sees the root cause of this is socialism, the shift towards an expanded role for government. We've been talking about is happening in the United States, it's also happening in Britain. And so he writes this book that becomes incredibly famous, The Road to Serfdom, basically saying taking these steps towards a planned economy, or an economy that's a modified form of capitalism. He's very clear that this is not an inevitability, but if the same steps are taken and people follow the same line of thinking, we may end up in a sort of coercive totalitarian state. So this becomes enormously popular in the United States. First of all, he's in good touch with Friedman's teachers, even before this book comes out. They see them as kindred spirits. Frank Knight is in touch with him. Henry Simons is in touch with him. They all see themselves as liberals. They call themselves old-fashioned, unreconstructed liberals. And so even before he becomes famous, Hayek will be trying to kind of organize thinkers and intellectuals who he believes shares his values, what we would call today classical liberalism, and to kind of create a counter consensus to the one that's gathering. Now, Hayek also chooses not to argue against Keynes, and he feels that this is a huge missed opportunity, that he should have staked out the case against Keynes, and that because he did not, people come to believe there is no case against Keynes. Keynes is literally unanswerable. So Hayek will have this great regret. He will channel some of his regrets into sort of community building, specifically developing the Mont Pelerin Society. And it will fall to Friedman to really make that case against Keynes. But Hayek will end up at Chicago, and Hayek really influences Friedman to think about what Hayek calls the competitive order, and how the state can and must maintain a competitive order. That is, the system of laws, of norms, of practices that makes it possible for markets to function. And this is one of these key differentiators between the older philosophy of laissez-faire and the newer reconceptualization of liberalism, which says, yes, we need a state. We need a state that's not intervening in markets under social democratic auspices, but is structuring and supporting markets so that they can function with maximum freedom, keeping in mind that if there aren't basic social supports needed, the market is apt to generate a type of either inequality or social instability that will call the whole system into question. So Hayek is really key in promoting this modified liberalism. But from being a very prominent economist in the 1920s and 1930s, as mathematics becomes the language of economics, Hayek is completely left out in the cold. Now, Friedman to some degree is left out in the cold, but Friedman at least has proved to the mathematical economists that he knows what they're up to, and he's rejecting it from a position of expertise and knowledge. And he literally drives the mathematical economists out of Chicago. They're clustered in a group called the Coles Commission, and he makes their life hell. They flee the Friedman onslaught. But then when Hayek arrives at the University of Chicago, he would like to be considered for a position in the economics department, and Milton Friedman says, no way, you're not really an economist because you're not empirical, because you just developed these theories. So he has an appreciation for Hayek as a social thinker, but not as an economist. So what Friedman decides to do, his answer to Keynes will be deeply empirical, but it will also be theoretical, and it will create an alternative intellectual world and approach for economists who aren't satisfied with Keynesianism. And almost single-handedly, Friedman will introduce sort of political and ideological diversity into the field of economics, because from his beachhead in Chicago, he will develop the theory of monetarism. So what is monetarism? The easy way to summarize it is this famous dictum of Milton Friedman's: inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And it's fascinating that he becomes an expert in inflation, because the first research and the first major research product of monetarism is that theory of the Great Depression in a monetary history of the United States. And that is the theory of a deflation, all prices going down. And he will go back to an idea that Irving Fisher had popularized, but a very old idea, almost a truism, the quantity theory of money, which says the level of the price level is related to the amount of money circulating in an economy. So if you have more money, prices go up. If you have less money, prices go down. Now, this seems like very basic and almost too basic to bear repeating. But Friedman is saying this very basic relationship holds true even in an advanced industrial economy. And that is what people have started to doubt. And if you think about money, you think about banks, you don't think necessarily about the federal budget, spending, and taxation. And what you see happens in American economics, the textbooks previous to the Keynesian revolution, they spent a lot of time on money. They spent a lot of time on interest rates. You can do word counts, and other scholars have done the word counts. And then word count for money after World War II just plummets. And you start seeing things like taxation, budget, those things go up. So that what happens is the economics profession shifts its attention. It just looks away from money to other things. And Friedman is one of the few who's saying, no, money still matters, money still counts. And it's a very counterintuitive argument to make. It's a very historical argument to make. And this is absolutely fascinating to me. With Anna Schwartz, he develops this 150-year time frame. He also has students working on episodes of hyperinflation in different periods of time. He's also looking back to like ancient history, inflationary episodes there. And he's saying this is a law of economics. This is something that recurs throughout time. It's not historical, right? It's not contingent. It's a law of economics. And, his Keynesian counterpoints are saying, no, that's not relevant any longer. Maybe once it was relevant, but it's not relevant today. Now, in some ways, they have a point because in order to pay for World War II, the federal government sells a lot of bonds. It issues a lot of debt. And it wants to pay this debt back at a low interest rate, and it wants people to keep buying it. It wants the low interest rate to be competitive with other interest rates. So it wants, in general, low interest rates throughout the economy. And the Federal Reserve has been so discredited by the Great Depression that the Treasury basically runs the Federal Reserve and says, keep interest rates low. And so that's what it's doing. And so the Federal Reserve has stopped being an independent entity. It's just a sub sort of department of the Treasury. But in 1951, they negotiate, it's called the Treasury Fed Accord. And the Federal Reserve gets its independence, but it doesn't really use it. But statutorily, it now has it. And so most economists are just observing a regime in which the Federal Reserve has no power, a regime in which there is really little inflation. The inflation that's seen is post a little burst of inflation in the Korean War. And they're saying inflation is not really important. It's not really relevant, and money's not really relevant and important. And so to break through and to make the argument, that's why Friedman and Schwartz go to history. And they're able to make that argument for history. So then Friedman is coming out with a variety of papers that are saying, when I look at economic fluctuations, he maps them side by side, the fluctuations in the money supply, and says, look, they fit. And other economists, remember, they're building complicated mathematical models. And Friedman's doing extremely simple stuff. And they just think it's dumb, it's not interesting, it's not true. They don't buy it at all. And so, but after a monetary history of the United States, they have to pay attention. So it's really in those years, Friedman is hammering this idea of monetarism, and it starts to become something respectable, bordering on respectable for other economists to look to and think about. And that's really the beginning of the kind of Keynesian monetarist split, where if you start to give Friedman any credence, you're heading towards a monetarist position. Now, at the same time, Friedman comes out very publicly in 1964 as a supporter of Barry Goldwater. And Keynesian economics has found a home in the Democratic Party. Its probably brightest moment in the sun is the administration of John F. Kennedy, who brings in a lot of Harvard and Yale professors, the Council of Economic Advisors. He proposes a series of spending programs that are really guided by the Keynesian philosophy. And Barry Goldwater is tremendously controversial, in part for his votes against civil rights, which Friedman really supports, in part because he's a hardcore libertarian in an age when that's not in the political mainstream or not discussed in the political mainstream. And he's just tremendously unpopular, particularly in all the educated precincts where Friedman lives. So Friedman is like an outcast and a pariah for his support of Goldwater. And so that actually really affects monetarism because people feel that this is now becoming a package deal. And so there's a great reluctance to embrace Friedman's ideas because it seems like he would then have to embrace his politics.
So it's associated with conservatism.
So this is the years when conservatism, there is a movement that calls itself conservatism, and Friedman is very tightly allied with this movement from the beginning, partly through his friendship with William F. Buckley. And a lot of people say to me, yeah, but Friedman's not conservative. And this is like a bigger, you have a whole separate podcast on this, but for now I'll just say that conservative in the United States becomes a political brand that contains elements of conservatism that are recognizable across time and space, embrace of tradition, or comfort with hierarchy, etc. And it also has something new and different, which is Friedman's ideas about Milton Friedman's advocacy of more free markets, less government regulation, and the benefits of capitalism and the benefits of freedom. And that gets folded into American conservatism, in part because Milton Friedman is such a powerful intellectual figure. And after his advocacy, Goldwater, the media realizes this guy's really smart. He has really interesting things to say. He makes great copy. He makes a great guest. And he starts writing a column for Newsweek magazine, which is a very big deal in a much more consolidated media environment. And he's quoted in all the newspapers. And so his public profile really starts to rise right as he's pushing monetarism as an alternative to the Keynesian synthesis.
Can we just move around? What is monetarism?
Yes.
Like,
Okay,
once again, so like what? Okay, the money supply.
Yes.
So money is this thing that you think of it in like a notion where people buy and sell stuff. And there's this fascinating, complex, dynamical system of people contracting with each other in this beautiful way. And then there's so many pothead questions I want to ask about the nature of money. I mean, money is fascinating in that way, and I think for Milton Friedman, trusting the flow of money is really important.
Yeah.
And the signals that pricing and money in general provides is really important.
So yeah, and some of this, I could take some of this back again to Frank Knight. So one thing Frank Knight said to all his students was the market is the best allocation mechanism we have. The market is what allocates resources in a situation of scarcity. The market allocates them the best. And Hayek will add to that by saying prices are information signals, and a price sends information to buyers and sellers about how they should act. And these are the two of the strongest arguments for why the government should not intervene in the price system, because it will blur information or because it will allocate less efficiently than market allocation will. And so what Friedman is really going to add to that is maybe going up a level and thinking in the macro about the whole economy and how money circulates through that economy as a whole. And so what he and Anna Schwartz do is they construct what are called monetary aggregates. This is adding together, say, all the money that's on deposit in banks and all the money that's believed to be circulating in people's wallets. And you also have to really go back in time. You know, we don't have credit cards. There is a stock market, but it's tiny in terms of the number of people who invest. There aren't mutual funds. You know, like when traveler's checks are introduced, this is like a big deal. So we have a very simple monetary system. And so Schwartz and Milton Friedman start measuring what they call the monetary aggregates. They focus on M1 and M2, and their favorite aggregate is M2, which I believe is encompassing sort of deposits and circulating medium. The other thing to recall, there's some fine distinctions between money in savings accounts and money in checkings accounts. And money in savings accounts can earn interest and is generally believed not to circulate, or money in checking accounts is not at that time bear interest and cannot legally bear interest, and so is thought of as circulating. And then there's different institutional architectures, postal savings banks, credit unions. So, but Friedman is one, taking the focus to these aggregate amounts of money and saying, these really have a lot to do with economic booms and busts. When we have an expansion in the amount of available money, we see an expansion in economic activity. When we have a contraction in available money, we have a contraction. And so he says, at this stage, the government, through the mechanism of the Federal Reserve and its influence on interest rates, can either make money more cheaply available and more freely available in the economy, or can make money more expensive and slow things down. But the central core idea of monetarism is this is potentially very bad if the government can hit the gas and then hit the brake and hit the gas and hit the brake based on, say, what a politician wants or what somebody at the Federal Reserve wants. You have a lot of instability in the system. And so one of the core policy proposals of monetarism is let's grow the money supply at a steady rate. And in the beginning, Friedman just says K%. He doesn't even put a number on it because he says the number doesn't matter. What matters is the steadiness in the growth rate. Because if it's a steady growth rate, it will fade away. And then people will make economic decisions based on the fundamentals, not based on what they think is going to happen, not based on hedging against inflation or hedging against deflation. They'll just be able to function. So this is sort of the paradox of monetary policy. When it's happening right, you don't see it, you don't notice it. When it's happening wrong, Friedman argues, it can just fundamentally destabilize everything. It can cause the Great Depression, it can cause an artificial boom. And so he's taking monetary policy at a time when most economists think it's completely irrelevant and saying this is the central game of the economy. Now, we live in a world where we believe this, and the Federal Reserve chair can't open their mouth without headlines being generated. But Friedman is saying this at a time when the Federal Reserve is like a mysterious and secretive organization. It's not well known, it's not deeply appreciated. Some of the only people who appreciate the Fed's power are like hardcore rural populists who have constituents, who think the banks and money power are the problem. We're like, throwbacks from the frontier days. So Friedman, in the beginning, has no constituency for this policy. He has no constituency for this analysis. And so just going back to summarize monetarism, it's using the quantity theory of money to analyze the macroeconomy. It's proposing a policy of slow and steady growth in the money supply. And then it is arguing that inflationary episodes, when they emerge, are profoundly driven by changes in the money supply, not by anything else.
I mean, and going even up a level as we started, how epic is it to develop this idea, to hold this idea, and then to convince the United States of this idea that money matters, that today we believe is mostly correct for now.
Yeah.
And so just this idea that goes against the experts and then eventually wins out and drives so much of the economy, the biggest, the most powerful economy in the world. So fascinating.
Yeah, so that's a fascinating story. And so what happens is Friedman has advanced all these ideas. He's roiled the economics profession. He's built a political profile. And then he becomes the head of the American Economics Association. And he is asked in that role to give a presidential address. And so he gives his presidential address, December 1967. And he says, I'm going to talk about inflation. And I'm going to talk about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And this is what's generally known as the Phillips curve. And the Phillips curve in its original form is derived with post-World War II data. So it's derived of about 12 years of data. And it shows that when inflation goes up, unemployment goes down. And the idea, would make sense that as the economy is heating up and lots of things are happening, more and more people are getting hired. And so this relationship has led policymakers to think that sometimes inflation is good. And if you want to lower unemployment, you could let inflation kind of go a little bit. And in the crude forms, it becomes to seem like a menu. Like you could take your model and you could plug in, I want this much unemployment, and it would say, well, great, this is how much inflation we should do. So then you would target that inflation rate. So Friedman gets up and he says, this is wrong. This might work in the short term, but it's not going to work in the long term, because in the long term, inflation has, first of all, it has a momentum of its own. Once it gets going, it tends to build on itself. The accelerationist thesis, it accelerates. And once inflation gets going, and the reason it gets going is because, workers go to the store and they see the price level has gone up. Things have cost more. They ask for the wages to go up. Then, people eventually, the wages go up too high and they will no longer be hireable, or companies will decide at these high wages, I can't hire as many workers, I better lay off. So if inflation keeps going, eventually over the long term, it will result in high unemployment. So he says, theoretically, you could end up in a situation where you have high inflation and high unemployment. This hasn't been seen, but he says theoretically this could happen. And then he goes and he says, and the government has started expanding the money supply. In 1966. So we're going to get a bunch of inflation, and then we're going to get a bunch of unemployment. And he estimates about how long it will take. And then he says, once this all happens, it will take about 20 years to get back to normal. And
he predicts the stagflation of the 1970s.
Stagflation of the 1970s.
What gangsters that for an economist? Again, against the mainstream belief represented by the Phillips curve.
Yeah, and what really makes it happen is that many of the economists who most deeply dislike Friedman and most deeply dislike his politics in the 1970s, as they're running their models, they start to say Friedman's right. They start to see in the data that he's right. And a very parallel process happens in Britain. Britain is going through a very similar burst of spending, burst of inflation. And so Friedman is vindicated in this very profound way, in the way that he himself said would be the ultimate vindication, which is my theory should predict. So that prediction of stagflation is really the sort of final breakthrough of his ideas, and also, their importance to policy and to thinking about how we should intervene or not in the economy, and what the role of the Federal Reserve is, because he's saying the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful. And finally, people start to believe it.
And I don't know if you said, but to make clear, stagflation means high unemployment and high inflation, which is a thing, like you mentioned, was not seen before, and he predicted accurately. And it also disproves the relationship, the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation.
Yeah, no, I should say the Phillips curve is still out there. It's been expectations augmented, and it is relevant in the short term, but Friedman's warning is still very much apt, that if you get too focused on unemployment, you can let inflation out of the bag. And so until very recently, the Federal Reserve's tradition has been focusing on inflation, believing that's fundamental, and that will keep unemployment low, rather than trying to lower unemployment at the cost of raising inflation.
Can we go back to Frank Knight and the big picture thing we started with, which is the justification of capitalism?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, Milton Friedman searched for a moral justification of capitalism. Frank Knight was a big influence on Milton Friedman, and including on this topic of understanding the moral justification of capitalism. I think you spoke about Knight's case for capitalism was grounded in the idea that the ability to act in the face of uncertainty creates profit, and it should, because taking risks should be rewarded. So like this idea that taking risks in the face of uncertainty should create profit, and that becomes a justification, that the ethics of capitalism. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so Knight is talking about where does profit come from? And to his mind, it comes from the entrepreneurial function and the risk-taking function. And so he kind of weaves that into why, capitalism works best, and why it's the most effective allocation machine, and why it assigns responsibility in a way he believes that a socialist system never could. Now, Knight, though, is not a booster of capitalism. He could be, in part because he's just a darkly pessimistic, kind of depressive guy. And so he's afraid that capitalism is going to collapse and socialism or fascism is going to take over, or communism. And so he kind of descends into darkness there. Friedman, as the more optimist, believes with Hayek that you can develop a different approach to capitalism that would preserve the price system, preserve allocation, but build in social supports, build in a social minimum, things like this. But there's a moment in his career where he's really struggling to figure out, like, how do I make this case for capitalism? And basically, the whole sort of conservative movement, or people who later call it conservative movement, are struggling to make this case. And he starts thinking about what makes capitalism work is that if you put forth effort, you get a reward. So then you could say, well, people get what they deserve under capitalism. But then he kind of stops and he says, that's not really true, because we're born with such different endowments, and there's a huge quotient of luck, right? So some people are just in the right position and some people aren't. So if I say capitalism is moral because people get what they deserve, that's not really true. And he also kind of has like an ethical reaction, which he ends up calling like an aesthetic reaction. He's kind of like, it just doesn't feel right to say that. And so he struggles for a while with, like, what do I say? And then he basically says, capitalism, it can't be the core. Discipline of the market can't be the core to your ethics. It has to be something else. So that's when he will decide it's freedom. It's individual freedom. That's really the ethical core. And capitalism makes individual freedom possible, because capitalism is dedicated to maximizing that. And so the defense of capitalism comes through freedom. And at his stage in history, he's able to set aside Knight's worry about inequality and say, when I look at the data, and this is true for the macro data mid-century, incomes are actually convergent, right? And it also, if you look historically, if a country goes from, say, a more feudal agrarian society to a more market-based society, incomes will converge. Now, then they might start to diverge, but Friedman's in the moment when he's seeing the convergence. And so that's what he's really focused on. So he believes he can justify capitalism through the ethic of freedom, and he also believes that inequality is a problem that can be addressed through specific policies, and it's not a fundamental feature of capitalism. In other words, he doesn't see capitalism as an engine of inequality the way that Frank Knight did, and the way that, you know, maybe some critics on the left would.
How did he conceive of freedom? So, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, civil freedom. What was the tension, the dynamic between those different freedoms?
So he really begins focusing on economic freedom. And he says it's really important to focus on economic freedom because in the United States, we don't value it enough. So by economic freedom, he means the ability to keep what you've earned, the ability to make decisions about your business, the ability to make decisions about the work that you do. So this will translate into things like there shouldn't be a minimum wage. He believes the minimum wage has bad social effects, but he also believes you should be free to accept a job at a wage that you yourself have determined is acceptable to you. And there should be very minimal regulation, questions around safety and other things, because the market will ultimately, if you create an unsafe product, it won't sell, and that's sort of the incentive. So he really centers economic freedom because he thinks, especially, and he's really speaking from his vantage point in the universities and speaking to the kind of liberal consensus of the 50s and 60s. He thinks economic freedom has been undervalued in the American context, so he really wants to push that forward. He's really kind of taking political freedom for granted. Now, later in his career, when he becomes famous, he's traveling the world, he spends time in Chile, and this country is now being ruled by a dictator, Augusto Pinochet, who starts introducing economic freedom, but there's no political freedom. And Milton Friedman believes eventually these two things are going to go together. He tells Pinochet, you've got economic freedom, and eventually it's going to mean political freedom. Pinochet's like, okay, fine. I'm not really interested in that. I want to know what I should do about inflation. But then when Milton Friedman leaves Chile, he's attacked and vilified for having been a supporter. He's interpreted that he's a supporter of the regime, which he's not, but he realizes he has talked too much about economic freedom and he hasn't talked enough about political freedom. He's kind of assumed political freedom because he's come from the American context. So then he starts recalibrating this and saying, you know what, if you don't have political freedom, you're never going to be able to hold on to economic freedom. So he sees that they need to go together, and they don't naturally go together. And so he starts to become more clear in talking about political freedom. Now, let's fast forward to the end of his life, and he's witnessing the emergence of what we call the Asian tiger. So capitalist economies that are doing very well, but they don't have political freedom. But then he observes you don't have political freedom in that you can't vote in a free and fair election, but they also don't have a Stasi, they don't have a KGB, they're not, hauling people off for their wrong opinions. So then he says they have something called civic freedom. And so he kind of defines this third sphere, civic freedom of, debate, discussion, interpersonal relations, but you can't be political. So this is a late in life edition. I don't think it's fully theorized. I think what it shows is that during the Cold War, he very much believed economic and political freedom, capitalism and freedom, democracy, the United States, capitalism, this all went together. And he starts to see at the end of his life the emergence of different social systems that are using market trading and allocation, but aren't giving people similar freedoms. And he's kind of puzzling over that. Now, he always believes that China will democratize, and he thinks China's on the path to democratization, in part because Chile does democratize. Eventually, Pinochet is voted out, and it's become a democratic, capitalist, and very prosperous country. And he thinks that's exactly what's happening in China. He sees Tiananmen, and he hasn't lived long enough to get to where we are now, in which doesn't look like political or civic freedom is coming to China anytime soon.
And he did oppose the dual track system of China, meaning like the market is bottom up, the government in China is top down, and you can't have both.
He thought you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
He thought eventually the market would triumph.
Well, it's a really powerful idea to say, okay, maybe there's not political freedom, you just hold on to the economic freedom, and eventually that's going to give political freedom. Is that correct to say, like, start to work on the economic freedom, and the political freedom piece will take care of itself?
That's what he believed. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that, right? The people who gain out of a system of economic freedom could decide to collude in a system where there isn't political freedom. That's certainly a scenario. So, but that was, again, that's that core idea of freedom, right? And that core belief that people want freedom, and that people are drawn to freedom.
Just to go back to Frank Knight a little bit, you wrote an essay called The Ethics of Competition, the metaphor that the economic life is a game, and then maybe that extends to society as a whole, like the entirety of it is a competitive game. And Milton Friedman, I think, adapted some of this, appreciated some of this. Can you speak to this metaphor?
Yeah, I think what the metaphor of the game does is it asks you, okay, well, what are the rules then? And let's focus on the rules that keep the game going. So he didn't use the concept of an infinite game, but I think that's an interesting one. A game that all the players are in and keep going again and again and again. And so that helped Knight, along with Hayek, shift from the allocation question, who's getting what, are things allocated fairly, to the more structural question of like, what are the rules of the game that we need to keep this system going? And so for a while that led to the discussion of monopoly, where we need rules against concentration, or we need the rule of law. Everyone needs to be treated equally. People need to know what they're up against. And then going back to monetarism, the core of monetarism is a rule. Friedman called it a monetary growth rule. And so again, what keeps the economic game going is a rule about how much the money grows that everybody knows. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's changing the rules to help their side or to help, the people they're friendly with. We all know it's there. It's clear. It's easy. And so that emphasis on rules, I think, really has a through line. It goes into Hayek's competitive order, and then it goes into the monetary growth rule. And then, today, monetary policy makes use of monetary policy rules. We have not abandoned discretion, but rules are used as a heuristic or a check, and those come out of Friedman's thinking. And so it's something, it's really profound, and it was always counterposed to discretion, which Friedman worried would be subject to capture or political corruption. If you had discretion in policymaking, or if you had discretion in these very big areas, then people would stop competing against each other in a market, and they would turn their attention to getting control of the rules or the rule makers.
So if there's clear, transparent rules, then you're free to play the game.
Yes, exactly.
But then depending on the rules, the game can turn out the equilibrium that arises at might be different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's speaks to the mechanism design, the design of the rules.
Yeah, and that was, again, to go back to the idea of separating neoliberalism or neoliberalism from classical liberalism, with more of a focus on what are the rules that are needed, what is the competitive order that we want to set out, how do we design in social safeguards, how do we think about it. And so that shift towards monetary policy and focusing on stable monetary growth, that becomes really important in the post-70s era as one of the basic rules of how capitalist economies should function. And it becomes really important because they see the example of, say, countries, most notably in Latin America, where monetary rules weren't followed and different governments played politics with their currencies. And that created huge upheaval and huge social loss, economic loss, just economic disaster.
So my friend, the poker player, philosopher of sorts, great human being, she has a podcast called Win Win that everybody should listen to. And the whole purpose of the podcast and the whole way of being in the spirit is to find win-win solutions. So do you think of economic life as having such win-win solutions? So being able to find rules where everybody wins, or is it always going to be zero-sum?
I definitely believe in win-win, but with a big asterisk. Like, you can have win-win, but it can feel like win-lose, which is, it's not just, are people getting more? It has a lot to do with, do people feel they're getting more, and do people feel they're getting what's fair and equal? So you could have a situation, for instance, if you look at the history of, and back to Chile, it has steady growth, steady income growth, steady diminution of inequality, and a high level of discontent within the society, and a high level of belief that the society is corrupt and unfair. And that's what matters. How people feel about it, how people perceive it, matters. And you can't, we saw this recently, you can't just come out with a bunch of statistics and tell people you're winning in this game if they feel like they're losing. So that goes to all the non-rational factors and all the comparative factors that people have when they think about where they are vis-a-vis other people in society. So we're just incredibly social creatures. We're incredibly attuned to our status, to rising and falling, to where we sit vis-a-vis others. And so that absolutely has to be attended to. It can't just be an economic analysis.
That's so interesting that the experience of the economy is different than the reality of the economy. On the topic of corruption, I think the reality of corruption versus the perception of corruption is really important in a lot of these nations. You take Ukraine, for example. The perception of corruption has a big impact on the economy. You don't want to invest. You're very cautious as a business person. So the reality of corruption would be way different than the actual perception. But if narratives take hold, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that it has a big effect on the psychology of the people involved. It's interesting.
Yeah, this goes back to Keynes's analysis of the Great Depression, right? If people won't invest, if they're spooked, if the investing classes are spooked, you could be in real trouble. And in some ways, this simple analysis of the problem and proposal of a solution was enough to restore eventually the path to economic prosperity, right? That's Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. The sense of, we know we have a future, we have optimism, then you believe in it. And to go back to thinking about money, right? Money works because we all believe in it. It's a form of social trust, and it's a form of belief and faith in our society and in the other people in it. And when that breaks down, the money system will break down as well.
Is there something Milton Friedman said and thought about, how to control the psychology of humans at scale?
No, I mean, what's interesting is he does talk, especially in his later work, he says we have fiat currency and this is an experiment, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And it's turning out okay right now, but we've always had a commodity-based or backed currency of some form or another. And this is the first time. And so who really knows? So far, so good. And he also is very attuned. It's interesting in his later writings when he's thinking about this too. Sure, I could design a monetary system that would be different, but when I look at history, I see that monetary systems have always, incorporated the role of the state because it's so important to people. And so therefore, my theoretical designs really have to be tempered by what I've actually seen happen in history.
So maybe we could speak to this tension between how much government intervention is okay and not freedom. So he was against minimum wage, but he was for guaranteed minimum income. Can you explain actually the difference between the two?
Yeah, so this was one of the discoveries I made in my research. I found a paper from 1938 he wrote advocating what we would call today a universal basic income, a minimum income. And he basically sees this as part of the effort to create a new liberalism, right? And he basically says we have advanced societies, we have prosperous societies, we have decided, in keeping with our morals and our ethics, that people should not be starving in an advanced society like this. The question is, how are we going to make that happen? And he ended up believing the best thing to do was to put a floor under everybody. And he said you get that based on your income. If you have a lot of income, you don't get it. If you have a little income, you might get a little bit of it. If you have no income, you get enough of it. And he believed in the beginning you should base that on, what was required to buy food, right? That would be kind of an objective. You could objectively determine the nutrition and the price of food. And so that for him, it's important. He says it's keeping with a liberal polity because it's not intervening in the price system. It's not intervening in economic relations. And it does not, in his view, require a bureaucracy to administer. It does not, in his view, require that you qualify for it by virtue of being in a protected class. You just get it as kind of part of your membership in this general citizenship body. And so that to him was really different than a minimum wage because it did not interfere with the work bargain. His belief about minimum wages was specifically that it priced out unskilled labor. That what an unskilled laborer had to offer was a willingness to work for a very low wage. And if you set the minimum wage too high, businesses, instead of hiring that higher priced labor, would not hire. Or like we could think of today, right? They put in electronic checkout, or something like this, where you don't actually need the labor. So he really believed the minimum wage had that perverse incentive. Now this is a live debate on what minimum wages do, and there seems to be a level at which you can set them that they can not have that perverse effect, and in fact can kind of create people with more spending money that then powers the economy. So he had a very sort of clinical analysis of that rather than an empirical one or a really abstract analysis. But the minimum income is fascinating because it seems very leftist to us. But what it is it's purely individualistic. And it never really happened because it was so purely individualistic, because American social policy typically identifies like this group of people is deserving and will give them benefits. So the classic example is soldiers, veterans. Another example is mothers raising dependent children. These people deserve money. The rest of you better go out and work. And so Friedman's proposal, it really caught on in the 60s. It ultimately went nowhere, but it was no litmus test, no income analysis, just we're going to give you this much. Everyone's going to get this much. And he decided once mass taxation had come in, you could do it through taxes. And you could just rebate people who didn't pay income taxes, got a rebate. That actually came to pass. It's the earned income tax credit. And it's considered extremely successful, by policy analysts. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not that expensive. And so I see that as a kind of paradigm of his thinking, in that instead of creating a bureaucracy that does some form of redistribution, or instead of trying to intervene in the market for labor or the market for something else, the market for housing, You provide a cash grant that people spend for themselves. And so, interestingly, that's what happened in the emergency situation of COVID, right? That's exactly what people did. They followed that model. We just get money out quick. And there's a lot of discussion still about UBIs as something that should be done. And I think it's always going to be hard to pull off because I think Americans and their elected representatives don't want to provide a universal benefit. They want to provide a targeted benefit because they believe there's like a moral component here. And Friedman advanced a policy that was really abstract and really just, kind of, it was devoid of judgment. It was like pure and beautiful in that way, but like utterly impractical.
And it really focused on not interfering with the market and the signals that the market provides. Like, it was really against price controls. This kind of reason.
Yeah, exactly. You could say, okay, but how does this not interfere with the market, right? You provide people with a minimum income, won't that change their incentives to work, etc.? I mean, there's a big body of research on this. Most of it seems to show, one, it's way better than the current benefits cliff, where you have to not work to get your benefits, and any incentive impact on working seems to be much lower than would be expected. But I'll let the economists and social science just fight that one out and figure it out empirically. Hopefully we should be able to.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of studies. It's interesting, even just how you conduct studies like this, how you do these kinds of experiments, especially if you're empirically minded. Because a lot of the studies I saw were pretty small.
Right.
So how do you make big conclusions about how to run the world, how to run economies from such small studies? It's all a fascinating experiment of ideas. And it's also inspiring to see individuals and maybe small groups of individuals, like the Chicago School of Economics, to sort of shake out what we believe and how we run the world.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
You call Milton Friedman the last great conservative. Maybe to be a little bit sort of controversial and make bold statements that get everybody excited. But what do you mean by that, and what makes a great conservative?
So I was really thinking of that in terms of kind of American political identities, and particularly the 20th century conservative movement, which people are always saying this isn't conservatism. Yes, in America, conservatism is different. It looks different. It feels different. Conservatism in America builds in a big component of what we could call libertarianism, pro-capitalism, anti-government ideas, and critics will say that conservatism is about conserving institutions and practices, and it has a role for the state and an organic community. But in the United States, it's always had, since the 20th century, this anti-statist, let's let the market rip. Let's not worry about what the market does to establish traditions. The market is our tradition. Capitalism is our tradition. So that was really synthesized. Many people were there, but Friedman and the importance of his books, Free to Choose, Capitalism and Freedom, the television series he did, all of these were like core components of this American conservative synthesis as it evolves. And I really see that as having broken down. It is scattered into different pieces. We don't know where they're going to come back together again. But, Friedman's push for open global markets, unfettered free trade, that's getting pushback on both the left and the right. That I think is just a major sign that both parties have turned away from this vision. I don't know what they've turned to, but the way that Friedman brought these pieces together, I think that political moment has passed. So that's what I was trying to talk about with the book title. There's another way, though, in which I think of him also as a conservative, which is that within the field of economics, he went back to this older idea of the commodity theory of money and said, this still has value. This can be applied in the modern day. It is something to teach us. And he, pushed back against this trend towards mathematization. So he kept writing books. You can still pick up a Friedman book and read it. There's lots of economics articles and outputs, like unreadable unless you're in the field. And so I think in that way, he was trying to conserve methodologically and intellectually the traditions of the field. The work that he and particularly Anna Schwartz did, that literal accounting of things and deep analysis of data from the field, that was completely unfashionable in its time. Now we've sort of gone back to it with big data and with computers, but he helped bring that forward and preserve that tradition. So I think of him kind of intellectually as a conservative if we think of the mode of his thought. And so, I mean, what makes a great conservative is one who takes those older ideas and makes them fresh for a new time period. I think that's exactly what he did.
You've also spoken about the fact that the times when he was sort of out in public, there was more of an open battle of ideas, where conservatism often had, William F. Buckley. You had a more vibrant, deep debate over ideas, where it seems less deep now.
I mean, that is the thing that it's hard, especially like for the students I teach today, to be like, there were arguments about ideas, and conservatives won a bunch of them, and that happened in the 70s, late 1960s, 1970s, when they, one set of arguments was about economics, like, okay, this idea of stimulating the economy by spending more, it has a downside. The downside's called inflation, and the downside's called too much regulation. And you've gone too far in kind of bottling up the actual sources of economic growth and dynamism, and we have to let those free. In social policy, there was also a critique. The Great Society had all these ways of ideas of ending poverty, and people came and analyzed them and said the programs aren't helping. In some ways, you've actually created engines to trap people in poverty because you've given them a benefit and said if they actually start to work, they lose the benefit. You created all these perverse incentives, and these ideas were fought out. They were empirical, they were controversial, and they were based on really deep research and really deep argumentation. And so it seems that era has passed. It seems like we're driven much more quickly by moods rather than thought through ideas. Right now, it seems like the ideas come after they follow the political mood and try to put together the underpinning of it, where it really was the opposite for much of the 20th century.
It does seem like we lead with emotional turmoil.
Right.
And the ideas follow versus lead with the ideas and the sort of the emotion of the masses respond.
Right, exactly. So if we think of the evolution of conservatism, it was a whole set of ideas that was crafted, refined, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, sort of really found their emotional standard bearer, translator, salesperson in Ronald Reagan, who incidentally had been following these ideas as they developed and had been honing his ability to express them and apply them politically. It's a very opposite if we look at Trump as the political definer of the era. There's a set of ideas, but it was more attitudes, impulses, vibes, and the ideas are coming after that, trying to figure out how they patch on. So it's interesting to watch, to see that difference, and I hazard that a lot of it just has to do with the immediacy of the media environment we're in, and the just power of the media messages to get out so fast.
What do you think Milton Friedman would say about Donald Trump, about him winning in 2024, and just in general this political moment?
I think he would love Doge. I think that's, it goes without saying. I think he would focus on that part because I think he would really love it. He would be very alarmed by the idea of tariffs and very alarmed by the return to protectionism. I think he believed that part of what made the world peaceful in the second half of the 20th century, as opposed to during World War II, was the world was knit together more by trade, and that was the great hope. That was people traded with each other; they wouldn't fight. He was also, a proponent of the free movement of capital, and he'd absolutely oppose this idea that Nippon Steel wasn't allowed to invest in the United States. I think he would struggle, and he wholeheartedly embraced Reagan, and he worked to minimize the parts of the Reagan legacy he didn't like. I think he would find it harder to embrace Trump because he's not of that style. He just had a different style, but I'm guessing he would have come around through I think he would just say, okay, we have a chance to reduce the size of government. At the same time, the spending plans of the Trump administration are not fiscally conservative in any way. And that was his concern. He's not so much with debt, but with the feeling that there's no mechanism to stop the growth of government, that it just grows and grows and grows. And so he ended up believing like even deficits aren't so bad because they make politicians cautious, he thought, about continuing to spend. But I have to believe he would be concerned about the potential threats to the U.S. currency's position as the world's reserve currency with increased levels of debt and spending. He was concerned about low interest rates. He died, I think it's 2004, 2006, but it was in the beginning. He didn't see the zero low bound, but he saw low interest rates. And he said, this isn't necessarily good. Everyone's talking about low interest rates as if they're good, but there should be a price on capital. There should be a price on this. It shouldn't be so low. And so, he had some of still the kind of macro insights that I think are important.
You wrote the Wall Street Journal essay titled "How Inflation Ended Neoliberalism and Re-elected Trump." So can we weave that into this discussion in terms of inflation and Trump? What's the main idea of the essay?
So the main idea is kind of looking back and saying, so today we have been living in a world where people have been, focused on monetary policy, steady monetary policy, free trade, reducing regulations. It's all called the neoliberal era. And my argument was a lot of that was driven by inflation. So we have Milton Friedman predict inflation in 1967. It starts breaking out in the 1970s, Britain, the United States. And every institution was designed around stable prices. And once inflation broke out, prices were no longer stable. So, for example, tax rates weren't inflation adjusted. So if your income went up because of inflation, you might bump from a low tax rate to an extremely high tax rate, but you don't actually have more money. On paper, you have more money, but everything costs more, so you don't actually have more money and your taxes have gone up. That kicks off the taxpayer revolt. There's a whole shift of American corporations towards focusing on financial investments because the tax breaks they used to get for depreciation for building new factories are not inflation adjusted, so they no longer pay off in an inflationary environment. And then when Paul Volcker comes in 1980s, early 1980s, and starts fighting inflation, really pushes up interest rates to bring down inflation, and that completely reorders the banking sector because banks had statutory legal limits on the interest they could charge. And once general market interest rates exceeded that, there's proliferation of new financial forms to take advantage of that. So my point was the era we live in was ushered in by inflation. And then everyone turned against all the formulations we had and said, well, these have hollowed out our industrial base. These have, we've got too much immigration. We've got too much economic openness. We need to reshore. We need to focus. We need to turn against all these things. We need to spend more. We've disinvested. And the net result of that turning away, I argued, is people forgot about inflation. They really forgot it could ever exist. And you had a whole set of theories on the left, modern monetary theory, and basically said we don't really need to worry about inflation. We can spend what we want. And lo and behold, inflation came back. And so my argument is that has now opened the door to the presidency of Donald Trump, which is potentially a deeply transformative moment that will change the size and shape of government, that may change our foreign policy profoundly, that may change our immigration policy, it may change the demographics of our country. All of that, and my thesis is that it's all been made possible by inflation. And so the great mistake of the past years was to forget how fundamental inflation was to the rise of the last political order and to profoundly underestimate how much inflation would change the current political order. So I just think it's one of these things this is why I think you should study history, because I think if you had studied history, you would be aware of this. And it's so easy for people to forget, just like the banks forgot that interest rates could ever go up. They got so used to it. And it's only a 10, 15-year thing, but to them that seems like forever. So I really do believe what history teaches you to do is just have a much vaster scope, your vision, and then take into account the possibilities of so many things happening that are different than what's happening today. And so I just hope we don't forget about inflation entirely. But here's the thing, there's quite a strong chance that Trump's policies will initiate even worse inflation, and then they will prove to be his undoing. So the ironies of inflation could be continuing.
Like you said, Milton Friedman would be a big fan of Doge. So if he was still here today and rolled with Elon Musk and Vivek, what advice would he give? What do you think he would focus on in terms of where to cut, how to think about cutting?
You know, his signature policy move, I talk about this, is taking the price mechanism and trying to make that into the policy. And that seems sort of obvious to us today, but in the era that he came in, so there would be rent controls. Let's take away rent controls. Let's let housing prices set themselves. Or he was very against national parks. I actually think the national parks are good, so I hope that those people don't take this up. But that rather than an allocation to fund the national parks, they should be funded by the revenue that they bring in. And so I think he was always looking to, let's let prices make the decisions here. So I think that would be one of the key pieces. The other thing I think you'd really be thinking about, he wrote about this a lot, about occupational licensure and barriers to entry. And he felt like one of the worst things that government does, and sometimes it's private entities that do this, is create barriers to entry to protect industries and markets. So he talked about this in the case of the medical profession, which I think is actually not a good example, because I think we all have a collective investment in having medical doctors be highly trained. But so, for instance, you could look at nail technicians or haircutting. There's often these licensing requirements where there's a sort of big kerfuffle. I think it's DC passed a law that to run a childcare center, you have to have a college degree. Well, what does that do? I mean, that disenfranchises a whole bunch of would-be entrepreneurs who happen to have a college degree, but probably could be really good at this particular business. So I think he would be saying, look out for where private interests have used the state to protect themselves and clear away those types of barriers and let competition through prices guide outcomes.
Yeah, so open up for more competition and allow for more signals from the market to drive decisions.
Yes.
Which would actually naturally lead to cutting a lot of the bureaucracy of government.
I think the other thing he would probably be arguing for is, again, go back to the design of the minimum income or the negative income tax, that there's a way he ultimately decided to run it through the tax system, right? The government's already collecting this data. They already have your information, and they can just send the money out through the system, rather than having a social bureaucracy where you have to come in person, you have to fill out forms, you have to document, do you own a car, what's your income, who lives in the household. So I think he would say, and his analysis of that was who that really benefited was the bureaucracy that processed that paper, that implemented those norms, and that if you could pull that away, you could get help out where it was needed much quicker without having this drag of people doing sort of unproductive work of administering these systems. So I think trying to cut administrative overhead, and what he didn't have then, which we have now, is the technology that we have and the ability, to send benefits out via smartphone, or just to move so much faster and to handle information on a mass scale so much faster.
It's painful, but I think one of the big things you can do is just that, which is digitalize. I don't know if that's the word.
Yeah.
Just convert everything to where the speed of signal can be instantaneous. So there's no paperwork. It goes immediately. And then that means that the pricing signals and all these kinds of things are just immediately available to people.
That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. Government, IT systems could be vastly improved upon.
But that would result again with a lot of people getting fired. And I think somebody submitted a question for me saying like, what are your thoughts as a person who cares about compassion? What are your thoughts about government employees, which there's a lot of, that are going to be hurt by Doge? It's always a really difficult question. A lot of people get fired to make room for a new system that's going to lead to a lot of pain.
There is going to be a lot of pain. I don't know what the solution is. I think that's also part of why Friedman favored the minimum income. He talked about it being sort of counter-cyclical. In other words, when things were really bad, the spending level on it would naturally go up. This is what economists today call an automatic stabilizer. And then when it's not needed, the cost of it goes down. I mean, maybe there's a way to make it, sweeten it with honey and have people take buyouts or things like that. That would certainly be a way better way to go.
I did a podcast with Javier Milei. He has consistently praised Milton Friedman and cited him as one of his inspirations. So, what do you think Milton Friedman would say about what's going on in Argentina and what Javier Milei is trying to do in Argentina?
Yeah, I think he would appreciate it. I mean, I think Milei is much more of an Austrian-inspired thinker, but I think he definitely appreciates Friedman. And on the macro level, Friedman always understood it's really painful to treat inflation, but the more you put it off, the harder it is. So I think he would be trying to get him, as he's doing, to just message that short-term pain, long-term gain. I think he'd be very supportive. I think he'd be thrilled to see also that Milei is very good at explaining these abstract ideas and putting his policies in a framework of the bigger picture. That was really meaningful to Friedman. I don't know how politically persuasive it is overall. Milei is very intense. He doesn't have the same sort of gifts of salesmanship and setting people at ease that, say, someone like Ronald Reagan had. But it seems to be that's what his country was calling for right now. So
he's more chainsaw, less like warm blanket.
Yeah.
Javier recollects this line from Milton Friedman. I don't know if this is accurate, but if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
I think on the big picture, definitely. I mean, we've seen focusing too much on equality can be, because equality is such an alluring word, it can lead you to downgrade all kinds of other things that are really important. But I really think it depends on how you're defining freedom. I mean, the statement is too big and too broad, right? So, if you're talking about freedom, if by freedom you mean not having to pay taxes if you're successful, I think that can have all kinds of knock-on effects, right? The idea that people are able to prosper when they're educated. Where is education going to come from? How is that going to be paid for and supported? And again, to go back to Knight, if you're generating too much inequality, or people are feeling that you're generating too much inequality, sometimes they value that more than they value freedom. And so I think the balance, I think there has to be more of a balance. And it's hard to make such global statements if you have to break them down into what actually do you mean. But again, Milei is coming from a very different context, a very different country that has seen so much upheaval, so much government intervention, so much inflation, so much political turmoil. He's probably thinking about it differently than Friedman was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, there probably still is a real threat of hyperinflation. There seems to be a very high level of corruption, or the capacity for corruption. So it's a really messy situation. So Javier Milei likes to recollect this great line from Milton Friedman, that if you strive for equality over freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
Yeah, I think in the macro, for sure. I mean, we've seen, if you really put equality as your goal, it's such a seductive ideal, and people believe in it so much that they can they can carry out horrible crimes in the name of equality. But then focusing on freedom, these words are too big. They're so hard to define. And so I think you have to ask sort of like, what is the freedom you're talking about, right? If you're talking about the freedom of ordinary people to be entrepreneurial, to make their own way, to start new things, to continue what they're doing, to keep what they've earned, for sure, I think that can increase the equality overall. If you're talking about lower taxes, if freedom is just a code for lower taxes, there has to be, lower taxes in general, great, but if you're one of the top generators of wealth, there has to be some way to ensure that, say, education, right? People prosper when they're well educated. That's when economies do better. Education is generally state funded, and you need some way to support that and provide for those institutions that structure society that make competition possible. So I think it's just a really broad statement. Again, Millet is coming from a really different context. He's coming from the South American context, such upheaval, such economic devastation, in pursuit of the goal of equality, that I think trying to rebalance with that emphasis on freedom, I definitely see where he's coming from.
We can pivot a little bit, talk about Reagan. What are some interesting stories about how Milton Friedman navigated the Reagan and maybe even the Nixon administrations, how he was able to gain influence?
Well, the Nixon administration is an interesting case because, so I've been talking about inflation and the different consequences it had. One consequence it had is that it began to undermine the Bretton Woods currency system that was established in the wake of World War II. Now, Bretton Woods, what it did basically, it ended up inadvertently putting the US dollar at the center of the world economic system. But under Bretton Woods, countries of the industrialized West agreed to trade their currency in set ratios that government set. So a franc was worth so many dollars, or a German mark was worth so many francs. And then also under this system, countries could come to the United States and they could trade the dollars that they held for gold, because the U.S. was on sort of modified gold standard. There was a ratio of gold to paper money. And so the system was set up, and very quickly, most countries the dollar was at the heart of it, and that the converting into and out of dollars was really the mechanism of trade for many of these countries. So Friedman said, what we should have is floating exchange rates. This is an idea, again, of instead of having a top-down design of policy, an administered policy, we will have policy set by prices. And you should be able to trade currencies on an open market. They should trade and they should fluctuate, and that would be fine. Totally outlandish idea. But he was pinpointing the fact that Bretton Woods had an instability, and that instability began to emerge in a time of inflation. So you have more and more dollars being printed. They're worth less and less. If European nations keep trading their currency for dollars, they're going to be importing inflation into their own economies. So they say, we don't want these dollars, we'd like some gold instead. And they have the right to go to the Treasury, send in an order, and get gold out. And so they start doing this more and more, and it becomes, it's called the gold drain, and the United States starts running out of gold. They're aware this is happening through the 60s. They're trying various things to fix it. And when Nixon comes into office in 68, Friedman sends him a memo, and it says, this is going to be a real problem. He says something like, this is a running sore, and you have to lance it right away. Some very graphic metaphor. Otherwise, it's gonna explode. And Nixon just files the memo away. Nixon loved people to think he was influenced by and following the wisdom of Milton Friedman, but he didn't actually want to do that. He just wanted the political benefit that came from it. So then comes the moment where the U.S. Treasury Department realizes we're going to run out of gold. What should we do? And everybody decamps to Camp David, and Nixon decides we're just going to stop redeeming currency for gold. It's called slamming the gold window shut. Done. And he also at that same meeting decides to institute price controls. He does a whole bunch of stuff. It's an emergency because of the new economic plan, which is an unconscious echo of the Soviet new economic plan. So a problematic name, a problematic policy. And Friedman is livid at the price controls, but he's like, actually, it's great that you closed the gold window. Let's go all the way to floating exchange rates. And this idea was heresy within the Treasury Department. Everyone's very committed to the idea of the gold standard, convertibility, possibility, United States at the core of the financial system, kind of hand in hand. But at this point, Friedman has a very close relationship with George Shultz. And George Shultz is a high-level appointee who will eventually, over the course of the Nixon administration, become the Treasury Secretary. And so Friedman is feeding Shultz all his ideas about how we should move to floating exchange rates, how we shouldn't try to reconstruct Bretton Woods. And the people in Treasury, it's funny because I've read some of their accounts, and actually Paul Volcker is in the Treasury Department at this time. And you can kind of sense that Friedman is in here somewhere, like feeding his boss ideas. He doesn't quite know. And, then in the oral history, Schultz talks about this quite a bit. So at any rate, Friedman exerts this behind-the-scenes influence, and what Schultz does is just kind of lets Bretton Woods fade away. It doesn't make grand pronouncements. It just slowly, the world shifts to a regime of, for a while it was like a regime of steady prices, and they call it a steady regime of changing prices, or whatever. The language changes, the reality changes, and they kind of end up where they are. So that's a real measure of Friedman's influence. If there had been another economist in Schultz's ear that said, no, catastrophe is imminent, we have to go back to Bretton Woods, he probably would have worked harder. The U.S. government would have worked harder. And so that becomes one of these pieces of globalization. And, what people don't realize is there used to be, in addition to these floating set capital ratios, you couldn't bring capital in and out of different countries. You had to register. You couldn't invest. All these rules and strictures, and the falling of Bretton Woods really blows that all open. It's a precursor to globalization. So Friedman is right there. Now, he's very ambivalent about Nixon. I mean, he sees that Nixon is not an honest person. He thinks he's very intelligent. And Nixon's dream is to create a new centrist majority. So he does many things to go back on his supposed economic principles and ideas. Friedman does not like this. He doesn't like the price controls. He's in communication with his old mentor, Arthur Burns, who's now the chair of the Federal Reserve. And Burns is basically doing everything wrong in monetary policy. And I describe this in the book in some detail, these anguished letters back and forth. Basically, as I see it, Burns doesn't have a solid theory of inflation. And the more Friedman pushes him, it's almost like Burns is willfully ignoring Friedman and kind of doing the opposite of what Friedman said. So Burns is running a very loose monetary policy. Inflation is quite considerable over the 70s. I mean, we were all spooked by what did it get to 6%, something like that, recently for a very short time. This is inflation going over 10%, hovering at 8% for basically the whole decade of the 70s, going up and down with extremely elevated rates. And so Carter presidency largely falls, foreign policy is part of it, and the failure to tame inflation is part of it, and then Reagan comes in. And now Reagan loves Friedman, and Friedman loves Reagan. Very mutual feeling. The Reagan administration creates like an advisory economic board. Friedman's on it. He's retired now. He's entering his kind of golden years. But he really has Reagan's ear. And here what he does is he convinces Reagan of his theory of inflation, which is inflation has been caused. It's a monetary phenomenon that has been caused by bad monetary policy. Inflation has an accelerating dynamic. The only way to end inflation is by really showing and signaling that government policy has changed. And when you do that, it's very painful for a short amount of time. People will suffer, but then you will come out on the other side into stable prices, and this is what you need for economic prosperity. So the man who implements this policy, Paul Volcker, is definitely influenced by Friedman. Buys the big picture of Friedman. He even buys Friedman's specific technique of the monetary growth rule and of the focus on monetary aggregates, which Friedman has said, right, money matters, aggregates matter, that's what money is. Pretty quickly, Volcker finds that because of inflation and the financial deregulation in response to it, the aggregates don't work the way Friedman said they will. And so the specific policy Friedman recommends, Volcker tries it for a year or so, it doesn't work super well. But what does work is letting interest rates go high, go above inflation to a point where both the general citizenry and the financial markets believe like, oh, they're actually serious about inflation. And because we've had a decade of inflation with all these presidents saying, you know, we're going to whip inflation now, the monetary policy has lost credibility. This is why people focus so much on credibility today, because once it's lost, it's really hard to get it back. And one way Volcker gets it back is interest rates over 20%, unemployment very high as 25% in construction sectors. And as this is happening, Milton Friedman is whispering in Reagan's ear, this is the right thing. Stay the course, this is going to work. Now, interestingly, he hates Volcker, Volcker hates him, and Friedman will never give Volcker credit for this policy, but he will give Reagan credit for this policy. But he owes credit himself for keeping Reagan from wobbling on this policy and just pushing it through. And he also tells Reagan very pragmatically, you better do this now. You've got a 4-year term. Do this in the first 2 years of your term. Things will have turned around by 1984 when you run for re-election, and you'll benefit from it. And that's absolutely what happens.
If we could take a small tangent,
yeah,
there's a question I have to ask about so much about religion. Maybe a gold standard, maybe just have a general discussion about this whole space of ideas. There's a lot of people today that care about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that Milton Friedman would say about cryptocurrency and what role crypto might play in the economy? Whether he would be for this idea, against this idea, and if we could look at it from today and also just, 10, 100 years from now.
There's a clip, I think it's in 1992, where people say, oh, Friedman predicted cryptocurrencies because he's talking about how payments will eventually be electronic. So in some ways, he definitely, as he was looking at the computer and money, he knew these would come together in some way. I think he probably would see a use case for the crypto. He definitely would not buy the stronger forms, I think, of crypto ideology in which we could be heading towards a future in which there's many different currencies that compete or that are distributed, or there's a stateless currency. And he addresses this very, very clearly because Hayek's denationalization of money, it's a paper in the late 70s, Hayek argues for this kind of competing currency model or regime. And so he's responding to that. He's responding to people writing about free banking. And he basically says, look, even if you developed a variety of competing currencies, eventually society would converge on one. And that's because people just want one currency that they know. They don't want a bunch of different options. Even in places where there have been options to do that, they've been used very minimally. And then he says, secondly, the state always steps in. He says, technically, theoretically, it doesn't have to. I could draw you a model. I could tell you about how it could work without the state. But in actual reality, all human societies, through time and space, the state eventually becomes involved in the provision of money because it has so many knock-on effects to so many people. So, sure, I think he would, again, find a use case for crypto, think it's interesting, but I don't think he would see it as this is going to displace state money and we're going to have a variety of distributed currencies. The other thing he really stresses is that a change in the monetary system, it only happens amid great crisis. So again, you see in countries where the state is not controlling the money well, right, that's when people are more turning to crypto. But he says because money is so fundamental, there are going to be so much political pressure on any country that gets the currency profoundly wrong that the government will fall and another one will replace it, right? So if you look at episodes of hyperinflation, they don't go on very long because they're so upsetting to people.
If we can go back in time, we've talked about it a bunch, but it's still a fascinating time. The Great Depression, the University of Chicago, there's these folks like Jacob Viner, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, all of these influenced the thinking of Milton Friedman. There's this Room 7 situation at the University of Chicago. Just going back there, even just speaking almost philosophically, what does it take to explore ideas together, sort of like deliberate, argue in that space? Maybe there might be interesting stories about that time. It would just be interesting to understand how somebody like Milton Friedman forms. The seed is planted and the flower blooms.
Yeah. So he gets to University of Chicago. He makes fast friends, and in his third and fourth year, they become what I call them the Room 7 gang. So Room 7 is they find an old storeroom in the basement, they take it over, and that's where they have their jam sessions. And what made this world come together was Frank Knight. There was a charismatic leader, and there were a bunch of acolytes who clustered around him. That, I think, was a key piece of the ingredient. And then there was a sense that they were onto something that the rest of the economics field had forgotten or was rejecting. So there was like that sense of mission. So that seems to have been, there was a formal education piece, and then there was a parallel education piece rooted in admiration for a thinker, a shared admiration. And then what that led Friedman to do, what I found syllabi, that he had from non-economics courses, lists of books. He'd written the prices of different ones he wanted to read. So he had John Stuart Mill and Liberty, like 50 cents written in the margin. So he began to educate himself. He gave himself a parallel curriculum alongside this very formal economics curriculum. He started reading, the traditions of political liberalism, and then talking them through with friends, and then developing a shared sense of mission. And the incredible thing is, of those friends in the group, they scattered for 10 years, and then they all came back together. George Stigler, his great friend, was hired at Chicago. Aaron Director, who was his wife's brother, was at Chicago. So many of these people continued. He became Frank Knight's colleague. So that was the base. That was what really grew him, that really profound peer group. Now, the other piece I talk about a lot is Friedman was a collaborator, an open-minded collaborator, and he had incredible connections with economists who were women. And he basically found, first in the figure of Anna Schwartz, later in the figure of this group of women who were his wife's friends, this kind of untapped pool of talent. And so he immersed himself in this whole other world of consumption economics. And that resulted in, his more technical work on a theory of the consumption function, which is the theory of permanent income. So for Friedman, intellectual work and intellectual production was always done in this very social context, in a context that blended friendship and intellectual partnership. And he only had a handful of friends who were not also economists, interested in the same questions he was. So he just lived and breathed ideas all day long.
Can you speak to the jam sessions? What do we know about the jam sessions? What are we talking about here? You're sitting in a room. Are they analyzing? Are they reading papers and discussing papers, or are they arguing more over beers kind of situation?
Yeah, more arguing over beers. And in this case, there's several people who say it was all about Frank Knight. What did he say? What did he mean when he said it? Is he right? And so Knight was he would say one thing and then say another. If you read him, it's very hard to follow what he's actually saying because he's full of qualifications and ironies and blends. And so he would throw out these pieces, and then the students would kind of clutch at them, and then they would come back together and try to assemble this sort of worldview. And then Frank Knight fell into this terrible depression, and to cheer him up, they planned a big party, and they went back through all of his previous writings, and they assembled them into a book that was published. This is The Ethics of Competition. And you can read the introduction written in part by Milton Friedman. So not only were they talking about Knight and what he said, but then they started poring over his work. And one of them described it as a general equilibrium system where you had to know all the parts, and then all of a sudden it all fit together in a whole. So if we step back, what they were doing was getting inside the mind of a great thinker and understanding the ways that all fit together, and then kind of testing their ideas against Knight's. And what's fascinating is one of the first papers that Friedman publishes in Statistics is a rebuttal of Frank Knight. He publishes a rebuttal of Frank Knight's ideas about risk and uncertainty. And Frank Knight kind of took a black swan argument. He said, risk, you can calculate. Uncertainty, you can't, existentially, philosophically. You can't get your hands around it. it is the black swan. And Friedman publishes this statistical paper, and he says, I can put uncertainty on a graph, and so there's that sort of Freudian killing of the father element when he comes back, and he will, in some ways turn his back on Knight's approach and Knight's pessimism, even while it's like a foundation of his thinking.
Fascinating. Is there something you could say about the thinking process that Milton Friedman followed? Like how he developed his ideas? You mentioned there's a strong collaborative component, but there's another